Benny and the Jets. Call Alan. Somebody call Alan. Crude's melting. I told you they never make it to $6 in August on the tank. Another goober bum rush. Oops. Sorry, guys. My portfolio managers are really pissed off this morning because they told me the market was in an uptrend according to their very sophisticated moving average crossover system that issued a buy recommendation back here. And now I'm having to call all my clients right now. And Alan's going to be when I call Alan and try to sell him a Cuban sandwich, he's going to think, I tried to steer the ship of crude oil and it went terribly wrong. Oops. I'm so sorry. I was unable to supply enough Cuban sandwiches for everybody on this ship that has been subjected to COVID injections and molestations in their cabin rooms after hours. But don't be forewarned, because that's right. There's a new government program you can take advantage of that will cure this problem. It is the COVID home play kit. Comes with several items. Some are adult items. Kids under 5 that have been vaccinated can use the home play kit. I guess you can't even joke about that stuff. Look at those poor guys over at, what's it called? The satire guys. They got banned. I'm running pure robots now. I turned on my robots after we talked about them last night, so I'm just letting the robots place orders for me. And if I think the robot's doing too well, I'm not going to intervene if it starts to get crushed, because I have a specific dollar risk per hour running. It's like I hired employees to work 24 hours. But actually, they're going to start costing me more because some of these scripts are dropping every 15 minutes and they last for 8 hours. So it's going to start stacking up, okay? So I have to be aware of that. And I'm going to turn one. I turned one on this the CAD, but I want to turn this really giant swing trade bot that I wrote and run it real time. I've usually only back tested these, but this is a chance to see them work in real time. I can put this all shit in a zip folder. You can have it as far as I'm concerned. But like, here's a bi-directional bot, I think. I did turn off the sell side a lot of times on these because I didn't want to. But this is a massive order. I think this might be buying. It's 24K. Literally 24 individual tickets on this one. I spent a lot of time writing this thing. Now, if you backtest this on a particular market in a particular wick, this thing will blow your mind how much it makes. And that's without any money, no money management, just getting out on the hardwired targets and the hardwired stops. So I'm going to turn this on right now on this chart. So every chart I load, I'll put on another bot. So you stack up all the bots. You know what the trade plan is. Pure limits above and below the market. This thing's going to, I'm not even sure the depth of this actually, because this one actually is 20 pips deep. So I know this is a scalp bot. This is going to put in quite a bit of tickets, but I know this is 24K. Remember, this is every 30 minutes it's going to drop, and these last for 6 hours. So it's very aggressive. If I put this one every 30 minutes for 3 hours, that's a whole different realm, okay? It's a whole different situation. Okay, now getting filled. I know the pound's getting filled because I have one of these running on the pound that's a really shallow entry. It's going to enter 5 minutes, and this morning, because of the stocks haven't opened yet, there's a lot of drama to come, and we could pick up some very, very consistently dropped tickets. So it's not me dropping them in some kind of idea that there's smart money out there in this little slot of supply that goes back 5 years, and the market just wicks up there, comes back off that top. There's nobody there to pick up the price and carry the ball, so it just comes slamming back, right? And wouldn't you love to be the guy that sold $1 zillion there with a 1 pip stop and said, look, that's my fucking trade, right? That's because the dream trade when you see those things happen over and over. But here it's just going to come in with, I think it's going to be pretty deep. This might be in 3 different, I think this one I wrote has 3 different shelves to it. And it's just going to be, like, wait, the next tick come in. So the CAD doesn't have a lot of ticks, I guess. Oh wait, it's not running. It crashed on me. Oh, maybe I used all my tickets up. It's kind of weird. You know what? I might have compiled that one wrong, so let me pull that out. Oh wait, no, it just came in. Okay. It came in a flash. You see that the broker went offline and they just came in like boom, right? So yeah, but they're there. That's 24K, and this is like I spent a lot of time writing this thing, thinking, yeah, there's going to be a time when this robot is going to make so much fucking money. Like look at the depth, and this is auto drop. Every time the market moves, it's going to drop it based on the distance from the market right now. So it's going to create a buying envelope that's constantly doing the work for you, so to speak. If you know you want to buy low and you don't know how low it's going to go, then you're just going to troll. You're just going to have this robot just lay track for you. Now this thing's getting filled in the pound, I think now. That's running in the background. The pound's crashing, and I put the buy limit bot to stand in front of the market like 5 pips, so really aggressive. Let's see, it's on the pound. I'm trying to use this one template that looks somewhat pleasant. You can see so it's been dropping this consistently, and it's starting to get filled now, but the expiration on these tickets is 4 hours. So you got to understand the exposure is going to keep martingaling up just in the sheer fact of not even martingale. I'm just going to continuously all day I'm going to babysit this thing though, but I don't want to keep dropping this stuff consistently 20 pips deep, so I'm envelope trading it. If you just did standard deviation, this would be getting in on 2% or 0.1% away from whatever. It's a 1 period moving average is what I'm using. So every bar, you're kind of in this, what if something crazy happens? And this is buy only bot, because to write the sell side of this, you got to invert all the numbers. It's kind of I don't have a batch file to do that. So, but right now I could turn the robot off too. I could swap out another bot now, so I don't have to stick with this bot. Now I can come in and I know these tickets are going to last for 4 hours. So Jesus, I see the market's moving too fast. Let me throw in the 10 pips away from current price. Every hour we're going to drop this, and they only last for 3 hours. So this is way more conservative, right? So look at those now these same. I think it's the same ticket array. It might even be the same prices. So the other thing is that you got the chance to create giant titles for these things, and the retrace bot. I know this is what I know that's going to do. You don't want to have too many bots running. Now I'm in about. I'm up a little bit, but I'm in. Let's see. It looks like I'm in. I don't know what the pound costs to trade, so I'm probably only in about 7K right now because the pound costs so much. It uses up so much margin. That's the other thing. If you're really going to watch the margin levels, you're going to cost you so much. You could trade $2 Australian for the price of the pound, I think, or something like that. Some of these depends what this thing's trading at the time. Oh, so I'm up $1.60 without doing anything, I guess. That's my only claim to fame right now. And it's just dropping like an idiot. So I just turned off now I switched to the 1 hour bot. And if I hit the panic button, which would be close all open and pendings, restart the platform. I don't think the broker's going to give a shit about that. I mean, but if you restart the platform, every robot's going to initialize. So be careful if you have all these team of robots running, But that's why you want to do it in a demo. But we're really waiting for the stock market to open here, which is 45 minutes away, so it's always very exciting. So we're either going to slam down or slam up. And if I'm up, I probably cash out. This is my intervention. I'm just going to cash out if need be. If it turns out that it looks like we're up in the trade, let's just get out. Take the money and run, because if I got those pendings on the pound, if I got some of the stuff on the CAD, so I got really quite a bit of exposure going on right now for the next few. Looks like I'm about to get filled here on this stuff, so it's flashing. Australian dollar is about to buy on a limit, but there's no they're all 1Ks. So there's nothing here that's going to go to a 2K. Would defeat the purpose of having this thing lay all this track. Now I did do this and I made quite a bit of money 1 week doing this. The problem is the robots dropped too many tickets and the broker refused to start putting in the new trade plans. But when I saw that retracement had occurred, I just got out. I was like, yeah, that's over. Or just waiting for stocks to open and whatever we get. It might actually cash out. We haven't taken profits yet. We're up $3. So this is just starting off. I just opened this account like an hour ago. So this just starting with 1,000, launched about 6 bots running here in the background on various instruments. So this is really kind of a deep, this probably won't fill. And this is going to be a 3-hour script. This is very conservative. 3 hours expirations on dropping every hour. So after 3 hours, you've got a constant risk of whatever the math is inside there. And it only looks like it's a 5K. And this is like, dude, this is like you may not even get a fill on that. So it depends how aggressive. He really stacks shit up in front of the market. You know, you're asking to get hit, but you're also asking to get scalped on a lot of those positions. Let's hope, right? But it looks like Crude Oil is getting his ass kicked right now. You had to know it was coming. They ain't no Biden's gonna take credit for it. It's just so hilarious. No, it was overbid, and the heron fire. People are just gonna stay home. That's all. Stay home and cause a brownout with their air conditioner. That's obvious. I left the Nasdaq up here. I should take that down. Look at this poor puppy. She's going to hell in a handbasket. Look at the daily crude. Now, this is my buy window on crude. Anything below that wick, you got to be a buyer. So you got to have some deep pockets. I bet the margin requirements just went up, and they just nicked that wick on crude right here, this lonely wick. They just nicked it. Coming into the open in the Dow Jones, is the Dow gonna think that that's a good thing? I took the Dow Jones off. I was trying to save some real estate. I just left up the Nasdaq in like the crudest template, the one they give you for free. It's worth the price. It's trying to make It's trying to get its first leg off the ground here. That would be, if you believe in Elliott wave, this would be 0 and this is 1, this is 2. You're looking for 3 to clear the trees of these wicks up here in Nasdaq on the daily. This is your hope and change theory of life. So you got to overcome this, which is going to be like catastrophically difficult. It's going to take a long time. Like that song by took such a long time. So how's everybody doing in the current malaise? No, we're making money on the pound, so that's all that matters. Haven't taken any profits though. Crude oil's blown out. Bye-bye, crude. Oh, yes. It's about time, man. Canadian dollar is starting to tank. This looks like a good plunge. This is the 24K script running here. About to take profits on the euro. Automatically. I don't have any sell sides running though. I got to turn on the sell bot for the euro. So this will be a symmetrical robot that I made up. Let's see. Wait. It's harmonic retrace. We want to get in about 10 pips away, 20 pips away from current price. Let's see. Wow. Some of this stuff is crazy. Look at this 12-hour expirations. Let's see what this looks like. Dropping every 30. Oh, this is a buy side though. Yeah. I can't remember which ones I have to sell. It's a symmetrical trade, but let's put this one in. I don't know what the fuck here. This thing's gonna last all day, dude. Okay, this is a swing trade robot blow your mind shit. Like, dude, think about it. Put this on some account somewhere and just let it go. Of course, be careful. It's dropping every no, actually this is a oh gosh, every day. What's the frequency? Man, those tickets are going to be there all day. That's something to take in. But that's pure linear grid. It's not even trying to. You're not even trying to find a Fibonacci. You're anti-Fibonacci at that point. Okay. All day. Okay, every 4 hours we're dropping these. Waiting for that golden moment. Stock's opening. We need Tesla to start smashing up and down. They're going after my cells. Look at that. It's like clockwork. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here placing manual tickets. Every 10 pips, I put a cluster in. Let's scalp this thing. Yeah, we got to hit the hit the distillery there. How do people tolerate that? Working at the distillery and whiskey fell on my foot. Had to lick it off. That 10-gallon hat. He's a wrangler. Okay, it's coming into that grid. I think we're going to get a fill on this grid. This is like totally stupid. Okay, we're up. We're just cashing out on the pound, I think. Pure robots today. The harmonic retrace bot. I backtested the shit out of this thing, dude. You let that thing go, I think it'll fuck up your life, son. You be in trades you never thought you could be in. That thing will boldly take you to drawdowns you've never experienced before. Completely automated trading. That's right, people. Free. I actually could create a profile here and save the profile with all the robots, all the templates. So when you save a profile, it would save every robot that's currently running. But it doesn't mean this is the Holy Grail, because these are just the robots I chose to run at this particular time. Here's the view from... There's no robot in this yet. So I'm going to put the other robot on top. I'm going to start this robot offset by X. Another ridiculous harmonic swing bot. I don't know if the A's some type of better version. I don't know what I was doing here, but let's let this thing chew on it a little bit here. Oh, buy only maybe. Oh no, selling way the fuck up there. Right, so this is like, what's the chance of fill on that? You know, if you look at the 4 hour, it looks like it's fillable. You know, this looks like doable, but this is not even symmetrical. I mean, honestly, if it says A at the end, it means I've been messing with it, so I wouldn't trust that. If you're digging around in the robots that I did publish, one of them is called Script Launcher, would be the original, if you can find that. And those links, I don't know. I'm not good with those cloud sites, you know, with the files. I can't figure that shit out. But looks like we're about to take a sell limit here. Now I could intervene on top of the robot here and actually use the robot just as a crude. He comes in and lays down paint, and then I'm going to mop up the excess here using my closed ticket script. So you don't have to let the robot do dumb shit, you know, necessarily. I'm looking for my closed ticket script. So I can pluck this off. We're definitely not going to be there, but I like leaving these because those look like they make sense. The robot's just my moron assistant. And this cluster up here, that is so far out of the money that if we hit that, that is always good, and I would leave that there all day. So the robot, in this particular situation, nailed it, because yes, this is dropping every 240 minutes, and that is the one thing I control, is the rate of drop and the expiration, and that's quite a bit actually. It's almost better in a way to have a static entry like this than it is to have something that's going to respond in a knee-jerk reaction to the market, you know, the market's price pulses and stuff. Because if you do that, then it might get whipsawed, right? It might start to take the other side of the trade. But if you're going to babysit the robot, because you're like, hey, let's, you know, I know what I usually do. And this is a simple task. Every hour, could you please drop these scripts that last for a half an hour? Now, if that robot is running on top of a robot that drops scripts every 2 hours, it lasts for 2 hours. So I would say linear risk per, the way to think about it is a constant risk. If the expiration is 2 hours, and you make expirations 2 hours on the tickets, the frequency of drop is every 120 minutes. You've got 20 robots running, and all you're going to change is the price level entry. Now, and the time. But this is starting base. Now you can also have, what you're really looking to do is stuff you don't want to do. Drop every hour, drop every half hour. Every half hour you're dropping a script that starts buying 5 pips deep to maybe 20 pips deep, but it has to be a particular time of day that you would run that. And if the market heats up, it's time to turn on these giant swing bots and wait for the market to come to you. If you don't want to place those orders, Because when you place the drops, when I do it, I don't keep track of like, what did I just do there? So if you do it like this is a scientific way to keep distributing your trade plan, consistently executing your trade plan, which is to, in this case, scalp the wick and ride the engulf if it happens. But for the most part, just scalp the wick. Across different instruments without regard, because who cares? I'm actually slightly up on this CAD trade, but it doesn't mean it's going to be a winner. So I put the scalps in there. Also, that's all hardwired, by the way, where the single drops is very meticulous technique. It's like making dots to make a painting as opposed to broad brush. So broad brush, same thing with, copyright material. If you're going to do something specific, instructional, cryptically, well written, it costs more, right? It takes more time. Okay, we just climaxed here. It's 9 o'clock. We're setting up a half hour before stocks. It looks like we're hell-bent on going up, so we wicked down last night, and I bought the whole wick. I cashed out, went flat, and now I'm selling above yesterday's high. Like I said, I wanted to sell last night, but so the market is always behind. I have no patience for it. So I know it's going down there and buy that, and then I know it's going up, so we're going to cash out into the I'm going to sell into those new highs. Actually, on this one, I'm going to get it filled in earlier. I'm going to go more aggressive on this thing. Okay, so the euro's going up now, and I'm going to sell into the top of it. As it crushes, it takes out the highs of that shelf on the 8-hour. But I'm not going to take the trade on this because this is going to be pure robot trading here. I do have a stack running that's dropping every 2 hours here. I'm sorry, expiration every 15 minutes, but we're dropping every 2 hours. So let's see how this robot's doing. Okay, so he's consistently dropping the same trade plan over and over again. I think he picked up no fills. I don't see one position of Australia. So it's harder to get filled than you think. Now I could turn this guy off and I could put him into a deep mode, because when the stock market opens, maybe the market's going to slam around and we're going to have to we should be trading deeper, because somewhere I've got a script that'll delete all the symbols only on this all the tickets only on this symbol. I don't know where the hell it's at, but it's somewhere. It's somewhere in my that big folder. I could dig through and see, but you really got to download it all, dig through it. But somewhere in there is that. I swear to God. I swear to God. Looks like we're going to pop up in the euro here. They're pretty anxious to go up 10 pips, slam it up. I'm going to start selling 10 pips north, 15 pips north for the scalp. It looks like we're going to bust up hard. I'll be cashing out of that pound, I think. Australia looks like it's going to slam up. So I'm going to turn off. I'll leave those tickets. I'm going to turn on that same ridiculous grid bot. In fact, I could probably do that and let it go for the rest of the month, I mean, those are the kind of trades that I would never want to be involved in, but hell, let the robot do it, right? Giant swing trading. Especially Australian dollar, like who cares, right? Let's try to find one appropriate robot. This one looks like martingale. This is crazy. 1 hour drop, lasts all day. I gotta see this. I forgot about this. The head will explode on this one. Oh, this is way out there. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, I don't think we're going to fill on that. Maybe in the 4 hour? Oh, Jesus. This is actually a symmetrically written robot. I remember I wrote that. Those trades are real. Like, so if you backtest this, it's actually going to cash out back into the center of that. believe it or not. It's a come back to the mean reversion, so to speak. Oh, here comes a euro going after the highs, and I'm going to close off this ticket. It looks like we're going to overfill here, so let me close this ticket that the robot laid in. I'm cashing out on the pound. I'm ready to actually get out of everything right now. So I'm going to cash out everything right now across the boards, regardless of which instrument. Close all profits because I'm trading too many instruments for me. Anything that's up, I want out right now. The broker just went offline, so I won't be able to get out. They just got slammed. I'm looking at my other broker. He's got... Okay, so let's run that script again. So this broker just goes offline during high volume. There you go. So we just cashed out of whatever was up. Now I can just manually take these two off. And I can go flat. I got plenty of exposure for these robots. So we're going to wait for another fill. All right, $17. Now we know we're going to probably get filled on the sell side here. And if you're really waiting for this Dow Jones to open, which is still a damn 25 minutes away, we're screaming. The euro is screaming, reaching to the sky here. I'm putting in a 50 pip trap zone of various sells for 50 pips. This is going to be a psychotic. Putting in hay bales up here. So these are already set. I don't think we'll make a lot of money here. All right, it's not about. Okay, so I deleted this one's throwing in a rack of tickets. So we got plenty of exposure for the sell side. What about the pound? Canadian dollar. So Canadian dollar looks like the next best. And this is the 24K I was talking about. So this is going to be a monster trade of the day. If they melt down the CAD into this hole today, that would be the monster VAC auto buy by Robot Incorporated. 24K stacked in here with a soft stop and a hard take profit. Cha-ching. Anyways, selling the euro for the next 40 pips as it goes up. Look at this thing. What a beatdown. Lordy B. So normally I just drop orders in here in front of it, but this would be pretty passive trading here. I still think it's going to be a buy. I feel like turning on the trailing 10 pip buy bot now. Switch over. And if you close all open and pendings and then close the platform, you'll probably clear every robot that's if it gets away from you, like the guy was talking about last night when things started to make a ton of money and it was time to like maybe turn down the throttle a little bit. You're just having too much fun. Besides, I see your nose is bleeding. How much cocaine? You and Johnny Depp, huh? Johnny Depp is trying to pathetically resurrect Hunter Thompson in his nose. Dude, step back, Jackie. Yes, that box could hold several kilos if you want to know the truth. A man of my nostrils. Selling into the rally on the euro dollar trap people down here. You've been trapped. Actually, I use this as a place to put the sell stops. I mean, really, this is a screaming sell. The yellow. This is a sell right now. Put the sell stops in. It's time to be contrarian. They just popped this rooftop. I'd say that sellers are coming in heavy there. That's a nice scalp. Let's trim that wick off. Now it's time to come in with those buy limits. So I do feel like turning on the other robot now. We don't want to stack up too many of these ridiculous trade plans. I'm going to put this shallow, high frequency shallow limit order entry system. 2-hour expirations on this. That's very aggressive. That might be too close to the market, so let me put this one in. Every 3 hours we're going to buy 10 pips deep. Sir, yes sir. So this is my little troop of robots. That's a better robot. But we'll let that other script run just like we did a drop. It was just like treat it like a double click drop. Managing your robots. Wednesday morning, managing your robots. So Wednesday you always get these psychotic, and look at this. Wham, ba-blam. These tickets are annoying me, so I'm going to delete them. So my only intervention on this robot is to take him out of winning trades if need be, and delete stupid trade plans like on just close one ticket here. I don't want to dump everything because this looks like a glorious trade plan that I would never do. So I think the robot's outdoing me there because he has this layer. So just manage the robots basically. Instead of double click, maybe it depends how much money you've got in the account and how much you like to get surprised. Look at that. Wow, it just blew up the account. No, we just made $40 without even having to be there. That's great. So it looks like we've established the high and the low here before the stock market opens. It's 9/11. So I'm trying to make 10 pips on the pullback off the top of this. We started our sell campaign up there. Our sell trap traders. Top tick Tommy banging on Asia's prices. Buyers are supposed to come in. The confirmation buyers, I suppose, really come in here when you get back into the supposed trend line, moving average, middle of the pitchfork, whatever have you here. But for the most part, the scalpers are, and that's a buy limit actually for me. I'm looking to buy anything on the way back here, and this is going to keep moving with the market. So the more the market tanks, the more I'm going to be able to fill that. But never underestimate the psychotic price swings. The market's up 150, it's down 150, it ends unchanged. There's a giant pin bar, and everybody's like, what the fuck is this? How am I supposed to, in a world with volatility and wicks, they're stop hunting me again, goddammit. I'd tell you, step away from the stop hunter. I know, I've just got one for you guys talking to me on this chat, and then I've got my one monitor because, no, there was a guy that said that, there was a guy that's a pretty successful trader, I think. He's a guy over in Australia, the Naked Trader maybe. Some guy said, oh yeah, I used to have 20 screens. And I go, yeah, dude, like what do you think, you're a fucking international globalist? To me, like I play guitar and I play bass guitar and stuff like that. And like I play really, for me, I'm happy with my bass playing, you know. It's pretty fucking good. Play a lot, you know, I've been playing for a long time, so. And I love bass guitar. The first thing I wanted to play when I was a kid was a bass guitar because I thought 4 strings, I can get my brain around that shit, right? So, and the big fat strings, how can I miss these fucking strings? I feel that way about the price grid handles, by the way, too. So I'm just saying that you have to find a way to make money in these fucking markets. But I do like the robotic idea. I know what my robots are, the ones I wrote, and I can't even believe I'm saying this because I keep saying robots don't work, but I must have spent at least 5,000 hours writing robots with my scripts in it. Once the guy told me, well, here, plug your scripts in here. So to initialize the script bank on a redundant time basis, I think you might need a screen or two maybe on the side. Now, I'd go the vertical screen of all your, what I'd love to see is actually pure terminal. So I don't usually do this on the stream because people are like, well, where's the chart? But if you look at the pure terminal view, it does look like depth of market order flow, right? So if I say, I'm looking to get filled on something here, I know what the robots are doing. So I would like another screen just for the account. So nothing's really in danger of getting filled here. And also if I think, well, you know what? I don't even want to get filled on these. If I delete these right now, I'm 10 pips from getting filled somewhere on the euro. Okay, on the buy side. And I really should turn on the comments, and I did not. This is another reason why I'm not going to sell anything here, or I'm not going to tell people this is all good to go, because you really should name the robot, and then when you turn on your comments, you should be able to take these comments and have a Excel spreadsheet that recognizes that comment somehow. I don't know how that works, and when you dump this out, somehow you can capture this data, I'm supposing. And the performance of each robot, if it's mentioned in the comments here, you probably can't read the font colors I got, but I just did that because I can't have the screen glaring at me all day. Anyways, that's kind of, this is a cool view actually. I like this kind of system where you only allow yourself to see the half-hour chart. And you got the, maybe on the phone, you got the daily chart, and you're like, you know what, dude? Actually, here's a pro tip. That guy last night was talking for pro tips. To be honest with you, I had a HTC phone when I first started trading forex. And this is when I was trading out of Russia, and I actually traded gold on my phone and silver. I had a Windows phone. It was a $400 phone, and I put a big battery on it, so it was like a brick. And people ask me, "What is that?" I'm like, "Don't worry, dude. I'm not gonna hit you with it, but that is a brick, fucking battery on that." And this HTC, and I'll be honest with you, dude. This is when I had 20 accounts, and I had the laptops running, like my own little prop house, but I was the only guy propping the house. And when I would look at my phone, the vertical portrait view on the phone of you're forced to look at the width of the candle. You only had like 5 different choices. You only had 3 different color schemes. You either had white, black on white, amber on black, or white on black. That's all you had in a Windows phone. And of course they went away, unfortunately. And I had I'd be driving my car, and I'd be trading at the market out of Texas. There was a broker in Texas, IBFX. They moved over to Australia because they couldn't handle the Dodd-Frank. But they would give me 500-to-1 leverage. I'm in my car in the summertime going. And this is when there was a carry trade or something, and I don't know what that is. But the dollar yen kept dropping, and I kept buying into it on my phone. And then occasionally the market would bounce, but I wouldn't cash out. I didn't have a script. I didn't have scripts to get out. I don't think cash all profits. I didn't have that yet. I didn't even know I really didn't. I just traded at the market. I never thought of like dropping a pending order to buy on a limit, unless I did it manually. Right mouse click. You can do that right now. Right mouse click on your MT4 and just say buy on a limit. But so now this robot just got filled, by the way, I think. Yep, he bought. So he bought the pullback. I'm short on my account, but he's buying. So this is a good situation. We're still waiting for stocks to open. And that might be the end of my sell scalp, and we might go higher. I don't know. I want to be a buyer now, though. I feel like the plunge is coming on the euro now as you roll into stocks. Let's take a look at Nasdaq. See, of course, I don't really want it to be biasing myself to Nasdaq, but I'm just curious. I just want to see how much volatility really. Because these people are getting their ass kicked all day long. Look at the punishment here. This is supposed to be wave 2 for these guys. If they think this is wave 0, and if they're going to climb out of this hole, just Elliott wave theory, you know, I suppose we'll debunk it. You could fail. So Bill Williams, the fractal guy, says if that fails, double up and go down. Double up and sell and go where your stop was. Double up and go the other way. And I understand that because the parachute policy does work sometimes. They should try that actually. The non functional president should try that. Oh right, is that the guy that with the remote control that walks around the room? Stefan Karashaya. That guy. Remember that guy? Did anybody see that? Some guy showed me that guy that stands in the middle of the room with just LCDs along the wall. It looks like he's in a pawn shop and he's just fucking nailing the button. You son of a bitch. Wow, they're pounding that puppy. They're going up again. Okay, I'm in. Let's go. Let's give me an 18-cent discount. Are you gonna get on my pump, my gas? I stay home. I gotta make 18 more cents here to get to the fucking store and get my comfort food. Trying to make me feel less anxiety about the fact that you went totally woke retard on us. Right, the retarded kids are smarter than the woke people. The woke people have no excuse. I'm gonna trust the kid. There was a kid at the coffee shop one morning, and then they got off this bus, the short bus kids, and I grew up with these people. So they want to put me on the short bus, and I was like, "Do you realize how?" So they get the short bus kids to run the bookstore, actually. So they'd hire them to do kind of. I thought that was kind of complicated, but they'd hand out books, and I guess they trusted the kids. What if they fuck it up? No harm, no foul. I mean, they're just books. Still waiting for the Dow Jones to open, by the way. I'm a buyer now on the euro. I want to buy the plunge. I think we're coming back 10 pips down. I'm putting in 1 hour expirations 10 pips below me now. I'm going to put in different prices. 15 pips deep. That was quite a climax there. Wow. Anybody rode that thing from that wick down there to the tippy top tick Tommy just before the stocks open? That is the most brilliant trade of the week, I must say. Come all the way back to Asia. Take out the low of the previous day by an insane amount. Wow. You actually took out. So here's where you really have this shelf here. You have to have such a fat ticket down here. So I had to buy at the market here. Like I woke up and I was getting filled. And I'm like, really? So I went to the half hour because I thought that has to be a really deep low. And when I went to the half hour, I said, son of a bitch, like, luckily I got limits filled down here, and on the 15, like, you didn't have much time to get on that puppy. So what I did was, after this first bounce, so I already knew I wanted to buy. So they bounced this thing into the floor, right? That's the scalper's exit on the 15. I re-rack with limits down here. They took out a couple limits, so I came in at the market and bought here at the market with limits down there. So this added only a few K down here. Then I just let it go. And then what I did is I hopped on, this is a 20 pip grid here. So I hopped on, I moved all my targets up to this floor here and took half the position off about here. And then they tugged it back off that. And so I was flat here. Then I bought this plunge, not too much. Most of what I've done is on the sell side. We're still waiting for stocks to open. If we come back to this thing, this is the perfect thing. I want to start buying on the robot now and let the robot just chew several different unique robots, and maybe I'll even put a robot on this, which on the buy side, this is euro versus yen. I'm going to be a little stingy here. I'm going to buy 10 pips deep because this thing's so wily. 10 pips deep. Let's find something. A buy only bot. And we're kind of betting on a retest entry is our ideal setup during these hard times. God, I'm glad I'm not listening to the radio. They were running this ad telling chicks that are pregnant to get vaccinated, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Everybody knows you don't even let girls that are pregnant get their teeth drilled, dude. Come on. Let me turn on that buy bot. 1 hour drops. They expires at constant risk, 20 pips deep. Constant risk here. Only a 4K. That's not enough. But you get the idea. That's not close enough to the market. Let's go 10 pips deep for 3 hours. They expire in 1 hour. This is kind of my favorite, I think. For a day trading crude robot, probably add some tickets to that. You can start to put little nodes in there where there's a scalp embedded into that thing. I think that'd be kind of, I haven't got that far yet. Most of this is a hard stop, soft stop idea where it's buying all of those lines. You can see the stops are down here and they're all different. So you're not going to lose this whole position should this come flying back. But to get maximum efficiency, you want to run it on several pairs. So here I would run it, delete all objects, and see what they look like first when they drop. What is this robot going to be doing? I'm going to use that 24K bot because I really want to see. I want to be an aggressive trader. Otherwise, why bother? It's just boring as shit. So let's put this 24K guy on. Dropping every 2 hours, so this is more conservative. Every 2 hours we're going to drop this, and these expire in 12 hours. So you have to wait 12 hours to make money on that. It's in 3 packs. Market comes down. There might be a stop interwoven in there. No, I think the stops start about here. So the tail end of that. And then here is your take profits, which is not even where we're at now, slightly where we're at now. So you're looking for the market to rifle down. And I put these in random staggered. Like these are just unique, literally not even a round number for the entry price. So this is not something I could do by hand consistently every day in this array. And also here I get to choose the frequency of the drop, the market I'm going to trade it on. Let me run it on this one then too. Let me just run this 2 hour. I haven't scientifically, like what you need to do is take a demo and dedicate it to the to particular bots, let it run for 3 days, look at the results, publish it to FX Blue, say, could I live with this kind of income, as opposed to waiting for setups and stuff like that. So I think this is the kind of the robots, like the robots that people have that go. I filled on something here. The robots that go out and do stuff for you. You know, click on sites. Okay, we got filled on the buy side of that euro. We're long. So I'm going to get short on my account as soon as we go up. So, but this robot went long, and these are all. I don't see it about to take profits. If I don't like this trade right now, I can say, let's just get out all profits. I'm still waiting for stocks to open, but so we're going to crush up, and stocks is going to take us up higher now. We're going to just go rally north like just a psycho rally now. I think it's coming. Here we go. We'll let this robot cash out. It seems to be doing a good job so far. We don't have to call, what is it, human services? One of our psychiatrists would like to have a talk with you. Your behavior's been a little bit, well, you seem to be a little stubborn about, get the fuck out of here. God, how do people treat people after those shootings at the offices? You know, when people would come back to the office and go, you motherfucker, and just take out the water cooler and a couple of guys at work. I mean, at what point did people say, gosh, you know, maybe I don't go to work today. I kind of pissed off Ralph. Yeah, Ralph's got it in for your fucking ass. I know. It's not much different than... I do have a hotkey I think that I can run here. So I don't have to go to the chart. I could cash out. Has to be on the chart though when I launch it. Some kind of chart. All right, we're waiting for the pullback now. Unfortunately, the robot's going to start to get involved in a worser trade. He might go into a drawdown here, so our hopes and prayers are with the robot through these troubled times. Marxist energy policies. Welcome to dig your own grave, dig your own hole. Remember that guy down south that inherited a like a cemetery funeral home combo plate, and he didn't really try to keep track of he didn't bury anybody. You know, there's a big shit happens sticker on stuff. Learn to code, learn to make your own formula. Learn to babysit robots. I need a baby robot sitter. That's what I run an ad on Craigslist. I'm looking for somebody to babysit my robot. How's that work again? Okay, so what I want you to do is, if we're up like 10 grand, hit this button here, cash it out, and you can have 10% of that just for hitting that button. That's right, people. Today only. That is the job. Oh, who's that guy? Oh yeah, the guy that's stacking by. Yeah, right. No, I mean it was like he's out, Mildred's out in the field. Damn it. Yeah, where's all the fucking Dead Bodies Matter people fucking protesting that shit? When's that gonna start happening? What can you say? Robots are taking over, dude. That's all there is to it. There's nothing we can do about it. Look at that euro yen's on a fucking tear. I'm buying on pullbacks only. That's the other thing. It's if I get filled on any of this stuff, I got a buy limit sitting here, really deep, too deep to fill. This is ridiculous. Let's put a more aggressive, closer to the market order on the euro versus CAD. I never trade this thing, but honestly, under these circumstances where I just have to pick the pip range, I feel like this is like obvious, obvious robot material. Let's go for 20 pips deep, starting at 20 pips deep. for an hour. The same robot I'm running on the other one. It's only putting in a 4K, so I need to build more tickets in here as the account grows, or even if the account doesn't grow, actually. I'm just going to do it. I don't know how many tickets are in here. I just wrote the structures and I didn't add enough tickets. So here's the problem. I didn't really make enough slots of entry price, right? So I turned off all of this shit, dude. Like, all you got to do is turn these, delete this, and it's going to turn that ticket on it. This is going to buy 125 pips deep. I'm sorry, 125 pips above us, this will sell. These are set, ready to go. You got to turn these on, double check the... Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so this has... Yeah, it's going to get out where we're at. This is total retracement. It's going to get out where we're at, and the stop is going to be set at a 15 pip stop here. So I know it says 1400, but what we're selling 125 pips above us with a stop at 140 pips above us, and the exit is where we're at now, 0 pips. So it's always enter, take profits, and your stop. I'm sorry. No, I got something wrong. No, that's not the right way. So we're gonna buy, when we buy down here, we have a hard stop at 400. So this is a bad script. That's why it's turned off. So I never edited these. I never put this. So that's not, you can't have this. It has to be the stop. Here's your take profit. You're selling every 5 pips, but not really. This is a very, I'm sorry, you're buying everything below this line is buy limits. So these have to be properly written with a valid, this has a valid stop. So I can turn this rack on, because here you're going to sell very close to the market, 10 pips, 20, 30. And it's going to sit there for 3 hours, and it's going to drop this is the part of the code I need to fix. So every 4 hours we're dropping, every 120 minutes. These numbers, here's the problem with the code. None of these numbers, you could change all these numbers till your head melted off your shoulders. And you could change all that shit, and it's not going to change the behavior of this robot during back testing or even during fucking front testing right now. So that is the only issue. So that is the kind of obstacle. Other than that, I need to add more tickets to that. So I'll just recompile that. If you recompile this while it's running, it will relaunch the script. So if you're going to edit, be aware of the fact that when you recompile that script, it's going to, wherever it's running, it's going to think it started again. It's going to relaunch. I think it's going to restart the whole robot. Okay, here's the euro reaching above Asia. It cannot get. It's trying to go after yesterday's highs. I'm scalping anything off of this lonely wick up here, and I'm currently short, or looking for shorts right now. This robot went long, which I agree with that too, because stocks have been open for 10 minutes now, and it looks like we're going to make a big rally here. Looks like the inevitable rally. It looks vicious too. It looks like we're going to make a stampede for the high of yesterday now. So I put most of my orders above this wick here. I'm buying that dollar CAD crashing. I figure if this euro is going up They're big sellers up in here. That means dollar CAD should be crashing right now into my. I probably have to put a few more robots on, but that 24K bot that's just a monster buy bot's running. Let me put a template on this one, and I'll run another robot to buy 10 pips deep or something. Yeah, let's just go with this pretty aggressive bot here. Every 15 minutes we're going to drop this thing 5 pips in front of the market. So we're looking for price action drama here every 15. I'm just going to let this thing go. Wait for the chart to update. It's buying the plunge. They just crashed the computer there. I put the 1 minute chart in, and I don't have a 1 minute chart in the buffer yet because I didn't trade this thing. Okay, let me zoom in. Probably going to get filled on that CAD. Making money long the euro on the way to that high from the high of the week, really. I don't think we're going to... We might get filled here, though. This is that euro to the yen with a really close stack right there. Got to keep an eye on that. That's going to drop every 2 hours, but these last for 12 hours, so that's going to be interesting to let that... I'm going to let this go all day for the rest of the week. This robot looks like a great trade plan, because look how much money it would have made during all these phases. These things are here for 12 hours. Even if you got stopped out on this sell-off here, this thing's a gold mine on this instrument. This euro yen's not going anywhere on the 15. If you can orchestrate these robots, it's not bad. Okay, I'm looking to sell. I'm going to start getting in my early sells here. We're going to take some heat. Zoom. Bada boom. Wow, we just got hit. What the hell is that? Woof. Is there news coming out? Wow, how about that move? Jesus Christ. That was quick and dirty. Can I buy on pullbacks? I'm going to re-rack this. I'm going to re-rack to 24K. Hey, what's up? Damn, I'm going to turn that 24K back on. Let's forget that one. Let's do this guy.
Can't hear you in Discord. I can hear you.
You can?
On the live stream.
Wait a second. Kind of choked my computer out with all these tickets.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all. Like, it's like a delay of about...
Yeah, what's up? Here, let me turn on my...
What's going on here?
Let me turn on my microphone. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we're here for you. Tech support, can I help you?
I went to Power Talk Tech Support. It was the same guys there from 20 years ago. I was just pissing myself laughing. 20 years I've been in Power Talk PC chat room. I said, you fixed your computer? Yeah, it's been 20 years. I've been in that room for years, mate. PC Tech is called. The same guys that have been there forever. Stuck in a perpetual loop. PC Help.
Wow. Look at that year ago, man. That thing was pissed off. People had enough of that shit. She's going after the high of the week now. Oof. Baby took it on the chin there.
Oh, pound's taken off. Bollocks. Got out too soon.
I'm selling for the next 70 pips on that one.
Well, £9,800 in trades today.
Wow, that's a short-lived. They just top-ticked Tommy the 1 hour fractal there on the euro. That's a prime. Look at how fast that thing moves on the 1 hour. Man, that is just get her done pricing.
Euro USD, is it? Euro.
Yeah, that very top, this window here, this is about a 20 pip window of heavy selling coming in here now. That was so fast. I don't know. There's no news. I don't know. The stocks must have ripped north or something. I'm not looking, but I'm assuming stocks are screaming up 300 points on the Dow. I'm guessing.
I'm building a little bot now. Some guy's building it for me. It's very simple. It's a very old indicator, and it does work with a few conditions, of course. I'll give that bot away for free. So you want to try it out, you'd be surprised how much money it actually gets. Not to make you a millionaire, but it's pretty good. A free bot.
Wow. What a move, man. That's fucking serious. I can't believe it. Man, the market just pops like so hard. What news is coming out? What are these people all giddy about? There must be an announcement. I must have missed it. Maybe it's coming out right now.
Should have at least 6 confirmations before you enter a trade. You know that.
9:30. Oh, it's Chairman Powell's testifying. It wouldn't matter to me. That's just the price level everybody's selling at. So it's just an obvious trap. It has nothing to do with the news or what this dumb shit's saying. I mean, obviously she's the dumbest shit. She's married to some fucking professor that got her that gig. You know, it's a fucking check the box hire. You know, she's an old lady. Old lady could never hurt the country. My grandma, it's a true nanny state as long as we have nannies running it. See how that works? You notice all these fuckers running the country are so goddamn old, dude. Get the fuck out of the way. Let me dig oil in my own backyard. I'm going to say
that politics has gone mad around the world. Have you noticed?
Oh. What's going on in France? Did the communists lose in France? What's the stink over there? I'm not paying attention, but I saw it on my news feed. Do you keep track of French news?
No, not really.
Oh, yeah. So you're not a politic guy?
No, I try to keep sane as best as possible.
It's too insane.
All that crap.
Well, it's pure.
Yeah,
it's like a it's like a Chinese fire drill all day long. It doesn't make no sense. It's totally inappropriate behavior. Besides, these guys are always getting a piece of ass on the side, and they're up to some kind of like pay for play. They can't resist, man. They have those hot Asian chicks sit on their face with a mask on, and next thing you know, they're fucking, okay, we'll buy everything from you then. That sounds like a good idea. Did you hear what he said, Hank? He's gonna let us buy all his stuff. Okay, Joe. Joe the plumber. Thank you for coming.
Holy shit.
Hey, this guy says he has a perpetual motion machine in his basement. What's his name? Joe Biden. He hooked it up to his bicycle. After he fell off his bicycle, he got a brainstorm. His bicycle's hooked up to the fucking grid. It's going to bring down the price of your electric car juice. That's right. This guy's so fit. He works out on his electric bike and fuck windmills. Joe pedals a bike.
I've seen those people trail up, bullshit. Didn't they actually go and do science? It's an entropic universe. Sorry to break it to them. Entropy is everywhere.
Yeah, entropy might be a problem.
Yeah, energy in, energy out. It can't work.
Well, In a flat Earth, friction doesn't exist. First, you got to have a flat Earth.
And a tin for that. I forgot.
It's the premise. You got to get the right kernel going when you build the code. Oh, God.
Guy with magnets was doing his perpetual thing. It does work in terms of magnetism, but that's just a bicycle wheel with magnets that spin around, is it? Right? So carries on doing this thing. But those magnets will eventually just stop.
Yeah, until
And
it
then
stalls out. It's going to stall out, right? You can switch the polarity back and forth, you know. You can have a brushless motor with polarity shifts on the magnet, spins it with a lot of torque, actually. With a good hard magnet.
You have to recharge the magnetism, really, aren't you? Like magnetism, basically. So you need electric power to make electric.
Yeah. Well, you just got to have Grandma's got to come out and pedal. No, you got to have Grandpa Joe come out and pedal on the bike a little more to kind of kick it over. Once he kicks it over, then...
There's these two Russian dudes. They're awesome, right? They're engineers. And the guy went to a scrapyard of old Russian bits and pieces, like propeller. He converted the propeller into a windmill to power energy for his house. Then he found two washing machines and turned them into hydropower to power up the rest of his garage and everything else. He made a lot of scrap bits and pieces. Ingenuity was superb. I wouldn't say the health and safety is too good, but the ingenuity was amazing. That's energy creation. You know, he had a river next to him, and it's a high windy place, and that was cool, considering. I just hope no one gets decapitated with that windmill of his.
Is the chairman saying stuff like, well, we really didn't realize that money existed till yesterday, and holy shit, we got a hold of the books, and let me tell you, we took a little dive into the actual numbers here, and looks like, I don't know, does it really matter? Don't you think it's psychological? In other words, people buy toilet paper off the shelves, not because there's not enough toilet paper. Like, the crowd is kind of scary, and you're trying to make money from the crowd being a complete, you know, you're trying to make money from panic, really. Especially in these situations.
So say
Crude oil.
When the blood is on the street, one of the blood on the street is involved.
Yeah, I think this is really pretty enlightening. A lot of people have never seen markets like this. Look at crude oil. It took out the low. Still was a better buy down here. If you had enough money, dude, you could have bought crude here just about $100 today. You are down $20 a barrel. Of course that was unsustainable. Are you kidding me? That was look at that beautiful spinning top on the weekly. What a dumb shit trade. Now it looks like a buy scalper's dream for the dead cat balances and crude that are to come.
Excuse me.
What's the Nasdaq think about it? Oh, Nasdaq's coming up off the floor. That's always good to see.
Ugh.
Why'd you get hold of some bad cocaine? Cheap cocaine?
It's just a dusty place. Makes me sneeze.
Nothing worse than like too much cut in the cocaine.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens. Okay, here's the daily Nasdaq, and you're trapped under this floor right now. It doesn't look very good for them. Like, they got to get back over this thing. Looks like they might flip it pretty soon here. I think that, right, how much more can you take, Captain? Look at that. Daily Nasdaq. There's a view of, what do they call your 401k problems and all that. What about my 401k? Dude, we blew that up a long time ago. In 2008, we took out your 401k. What more, how many more whipsaws do you need to tell you? They're trapping you on these trades, dude. What is that? Janet Yellen saying. Okay, we got news here at 10 o'clock. Consumer confidence out of Europe. It's negative 20, dude. Let me look at the chart on that. Wow, you guys really, man. Who takes your meters? Oh, it's getting better. It was actually down. Oh, now it was only down 9% in January. It's rock bottom. Why are you guys so unhappy? What, you don't like Biden fucking pulling levers like a fucking nut job and disturbing all of the markets and creating order imbalances and supply chain disruptions from doing radical innovation executive orders? I mean, who doesn't like some of that chaos? Come on, live a little. Leading indicators out of Australia at 10 a.m. 2 p.m. President Biden speaks. Really? He reads a script. He's doubling down, man. I never seen anybody. How's this guy even still around? Tomorrow, jobs report. Unemployment claims tomorrow. Pay attention to that, everybody. Be very aware of the. Always check the news before you trade. She's going to testify. Yellen's going to test. Powell's going to testify tomorrow at 10 a.m. Well, this is really fucked. Things are really fucked up. You think? Nasdaq's about to take out yesterday's high, man. Nasdaq's on a tear.
Why is there so much fear and panic around the US dollar all the time? It's like a circus.
The euro's going through the roof, dude.
Is America like badly managed financially or something?
I just think that you have like so many things going on at once. You got order imbalance, you got supply chain disruptions, you got people scrambling, and when people it's high money velocity, they call it. I'm surprised they haven't talked about it, but the turnover of money's big and hard and fast right now until things get settled. You know, it's like an explosion. It's like a shock to the markets. So the absorption process, people do like a nice smooth trend. I got you, but these markets are just pure explosion, then consolidation, but that's most of the time, right? 80% chop, 80% whipsaw, 20% beautiful setups. It looks like the Nasdaq is going to take out yesterday's high and try to rally the troops. All the bulls are going to come in on that. But I refuse to buy the euro here, so I'm just selling for the rest of the day up into it.
Bitcoin's gone off on one as well.
Bitcoin took off north. Did it take off
some nice
to 22,000 yet?
No, it's at 27,000.
27,000?
20,000, around there.
Yeah, I took my Bitcoin. I should put my Bitcoin chart back up. We're kind of waiting for 10 o'clock here, top of the hour. I'm holding a short in the euro right now. I should probably delete these buy limits, if they're buy limits. What the hell that ticket is, wait.
Spot Brent, I actually nailed like a promo. Top tick Tommy, as you said. That was top tick Tommy. That was a seriously good trade. Been trying to get this geezer talking about his shitty indicators. I told him, I said, all you need is a crap. You got a database here of 10 million machine learned iterations, over 10,000 different indicators. It's not mine, it's a quant's like, but he said like 90 machine, my data on that video is 99.9%. That's accurate. That's how crap a lot of these indicators are. Look terrible for automation. So there you go. I'm going to add that to the website at some point. We have a massive database of all the different indicators and iterations. There's all the variables for a given instrument. And you'll see, you'll look at it and go, so you're telling me all these shitty EAs out there are crap? Yeah. Oh, shite.
Waiting for the pullback. Waiting for 10 o'clock. The news coming out is going to be the European confidence, which should drive the euro down maybe. But I'm short off of this top tick Tommy shelf. And I'm going to hold this for 5 minutes and cash out. But actually, this one's buying. So I'm just talking about my other account. Looking for this to peel back. There's the half hour. There's the 1 hour.
Nice trading.
4 hour chart.
Pretty good.
So it looks like we're going to pull back a little bit. Here's the 1 hour chart. 1 hour chart's my favorite chart. It's kind of like the bread and butter chart. We all know we can all wait 60 minutes to get paid, can't we? Or a half hour, half of the wick. I trade half of the wick of that 1 hour. Okay. We got 6 minutes to get paid.
About 900 pips on oil. That's pretty good.
Oil is just on fire. I mean, these things are really the order imbalance is rebalancing. There is there's such a crowded oil market, so crowded with goobers, man. Like, who are they going to sell it to at 120 a barrel? Here's the trap under the floor, 30-minute crude, which makes the euro look bullish. Wow. Gotta wait 5 minutes to get paid here. I got the scalps 5 minutes. Hey, look at the sellers are coming in on this this floor. There's a trend trade for you. Sell right there. Rally into your moving average. No brainer, right? Obvious. Duh.
A nice choke point there.
That's a classic setup, right? That's the textbook right there.
Yeah.
We offer textbook setups in our course. Don't forget, during the mentorship, I want you to sleep on a bed of nails. I want you to be mentally prepped. We're going to be doing a lot of scalping in the morning. Bring your own crack pipes if you have them. Yes, you can do methamphetamine. We do not discriminate. This is free range trading, I call it. It's like pipe camp. Welcome to pipe camp. Did you sell crude oil at my magical moving average system? Half hour chart.
Oh, man,
I back tested this since Sodom and Gomorrah. I back tested this since fucking, oh my God, the walls of Jericho came down. In fact, I used to do rice charts back in my previous life.
Okay. There was a geezer on there, right, with his bot. He back tested it. It was kind of funny in one of your videos. We back tested it and everything. Yeah, that one. Right? I think it was NFX video. It was, yeah, critique. And this guy had done this thing. He got $3,000 and he's back tested. He said it was an amazing bot, and it chewed through his account within weeks. It just dismantled everything he thought was good. Back testing is for mad people. It isn't. I can't see how we can help the future comes. You know what I'm saying?
It's a tough way to make an easy buck. Yeah, gosh. Okay, so I'm looking for the euro to pull back into my buy limits. I'm let this buy limit bot get in as much trouble as it wants now. So it's starting to buy. What are we up on though? So the CAD's making money because we plunged down, and I think the euro's going to pull back. So I'm going to hold that winning CAD trade that the robot got in on for me. He's just a blind ambition buy bot is all he is. So he's nothing to me. I treat my employees like shit. Here, so this is. So here's where I will intervene. If I see this thing coming back up in the structure on the half-hour CAD, I have my finger on the take profits for just the CAD only. So I could scalp out of that and then have the buy limits get triggered on the euro if I think the euro is going to come back. So I'm in. At this point, the robot got me into the trade. I'm up $35. I could cash out everything here, and I'm up $35 on that day. They just started trading this thing like 2 hours ago. With the robots only. The robots lay the limits, and I scoop up the winnings. I'm just here to take profits, son.
I haven't heard much from NFX guy anymore. Have you seen nothing of him since? Like,
You mean the no-nonsense guy?
yeah, no nonsense. Yeah.
Really? Well, he wrote a book. Maybe he just went on a speaking tour. I think he really likes to, coach or whatever he's doing there. People just do that, They don't have to trade, It's amazing. Or he's probably got some investments, but I bet he's a little shocked about the Bitcoin sell-off. Maybe he went hog long Bitcoin or something.
Yeah.
I wonder because a lot of people were getting all excited about Bitcoin. I thought, well, that's usually like when it's on the radio. That's usually the last person to find out about it. But it's cyclical. I think it's going to still be a cyclical thing that people run to in an attempt to. Well, I think it's just going to be this where the money's just jumping all over different sector rotation. It's just a classic situation. It's in real estate now. It's out of real estate. Everybody runs to the next place it could be. Oh, look, I'm cashing out on the. So I'm letting that CAD make money for me now. CAD's winning.
I haven't seen any evidence from that guy. Not once. Not once. Not even a trade. Real live streaming trade. That'd be great.
From who? Oh, right, yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, not even a chart where he goes, see right here? I got in here, and there's my stop, and I got out. He doesn't even say that. Like, I feel like this. Just lie to me, dude. You're killing me. Just make up a story. Tell me what you would if you could have traded. So, I don't divulge my strategy. Yeah, but what if, can't you? No. And then he'll say, go watch all my videos. I'm like, dude, I'd rather fucking put a fucking hot poker up my ass. Really? I don't want to do that. It's fractal. I just have to see 10 minutes of any of your videos, and I already got blue balls. I'm not gonna fucking watch all that shit. It's like ICT. Get to the point. Where's the trade, by the way? What the fuck's going on here? It's just all prep, no delivery.
All dick, no balls.
Yeah, in a pin dick at that. I'm like, dude, come on. I can't even see it. What's the consumer confidence out of Europe? Negative 20?
Problem with those guys is they're not actually teaching anything useful.
It's a psychological game, dude. I don't really think algo's going to save you. Where's that report that we're waiting for on the Euro confidence? Okay, negative 24. It's even lower than they expected. The consumer confidence in Europe is negative 24 from negative 20 predicted, and it was negative 21 last time. So this is the funny thing. The forecasts are always trying to make it sound like it's going to be better. They're under forecasting every report now. Every one. Even the Brits are coming in and saying it's going to be 1.8, but it's actually 2.1 for the fucking PPI. Prices the inflation in Britain's out of control, dude. It's stable here on the output, but look at these numbers, dude.
Well, a couple of thousand.
11%.
My 12%.
Are you guys freaking out? Do you live in England? Are you live in like British town? No. Where do you live?
No. Turkey.
Turkey? But you must have inflation up the ass there too, right?
Well, from my point of view, if you lived in Britain, this rip-off Britain has been called that for the last 30 years, mate. So it's still relatively cheap here to live. It is. It's like about, I'd say you'd spend about 120 quid a week here to live. And in the UK, you'll probably, time you pay rent, overheads, maybe 300 quid, 250, 300.
Wow.
So still good. It's cheap to live here. And in other places, it says on the government thing you need $1,000 a month to live here, but you really don't. I mean, if you're smart like a Turk when it comes to spending money, you'll see then. Like, pretty. I've learned a lot actually from these people here. Cunning. How to extend money, you know. So my overheads
Right.
are low anyway. I'm not a big spender on any bullshit. I could have 10 million in the account and still be me, like just, you know what I mean? $250,000 swimming pools and does fuck off for me. Like I said, it's just a fucking headache.
Yeah. No, it's such a it's everything's changing. Like we're living in a world where about 3 months from now, the landscape is so fast. Digital landscapes. What matters, what doesn't matter, you know.
Well, £9,870 made today from my algorithms. I could have made about 4 times that today on automation alone, and I get consistency all the time. I do get some fuck ups, and I
Yeah,
do
I
have
want to
money
have.
back.
Yeah, so I want to run this robot. See that robot just launched another rack. Did you see that? So this is a very aggressive drop.
What you're doing there, I can do. That's exactly what I'm
Yeah,
doing. Like,
I'm
to
dropping
kind of.
6 hour expiration. So this is really asking for trouble. Every half hour we're dropping this rack. So I might have to, but it's long the CAD, and it could get way longer, and it could have made more money, but it also could have really got damaged here. But if the market did swoop down and retrace, I mean, there's very few greedy targets in there. There's a lot of scalps built into that.
Well, my record, I'll tell you my record. My record for reading the tape, classic way of trading, was on oil, £114,000 in 34 minutes. When oil went nuts, I 10 lot sized multiple ones, just like you're doing. Top tick taught me the top as it came back down. So it made 52 grand up and about 70 odd grand down. I was very happy. But you gotta be fast, and the machine's faster than me. That's the reason why I like the machine, because it's like, it's there.
Yeah, I like the machine because it's consistent, and I know exactly my risk per hour if I let it go. Like I can still actually reduce the risk and dial it back, but knowing how it's going to behave in certain situations, like if I had like a psycho bot like designed for, okay, there's a lot of volatility. He chews on volatility. It's different than a breakout bot, so to speak, that's going to sit there when the market's quiet. You could have him do what you would normally do. But that's only because, you know, you want to take a nap or you want to go out to eat or you want to do something. You got to go to the grocery store and you're like, you know what? Let me turn this little guy on. And I think once you get used to segments of robots blended with a human doing it, and is the robot making a good decision? I don't think I'd be able to. Well, I figured that all robots are good. It's just that they have the wrong data. So they probably would have performed in a better situation of
They're
price.
actually dumb. They're not intelligent. But with my own app, it's different. It is really different to all this. It really is complicated. It does have that advantage, but it's easy to use too. It does the complex stuff going, but it's not like you need to be have a PhD in quantum mechanics, you know what I mean, to understand this stuff. And I've done it in a way that's easy. A child, my friend's kid, she's only 9. She got it straight away. I get what you're doing, yeah. She's an expert. She actually can trade better than most people.
I was gonna say, can she open up a PAM account over there, and then we just fucking put $100 in?
I was like, give it until she's 18. She'll be absolutely awesome at trading, assuming the planet's still here.
No, I think when you have simple rules like actually, you could hand somebody a robot and you could put CCI for a period on there and tell them when CCI is below 100, just buy at the market. Here's the ticket, and you know, those are the kind of trades you're doing.
Yeah, but to me, that's not trading, sir. It's not these indicators are just awful. I got rid of them. I've got a couple.
No, they're just filters, dude.
Installed.
They're filters to reduce over trading. That's all.
Yeah,
it's limiting your execution. In other words, in the most complex indicator algo crossover, the conditions. I watched this one guy, and I just laughed my ass off. He had so many things that had to line up, and he'd say, no, the VIX isn't right today. And I'm like, dude, you never put a trade on. Like, how in the fuck are you living? You're just drawing off your trading account. Like, you got to go out there and risk every day on some level. But
well, I've got my version 1. It's quantitative. Version 2 comes with partial, like a hybrid neural net for machine learning, which is attached to quantitative methods. And then the third one is artificial intelligence with branch prediction. And I'm doing it in stages, version 1, and then it comes with AI and machine learning version 2, and then version 3 then will come with all these extra features that nobody seems to use at all, or in a sense out there, but it's very useful, very useful. And the third thing I got in mind is excellent. And yeah, it'll make it a really kick-ass app. Right now, next week, I'm doing the design now, the visuals, so it's pretty, very pretty and modern. The interface looks really sexy and sleek, like it's made in the 21st century. Just you know, spruce it up, like, you know what I mean? It's just CSS in Qt, it's all like. But yeah, once version 3 hits, that'll be really good. It's nothing to do with trading, it's to do with other things. But that'll be my final then, and that's it. Like, and hopefully the Russians won't nuke us. I mean, fucking get it, innit? This may happen. Everyone's nuking each other. Fuck. What's the problem? The Russians are like crazy shit. Ugh.
God,
well, not
yeah,
Russians,
you know,
Russian.
I still have a room downstairs available for any hot-looking Slavic Russians that are in need of rescuing. If you're a Ukrainian girl, please call me. I have a rescue room downstairs, like a safe room.
Well, Russian women are smart, mate. They really are smart. But I don't know. I find them cold and calculated. I get all sassy.
Can't
I
trust
find
them.
them cold. Yeah. A few exchange students when I was in college, it was like, Jesus Christ, you're sure not part of the Borg. It's not the same kind of sensitivity of Celtic women, mate. It's different. I'm more like alpha males and female gear.
Nasdaq's going to make an attempt to take out last week's high today, it looks like. They're going to be crazy Wednesday moves. Spikerama.
It's madness, this shit with this Putin. Does it make sense to you? Any of it?
What's that?
Well, this war, this bullshit with Russia, like, he's after.
Gosh, I don't hear about it in the news anymore. Like, the news died down about that whole Russian thing. They end up making up and hugging and fucking again. And
no.
Yeah, they do a ceasefire. They, you know, the Israelis are good at ceasefires. I mean, what happened to ceasefires? You know, let's sit down. We have a conversation. We can have a conversation.
I don't know why he
about that.
started it off. It makes no sense. So what he's doing makes no sense.
Yeah, no, it just looks like people just trying to flex their muscles. I don't get what's going on there. Like, we're all on the same planet, dude. So if you start launching nukes, like, you're going to be eating the fucking glowing shit yourself. I don't know what they're trying to do.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Ukraine's discovered a gas field there on the other side, and an oil, and I got a funny feeling he's trying to get that gas field his again back, you know, with some bullshit.
Yeah, especially at these prices. I bet he wishes it was turned on. Of course, he could be having a midlife crisis where he feels like, you know, he's losing his country.
Now, 69 now, dude.
Well, 69 is the new 35. Nasdaq's breaking out. Nasdaq's breaking out to the upside.
But he'll have complete leverage over Europe, and nobody likes that idea. I mean, he's using gas and oil as leverage now, so if he gets even more, it'll just be worse. Nobody wants that. And let's be honest, Ukraine is their own country, and then it's their right to defend it, so...
Yeah.
You're just stupid,
It's just
man.
it's
Like,
just a waste of time. People spend so much time and energy fucking disputing bullshit. Just let it go, dude. But people can't let it go, man. They live in the past. They have some nostalgia for some shit that's never gonna happen again, dude. Just let it go. They
let it
can't
go,
move
the Red
on.
Army
It's not
pilot.
something and tradition doesn't allow it because they thrive on those fuckers thrive on tradition. So how can they possibly let that dumb shit thought go?
And all the old people there who said, do you want Russia to go back to its USSR roots? She said, no, no, thank you. We went through that hell. We don't want that back. And that's the old people back in then, like when they were young in the 70s.
Dow
They don't
Jones
want
is,
it.
Dow Jones is down $10 right now. Oh my God. Is this the calm before the storm? Oof.
It's weird. Don't you think it's weird that Afghanistan is kind of pulled out, just try to get that back up and running. There's all the madness, and then another war breaks out. How convenient.
The madness of crowds. Yeah,
Yeah.
that ruble took a ride. Boy, that was some kind of crazy trade. If you were in that one, talk about volatility. That's always been. It was about 8 years ago. The ruble wheels came off 5 years ago or something over another story. I don't know what it was. Caused that situation, but.
Some nice trades, ours.
Okay, waiting for the euro to drop. Nasdaq's going through the roof. Automatically buying the plunge here. Auto plunge robot.
Christ, I had some good trades today.
Auto plunger.
Nice trades. Very nice.
Let's see what I have. Any shorts going? No.
I got a company that wants to fund me 100 grand. There's another company that wants to fund me 500k. So, I think I'll take the offer. I saw my results and went, okay, fair enough. So I'm going for that first before selling this application. Get that out of the way. Get my CV and results and all the data and all the other crap on the website so I can just upload it quickly. And then, I'm finished with my website. There are 3 guys to promote that, 4 marketers, 6 bloggers, 3 guys into distribution of software, and they're the 3 SEO experts as well. So that's enough people then to get get it done, spread the word as it were. And then I finish off that, make a couple 100k, and then we'll get the rest of all the bits and bobs done, and then it'll be launched then hopefully. And that's all done and out the way after that. 6 years of misery, mate. 3 years of wasting time with bullshitters, and 3 years actually thinking for myself and start from scratch. So there we go. Professional looking platform. One that actually makes money, as opposed to one that don't.
Yeah, I'm just gonna run my team of limit bots because I'm still gonna manual trade on top of this too. So I figure let him get the trade on, and then I'll take the profits if there's any.
Why do you limit? Why do you use limits instead of like market orders?
Instead of what?
Well, I use market orders most of the time, and I use limit orders.
Market orders like the worst order in the world. I really don't want to ever trade market orders if I don't have to. It's like the dumbest trade in the world, but it doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. When do you execute a market? How do you decide when? It's a when thing. How do you decide when to execute the market order?
Well, the machine does that for me. It does all the things.
Oh, okay. Well,
there.
But how often does it trade at the market? I mean, when does it? What's a typical day like for the robot?
Well, 24 hours a day across multiple
right,
instruments.
But how many trades do you think it's going to pull the trigger on at the market?
It depends on a couple of variables, and that changes. It could be like I had 724 trades, I think it was a few days ago. And another time is 100 trades. 724, yeah.
724 trades on the same instrument?
Yeah, sorry.
What is it trading?
Bitcoin and pound dollar.
Bitcoin. God, that spread beating the shit out of you. How tight is your spread on Bitcoin?
No, it's very good. I've got the top 24 brokers on my website, and I went through them all. I've got all the data to upload now next week, and that'll give you all the best prices, who's a good broker. I've done all the tests. It's all on that page if you're interested in a quality
Really?
broker. And I've broken it down to 3 for my use. Basically, it's moderate frequency traded, you can call it. It's not high frequency trading, it's moderate. You need the right hardware to do high frequency, and the right broker, and the right location, and the right hardware, and the right office to pull that off. But for moderate use, I like one broker's 2,500 orders max open. But they said based on your results, we can give you a special VPS server, and they can crank that up to 5,000 orders. So I was like, oh, it's nice of you. So I get like 4 milliseconds on their end, direct to the network, and it's ECN as well, so it's all privacy, and it's pretty good. Unfortunately, it costs about $400 a month to get access to that. So generally from home, I go on broker there. That's 59 milliseconds, which is pretty good considering I'm in Turkey.
So do you really think that your robot buying at the market has got an edge?
It does what you do.
I mean, aren't you at the mercy of the server connection? A pending order is faster than a market order.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
but
if I put that limit in,
all the mathematics are calculated on the fly, mate, in real time, right there and then.
Yeah.
And then it sends an order. I know what you're saying.
Right.
But the pending order, that's processed on their end already, and if it triggers, it kicks off, right?
Well, I mean, if you launch a pending right now that's 20 pips deep in the market, what's the chance of getting filled? Depends how fast the market's moving down, right? So
it's all down to the broker you're with. It really is. Like, I want broker here. He's so shit, right? Brilliant marketing. And I tested it. I said, I threw 3,000 orders at your server on the same network as the live server, right? Make sure the demo server is on the live server network, the same IP. If it's on the same IP, it's good to go. But if it's a demo, if it's a demo on a different server, they generally make it all rosy and peachy and creamy. And you don't want that. And
demos usually faster. Demos are faster typically.
Yes, but that's because no one's hardly using them, and the server can just process quickly, right? But
yeah, well, it's not real money, so it doesn't have to care too much about like if it's a sloppy system. That's doesn't matter.
It doesn't
so
have
much.
to go anywhere. It doesn't go anywhere after that, though, does it? The demo is just data, triggers it, goes there, and stops there. It doesn't actually go to a real life market.
It's not actually tailing something.
There's an extra node of traffic in it to move for it. But the requotes on the demo alone was the live server. I said, your requotes are terrible. Like 40% requote. What the hell's going on your site? And then the guy goes, our hardware needs upgrading. Upgraded? What era is that from? It's like a shitty Xeon or something. An old one. I said, come on, dude. Upgrade your servers to something pokey. Talking about people's money, And another server there, and they got excellent hardware. And then if you want a dedicated, super tight latency Xeon, you can buy a VPS and remote run it. Like, you know what I mean? There's ways around it. But to market, I'm getting about 59 milliseconds, 62 milliseconds on 3 different brokers. They're pretty good.
Well, the problem is the requote. So if the requote comes in, then it's like that's a snag. Market orders have that problem. I only get that on my phone. Actually, I never get a requote on my desktop if I launch a market order because it'll just hang until it gets executed. Where on my phone, if I decide to buy at the market, they're going to give me a requote sometimes if the market's moving really fast. But I expect that, I don't expect perfection when it comes to...
Yeah, but you get more requotes because the latency is shit.
Right.
It's as simple as that.
That's why the pending's never had that problem. In other words, I'm selling on limits right now, and this rally in the euro, I'm selling on limits up into it. So I'm not worried about.
I don't
these
get
tickets
problems with
filling.
requotes because there's a quality connection of the broker, you see, right? And a VPS eliminates that altogether.
Well, I think what it is the price has changed. If you hit the trigger, you're sending an order in with a bad price because the price has changed. And when you hit that market order, you're not saying buy at the market. You're saying buy this price at the market, and that's not available anymore. Market's moving too fast.
That's the reason why low
The spread's too
latency is
wide.
important.
Yeah, but no, it's not. It's not important unless your system can make money from that fact. And I'd like to see that. I'd like to see your system run and exploit the fact that. I mean, telling me that so people sell cars it's like you're selling a car, which is I think is ridiculous. Why waste time with the execution time? Because if you're trying to sell a car and saying it goes 0 to 60 and dude, I'm just trying to get my groceries. I mean, why would anybody give a fuck if this thing has lightning execution and look at it? It's like I know people like that because they're tech guys and they're gearheads and look at my car, look at the compression ratios, dude. Nobody gives a fuck. Can it make money?
It's a thing called a soft requote. Soft requote is basically where you allow an extra amount. You allow an extra certain amount of movement.
Right, but why mess with that? Why not just be clever enough to throw limits above you and buy limit? Why your system should be throwing limits out there based on the data it's getting. The fact that it trades the market is like the biggest flaw. Because it's going to requote. You sell it to somebody that has a shitty fucking connection. Dude, I wouldn't even want to be you because people are going to call you up and go, what the fuck's this thing? I mean, aren't you worried about people calling and are you going to take customer complaints and everything?
I don't have any problems at all. I'm on a poor connection, but my broker's really good.
I know, but what about the guy you sell it to that's got a dial-up? Are you going to say, dude, don't call me again until you get a fucking better connection. Until you got optic fiber.
Get a grip. You don't need that, mate. I mean, I told you I'm in Turkey. It's far away from Amsterdam, and I don't get any problems. Now, the other broker I did because their server's in Australia. Awful. Now, you wouldn't take a broker in Aussie, would you? That's the reason why I got 24 brokers on that page.
Oh, yeah.
You get the right broker for the right country, which it does say. And you won't have problems. You only have problems when your broker's halfway around the starting world. Latency. The requotes, I've got a cushion of her requotes anyway. It's already in the algorithm.
I just don't get it. I just don't get why you would build a system like that, but that's all right. It's trading at the market. Why? We all know that if the market goes up, there's a potential to sell up there. So why not just put a sell in up there and just wait till they hit it, and maybe they don't hit it, and there's no harm, no foul. I don't get the manly. I don't know what it is. I don't get what it is. You have to shoot these things at the market.
If the price moves too much outside requote limits that we got on this thing, it doesn't go through. End of story. And then when there's thousands of trades available, they're not really that bothered.
Yeah, but it's missing out on what it's supposed to do.
Problems. Dude, I don't get requote problems. Only on a shitty broker. That's the reason why.
All right. Well, I mean, so when you sell it, do you tell them these are the certified brokers? If you run it with a broker other than this, you might have a problem.
Yeah.
How many people have this in their hands right now that are they're prototype testing it?
The top. I got my page in there to go with the application embedded in the app. All these different brokers, and then we can see what's a good broker, what's a bad broker. Then they select the right broker for the country they're in. I thought it were all, mate. Honestly, all these tests I've gone through, and I've tested it. It's not some copy and paste bullshit from somebody on the internet. I actually tested it. Every one of them. It took me 3 weeks.
So is it running right now? Is it trading right now?
No, I just got out. They made £9,800 earlier on. It just is automated, and they could have made a lot more.
So are you publishing this? Can we see the results?
That's what I'm working on now. I got this programmer. He's doing the data sheets, converting that into a web page kind of thing, and then I can upload it and click. It's automated as well. I go, fuck if I'm flipping manually doing all that. And yeah.
So you can't spill it out to FX Blue or something. Publish it to what is it? The FX Book. Is that where they also have stats? I don't know. There's other places they publish that.
Just
It'd be
don't
cool to
scroll
watch
up.
it real time.
It works for me. It really does. Like, and I'm finishing off reading the tape in a way that doesn't fry your mind and turn you into Pike. That guy with the Pike of Star Trek. It does. Too many screens, it will fry your mind. But I think that's why Vinny's so dialed in. It's the screens there messing with his head.
Australia yen.
Neurotic.
Do you trade Australia yen because you know you live in Australia and you have a Japanese girlfriend? What do you find? How do people come up with these pairs to trade, though? What's the decision between people like the pattern it's making? I guess, right?
No, I've got like a process of 30 fundamentals for given instrument. You research first. That's why it's quantitative. You do that first, and then you do it, and you move on. You do this, and there we go. And we know what things to do, and what bots you need, and what you don't need, and then then you make money. That's statistically gonna give you the edge. Like, there's loads of trades today, loads. Like I said, I only got a certain size account, and you don't need loads of instruments, but 4 is generally enough. Or you lose them. It's managing it all. That's the thing. I got my management thing here. It allows me to manage all of these instruments from one screen. But I don't have to be a disorganized brick. Like, and a lot of these systems are so bad. They're so bad. It's
that's a pretty tight spread.
Not bipolar disorder. Quad. If I've got 4 charts, it's quad.
Right.
But quad polar disorder. Management was the one key thing I was working on a lot. Money management itself, running at daily tasks, doing all the things. It's pretty good. It's not, like I said, it's nothing like you've ever used. But I have got certain commonalities you can use, like no nonsense crap. I've got a few things in it for a laugh. I put them in the trash part. I've got a section called trash, junk indicators, shit basically. People use them to this day and think they got this thing, and it's crap. It's crap. Statistically rubbish. Awful. And it doesn't identify a value. It just doesn't. It's just a coincidental outcome. Like, nothing more. Pure luck with mathematical formulas. It's not because it's got an edge. That's why they're free. They're free because they're crap. I've seen them try everything. With the RSI, there's one. Oh, why would anyone want to use that? Awful, man. Yeah.
This is my sell window. Here's my sell window. I just put sell limits up here on the Australian versus yen. Wait to scalp this thing. The buy side, I would just put in. That's a pretty tight spread. I put buy limits down here, I suppose. I just walk away.
Have you seen that platform, Trend Spider? Have you seen that yet? No?
What's that?
Trend Spider. Have you seen that?
No. Is that a robot?
Platform it is, like, and it's all full of goobers. Loads of it. Unexperienced programmers, yes. Traders, no. Quant, nah, no way. No way. Like, it's just back to indicator Flippinville. It's just indicators, 90 crap ones. Like I said, a lot of it I researched prior to making this stuff, because a lot of it was just garbage. It was really just garbage. This is in my video. Everything I'm saying right now is in that video. It's scripted that way. The people are just led down. Was it follow the yellow brick road, buddy? Yeah, that's what when I started watching your first videos. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. Just a rabbit hole. Did you see the guy with the bunny in the video?
God damn! Look at that euro go. Going after the high of the week now. Wow, beautiful.
A lot of these people who do these things, they're not really qualified in finance. They know nothing of economics, nothing of quantitative mathematics. Just a bunch of shitty formulas slapped on a page, hope for the best. That's exactly what it is. And they sell that. Sellable people. I'm not into that. Just sad. I help the information some way and do a job. It's just some of it's just funny, mate. It's just the guy in here with his this idea called kernel smoothing. It's a technique used for multiple moving averages, a guppy pretty much, but a more advanced, tighter guppy. And then this kernel smoothing to try and be more adaptive. Unfortunately, he says in his literature, it's non-lagged. No, it isn't. It's lagged. On the daily chart, it was 3 days late before it did. It's like, that's lagged, mate. He didn't even know it was lagged. Don't you find that weird? He's an expert, but says it's not lagging, and then you can see it's lagging. 3 days late. Jesus. Anything can happen in 3 days. They contradict themselves all the time, mate. Say one thing and they're the opposite.
Top tick Tommy on the euro now. Just took out the high of the week.
Yes, yeah.
Sellers are coming in. That was quite a run. Look at that 2-hour run. The euro just moved 120 pips off you. Like 100 pips off yesterday as well. Pretty amazing.
The markets have actually dropped in the amount of liquidity across the world. It used to be more, right? Now it's less. Which means there's less people interested. The reason is two factors. Technology has replaced traders with a more machine-based way of doing it. They make 7-8% more with machine learning versus any trader. It's done right. And that's affected the outcome of liquidity. That means less people are actually less involved in markets, and their assets are using money elsewhere instead, maybe bricks and mortar or investments into something else. But if the liquidity keeps dropping in the next decade, and it's all run most in front of you is run by machines, right?
Yeah.
And that's it. You're fighting machines. You're not fighting people. You're fighting machines. Maybe back in the day where there's less machines, but now there's a lot more machines. That changeover, like you said in one of your videos, you remember back in the day where there was a 15-minute delay, was it? Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Well, on futures, I think there still is. Like, well, you can watch futures on any platform, but the exchange, yeah. Like the news on the tickers, 15 minutes delayed. Currencies, before forex, you just traded raw currencies. Go Chicago board trade.
When that change occurred then and technology became like we're using now, did you see any real change in the markets at all?
Well, I mean, it's impossible. It's impossible to tell. It's impossible to tell because you don't have a double-blind study. There's nothing out there where there's a market that hasn't gone digital. Yeah, these are all open over the counter. Forex is over the counter, so it's pretty unique. There's no limit. It's not futures where you got a contract. The limit is size. There's just anything can happen. Look at that euro go after the high of the week, high of last week, coming after the high last week now. I'm a seller above the high last week, and I'm a seller right now on the way to the high of next week. We might have another 20 pips to go up, though. So, getting filled on limits here. No requotes. I don't know, the requote thing, I wouldn't want to set myself up into that. I do have some market orders, and I have seen requotes, and I just feel like, well, that's kind of a stumble, I don't want to have to. So here's the trap. Is on the hourly chart on the euro dollar. If you zoom in, pull this over here. This is too far over. You kind of have to go to the 4-hour chart to see it, unfortunately.
Right.
So here's the cleft, or here is that slot. That's the high of last week, and anything above the high of this week in that slot, I figure there's got to be just tons of sellers up here for the scalp. It's pretty hard to believe that this market made this run. If you go to the 1 hour chart, it's just an astounding, blistering run. That's going to keep going for the next 2 hours? I don't think so. So I put the sells up there. Trying to make a scalp back to, I suppose, obviously here's the first target for most people is this high. And then if you can make it back to, I suppose, where the breakout point.
92,000 pips anyway last month. It's pretty good.
It's like 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
Yeah, I was like, shit. That's only using micro lots, so 10Ks once the account's big enough. That was a fair amount of money, that was. I was like, shit, $9,000, 90 grand, and then one lot size is 900 grand. That's just fucking nuts. Calculate and work it out. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you were to apply this contrarian technique to Australia versus yen, you would have had to donate, this is an 80 pip window here. That thing goes up, and then, wow. I think the cheaper trade is to buy this 20 pip slot here, the scalp, and then ride the engulf, right? So it's very obvious, clear what's going on here. And these guys are going to start selling. I would start selling above here for the scalp, but it really, you have to commit to a 40 pip window there.
Yeah, 10Ks with $92,000, which is pretty good for a month. Yeah, and the one lot size is $920,000, but you need $1 million for that, or at least a 250K accounting up, like maybe more. It's pretty good money, and I'm not going to turn into Vinny, so calm down. I'm not going to be a complete dick. I've got a $250,000 flipping pool and personal bears and tigers and pet elephant and everything else. None of that. What the fuck? Oh.
This is the crush. The crush on the when the euro went up, I figured the dollar CAD's going down, so dollar CAD got crushed here. But I'm actually, this is the one I'm buying with these monster 24K racks that we've been dropping consistently on here. So I just want to see how it's doing. So this is accounting for a lot of margin usage. We just went below 1,000. So here, this is just going to keep buying like. These tickets are coming in on another chart, actually, this one. So it goes a little too much math. Slow down my computer, so I'm just going to go back to the line chart.
I think it's better to do videos like you're doing, similar, in a way that it's just a screen. You talk, that's it. Whereas the other guys, Vinny's the same. It's you don't can actually see the chart all the time. You know what I mean? I don't want to see your face, your breasts.
Yeah, you really don't.
Ass, whatever.
And then I don't even want to see a little corner view in the screen down the corner talking to the chart. With some big giant chart. The guy that just does a head of his little head in the corner. Like, dude, it's not necessary. Besides, like, I'm not, like, now, I make an exception for hot looking chicks. Please put your head on the fucking screen somewhere.
Fair enough.
How about just a chick's ass? Hot ass forex. Honey, I can hook you up. Look at this plunge. This is the Canadian dollar plunging into my buy rack.
You ever watch those forex competitions? They do international ones, don't they? Once a year. I think there's a European one and an American one. I'm sure there is. I think it's American, actually. These guys are actually superb. You learn a lot from those guys. There's another one, a British geezer. He's got a commentary on his company. This guy really is. He's got some balls. I mean, he's doing silly 100 lot size and shit like that. It's like, fuck. And he trades the news. Nutter.
Look at this beat down on dollar CAD just getting obliterated. Tremendous move. Wow. Hard Hard to believe, man. Going after the high. Going there, man. Going, getting filled on that. Run for the border. All before 11
There's
o'clock.
There's a lot of money in bots, mate. There's a lot of money in bots, like in software. Unfortunately, a lot of it's crap. I mean, terrible, like really bad. Goober bots, as you call them, and they are just terrible. Yours is not bad because you're not trying to. You're not looking for some kind of answer in complex sense. You're not waiting for some silly signal that actually isn't a signal of any kind, really. When you, oh my word, the fuck! They just update. I hate that. Scheduler all screws up on MP4. It's MP4, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good old MP4.
It has a problem sometimes when the markets move across multiple charts. It actually literally pauses the update on a thing, goes into a huff, and then you click the screen and it updates. Terrible architecture.
Yeah, what's slowing down is that when I run these cloud templates, it's very math intensive because it keeps on doing math.
Yeah.
So if you bring in what's that?
Is that remote? The cloud thing. That's a remote thing, is it?
What's that?
Well, the cloud is obviously another service sending you data to your computer and then overlaying it on the chart, or is that?
No, I'm just saying it's. I just call it the cloud because people, the way the colors look, it's just a Hakanashi histogram, but it looks like a cloud. You know, I mean, it's my version of that, where people have this trailing moving average, kind of colorful trailing moving average, but it's very tight. It's a very tight. It's only 5 period. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 period typically. So just to make the colors change when the market's really. So their top tick Tommy, they're going after the high of 2 weeks ago on the euro right now. I think they're going to breach it and pull it back. So at least that's my trade plan. Sell the top of that.
I'm a lot more chilled out in my trading now. Anyway, like I don't need to fill my head full of bullshit anymore. I've had enough of all the gurus. That's why I take the piss out of them in that video a lot. Because they are assholes, let's be honest. They're not professionals, not in the real sense. They trade live and make real money, that's different. I'll accept that as somebody who knows.
They just took out the high of 2 weeks ago, and now it's pulling back a little bit for the scalpers, trying to make 20 pips.
Look at that. Holy shit.
Trying to make 20 pips off of that.
The hell's that?
They just took out the high of 2 weeks ago on the euro, so the heavy seller there. Top tick Tommy.
Ah, okay. All right.
Is your robot selling up there?
I bought earlier on. It just came out too soon. I didn't take enough line like you're doing there. I only put X amount in, for any given day, and that's it. Like I don't tend to go into gamblers in territory. Sometimes it goes up. Most of the time it don't, and then it comes back. I'll wait for the whipsaw. I would like a little audio with goobers screaming. My trend bot is fucking came in too late.
I should put out a buy signal on the euro right now, right, on my signal service. Should I tell them, look, I've got confirmation, it just went up. Everybody buy the euro right now. No, it's a confirmed rally. Look at it. It's a confirmed up move. I hope they get this email in time. Guys, we just got an authentication of trend.
No. Oh God, yeah, you're right there. Right?
Should I? Okay, I got a signal service. I just got a buy signal.
I had an email 3 days late. Thanks, man. It's worse the sun indicated.
3 days later.
Into the spam folder. Well, it is not as bad as that daily chart kind of shit. I'm sorry. There's no human being. It's going to sit there like a dick, waiting weeks for just one trade. guy is mentally
That would be quite the
ill.
feat, I must say. That'd be a super trooper, in my opinion.
You'd have to be flipping dead above umbrella, like, you know, you got to be like, come on. You don't see hedge fund traders or any of the traders on these things doing that. They train every day. Like, some of them do 8 hours a day of trading. Fucking oof. No, it's pretty good. Like, but not sitting there. Boss, yeah. My signal just came in, but unfortunately my computer crashed. I have to wait another 7 months. Fired.
5 minutes before 11.
Do you find something artificial about that guy, though? No nonsense forex. It's like fantasy, like rubbish. Pure rubbish. Like, I know he got that information from, and I came across it doing research, and I'm trying to remember. Sure, he was Austrian or German or something. He came up with a standard system, basically. You know, common sense really, but no, it's silly. I found it silly because it's meaningless. Stars alignment, tripping strategy, and the smoothing indicators to me just mean blissful ignorance. It's not how I've seen professional traders work in their field. I mean, they might use it as a kind of psychological thing to hold a trade longer, maybe. But I think that's about it. But in terms of the entry, no, they're doing many things to get that right. Many things. And, yeah. YouTube. YouTube's awful. It's just got awful. It's got the dogs. We're one of the few sane ones, you know that, right?
What's that?
You're one of the few sane people on YouTube.
Oh, sorry to hear that. That's not a good starting point.
Because a lot of them are not sane. Like, they're not fucking mad.
Yeah, I actually haven't looked at No Nonsense in a while to see what he's up to. He went contrarian too. Somebody told me he did a contrarian video or something. He's also got a bunch of other. I don't know. I mean, when he kind of quit and came back, he just talked about broad markets, real estate, and other sectors and.
It's just clickbait bullshit, I see it.
Yeah, we're just sitting on the edge of the upward abyss here, teetering into 11 o'clock. Top tick Tommy.
I just find it funny that he had a chalkboard in all his videos, and I thought, but you've never written on a chalkboard. Not a formula, not a matrice, nothing. You'd never broken down the mathematics, you never understood the mathematics, you did nothing but just, I have Bob's indicator, I got Susan's indicator, I'll mix in some Frank and this other dude stuff on this thing here, and you make money. But no.
I mean, when people start looking at up and down volume at the bottom of their chart for a fucking indication of what to do, that's a problem, I think. Oh, this is the up volume. This is the down volume. I spent years looking at that going, well, can I build a trade plan about that? I can't build a trade plan around it, so I just abandoned even looking at the up and down volume. You can see the price moving up. I can see the price moving up. How much data can a person assess before they pull the trigger?
Right. That's right.
It's too much.
But if you can't build a bot, you sit like No Nonsense was just talking about this thing. But if that's the case, build a bot. Get a program to build a bot. If you're seeing what you're seeing and it's working, just build a bot and automate it.
Right.
Loads of money. It's that good.
No, I think he's doing this. He's doing the problem with that. He's doing discretionary trading, they call it, where he looks at the thing, he assesses it, he's like, nah, maybe not. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's back test more. I don't really trust it. I mean, you spend half your time, dude. Just get in there and get your hands dirty and start feeling what it feels like to win and lose money. I think. I don't think you're going to be able to smooth over the pain of trading.
Yeah. I've had loads of losses.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I know that if I get in
with it.
too early to a trade, or I know what I'm doing right and wrong. I
Yeah.
don't need to fucking take a goddamn inner circle mentorship charter. You know, I don't need to. No nonsense. I guess he's hand holding people that have never seen a price chart. I don't know what's going on there.
That's just going to do more damage and good. I mean, no.
He's probably on the speaking tour or something.
He actually went to a trading desk, or he went to some of these banks, or any of those people. Do you think they'd hire him? Because it's red and blue indicator. Oh, no, that's bullshit. It is. It's like the mental age of a child. Like, you sure he hasn't moved in near you?
Dow Jones is up 70. Dow Jones is up 70. That's all. Pretty quiet day, isn't it? Looks like the sellers are coming into the pound now. You know, it's the same story almost in the pound here as far as taking out the highs.
Fuck, I could have made 13 grand of those trades. My bot just got out too soon. Bollocks.
Top tick Tommy scalping the
I'm waiting for the pound reversal now.
Oh, you're in the pound? It does look like it looks like we're about to breach the high of the week, but I'd start selling above the high of the week here. We might actually get it. But maybe not. Like how much? Yeah, it looks like they're trapped here on the pound up in this shelf. Like I'm saying, anything up in here looks like a great sell window. If you take this lonely wick here, you're getting short right now, but it doesn't mean that this is going to cave back in, because this could still go after the high of yesterday and take it out and then wick up and then rip back. So I don't know. I like that high probability fake break. Is it a fake out or is it a breakout trade? I mean, it did break out, but now it's just totally overextended, and it's 11 o'clock and Europe's closing. And I'm looking for a drift back into the close of the markets here, and then maybe there'd be another buying opportunity about 60 pips to 40 to 60 pips deep on this thing. I'd buy that pound if it pulled back like 30, 40, 50 pips. I would buy that totally, I think.
Well, my range-bound bots now are kicking in, so they'll be kicking in now. They'll do a couple of hundred trades in the next few hours. Quick ones.
So when the market's quiet, you turn it on? So after the drama, you turn it on?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the... Yeah, I mean, that's why I decided to limit it only, because I do want to do those kind of things, but I think, well, you know what? I'm just going to wait for the retracements to cash out of these limits. I'm actually in trades, so I'm up $45.
I think a pound will rebound off that thing now, so, and it'll just fuck around.
Yeah. So as the euro's going up, the Canadian dollar was crashing. So I can almost make $100 today and make back my because of that retracement I'm getting on the possible retracement on the CAD right now. It looks great on the 4 hour, like they just beat the shit out of that thing. It's good for a retrace. I'll take my 10, 20 pips off the table. The robot keeps dropping the tickets there, so I kind of want to take
I might invest in
profits.
some cannabis stocks. I got a broker. I think one of the brokers supports cannabis stocks. I'm sure of it. Trying to think. I've never done stocks in my life, or futures, or any of that. But it's the same mathematics. It is. It's not any much different. But I have my reasons for certain instruments I like, and other ones I don't like. They're not good for certain things. Great for other things. And that's it. I'm just perfecting the process, start to finish, fundamental process, and then there you go. Now it makes money.
2 minutes left.
Weird.
2 minutes left for the 5-minute scalp. So we're doing a 5-minute scalp at the top of the hour. Here's a 5-minute chart. Here's 11 o'clock. That's the trap.
Pound dollar.
Oh, the pound of the dollar? Is it going up still?
No, it's trying
It's pulling
to look,
back.
it's
Yeah,
trying to
so it's
reach
pulling back.
see
You know,
anybody
that's a perfect trap window there too. Even though it didn't take out the high of the day, the fact that the euro, these are both failing. In the next 2 minutes, I could make about 10 more pips here, I think.
Yeah.
And then
I've
by
done your work,
11:30, we
right?
might be up on this trade.
Extreme. I've done your work, but extreme. I can increase frequency or lower frequency of trades. And in some instances, it's been like 1,500, 2,000 trades at once, going at once, running at once, and then it's kind of like what you're doing. I can do what you do, but I can also do what I was doing. 2017, I tried all that, but to automate it was a bit of a pain in the ass. But no, I can. So that's great. We know where we stand, and yeah. But it's very similar to what you're doing. I can show you some of my charts if you want. I've got any.
Look at that pound. The pound came back to the breakout point on that 5 minute. I think the pound might have some bulls left in it. Maybe a couple left into the close. I drift up into the close. Because this is a trap, but I still think they want to tag the high of the yesterday and then rip it down, or just keep blowing north. The euro versus the yen would be a good short too. Let's see. Would have been, but looks like they're going to drive it up again. I see more buyers coming back into the euro now. It's 5 minutes after. Here comes the 5 minute traders. Here's my dead cat bounce scalp on the 1 hour CAD using all these automated drops. Yeah, this will be the big moment of truth. Next 25 minutes is the pound going to go down in the next 25 minutes is all you have to predict now.
It's like I said, it's fucking around now. There's a trap, like you said. Give him go. Oh, it's going down. I'm selling, and then let's stop fucking around. It's got to get quiet, very quiet. Yeah, it's very quiet.
I usually send out a note to the broker telling them to tell the currency traders to just quiet down the market. That usually works very well.
Yeah.
I say, simmer down, guys. It's just currency, dude. It's not like these are hot chicks we're dealing. We're not human trafficking really hot girls from Russia or anything. Just run of the mill white trash. We're just recycling here. All right. Time's a ticking. By 11:30, I want this thing to be down 20 pips so I can cash out, start my drinking campaign, crack a beer.
Peter Mills is asking, do you do a course?
Let me take a look I haven't looked at anybody's comments. I'm not a very good participant in this stream, am I? Yeah, I'm doing this course right now. Actually, the link should be to the single drops in my thing. So, I hope, right? Let me see. Not paying attention. It should say at the top singles, the high tail link. So if you drop those above, it'll be a sell limit. If you drop them below, it's a buy limit. British pound's waffling here. Trapped up in top tick Tommyville.
I'll post you the top 24 brokers. You tell me if I'm right or wrong, or what kind of broker do you use? Who's the broker you're with?
This one's Hugo's Way out of St. Vincent, out of the islands.
Yeah.
Grenadines. The only place that's legal is the islands.
They're not allowed to hedge anymore in the U.S. Is that true? No hedging allowed.
Well, plus the big problem. The big problem in the United States. If I buy on these stacks, if I didn't even hedge, if I just traded one direction, I still have first in first out problems. I have to worry about taking off my first ticket. So I can't even cash out my winning ticket to pad my account and wait for the loser to become a winner, right? I have to get out of the loser first in the United States. If the market crashes into an order bank, it's first in, first out. So with FIFO, First in, first out, no hedging, and no leverage past 50. Why bother trading? The Europeans outdid us with 30-to-1 leverage. I mean, what's the point? So I just go to a bucket shop and trade high leverage. I'm not going to sit there in these stupid fucking... I don't care how tight your spread is, dude. I'm trying to make 20 pips.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what you... I mean, it's just all bullshit. And I don't care the execution times. I don't care about requotes. I never have that problem. The only time I have a problem is if they're near my target, they won't let me out of the trade because if I put a scalp ticket in there, I'm stuck with that. But I'm not too worried about that. As soon as the market backs off from there, I can get out of that trade, though. But they won't let me close out trades that are about to cash out because of a predetermined target that's within 5 pips or sometimes, you know. Wait for the euro to pull back. Now, for the next 20 minutes, we need kind of a relaxing of the price and coming off these highs. The bears want this thing to slam down. I want it to go down too, but like these things take time. But that didn't take much time to rally, did it? That rally was fucking insane. That was some pent up stuff. Here the euro's pulling back on the 15 here. It looks pretty decent. This is the breakout point that I marked off on the 4 hours. So this is the high from this week. We're still above it. We're still above it. So you're underwater on these tickets if you shorted. Didn't know that. Go to the 5-minute chart. We're just about to take out the low from that little baby fractal there. We could pick up some momentum to the downside. The first support or the first cash out would obviously be that, but you could overshoot that too because the thing comes back and coming back here hard. Here's your trend trades on the 5-minute. You could have pulled the trigger here. You could have pulled the trigger there. Yeah, it'd be pretty fast because if you don't take profits on these moves, you're kind of fucked. Let's face it. Yeah. You're like the last guy to get in, you know. Hey, I'm here. Yeah, the cops have already been here. The girls went home. Thanks for showing up.
At some point, once we finalize certain things, you want to be a beta tester, yeah. If you want to. What kind of computer have you got?
Would you find somebody on Discord? Somebody's typing. It's just you and me. We're the only hardcore subjects.
There's a beta tester from Apple if you're interested.
Beta test? I can't even spell that shit. If I can't spell it, I don't usually fly there.
What?
I once knew a man from Nantucket.
A beta test? Jesus Christ.
Beta pest. Boot your own pest, dude. I ain't got time for this.
Ain't no got time for that. You can do what you're doing there, so it's not an issue. Like
whatever.
Yeah, so does it have dancing midgets in it?
Oh, wow, that was a hell of an dude. Time is when the market's moving fast like that. You notice time's distorted. I thought it was like 2 in the afternoon after all that fucking drama. I was like, dude, that was crazy town.
Madness of this world.
People are so frantic now. Did oil ever come off the floor? I haven't been keeping track. I should make the rounds here. Okay.
Brent oil. I won't spot Brent.
No, it looks like it came off the floor here, so this trap trade would have been great. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen like that all the time. Look at this. Already scalped off this lonely wick here. The fucking perfect scalp on crude on the daily. But then I would re-rack this with limits all over again. You know? Go for the re-rack. That was high drama, though. That was high drama. You might see the pump price drop 20 cents over the first glimmer of hope for people fucking getting gang raped at the gas station every time they pull up there. Bend over, here it comes again. The Bohica treatment. Ding, 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 ding. What's the gas over in Turkey for a liter of gas? $2, $3.
30 lira, which is about $2
for a liter. So you drive a motorcycle, so you got high mileage out there.
Electric, actually.
Do you have a bicycle?
Electric.
Are you a bicycle guy?
Yeah, electric. Yeah.
I was thinking about a unicycle.
I'm not a driver. I can't stand driving. There's so many assholes on the road. It's not fun. America would be great to drive. I think on the open road is awesome. I can't pay for that. But yeah, they're all mad drivers everywhere. Traffic lights. What are those?
Well, you got people that just drive on the sidewalk if need be. When I was out in Italy, I in the morning there's cars parked on the sidewalk. Like I'm like, dude, how fucked up did these guys get at night?
Yeah.
Little Fiat 500, you could pick it up with your fucking one arm, sitting there on the fucking.
Nearly got run over 3 times on the pavement by some guy on a bike. Like, so I'm paranoid every time I go into these towns. I'm always looking behind my shoulders, like I'm some paranoid schizo. And looking behind. Hey, a biker. You don't give a shit. You know, just straight through the shopping place, whatever. Mad. Price of fuel, Turkey. Let's have a look. Yeah.
So are turkeys cheap in Turkey? Can I get a nice turkey sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
No, is turkey their big deal, or is it just called turkey? Like nothing to do with the bird, right? That's not like your mascot, like a bird on the flag.
No, they never thought about that. I think the Turks should have just gone with the original turkey, or whatever, turkey, or whatever you pronounce it. Well, Turkey itself, I mentioned that, and I was saying, every time I look for anything to do with Turkey, I have to type in Turkish, because all I end up is a big bird.
Turkish coffee. Get that Turkish coffee there. It's like espresso. I mean, it's harsher than espresso, isn't
it? It's like you could probably tarmac the roads with that.
Like your spoon dissolves in it.
It's thick like brownie tar. It's really thick, like strong as well. Jesus.
So if you taking a straight shot of that, is that just like cocaine, huh? That shit's fucking ready to rock.
It's really caffeine. Yeah, it's really strong. Like, like holy shit. I don't like it myself. I try to stay off coffees altogether. But it's nice coffee. Tastes nice.
Oh, the iced version with a little sugar in it, right? I mean, you can't do that straight up.
No, the generally don't put sugar in it. It's optional. You want sugar, but you should have milk with coffee.
Yeah, I don't put sugar in my coffee anymore. That's another reason why I think I'm still alive. Although, when I eat ice cream, I think I'm gonna blow up my pancreas. But that's all right. Gotta have my entertainment food. What's the point of being alive unless you're gonna abuse yourself on some level?
One of the favorite meals is a Texas barbecue, though. Ugh.
Really? With a what do they do? They put a rub on the steak and they throw it on the grill and let it get all glazed up. Yeah, I like when that sugary stuff starts to crust and glaze on your burger or whatever. I mean, you can make shoe leather taste good with the right amount of basting.
They do these like big pits in the ground. And they get the slab of meat and they kind of hang it up or stick it to the side, and then they got all the smoke,
hickory smoke,
and all that,
yeah.
and it's stuck in the smokestack.
We used
and
to
then
go
it's flipping
up. We used to go up north and get fish that's hanging in a smoking thing. So like
yeah,
smoked fish, man. I mean, I tell you, a little addictive there. I think it's kind of salt rich, maybe sodium, but damn,
yeah,
I think I could
nice,
live on
yeah.
that shit. Price of that's got to
In
be
West
outrageous now.
in West Wales, they do like a Somerset pig, which is really high grade pig, like, and then they smoke that, just hang it up as well, like, and that's some of the nicest bacon in the world, mate. It really is. They talk about Danish bacon, and I asked the Dania. She goes, "No, that's the crap we sell to foreigners." I said, "Oh, damn it!" And they said we've got our own stock. The breeds are there for thousands of years, but it's really good. She said, "Yeah, I know. She lived there for 3 years, I mean, and she really enjoyed the bacon. The bacon's obviously stunning. It is. It's got a lovely, unique taste. I should imagine it's the same in Texas. When you went in America, it's Italian thing, pig in it more than anything. So yeah, probably be influenced throughout America.
Yeah, I
What
don't
else?
know. Look at this. I'm up in the cell. I'm gonna get out.
Lots of pips there.
Okay.
Some pips there. More pips there.
Okay. Trying to cash out of my mini short.
There's this company you're looking at. I'm gonna have a go. I'm gonna finish your website, right? Then I'll get in contact with them. They offer $4 million accounts if you're really good at what you do, and they have specific rules, of course. And wow, I was like $4 million. I've never. $4 million for a trade account. Better be good though. You have to prove you're good too. I mean, so I'm doing all this bullshit now. So I'm not talking or anything. I'm looking.
So you're gonna keep tweaking that thing, right? You're gonna keep tweaking it, right? It's not totally done. If you get a tweak, you're gonna add it on and ship out the new code, or
yeah. Once there's a few things here and there I want done, a few little functions, a few little extras, and a little back end. I want some other things, a few little things, and that's it. That's pretty much it for version 1. And it's got a cloud secure API, checks both the EA and checks the application security. Any kind of fuckery with the code, it just shuts down. Like, I could be really evil and pop up a big pirate and skull bones that come up on the screen and then spit out 1 million orders. Just to be a prick. Just for pirating myself, you sons of bitches.
what do they call
Yeah,
you?
you
Put like
can't
a
pirate it.
ticking time bomb in
You
there.
can't. Yeah, pretty much. You can't pirate it. There's no way to. Like it. The other thing is that no one's cracked it yet, and the other thing, it can't be cracked because the code is completely scrambled internally. I mean, obliterated in making any sense. Programmer couldn't read it. So we take the original source code, which is readable, and then obfuscate it to hell and back. And it's got security, like 30 different checks. So, if I'm going to sell a product, I'll make sure that they can't fuck with it. There's no point. It really isn't. I'm not charging a lot of money. And I've seen what bots they charge. Google bots. They're awful. And I'm making a Google bot now just as a sample and education for an upcoming video, just to show people how silly a lot of this is. It just ruin you. It will not help you really become a professional trader, which is more important.
You too can become a professional. Look at that pound's pulling back nice out of that fucking window, dude. That pound's working it. Pound's crashing, dude. Look at that. That trap window is perfect. Now let's get some follow through. Let's see this thing make a bum rush into the bottom of the hour. So you cashing out any of that pound yet, or are you holding for another 10 pip drop?
No, it cashed it earlier on.
9,820.
So I'm done. I'm done for the day. I mean, I'll stick this rage bot on now on a few instruments and a few other things, and then I'll stick a trend on one there, maybe some breakout bots and a few others, and then just leave it. I'll let it trade. I do its thing. I've got enough buffer there now to cover fuck up. So, if I make an extra 2,000 or 3,000 on top of that, then I'm happy with that. I'm trying to aim for around 10 to 15 grand a day, so. That's why when the arrogancy of Mr. Vinny thinking he's all that, I shut the fuck up. I was quiet and go carry on, bud. Hang yourself. Hang yourself. He's talking about competitions. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm competing with my anger, I think. I'm always competing with myself. I mean, I got enough. I just can't,
There's a lot of good guys online that are quiet types. They don't say much about anything, and they're really good traders. I mean, they're experts. They're really good, but they don't do any posing, none whatsoever. I'd rather trust in somebody like that than a poser. I don't like posers. To me, it's just bullshit. Like, it's just you're making crap up. Like, you don't need to be a poser. Just trade, for fuck's sake. Did you see a fireman running around doing flipping flick flacks and jumping off buildings and shit? No, I don't see a fireman do that. He don't need to do that. He's a professional. He act like one. But yeah, most of these guys I've met anyway would really know the shit. Yeah, they're kind of like yourself, you know what I mean? So, quiet type. Well, moderately quiet.
Another rally. Another psycho rally coming.
Guy from Oxford is hilarious. 7 million a year. He makes around there 7 to 9 million a year. He's the most quietest, sheepest guy in the world. You wouldn't even think he was a trader. Just look at him. He didn't. No. Very good though.
One last rally.
Yeah, look at it. Look at it faking. Oop, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Scramble to the bottom of the hour, or is this going to be another big fake out? This is supposed to be where the buyers come in on the pound, but I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off. I don't know. Definitely be a seller on the high of the day there. Definitely be a seller up in this very top tick from yesterday's high. We still haven't hit yesterday's high in the pound. We're about 40 pips away from that right now. It's 20 pip grid. That's quite a bit of pips. We drift back to earth now.
Come in, Major Tom. Yeah, sell.
Trying to make 10 more pips.
Yeah.
I need 10 more pips on the euro.
It's a good trade out. It's pretty good.
This would be your shoulder. If you believe in head and shoulders, that's the shoulder and the 5.
Come in, Major Tom.
Oh, God. 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Yeah. I can't wait to finish this app off and all my shit's out the way and just have a break before I lose the fucking plot. What's digital's unnested and above the shoulders shit. As I said in Wolf of Wall Street.
What time is it in Turkey right now? Like
6:30.
3 in the afternoon?
6:30.
6 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
Wow. Almost 12 hours away from us.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
That's why it was 2 a.m. last night and I broke out because I was exhausted and I just fell asleep. So, yeah. Which part of America are you from? The east or west side?
I'm in Michigan. East side. I'm up here. They just turned the nuclear reactor off up here. So I'm probably going to lose my power feed for a second.
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, wow.
Can you hear me now?
I just got back driving. I like what you're doing, by the way. I think it's you're on the right track. I'm in Canada. Canada.
Welcome to Canada. Trudeau's paradise. Trudeau's utopian. He's engineered it 5 ways. He's micromanaged that thing 5 ways a Tuesday. What a scholar. What a scholar and a gentleman. So sad. That guy is so sad.
He's a drama teacher, and he really is a drama queen.
Well, how about that Zelensky guy? He's a comedian.
Dude,
they must get together and swap chops to like, hey, I got this joke. You want to hear it?
They call him the cocaine kid from Kiev.
Powder monkey.
Oh yeah, these guys are all amped up, crazy.
Adderall addicts.
Doing one-arm push-ups, trying to fucking...
For sure. They got no chance. It's sad. It's sad to see young men just literally toss their lives away. But you know what? I can't stop the war. I can't start the war. I can just sit back, relax, and look for that ultimate entry.
Yeah. Well, I said I have a bedroom downstairs for long-lost, hot-looking Ukrainian girls.
Ukrainian girls for your. I remember once you had the name of the coffee club that you were going to start, and I just fell over. It was so funny. Hot chicks only trading or something. A prop firm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so we interview and like, and then we have these magnetic electromagnetics in the room that the girls don't know about, and they're using metal pencils, and every now and then we hit the electromagnet and their pencils fall. They had to bend over and pick up the pencils in unison.
I love it.
So we do a live stream of the prop firm too.
Oh, can I get back to you just on the trade from the pound yen? It never hit my lower orders.
Really?
Again, I'm not doing racks like you are, but I ended up closing it out. $1,897. I'm just trying to get a feel for the sizing.
Well, the thing is that look at that 100 pips slam last night. You see, slam down to this structure. If you're going to be like I guess you would have got perfectly filled here in a 20 pip window, and then we rock it up 100 pips, and then we come back. When I see that thing hit that target, that top tick Tommy just nicked that. I'm probably going to put buy limits here, but I'd have to put them pretty wide for this currency because that thing's fucking that thing moves, man. It's a big mover.
Yeah, it's a raging bull, without a doubt. It's pretty crazy.
Like even now, if you're short,
I think it was 800,000 at the end. I don't know what that means. 800,000. When you guys are talking tickets of $1,000 kind of routine.
Well, a $1,000 position in the market. So $1,000 position in the market would be 0.001. I mean 0.01. So a standard lot is 1 or 1.0.
Right.
That's a $100,000 position.
You're trying to build up to one standard lot? Is that what you're trying to build up to?
Yeah, I mean, well, whatever the market gives me. So right now, I'm in like 80K just because I put sell limits above me. I'm waiting for the market to retrace. So, I mean, it depends.
Okay.
I might be in 2 standard lots, but it'll probably be 182. Because it'll be some odd lot when the market crushes into my bank. If I'm going to do this retracement theory, then that technique, then it's going to be whatever it fills, you know. And then if I see I'm really up,
right,
I'm going to cash and re-rack. So it really depends.
Absolutely.
Because I'm not keeping track. I'm really not tallying my open risk, you know. I kind of just have a feel. And plus, I'm looking at it. You know, I'm like, okay, you know what? I can actually re-rack this, get out. I don't even have to go for that target anymore because I can just play around with these. Now that it's quiet, the market's kind of dying out here. Who's buying the British pound at the fucking high of yesterday right now? So I'd be quite a ballsy person. And if I wasn't in the market right now, I'd probably trail some buy limits pretty deep on this pound and just let them fill. I don't know. So I was running my robot earlier. Here, I'll turn it on right now. I'll turn on a robot that's appropriate for the conditions here that I think is happening. So I'm just going to buy 10 pips deep. Every hour I'm going to drop this order that starts 20 pips deep, and it's going to be 2-hour expiration. So this robot's going to run. It's not. I think I got 4 tickets in here. There's 4 tickets, right? So this is going to
I just find it-
continuously keep
I find
dropping.
your
it.
whole concept. Yeah. No, but I think the whole concept of dropping, like, these are basically timed mines.
Yeah,
These
right,
mines
absolutely.
Are going to be there. The ship comes in.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, if it doesn't show up by 12 o'clock, well, then he's going to pass through you, kind of routine. Or
Yeah,
he's
it's going
have
to
hit
delete.
another
Yeah, it'll
line
delete the
of mine
pendings.
below it.
So I turned on this 24K robot. I'll turn it on again here. So it's 24 singles. This is probably the most elaborate thing I've written to date.
Okay.
I'm gonna double click it here. And it's
Okay.
gonna buy the. It's
Wow.
gonna buy the. It's gonna step in front of this CAD. You talked about trading the CAD. So I did. It's actually long on these blue tickets. So I'm underwater a little bit, but so I'm gonna double click this thing that I just realized this 24K because I wrote 3 separate sectors. So it's like 3 little stripes of order blocks or order banks, icebergs. What do we call them? So I was reading an article about iceberg orders. I thought that's kind of what I'm trying to get to, where I have this big power pack of insanely placed outside of the mainstream, outside of fair value kind of entry technique. I'm looking for this one that says 24K. Here it is. I got these names so goddamn long on here that it doesn't say 24K till the end of the robot's name.
Right.
I'm trying to find it here. Right, so because I wanted to make it, to make sure that I spelled out, because that's going to actually choke the broker once, because it started to put too many in, and then I don't know if it was saving money because it wasn't putting too many orders in, but it kind of kept me up from actually launching them. I can't find it now.
Okay. Now, Genesis, I got an email from you, so thank you for that. The MetaMatrix Club. I'm still of the opinion that you have to probably push this out and let people take a spin. Don't give them the code and don't give them anything other than let them set up a condition for everyone and just let it copy for a month. And if the minimum is $500, what do you recommend, Simpleton? Like a nickel?
What's that for the?
For the MetaMatrix Club.
Oh, that's not mine. That's
No,
here.
I know. It's Mr. Genesis. I'm asking him. What do you think you should start with?
Here, I just dropped the ball. I just dropped this 30-minute. It's every 30 minutes is dropping 24K, and the expiration is going to be 12 hours. So I back tested this robot.
Wow.
Out of curiosity. So look, it just dropped this.
Sure.
The broker just went offline, so it just dropped all these in an instant right now. So that's what I've been running on this. It's just so aggressive. I mean, the only saving grace is every time the market moves, if it moves down 15 pips, it's going to throw those orders out in front deeper. So you're going to see this envelope where you have a constant buy envelope X away from current price. But I think if you turn these robots on at the appropriate time, it's going to work. So I would definitely turn this on, and I already see it coming. So I said in the video earlier, it looks like they're going to crush they're going to crush this CAD back about X pips. Let me turn on my catch a falling knife bot, so to speak. And I just turn that on and let it let it churn away, because that's the trade I'm going to do, and it's just going to be more convenient for it to do a more scientific risk per hour. Because when I do it, I'm not going to look at the clock and wait. I'm in front of the computer. I'm going to drop them, but I have the ability when I do the drops to place them in the proper zone, where the robot's putting them in a hard leveled dictate. It's going to come in at 22 bips deep. They're hard written. So you're working around that, but I have no problem if this thing retraces 20 pips. I'll just come on top and just cash out, which I had the opportunity to do. I could have done it here on the 15. We did a dead cat bounce into the floor on the structure, so the sellers came in here. I could have dumped that and let the other. So if you're gonna, like you said, just take the money and run is always the better choice, because you're probably gonna get it. Most of these trades don't work out. That's the truth. I mean, they're good for like 10, 20 pips, but you're not gonna make 80 pips on some glorious, mind-blowing entry that you dreamed up.
Wait a second. Who in God's holy earth is trying to make 40, 50, 60 pips?
I know, but that's what they sell people. They go, look at these targets, and they dazzle people with like a a daily chart and like, yeah, if you would have held that for a month, but who's doing that? Who really is doing that trade? Usually a stock trader that just buys stock and waits that long for a target. Waiting that long to make money.
Even the hedge funds will roll over every 2 weeks. What are you talking about? You know, like they're now, they used to be every month. First they used to be every quarter. And then they went down to every month. And now they're down to every 2 weeks. So,
especially if you're trading multiple instruments, why do you want to lock up margin in a trade that's already made money? What are you trying to squeeze a few more pips out of it? Dump that, free up your margin, come into a different thing. You know, if you're a pattern trader and you like to jump around currencies, you know, when you go to the guppy, you got to increase your stop by 100%. You got to trade with 40 pip stops to make 80 pips in the guppy. You can't trade with a 10 pip stop in the guppy to make 10 pips. It's just like, why bother?
What do you? But what do you think the average target is for when we were doing high frequency trading? Just give me a number you think in your head. Just shoot it out.
You did ticks, right, or pips?
We did 2 ticks, man. If we got 3, we were fucking dancing the horror. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so there you go.
4 ticks? Crazy.
Right. I mean, yeah, no, right. That's because it is so much a tick. That's what Vinny's doing. This guy, he's just taking out 10 ticks. It's so much money. It's a lot of money.
Listen, it depends how. Listen, but someone like Vinny, unfortunately, he should be listening to a little bit closer to what you're doing, because I know exactly what Vinny's doing, and I wrote about 430 programs that do exactly what Vinny Barbarino over there is doing. And I got news for you. He's not doing it properly, and I think I'll say it again. I think that when you actually critiqued him, he started going off, and I thought to myself, this guy doesn't know shit from Shinola.
Well, the thing is he was criticizing ICT and this kind of manual of smart money structured trading. What he's saying is it doesn't work.
He's a guy that thinks he thinks he's a prophet from Jehovah's Witness or something. Is that guy?
Yeah, the guy that speaks in cryptic, like he's seen the institutions, he knows stuff you don't know. Yeah, he's like palm reader. But people love that. They love that tea leaf kind of aura. You know, this guy must know. He's a real guru, right? He sits in the lotus position and he calls out trades.
Does he actually show any trades, or is this another one of these?
No,
guys
he doesn't show. He doesn't show any. He shows the results. He talks about the price action that happened, but you never see him come on a stream like this and start trading, even a demo live. He won't trade live because I don't know if he's afraid or he doesn't know how to do it. He doesn't know what OBS is. I don't know, but he won't do it. And
so
people are paying him a ton.
Let me get 1,000 people. You know, people are paying for his course probably. So
they're paying for the wisdom. I mean, they're paying for this kind of. In other words, he's come up with terminology. It's pretty clever, right? It's like Scientology. You come up with like you're a Thetan, you're Thetan. So. He's got the order blocks. He's got the gap backfill. I'm talking on a 1-minute chart. Like, dude, who's looking at this shit for fucking some gauge of where to get in on the next price pulse? To me, it's a fantasy. It's just fantasy trading. I've never seen him execute. In fact, the one that he did a video where he executed live. And I'm like, dude, you're waiting too long. It's down there, buy it. Like, he's like, okay, I'm waiting for that. Dude, and you're just trading one position? Like, are you serious?
That's
ludicrous. It's ridiculous. So I don't know, but he's got people from Nigeria, and he's got supposedly sock puppets where it's like fake accounts liking him. What he did was he turned off all his comments. He banned me from commenting, but he turned off all his comments.
Good move.
And he turned it on comments on. If you're going to praise him, I think he goes and selectively deletes any criticism. All the comments are filtered to be just, I love you to death. Like, can I come over and can we have breakfast?
Oh my God, the JC is walking the earth. We better be careful.
You don't want to get struck by lightning saying anything bad about him, so I'm always careful, even at home by myself.
You know what?
Should lightning strike you dead? Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, no, you know what? And Jesus, baby Jesus. I have
Jews for Jesus.
I believe in baby Jesus. I was born Jewish, but I believe in baby Jesus because every Jew believes in baby Jesus. That was the whole
that's
point.
The thing,
But, it's lost. It's lost on everybody. Don't worry.
Yeah, my parents are Jewish. Like, I was adopted, so I'm technically not Jewish. I'm Scottish, but I know the Jew thing. So I'm like, these guys are just so tribalistic. My nephew, I didn't realize it because I'm not really a tribesman. I mean, I could probably hook up so many Jews, I'm sure Chaldeans, all these people, they get a gig because my family's in the business, But I don't really like to lean on that. I'd rather perform as if I'm just on my own, I don't want too much of a helping hand. Too much nepotism in my life would be a little bit. I don't know. People live like that.
Crazy. So wait a second. So Vinny Emini has a problem with the ICT guy because he thinks that the ICT guy is full of shit like you do. So you're at least in agreement on that point.
Yeah, that's where we agreed. So originally I criticized ICT. So I did this video criticizing Emini. And people said, so E-Mini watches the video and he does a like comment, because all his friends and all his cohorts are telling him, oh, this guy hates ICT. And he thought, oh, great, But then I triggered him when I said this headshot entry he was doing. This is a headshot going on right here, see? Buying into the plunge, right? That's a headshot. So pull the trigger, man. So I would pull the trigger under the floor. So if I wasn't big enough on this trade, I would buy right here. I would buy. So this is obvious to me. This is a 15-minute chart, and we buy when we're locked under the floor here. I'm not going to wait for one more minute for the 15-minute to update. I'm going to buy right now because look at the thrust. Look at the drama. Look what time of day it is. It's the turning point of the day, dude. This is the rollover point. Europe's closing. We're going into the next phase. Jobs reports coming out tomorrow. People are letting go of positions here. They're unwinding their positions. So,
have you ever looked at the 11 o'clock to 11:30 as a window, as like a spot where things are changing?
Oh yeah, I would say definitely anything from 11 to 12:30. That whole window there. Yeah, I mean actually the preamble to Europe, that's set up. There was a big bid down in the euro, so they crushed it into the opening of Europe, and then they came in and it went nuts, and we engulfed. We did a complete auction today on the euro dollar. Took out the lows from 2 days ago. We took out the highs from a week ago in one day. Wednesday. I think Wednesday is because of the swaps. There is so many people on both sides of that trade. You're getting an engulfing pattern because the swaps are going to be due. People just trade swaps. There's people that literally put on a hedge to extract the swap because that's worth something. It's almost not guaranteed, but it's like dividends.
Imagine if you were living in New York and you were trading for a firm, and there was a guy in London who was trading for the same firm, but it's the London office, and you guys are just in competition all day long and all week long and all month long and all quarter long to get to that beautiful Christmas bonus, the trip to Tangier, whatever the hell they got going on there. You got to appreciate that, and I think you do, because you actually do look at the time and you actually do coordinate your moves based on the time of day and what's going on. But I look at it from the human hack. I know for a fact that they got to close all their positions by 11:30 in London.
Right. I figured right. And depending on what they clear off the books.
And New York is going to crush them any which way they can to make sure that they don't make as much money as they can. Because once New York takes over at 11:30, they're off to the races. The algos kick in and they go for lunch. Right?
Yeah. Look at that crude.
So I think that the human element is what's showing up for you over the years of experience and watching this and really delving into it. What you're actually seeing is the human. It's not emotion or anything, but it's more like human interaction between different parts of the world. I mean, you talk about Asia and the open. Does it go up? Does it go down? You know what, man? I'm pretty sure that if you checked out what was happening on the Chinese stock exchange, you probably have a pretty good read of what was going to be happening with their currency for the rest of that day, because they're going to step in very, very hard to do something. I mean, it's just the way that they play. Basically, the handoff between different time periods. I think you've got that down. I think that's a pretty smart way to do things.
See the Canadian dollar right now. We're 12 minutes before noon. Look at the Canadian dollar wrapping up and starting to retrace. I mean, if I could get 20 pips out of here, it'd be amazing. That would take us back to the floor that we blew out here. If you just look at this one structure, this is the 30-minute CAD. That's going to be where most people are going to dump. and the new sellers are going to come in. So I capture this on limits and instead of trading at the market because I couldn't get there. Like if I got to go to the bathroom, I'm not going to get that entry at the market. So this is filling for me, and it's starting to cash out actually. Because also I put in very tight targets on this stuff because I didn't want to wait for some giant target.
Have you actually tried just statistically seeing how many targets? Like I know you have. I mean, this is what I think is.
No, if I like I said, if I dumped out, if I like here, I was talking about earlier before you got here is that in my comments, I can make comments that are unique for each robot, and I can probably spill this out to Excel or something, and then I could look at, or what I would do is take this and publish it to FX Blue, and in there the comments come through too. You can accept comments, and you can see, oh, that's a good robot, right? I mean, to see which robot's performing the best. But I think the robot that's performing good this week will not be the robot for next week. So why bother?
It can't be. It can't be, Simpleton. The market's ever changing. The mistress is ever changing.
See, look at this trade. Look at this sell, dude. Now this is I am running martingale on here. You see that sell limit? 7K on that. On that sell limit because I did that. That was and I knew that was martingale, but that was a big grid. It was 10 pips apart, and here's a 2K sell, and this is about to scalp out. This is about to make, what is that? It's not many pips, but I did that on purpose. So I'm gonna let that scalp out maybe. And it looks like CAD's going up, and the CAD does kind of run opposite of the euro, but not perfectly. So I never like to get that confirmation bias. I used to say, hey, look, if the dollar CAD's going up, the euro's probably going down, but not exactly. You know, I actually put the I put the euro CAD in here, and I got a robot running on that. I don't know what's happened. The euro to the Swiss is fucking mind blowing. I mean, that'll just rip your head off. But euro to the CAD is the most vicious. I got one chart up here, and I got one robot, I think, running on it. Okay, so I got this robot that is going to sell. That's going to buy so deep, it's never going to get filled. So it's kind of ridiculous. Like, look at these tickets down here. They're still pending. They were launched earlier today. I got to go to candlesticks to get the arrows to show up. But you see how deep these orders are? Okay, maybe. But if you want to be an active trader, you want to be closer to the market. If you want to be an active trader, you got to launch a robot like this that's going to buy you 10 pips deep for the next hour. So my favorite kind of trolling at this time of day is going to be different than when that news comes out. I'm going to probably put orders super wide just before... So at 6 o'clock in the morning, people are kind of reshuffling the deck, and then here comes the news. When the Dow Jones opens, they'll bid that euro to the floor and rip it up, or they'll bid it to the ceiling and rip it up. But not every... I don't think there's one of these, 80% of the time. And even if that was true, it depends. How deep is this move? Is this a 40-pip wick, or is this a 20-pip wick? And I think that's where people get totally fucked up. And that's where I got fucked up. Because
about your target. I was talking...
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I was talking about your target, Simpleton. I'm thinking... I mean, you have different targets depending on what rack you're throwing on and what type of, we're going fishing here with dynamite here, son. So let's take this load of these, and these will blow up every 15 minutes, but they only blow up a 14-foot radius. You're going to need the big ones to come in later on for the bigger fish. So my question was more to when I'm just thinking out loud, because I'm trying to formulate in my head, how would you ever program something like this without calling on all these different robots depending on the time of day? And if you had something that would call them out on a different time of day.
One master robot that's going to do all these fantastical tickets?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, buddy. I can't think of doing it any other way.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh. You see what? Because how I'm thinking about it is, for starters, to create the prototype, so to speak, before you throw all that into one robot. Because if you were to backtest that robot, you're like, well, fucking A. I mean, you'd have the comments for every ticket to spill out. You can do that to say, okay, what aspect of that? This is why I think backtesting is bullshit in a sense, because the data that's going to come at you now, and you know more, I was asking this guy, are you going to tweak the robot, right? So if you tweak the robot and send up updates every month for free updates, because you found this could be slightly better, because I don't think anybody does anything unless you're an artist and you go, that painting's done, I'm done painting that painting, it's done, you can buy it. Like, when are you done? I don't know if you're painted, but there's a point you're like, if I do too much, it's going to be overworked, it's going to start looking like shit. You want that kind of sharp, clean expression. You don't want to start coming in and trying to like make it look pretty. So I would say the same thing on a robot. That's why I decided at this moment, before I can get it to trigger a certain kind of environment of, I'm trying to connect ATR to the launching of these ATR of 1 bar.
Oh, you're on the same page I am, man.
And I'm gonna sync that so it becomes a dynamic robot that responds to volatility.
Yeah,
I think that's the way to go, because the things that happen in the middle of the night, like I saw a rally this morning at 9:20 or 8:20. The euro went sky. Did you see the euro take off? There was like 50 pips clean up in 2 hours. Look at that euro dollar. So, you don't always get that. Like the guppy's going to give you those kind of drama moments. But I sold into the top tick Tommy of this. You see where I sold? I have tickets pending, hand placed, on the euro dollar of last week's high. We just top tick Tommy'd that, and we're pulling off it. And this trap. So here's the trap I'm looking for. But these are slots. These are really like really dense supply and demand zones. Look at this. It's an undercut, I call it. If you were to look at the market profile terms, you're standing on the right side of the chart. You're looking down the chart, market profile. The undercuts in the market, when you see these lonely wicks pop out, to me that's the secret.
Right.
If I go to the 4-hour chart and I zoom in, let me delete these objects. I zoom in. I'm talking about this little zone here. It's kind of just a little. Here it's a 20 pip. I gotta stretch the chart out. Get this, fix the scale and stretch it out, because you really can't. Like, I don't care about the bottom of this chart. That's another thing that blows my mind. People chart the whole. Dude, we're not trading over there. I'm just trading for this shit right here. Like, let it go. So here's that stuff doesn't matter. People got the whole narrative of everything that ever fucking happened. Dude, I don't care about everything that ever happened. What are we doing right now? So this is the slot.
I'm not looking for Mr. Right. I'm looking for Mr. Right now.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm a slutforex.com. So here, that's top tick Tommy. So this is the obvious scalp, right? You're selling that very top. This is the 4-hour bar from last week. And everything in this trap, I am short right now, and kind of like, can we just scalp out, please? So it's not a guarantee that it's going to come back to this breakout point, but I think I'm going to examine this forensically. Go to the 5-minute. Have we been back there yet? Yes, we have been back there once. Now this is the 5-minute. So what I like to do is do a vertical view. I can always go to the 1-hour chart. Does that make sense?
Right.
Does this make sense? Does this time frame make sense?
Well,
When I go to the daily chart, people lose their mind, because they're going, wait a minute. I can't see my moving average. You don't need to. I'm just, see what I'm scalping? I'm scalping the high of the previous day. This is just a no-brainer bread and butter setup for a high probability target of the previous day's breakout. That's it. Now I can retap that. I'm not going to drop it on this because I'm trying to do a pure examination of my robots, but I could drop this here and retap that and just, work that area, kind of working an area of the price chart. But in the end, I mean, do you think the euro might keep going up? But here's the other trap trade. Last night, without any other time frame than the daily charts, why aren't you buying this shit? This is a 40 pip slam down, and when they take out this low, you don't think there's supply down here? That's just why I decided to fix the scale, look at the daily, and go, holy shit, what is this trade? How could I have missed this stop hunt of these guys thinking it's going? Dude, that's like 140 pip move, dude. They engulfed the whole. They took out the high of 2 days ago. They took out the high of today and the high from fucking 4 days ago. I sold in I'm holding short into the close here. And what I'm going to do tonight, I think you know my trade plan. Buy limits below me, 20 to 40 pips. I don't give a shit what happens. If they drift back into this, and then whatever happens there, I don't even fucking care, because if I can get a dead cat bounce out of that, that's my trade. So I could see my trade in all that drama, all the noise. I could see my trade, and I don't have MACD. I don't have moving averages. I don't have to worry about RSI. I don't have to worry about horoscopes or the news or Biden's bicycle. I can just trade it. That's what I came to this conclusion because I wanted something robust and simple that doesn't need any analysis other than, okay, I am finding these little pockets, but everybody sees that shit. Besides,
hang on a second, though. You're hunting for that. You're hunting for those.
Yeah,
areas,
and besides,
right?
the liquidity is there, and that is the do or die moment. If you break out and take out yesterday's high, we could go up 50 pips, but not this time of day. It already shot its wad. And I'm almost in profits on every ticket. See how we're just pulling back off that daily. We're back to this is where the buyers are supposed to come in. Don't forget, the confirmation guys that trade breakouts on dailies are supposed to buy here. But maybe they have to buy back here because this is the original breakout. And if they took that breakout, they're up 40 pips. And I get the fact that there's goobers that put a buy stop 3 days ago back here and go, I don't know what they're talking about. I just put a buy stop here and look, I'm up I made 60 pips. I got you. But dude, I can't do that.
They fluked out, buddy. They just totally fluked. They have no idea there's no context. You're showing the context. What you're basically telling me, basically for me, is the context of the market, Nate, will determine how far deep I'm going to go, number one. Number two, how long my targets are going to be. Yeah. How I'm going to intersperse all these dynamite sticks. So you're actually reading context and then applying the robots, EAs, whatever they call them, to that context. So now, so the question becomes, how do you read context? And I can tell you, it's not an easy task. In my previous life, we had 3 states, much like the gentleman you were referring to, like in the market, out of the market, and whatever. We had 3 states, upstate, downstate, and what I call the null state. The null state is that time when it does absolutely nothing. It's just meandering back and forth. Yeah. You needed to have different arrays.
Yeah, strategies different strategies for different conditions.
Oh yeah. Because I think that a lot of people make that mistake. They think that for instance, a short sale, I don't like selling short. It's just not in my nature for some reason. I like to go long. I'm always buying. That's just me, So, but the short sales are never the same. Whenever we design them, we never design them exactly the same as the long. Like, in other words, downstate could not look the same as upstate. That means that you didn't understand the context of anything. Like, not even what you're doing, let alone the market, and let alone the instrument you're looking at. So I appreciate the fact that you are showing context here. Why these little nooks and crannies count, why this wick.
The cause for the effect. So you see the same thing here. If you look at the 30-minute euro versus yen, you just tick Tommy Asian session. There's people selling up here for a high probability scalp, right? They are up on that trade right now, but it looks like we could actually breach and go higher. And this is where, you got at least 5 hours here before the brokers close, and you could go a little higher here. But is that worth the ride? So if you're going to play the trap under the floor on the half hour, you have to endure all of this chatter, and this is about 80 pips of chatter before you rip north. If that's what you're looking for, is to sell, your target is going to sell Asian highs.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? This whole box is your accumulation zone, and you're going to just gobble that up. I mean, it's kind of crude trading, but look at this. Even if you don't get out of this trade, look how many times you could just rinse and repeat here. Before the final engulfment, so we auction down, we take out the low, this lonely wick, the buyers come in, and those are 80 pip smashes, dude. 80 pip smashes on this. That's like your guppy. That's anything like any instrument versus the yen is crazy.
Okay.
Typically, don't you think?
Well, yeah, I think the yen is dying, right?
Yeah, the yen. Wow. Talk about people that can print money, right?
I think they're having a big problem there with their bonds and everything. So.
Their bond market?
I'm not sure. I have to. Yeah, they're trying to issue bonds. I mean, there's so much craziness going on. They're in the same state that the United States is.
I was just looking at. I was just looking at Britain. I was looking at their inflation, 12%. They're kicking our ass. Did you see? I don't. You're probably not a big fan of watching the news, but did you see Forex Factory that they came out with the? I noticed this trend where they keep on estimating better, and they go, "Oh gosh, we didn't think it was going to be that bad of a number." It was European consumer confidence at 10 o'clock this morning, and it came out like super low. Like they're estimating 20, negative 20, and the last one was 21, and now it came out at negative 24. Everybody's disgusted because Biden is this big fucking buffoon. He is actually steering the whole world. He's not the president of the United States, dude. He is the president. He's the president of the world in the sense that whatever this goober does is causing a ripple to people's fucking lifestyle. It's really upsetting.
And he's controlled by the oligarchs. So remember that.
Right.
He's just a meat puppet. And I said it last night, and I'll say it again for posterity. This is a controlled demolition of the world, as far as I can see. You know?
Yeah,
you have places like Guatemala. You have places like Guatemala where all of a sudden you couldn't go from one town to the other town for Corona, and they all looked at each other. These are all, third world indigenous people, and they're like, what are you talking about? I'm going across, But, when it goes to a third world like Guatemala...
Well, what happened? Did they get arrested? Was it like Australia where they pulled them over and beat the fuck out of them?
Well, I don't know if it was that bad. I only heard from my niece. She's saying that it's at one point in time she couldn't go to the next town over because they had shut down that whole provincial or whatever they call it over there in Spanish. So I said to myself, Jesus, if it's already going to Guatemala, a third world, one of the most craziest places on the planet. If it's already getting to there, then this has nothing to do with the coup. There's nothing to do with any of that.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think people always say, well, they're doing this for another reason to see if they can control people. I actually don't think that's true. Sure. I think what's happened is that the structure's there. And when you step into the maze has already been designed. And it's on autopilot. It's literally on autopilot because the do-gooders step up to the plate and they go, can I get a script here, please, somebody? It's already been written up. A lot of this legislation's pre-written up. We're just waiting for a crisis. Like when...
Oh, buddy, this is done a long time ago.
Who's coming up with 3,000 papers to rescue a crisis? That shit's been written for 5 years. They're waiting for some crisis to whip out their 5,000 pages of bullshit. So, I mean, that stuff is all preloaded, and then they'll say, well, they're trying to scare us. No, I mean, people get scared because they're so
This is what they want to
fucking...
do. I mean, people, listen, people bought return tickets. I talked about it last night, okay? People can't get it into their heads. That the government, I'm going to tell you something interesting. I saw a guy who worked for, I think it was Pfizer for 25 years. He retired. He did in one of the, was it a trial that they're doing, trial by jury or something out of Germany, which is interesting because the Germans are really taking this to task, especially the ones that realize that Nuremberg's been violated, Helsinki, the rest of it. And they interviewed this guy, I forgot his name, John Eden. He was the guy responsible for all of the factories that produce all the medicines for Pfizer for 25 years. And all the different things you have to go through, and you want to talk about quality control and all these things. So he knows that game inside out. And what he said was unequivocally that when you actually looked at all the lot numbers and how they were interdispersed in all these states in the United States, and you actually tracked, which he had some of his former colleagues, they tracked all the lot numbers, and they wanted to see if there was any differences in the lot numbers in terms of adverse reactions and death. Well, lo and behold, there's about 4 or 5 lots numbers that were sent to all different parts in the United States that have like a 600% increase in deaths.
Oh yeah. Plus the other problem is Naomi Wolf, who researched a lot of stuff. She said that this is like 2 months ago that these vaccines are sent out in different doses. Like they're just grabbing a bottle, I think some of the kids are getting sick because they're grabbing adult-sized doses. Because the people grabbing this shit, they don't know what the fuck they're doing either. And do you really think all these have been stayed refrigerated? So if I get a spoiled dose of vaccine, what the fuck is that going to do? Is some guy going to say, that thing thawed out and I refroze it? Nobody's going to say that, dude. They're making money delivering this shit. You think some guy's going to stop and go, no, that's a bad batch. Fuck, they're all good batches, dude. We're making money. Shut the fuck up.
There are batches that are kill shots, and that was proven statistically. and I saw the presentation for the Nuremberg 2 trials that were going on. And I think it's on, what do they call that other channel? It's not YouTube, because they're not going to tell you the truth. But
I think Rumble lets you talk about it. Rumble.
And someone asked, how many people would it take to turn around and create like deadly batches like this? He goes, it would only take a couple of people sitting behind the terminal. It wouldn't take a lot of people to, rearrange everything so that here we go. Here's the kill shots.
I mean, I tell you, dude. Like, I couldn't believe what was going on when we were over here in the United States, like locking down and duct taping our dicks and stuff. And I could hear these people in Sweden going, "No, we're Sweden. Fuck you." And I thought,
fuck that.
Thank fucking. And people would call up these radio shows and go, "Yeah, but what about Sweden?" They go, "Oh no, we can't talk about Sweden." I'm like, you guys are so in other words, if the Swedes were doing socialized medicine, we got to do what they're doing. They're doing something logical with the fucking... No. I'm like, well, you guys are fucking retarded. Oh, they're geniuses now. They're morons.
Oh, no, they're not. They broke their heads. They gave them doublespeak all day long. Yes, but no. No, it's like, yes
well,
means no,
that's
and
why
means yes.
That's why boys can be girls. At that point, the Heraclitean flux kicks in, and it's Hegel's taken over, and it's everything we want it to be. When you put a spoon into your into your water and it looks bent, is your spoon bent? Well, according to them, it is. I mean,
you know what's really strange? Yeah, they really broke everyone's brains, buddy. And I go with. You see my attitude. I just try to be as forgiving as possible and just as understanding as possible, because you can't make fun of the retards.
If you're really Jewish, like all the Jews I know, vote Democrat until my dad voted for Ronald Reagan, and I got to tell you that flipped their fucking. They went for Reagan, and that was a lot of Jews voted for Reagan.
Buddy, you know what? They're like everyone else. They just got their own. Listen, there's a big difference between Jews from Toronto and Jews, let's say, from the Upper East Side. There's a big difference.
I bet. Well, there's the Jews that are like Israeli Jews. I mean, they care about Israel, but most Jews that I know aren't even religious, and they don't care.
Yeah,
they don't really give a fuck about Israel because they live here.
Buddy.
What's that?
It's always been like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is that if you, my parents were don't date a chick, so don't get a nice Jewish girl because we lost 6 million Jews, and I'm like, well, so that's my fuck. I'm here to repopulate the Jewish population,
too, right? Oh yeah, great.
And then if you don't find a nice Jewish girl, so I had this one girl I was dating, my first starter wife, which that didn't work out, but she was not Jewish, and my dad literally said to me on the phone, well, you can date her all you want, but don't marry her, and you're not going to bring her to any parties. But then it didn't take much longer where she was at the parties and I married her. But
of course, no, that's you know what, that's just a very knee-jerk response to the trauma, right? I mean, a lot of the Israelis, I have a lot of family in Israel, Palestine, that whole area there, and most of them are, they have their own view of reality, because Israeli Jews are completely different. If you go from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, it's a completely different country.
Oh, yeah. No, when I was there, I couldn't believe, so my cousin was in the military, So he takes me to the Lebanon border. He goes, we're going to go in a restaurant where both people, this is right on the border, but he's in the military. He's got a gun with him, and he's in a uniform, so they know him there. And, I mean, these people are side by side, dude. I was there for 6 weeks with my temple, and we went to in Jerusalem for 2 weeks. We lived downtown, and in Jerusalem, they're still trying to. They're telling you it's kind of a game. They're saying, well, you can't buy anything on Saturday because it's a Sabbath. You're in Jerusalem, so you have to buy it on Friday. Hold your receipt and present the receipt on Saturday. Go, well, dude, there's a receipt. It's fucking virtual currency. You're right. You're trying to have it both ways, but I get it, right?
Yeah, I'm long and short at the same time, Dave.
and then the funny thing was that we were young kids, and the people I went with, some of the kids were so fucking rich, their heads exploded. They said, well, where's the shower? And it turns out the showers this is downtown Jerusalem at a supposed hotel. The shower's at the end of the hall. The water for the shower is in a tub at room temperature above you. That's it. And you have a sink in your suite. That's it. You got to walk to the hallway, and it is like fucking rugged, dude. It's the most rugged living. These people, I mean, they could eat rocks, you know. And then when I came back home, because I was in Italy before that, but when I came back home, every time I come back from Europe, I think any McDonald's in the state, you could pretty much just take a nap on the floor and go, this is fucking like, this is built, this is clean, this is, I mean, over there is like crazy what's going on. And there's no regulation, and I love that part, right? A guy decides to do, he just did it. He just built that, like it or not. There's no codes.
He just built it right on the street, in the middle of the street, yeah.
And then when you're downtown Jerusalem, it's such a fucking marketplace with all the shit hanging in the old city. When you walk down those steps, you're like, holy shit. But the weirdest thing was when we went to this temple, where we walk in, and it's so orthodox that you had to cover, the girls had to cover their knees, and the boys on one side, the girls on the other side. When you walk out of there to go see where Jesus thing is near the Wailing Wall, there's cops with Uzis just pacing back and forth on rooftops. And that's just classic. And when I
they gotta guard the people, buddy. The people are very tense.
Yeah, when I landed in Tel Aviv, and they got that grass roof in there, whatever the fuck is made out of straw. But you come up to the so I get I'm kind of flipping out that I get on a Mercedes bus I get on a just beautiful doors, hydraulic Mercedes bus, best bus I've ever seen in my life, and the guy that's driving the bus has a little basket mesh nylon under his seat, and he's got a Uzi in that fucking. I'm like, this motherfucker's ready to rock, dude. He's ready to rock. If we had that here, we are such pussy fucks. I remember actually when I went to Israel, 2 weeks before I went there, Zion Square, they blew a bomb up in Zion Square. So when they blow up a bomb in Israel, after they get the bodies off the thing, people walk around like nothing ever happened. Here, they would condemn that area and never go back. This school that was raped down in Texas, they're such pussies, they'll tear the whole school down. You guys are so sentimental. Americans piss me off. Only because I've been to Europe. Only because I know this is just a pussy nation.
Way crazier. It's way crazier. No. Look, the United States is the dream, right? Everybody wants to be in the U.S. of A. Listen, they did such a good job. Everyone literally believes, and you know this because you've been in the Middle East and you've been to different places, everyone thinks that the roads are paved with fucking gold nuggets. Every 14 feet, you just got to bend down and pick it up. And they think that there are money trees. That's what people think. America's
got money rolling in the aisles here. Just waiting to be picked up.
Well, getting back to the guy who was talking about some of the doses and where they ended up in different places, but you could backtrack them because of the lot numbers, right? If you know how to do lot numbers, you know who's where, what, and how. And it's just very scary. But again, who would believe that they were going to put on a full-on human-wide experiment?
Well, a mandatory experiment too. So here's what really kind of pissed me off. In other words, I don't care if you fucking, put a heroin in one arm and vaccine in the other, and start to watch bad movies. But that's on you, right? But if you make it mandatory, come on, man. A mandatory experimental.
You can't make it mandatory. There's no such thing.
Wouldn't you love to have wouldn't you like to have an algorithm that you're selling for $1,000 a piece, and everybody in the United States has to buy your algorithm? Even if it loses money. What the fuck? Who has a business model like that?
Even if it kills you
well, even if you kill your wife because you lost so much money and you lost your kid's college fund and my second mortgage, like my bed and breakfast, dude. After I got his robot, I took my bed and breakfast and took 3 fucking loans on it, and I even stole my own fucking title and rented it out, and then and then I went hog long on his artificial intelligence bot. And now look at me. I'm so broke that I ended up assassinating my wife. I killed my kid because I thought his college fund's not going to be there. And, he has to go to college or he's just not a human. Jesus, stop with the college. And if I hear one more parent whine about, so I got in a fight with this lady on Facebook during the pandemic, and it was not. I wasn't being kind, but I thought I'm gonna let her have it. I said, why are you sending your kid to public school in the first place? You're complaining that they're making your kid wear a dildo and a tranny. I love tranny outfit, but why are you sending? They're getting shot. Why are you sending kids to public school? And I understand they have a day job. I can't afford a daycare. This is like daycare for parents. It's public school. Is that really a good idea?
Listen, you guys have a terrible public school system. I was lucky enough; my parents wanted to send me. Well, they sent me to parochial school, so
Yeah,
it
me
was
too.
tough on me. But at the end of the day, I skipped 2 grades. I got to
Right.
public school. I went from grade 10 to 13 or something because we had grade 13
That's right.
in Ontario.
That's right.
Go figure. So
Well, I had the same
actually-
thing. Yeah, same thing. My
Yeah.
parents sent me to boarding school at the age of in 10th grade because I was flunking out of junior high because I was really just a class clown. So, but they sent me to boarding school to save my life because I had real teachers that really fucking cared. These are private teachers. And they're like, "Oh, really? Tell us about that." Where public school is just babysitters. Like if your kid doesn't have a shit together in public school, you might as well just be on the street. You might as well just be under a bridge because he's going to get really good drugs in public school. Like the drugs that we got in private school were not that.
I mean,
We
let's
had
face
really
it, they
low
should be
quality drugs in private school. I'll tell you, private school, not very good drugs.
They should be taught trades.
No, that's the thing. You should.
Put them in trade school. Buddy.
You know what? Here's the thing that I noticed when I started trading, and I had to shake this off too. And you're talking about buying. My dad said, never short the stock market. It's un-American. So I'm like, okay, but what about trying to make a living trading? I just buy and sell. Right?
That's beautiful.
No, he said it's un-American, and I
That's
said,
funny.
I got you. You know, you're an investor. My dad is from the school where you buy GM stock. It's worth $40 a share. It pays dividends. You put it in your drawer. This is how it used to be.
Sure.
You put it in your drawer, and when you turn 60, you kick back. You retire. You go to Florida because you're Jewish, right? You go to Florida, and then you just kick back and you just live
Yeah,
off
you
the
gotta be in
dividends, and you
Florida.
got a big fat. Remember when CDs? You could have a 5% CD. People don't realize there was a time when if you parked your money in the
15%, what are you
United
talking
States,
about? My mom
you
had
ruined
17%
compound
in it.
interest of 5% on a certificate of deposit. Now the banks are just nothing but fee-based, I'd say, brokers for currency. Like I paid my mortgage through you.
Sure.
Can you give me a discount? If I get direct deposit, I get a discount. If I give you my phone number, and that's where the social credit score is going to come
You get
in
an iPad?
because people are going to sign up for. You mean I get a
Oh, yeah.
discount if I don't cuss like a sailor? And that's when the social credit scores are going to be worth something. I mean, for me, I would
Yeah, that's a
maybe
big
stop
problem, man. I
cussing.
hope that
That's
people
my
wake
thrush. I would stop cussing like a sailor if you send me Bitcoin a month.
Cussing.
Sure, who wouldn't?
I would behave. I'd behave for the right price.
Well, listen, you know what? They always know how to hurt people is in the pocketbook. And the reason I call it a controlled demolition is because, I don't know about you guys, but in Toronto, I can't even imagine how many restaurants are never going to reopen, how many little bakeries and
Oh my
delis
God.
and little shops and
Did you
places
see
that you
that,
can just kind of nooks and crannies.
Did you see that video from about 3 months ago when there was this shopkeeper down in Toronto? I can't remember. Ontario, Ottawa, I guess. Ottawa, right? So this
Okay.
Asian couple had this very mirrored out, like modern, contemporary restaurant downtown, and they decided that they were going to feed some of these truckers because they were
Sure.
banging on the door, right? And they filmed that.
Right.
And the film crew caught from the inside. They caught these cops being complete dicks. Now, there's a spirit of the law. There's a letter of the law. When you drop the spirit of the law, I feel like I have the right to just
You're just a
bitch
cunt.
slap you in the next year because you are completely
Oh, fuck yeah.
completely
Oh, I know what you're
immoral.
talking about. I saw that. The young couple.
You know what I'm
They did-
talking
they were
about? And
letting
there's a
people
guy
in who wanted
inside
to-
filming back and forth, and there's this like, come to the door, go away from the door, come to the door. And I'm like,
The chick,
these
yeah, that
fuckers are
broad. I
kind
saw
of
that
torn.
broad.
And the
I saw
guy's
that
going,
broad.
I don't know what the guy was saying, but he's like, yeah, I want to help you out. And they're like, can you just help us out? And like, the idea that the government's gonna intervene there and try to like, can't you just let it go, dude? Like, why stir the pot?
No, you know why? Because
Why stir the pot?
cops are not good people.
You
I
know
always
what?
thought that they were wonderful and they were heroes and the rest of it. They're not, because at the end of the day, push comes to
Right,
shove,
so
you guys are
that's
saved by
why-
your Second Amendment.
that's
Without
why-
your Second
yeah.
Amendment, you guys would be fucked by the cops. No problem. Get on this cattle train, Mr. Simpson.
And that's why God invented the Oath Keepers, and they're too patriotic, and they're too
There we go.
radical, and they are the insurrectionists. So what they want to do is throw labels at you like, oh, you must be a
Sure,
trend
you're a
trader.
terrorist now.
Look at you, you're a trend trader. Oh, you thought you'd buy the breakout, huh? So I get that whole, but can't people see the big picture? Like, you can't
No,
take
they
a
can.
solar
Listen, they
panel.
can.
You
They
can't
can.
plug your solar panel into your car engine and wait for a sunny day to go to work at 10 miles an hour. It's not going to fucking happen, dude. There's a whole giant structure of staging that gain of this voltage you've gathered. You can't just... Are people fucking kidding? I mean, the internet's here to tell us how complex life really is, right? Come on, at some level. Hey, the respect for complexity. That's the only time complexity of worship, I think, is acceptable. The awe of the complexity of even Windows, we criticize it, but the code behind the scenes here is outrageous. I wouldn't want to have to write it all. Who's going to write all that shit?
I'm with you on that.
That's why Windows is free. $80 it's free.
Right. I got news for you, man. The controlled demolition is not quite over yet, but people woke up just in the nick of time. At least enough of us woke up just in the nick of time.
Well, I think it's starting to heal. I noticed that. So here's the cool thing about the volatility that's going on right now is that the shock that they just put on the market, a 3/4 interest rate in my lifetime, that's like somebody just dropping you into second gear with a revved engine of 3,000 pounds. You know, you're $3,000, you just drop into second gear. Forget first. You know, just pop the clutch, and they just pop the clutch. And this is going to be a fucking ride. I think it's going to be a range trader's dream for the drama. But yeah, the final destination, who knows, right?
You know what, man? I'm thinking of getting out of Toronto and Canada in general. And if they won't let me on a plane because I refuse to, first of all, I refuse to take any of these tests. The tests.
Oh, God.
Even Terry Mullis. And I happen to know, I was in the medical field for close to 7 years, so you get to know names and people and different tests and kits that you're buying for even just office work and shit like that. You get to know a little bit about the field, right? You were in dentistry, so you get to know the orthodontist, the way that they do things. You get to understand.
And the digital technology coming down, they scan stuff now. So they don't take impressions out of high resolution putty. What they've done is digitize it, so it's a little slop. Be honest with you, digital dentistry is not cutting edge. Actually, you have to pay a lot for like a vintage made kind of handmade crowns. Costs more. They should.
Of course.
That's the ones I made. But when the robots make them, you got pixelation at and actually you have to CAD cam it out. So you have to pick every time you do a point. There's another cut, right? Another angle. So you have to hand shade in a scanned image, but you do have the ability to bring in libraries of teeth instead of you carving a tooth. So that's kind of weird. So they'll hire these kids that can drag and drop shit. But, dude, it doesn't look like a tooth. It's not sexy looking. You got to understand what makes something look sexy.
It's going to still need a human touch.
I guess it's a Fibonacci idea that, you know, Fibonacci, I always take a Fibonacci gauge to the bar. If I find a chick, I go, can I see? No, I'm not going to touch you. I got a Fibonacci gauge, and it's going to be about the ratio from your tits to your ass. I know it sounds funny, but it's Bluetooth. Just stick it on you, and I'll just pick up the signal off you. It's an app I wrote. I'm working on it. It's just something I want to. It's kind of it's instead of like what's your sign? When were you born? I take your Fibonacci ratios.
What's strategy you should be asking me?
I don't date chicks without a 618 ass. That's my.
That's right.
In fact, I had her tramp stamp. Her tramp stamp says 6.618. People ask what about that. I go, that's how I fucking paid for that Porsche over there, dude.
That's right.
She sits on my lap when I scalp. I call her my 618, babe. Now that'd be good use for a hooker. So, that's my scalping hooker. Come here, babe.
Yeah.
I'm feeling anxious.
I'll jokes aside. I'm just gonna I'm not gonna toot your horn for too long, but I think you're really got this concept of the context down, and I think that the more you explain it to people, the more people will be able to appreciate. You know, what you're looking at is a certain map that you've designed over tens of thousands of hours, man. It wasn't an overnight success. It took you a long time.
I think that if this was a 5-minute chart, the same thing would hold true for these trades. But yeah, no, I think really what happened was it is a stop hunt is what triggered me. So ICT is trying to say look, they're going after stops. But there could be a guy that's long in the direction into those stops, and he's taking profits. In other words, he's streaming out. Another guy's streaming in. I don't think there's any one guy that's trading. So I do say now I kind of changed I mean, kind of like upset by the gooberism of it all. You know, the clunky trading systems that this guy's trying to make more sophisticated. But in the end, some of those systems, in other words, the good old moving average crossover systems, done in the right way, you know, they do make money. But in this computer world that we live in, if I can have the MT4 launching ridiculous trade plans that are totally socially unacceptable, really, people go, why would you buy down there for 4 hours? I go, you don't understand. If it does go down there in 4 hours, it means the market's moving fast enough. It's moving 10 pips per hour. So it's moving 40 pips down in 4 hours. Think of about a 4 hour 40 pips deep. Just one little guy, one little node down there, maybe an iceberg of 10 tickets or scalps or swings. There's everything. There's a kind of a nice foliation where you have like a logarithmic exit. You know, it's not even linear, so it's really scooped out. But it's just this one envelope. It's one pitch. It's one thing. And that thing's out there, and it's launching maybe every half hour, something you don't want to do. And it's putting in stuff that makes sense. And maybe you got on 3 instruments, and like you said, you sit back and you babysit these robots. And I think for that standpoint, it's a kibitz. Plus, it makes money. You know, you can't if you're not having fun, you're fucked.
Don't do it. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it, guys.
Yeah, don't do it because you could just get on the next train, and you could be you could see the trend trades setting up, and it's like, okay, what's going to happen at the end of the day here? We're drifting around. Maybe there's a few pips, but don't be unrealistic that if it's still crushing up and you're in too big, accept the stop out or the explosion of the account. But that is the part that people can't deal with because that is like the hottest girl in the world, and she's on your lap, and she has a stroke. Because she took too many vaccines, and you're like, son of a bitch. She was like my best scalping piece of ass every time she came. She's the luckiest girl in the world. When she sat on my lap, I always made money because I was in the right mindset. And now she died of the overdosed on the booster up in Canada, trying to fucking, you know, become a algorithm maker. She went full rogue on me. She got a tattoo on the breast that said, "Don't try to stop me out." Don't even try to find my stop. That's if I had swag for my site, it'd be like, don't even think it's stopping me out of this trade, bitch. My stop is so deep. I pulled my stops. My account is my stop. Come get me. That's this. You got to see that, dude. You got to see Samurai.
Stops too. We didn't have fucking stops.
Stops are for sissies. Did you ever see the guy? Did you ever see the guy that the market maker, the money supply guy?
All this.
He's a floor trader. You ever seen Norman Michael? So I subscribe to his channel. This guy is from the MMM, like money market, like how the influx of money affects markets. And he's a floor trader. He's intense, dude. You seen this guy in Chicago? Here, I'll put him up.
Okay.
No, this guy, dude. You were telling me about that floor trader. Check this guy. I found him one day, and people got so angry at him. They go, dude, what are you talking about? You think you're right about everything? He goes, dude, I'm a floor trader. Tell me about. Yeah. He goes, printing money. He goes, you're printing money. You're printing money. And all the he rails on the goobers so bad, dude. He beats the goobers up. He goes, oh, they're printing money, man. The market.
They want to be. They want to get whipped.
In other words, they think the fundamentals is going to make something happen the other way. And he's going, dude, no, trust me. Oh. And then he looks at the actual the actual money flows. He actually calls out. He's like a guy that does math on it.
Listen, there's order flow. There is order flow. I don't know how you can pick that up on the forex market. I never found any success because I realized right away that Saxo Bank is not opening up its book to the people that are on MT4 and MT5. Not the real banks.
Well, there's this thing called. There's this thing called PitView that this millionaire signed up for. It was $60 a month, and you could see the major banks and their positions in the market. And I said, dude, that just looks like RSI. In other words, of course, it's going down. Yeah, I said, I'm doing what they're doing, dude. I'm loading the wagon into the crush. Yeah, I could see what but dude, duh. But this guy had so much fucking money,
I'll
dude.
tell you-
No, he had so much
I'll
fucking
tell you
money
what the
just for
problem-
confirmation, dude. He had Reuters for $120 a month. He had Pit View for $60 a month. This guy he bought the highest end screens. His girlfriend from Ukraine came over. This guy gave away a Ferrari to a girlfriend because he almost wrecked it. So he just gave it to her. Oh, this guy has his own jets. I'm like, oh, dude. So I met him in Barcelona on this site called FX Street.
Okay.
And he approaches me in this room. It's just me and him, and I'm like, wow, that's kind of funny. But I'm game, dude. I'm very kind of like, I'm out there. I was publishing my stuff over there on FX Street. I had my own column. And I actually published on Google Plus before I blew up. So that's when I triggered ICT. One day I did a video criticizing him because he's so pompous sounding. He came after me, and his fans were giving me a death threat. They go, "Don't you know who you're talking about? Do you know who you're talking about?" And I'm like, wow, I tipped into some dark underworld of like, oh man, they sacrifice little kids down here, like in front of the charts.
Buddy. They're out of their marbles. I love it when people try to threaten you. I think it's hysterical. I was born in Israel because my dad was a Holocaust survivor, and he insisted that my mother, 8 months pregnant, get back on the boat from Halifax to Israel because he wanted to have a sabre. That was his thing. But I left when I was a year old and I moved to Canada, so I don't remember shit until I got back there. Bar mitzvah, this and that. And when I turned 17, 18, they said, "Listen, you were born here." I go, "Yeah." "Well, you got to do the army." I'm like, "Why do I have to do the army?" "Well, because you were born here and da-da-da-da-da. It's part of your duty as a citizen." I said, "Well, I never asked to be born here. I wanted to be born at sea." If you're born at sea, you can get any nationality you want, by the way. I don't think you know that. There's the law of the sea, completely different. So I had to do a little bit of basic training in the Israeli army. So for me, it's like, who's going to step up, like, legitimately? If you haven't at least been to the dojo or have done jiu-jitsu or something, how could any of these kids even think about threatening someone who can take off their head from 400 yards? I don't even understand that kind of talk. Is that American, like, trash talking nonsense?
Yeah,
I don't get that.
I'm surprised at the kind of forward aggression people have. I don't even want to go to a concert. Honestly, I wouldn't go to a concert because I got way higher resolution playback amplifiers here, and I could just watch the concert and I hit the pause button.
Right.
Like, I don't need to smell some guy burning some whatever he's or whatever. In other words, people that start to whistle and stand in front of you and like, I gotta stand up too now. Like, this is a job.
Oh man,
watching
I can't say anything. I toured with Rod Stewart, Rolling Stone, the last tour. U2. I mean, I've toured with these guys, so
that's a lot of energy. I guess once you get amped up, it's a good workout. Yeah, no, I just too old, I guess, but I'm 64, so I
was young.
I remember the
I
days.
graduated. There was no work.
Oh no, I used to carry a Hammond.
work.
I could carry half of a Hammond B3 up a stairs if you wanted me to in the old days, but now I don't think I'd want to risk falling down with the B3 on top of me going, well, the Leslie's coming down too next, down the stairs. Actually, we used to pick up.
We graduated right into 1989, 90, and everything just fell apart in Canada. It was just a disaster. No one was getting any jobs, and everyone who got hired the year prior, there's only one outfit here, they all got let go. So you imagine you graduate, you find the girl of your dreams, you get married, you get a good job, 40, 50K a year, you're happy, you're 23 years old, and begin. It's over, right? And now everyone was basically out on their ass. So I came back to visit my parents to see what was going on. And I said, "Mom, it's pretty tough, the job market." She goes, "Listen, you like that crazy trang music. Why'd you just go join the circus?" I thought to myself, you know what? That's not such a bad idea. I can see the world, enjoy music, hang out. And so there, you've been to Disney, right?
I've seen it on TV. I've never done it. I've never.
Oh, you've never been there? Okay.
Oh no, I went to the one in California with the monorails and shit. We went around that fake mountain.
Okay. So what's the key to success in the Disney World for the rides? What's the key to success for the rides?
I think it's supposed to be like total fantasy. I mean, it's supposed to be like a replication of, I guess, your most fantastical fantasy.
No, but how do you get onto all those rides? You know how long people have to stand around for all that shit? So we came up with an expression. The key to success is Disney World is the baby swap line. The baby swap line is for couples who have young kids. So one will take the ride, and one will be with the baby. The other one's going to be with the baby. So you get into a completely different entrance, Simpleton. And yeah, my wife, she's there. She's just got off, and I've got to go pick up the baby.
Oh, so
swap line.
it's like you're legging into a hedge.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you're legging into a huge position with no leverage.
Yeah, you're kind of hoping you'll end up holding a purse for 5 hours in front of the dressing room.
Dude, I did the whole Disney in Florida. I did it in an hour and a half. We did the whole thing. Baby swap line, key to success. So, key to success, Simpleton's trading methodology, context, time of day.
Well, plus,
et cetera,
I guess the baby swap line is going flat, taking a scalp and going flat and re-racking, because if you're good enough to do that trade, you should do that trade over and over again. But that presupposes you got a whole day to babysit the market. But for for the guys that don't, when the market does a full cycle, there's a guy, I can't remember his name, but he does cloud trading, and he says the worst thing for his students is that they never took profits on that giant move. That they're all the way back to the starting gate the next day, and they went full circle, he calls it. I can't remember his name. This famous guy. He takes the cloud trading and he puts a 56 on it. He extends the cloud out. I can't remember his name, but he sells, he does tours, talks about it. His name is Appel, I want to think. Something Appel, Paschal Appel or something. But anyways, he's a cloud trader guy.
This is a whole ecosystem here, huh?
But these people do techniques. The cloud trading, you really have to be very low frequency. You're trying to create a low frequency environment, which is disturbing for high frequency traders.
Wait a second. Everybody has their own, let's call it their own Bible. And some people are going to swear by the Ikimuchu, and some are going to swear by the SRRSI and MaxCD. Whatever their, let's call it their great book is. And it seems to me that all they're doing is they're trying to sell their great book. I mean, is that what I'm understanding from all of this? Because I'm coming from the world of we got to make money for our clients, and that's all that fucking matters. And if they want to hear it's artificial intelligence and machine learning, we'll buy the Eureka program for $9,000 to show them that we actually have the highest end whatever, right? Because the clients are always right. These guys, seems to me, is that they don't actually do any trading. They have huge followings, for instance, but they don't actually put. They don't put the what do they call it? Took us up in Tish. They don't put their ass on the table and show you what the fuck's going on. And that's a big problem for me. That's a big problem.
Well,
when are you going to put your thing up there so we can all see how it's working?
What?
I was saying, I reckon you should be putting your thing up for, right in.
We want to be a voyeur. We want to gawk over the algos. We want to watch. We want to see the algo churn. So can you put it on trickle mode and run one on and just publish, just download FX Blue and just publish, just trolling it, just in the background. Don't tell people it's not intended for. It's just, in other words, it's like if you just drove around the parking lot in your Porsche, you don't have to take us up to 180 miles an hour.
I did one test, right, and it took a while, but it did make 3 million, just over 3 million pips over a 1 year period, and I didn't believe it at first. I didn't. I thought, nah, this is bullshit. Not though.
Are you scaling up? Just sorry to ask you. Are you scaling up once you reach a certain size? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, scaling up.
Okay. So you can get there, no problem.
Good connection is about 2,500 orders you can handle before the PC starts to chug. And I've got an old computer, so a modern computer will probably be better.
Does it start coughing up blue smoke and stuff out of the fan in the back? Like can't execute. Servers buffer's full.
Yeah.
Overflow
buffer.
Listen, I think that you've got, I'm just listening to Simpleton, and I'm hearing a lot of stuff about this industry and what's going on. and the YouTube spheres. And it seems to me that there is an ecosystem. And I got news for you, man. I know you laughed and you chortled a little bit, and I thought your answer was a bit churlish, but I'll let it fly. I think that if you could get 100 people not to purchase your system for $500, because that to me is a no-go situation. You should get 500 people to just pay you $25 a month. And if it's working for them, my dear Vlad, they will come and they'll bring their friends and their ninos and their nanos.
Right.
And they'll take Mexican and they'll get it.
Because you're being too much of a you're being too much of a tyrant, because what you're doing is like, everybody knows that if you lower taxes, you collect more taxes. That's what fucking happened when fucking Trump was in office, because once you deregulate and lower taxes, the cash flow goes up and you're going to skim instead of rape. And everybody knows if you rape somebody, you're going to get a divorce and you're not going to have a fucking union of people. So if you really think you're trying to unify people, that's not how you do it.
No. I think, listen, I didn't know about this whole ecosystem, Simpleton and Mr. Genesis. I had no idea that you could do copy trading and that there's websites dedicated to copy trading. It turns out that the kids that are really the kids that are gung-ho with all this crypto stuff, they're very sophisticated in terms of all the little moves that are going on.
Well, dude, if you looked inside, did you look in MetaTrader and see the people performances in here? I don't know if these are winning streaks, but
no.
Okay, so if you
open up
the,
how to find it, to be honest.
So you open up the terminal here. You go to I can go to the signals right here, dude. You want to see people that are making money? Look at these guys' performance. Now this is ranked by, good to bad.
Right.
Like you gotta put 67 bucks. I think you gotta add $67 to buy a position in this guy's fucking fund. Now how hard is this? Right?
It's easy to do.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy's performance, dude. Now maybe he's lucky. I don't know how many trades did he do here. Is this typical performance? I mean, what do you think? I mean, I'm you know what? So I really got deep into this. There's a thing where you can look at PAM account. You can do PAM account comparisons, and you can buy 67. A share cost what? $67.
Trades. 73. Okay, I'm trying to read what they're showing me here.
$67 you're spending to get his signal service. I don't know. Copy his trades.
Well, yeah, but 212 weeks. I mean, I'm going to be dead and buried by the time 212 weeks pass me, right?
I don't know how many trades.
That's a long time, man. That's like 10 years. So those kind of things are kind of meaningless. Those are curve fitted, and I agree with Genesis on that. Anyone who gives me a 5-year back test, tell them that I'm already retired. I really don't have time for them. That's exactly what I say. I blow them off. I just blow them off. I'm not interested in a 5-year back test. How did you do last 10 minutes?
Week.
The last 10 minutes. No, really, because right now, I just want to get out of this trade.
Listen,
I want to get out here, right? I'm short. I want to get out here. When the buyers are coming in, I want to get out. I'm short.
I'm done. I'm goodbye. So all this stuff that you're showing me, I have to look at it a little more clearly. I really can't see it that good on this Chrome book that I'm using. But what are they showing you?
Well, no, I'm just saying. No, I mean, in other words, no, I'm just saying that I went on this hunt one day because I wanted to create a PAM account, right? I wanted to set up a situation where you give me $100, and I'll give you $100 back at any time you want. Anytime you want. There's $1,000 in the account. I'm going to manage the account. You give me $100, I'll have $1,100. Something goes wrong, anytime you want, you can have that and your profits, but I keep 20%. I keep 20%. I manage the account. If it makes $100 a month, you can take out $100 a month, and it's yours. And you can even you can always take back your original $100.
Nah, you got to get the scared money home. I got that. But you know what, man? The right number is what Delta's doing. The big boys from the Zug in Switzerland. They take 50% of whatever they make.
Okay. How about this? I'll take a Fibonacci amount.
Right.
38 points.
How do you justify taking half, my friend? Just off the top of our head, forget about trading in general. Can you justify taking half the money? And I'll explain to you how I think I would justify it.
I guess I don't want to appear greedy. I guess I'm a little bit.
Money. It's found money, man. You wouldn't have had fucking shit if I didn't do this for you. It's found money. I'll split it with you.
Oh, like this is I just got lucky, so we should split it. Should I claim luckiness on my
You're not going to
technique?
claim lucky. You're going to claim that you actually did some
How can I
work.
be a victim in my own transaction with you? So, can't you see that I'm lucky we didn't blow up the account, dude. So let's split it, man. Wow, we missed that
You know what
bullet.
the funniest thing is? One of the first guys I saw pull this move off was a guy named Robert Kozinets. His father wrote the GST. They passed like a whole new tax system. I must have been in my early 20s in Canada called the General.
Oh, right. I was
Sales
there. I'm a honeymoon. I was in Toronto, and
There you go.
I tried to buy a coat made out of pigskin, and it was more than $500. And there was and then in the restaurant,
GST.
I thought I was going to have to send the queen like a special folded up bill that just between me. I mean, the way she was milking, there was a luxury tax. Was that the GST?
Right,
and I was
right,
like,
right.
this coat, I wanted it so bad. It was pigskin, and it had been embossed with a hammer with this really cool pattern of little baby pigs or something. And I saw it on Bloor Street or some shit, or a fashion district. And you go down and I actually bought some leather pants for like $500. They $1,000 leather pants because you go to the fashion district and get it wholesale.
For
in
sure.
Toronto, so.
For sure.
But no, that was
Yeah,
cool.
but the guy whose dad, no, it's good stuff. But the guy whose father wrote the GST, like, basically wrote a lot of it because he was a civil servant. When he retired, he had to take an early retirement. He decided to be a consultant for GM, Acura, Toyota, all these big companies that now had to deal and contend with the GST. Now, most of them had no idea how to calculate it, obviously. So his one-page contract said, we're going to bring in our team, we're going to do the forensics, and we're going to apply the law as it's written, because he helped write it, and we're going to get a GST refund for you. Now, we're talking millions of dollars. But at the end, it said, you have to pay us 50% of whatever we can reclaim back from the government. They all signed it, simpleton. Every single one of them. But you know what? They never wanted to fucking pay. Because when the check came for $4 million, they didn't want to pay the $2 million. He won every single court case on a one-page contract. Because it says here, you got to give them 50%. So they couldn't get around it. But they, you know how it goes. This business, right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's the other thing is that if you get a judgment against somebody, it doesn't mean you're going to get paid. I mean the
Absolutely
idea that
not.
I mean I get the ego trip that you won the case, but you don't have any expectation. And this is why trading is the same thing. Just because you put your order bank in, there's no expectation. I mean, so I've had some kind of like fantasy dreams, where you have that dream, you go. So I've fallen asleep in very large positions before, and I have my phone next to me. So here's how I mean, to be honest with you, I'm divulging the inner sanctum of my neuroses, but I have my phone next. I have two phones actually, because one of them is if you hit the button, it comes on. The LG comes on, but the Samsung you got to swipe and rub your dick and do a dick print to open it up. So I'm not going to do that. So I have a get her done phone. And I have the backup phone, and I have my terminal. And if I see that I've triggered a trade, I may be up, and I'm going to get out because I'm going to wake up groggy and go, "What the fuck?"
away.
Like, because I have an order bank. That, in other words, what I'm doing is kind of risky in the sense that I know what I got out there. Actually, once I got friendly with my robot team, and this is where I'd have to keep track of the team on a separate computer that's dedicated. It's for MT4 only. You don't surf the web on that. And when you walk up to the screen, actually, what I did was I bought a Cherry keyboard that has infinity keys on it. Right? This thing is made in Germany. It's like about 128 key. Everything's a box, so it's pure programmable. And I put dots on it, and I try to create where if I hit this button, it's going to buy 80 pips deep. I can show you a picture of it one day. I did a video on hotkey keyboards, and if you look hotkey keyboards, Cherry keyboards out of Germany. So it's just a point of sale keyboard, and I thought I'm programming that bitch, right? Because I go, well, for half the price used, I don't know what they're like now, but a used point of sale McDonald's keyboard. You hit that button, it launches. You got 72 hotkeys available in MT4, so you can have like double clicks. I know I'm gonna load the template. The profile is gonna come up, or the what do they call it? The profile comes up, and it brings up all your hotkeys, and I can program those.
Right.
So you're allowed the whole alphabet and 1 through 0. 1 through 10.
So you've reached the end of the line when it comes to retail trading with half an eye on it, half an eye off of it. You basically mastered the techniques for your lifestyle, for your idea of context, and you've taken it to the ultimate limit, which is 3 different phones, a couple screens, and
in one instant, I decided to just trade the euro only. So I trade the euro only because I know what to expect.
Like it.
I know what to expect. In other words, if it's going to do a 10 pip pop, and I'm looking at this giant vacuum, and
how long have you dated the euro? How long have you dated her? 10 years already?
No, I kind of feel like I feel like I don't want to cheat on her now. But the problem with the pound, I've tried to do this before, and I thought I'm good enough, and I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people fucking hate me. So I had that approach. So I was ready to step up to the plate and say, well, if this all goes good on the euro, why isn't it good? If that strategy is good, why doesn't it work on the other instruments? And I discovered that
it's a different broad.
and
that's why.
Well, the euro is pretty subtle as far as how many pips you're making, but I'm in so fucking big. I'm in 3 times bigger than you. But I'm in because I'm in the most liquid thing. So a lot of people feel like, well, the euro's a scam because everybody. Here's the argument, the dumbest argument I ever heard. No nonsense makes this argument. There's too many people trading the euro. It's very manipulated. I go, that's the whole point, dumb shit. I want it manipulated in the most fucking obvious top tick Tomminess of the world, because you notice that the pound never top tick Tommy today, although it did go into that clutch, into that undercut as you're looking into the market. But you know what? It's okay.
It cashed me out. I think it was 40 pips or something.
I mean, look at this British pound, the raw pound.
You know what? You're not going to be an expert on all of them. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to see if we top tick Tommy the pound. Okay, we did not take out the high of the previous day, but when we came up here, you could have made yourself a tidy 40 pips here. 40 pips.
I got out there.
So actually,
I got 40 pips,
like I said,
took out of 800,000.
I feel like at this point, if I was really going to recommend like a trade plan for the rest of the day, I don't know how this is going to work out, but I would buy for the next 40 pips easily on the pound for the next 8 hours. I just put a clusterfuck of weird shit out here, or turn on a robot that's going to churn this area and keep putting unique orders in. So unique entries are robust entries because we don't have this, in it. No,
you're not stuck like I am. I have a very look. The only piece of the dynamics that it took me 4 or 5 years to figure out with the stone stack was when we were doing the stone stack on the high frequency stuff, you needed to be in like every other pip, you needed to have a contract.
Right.
So it would be 10101, and then maybe we put a 3-banger if it moved against us more than 8 ticks, and we would try to save the trade. But
that's
again,
right, because you have to.
But that's static. Hang on, but that's static, bro, and I'm with you because that was a static thing. The only thing I've changed in the last 3 or 4 years, because I haven't really spent that much time on it, is I moved it to the ATRs, and I've tried to layer it a little bit more spread out based on the dynamics of the context of what's happening now.com.
Right. So I did a scan with this kid out of Germany. He was kind of excited about back testing, doing forward, or you march forward in the program, right? And I think MT4 could do it. He had a program that could do it, right? It was a shell on top of the thing. And so we were marching forward one night, and I said, can we, without looking at the chart, can we put on delta trades? In other words, can we put on tight stops with good profits when the market has an open to closing ATR? And I stretched it out, made a histogram out of it. So I did a video about this where I created a histogram of ATR, right? And the scripts are written based on the ATR. So you can see.
Beautiful.
I don't know if just here. I could send you the video, but what in other words, there's a histogram at the bottom, and the levels I picked are my take profits. So I have a shelf starting at 15 pips to 0 or 15 pips to 5.
Brother, you're trading the edge.
So
beautiful,
I'm back testing.
Bro.
I'm back testing that, right?
Yeah,
and then when it climaxes, that means my targets need to be. I can see the target, like I can literally see that one price pulse play out, but this is about unique events that happen very rarely, but they're high probability. Like, look at the pullback on this euro. Look at the pullback on this pound off this top tick Tommy stuff. But I think it's still going to go up and do a reef. In other words, it's going to do another vain attempt because there was so much upward momentum. So I believe momentum is a real thing. In other words, there's still buyers.
Right.
There's still bulls out there, and if I can even, I hate to sound cheap, like I Jewish or
No,
something.
but
Like
you're
Jewish,
not.
like I care about every tick. But if it's going up there, dude, and I know that if I sell 10 pips north now for the next 4 hours, that I have a high probability of skimming that for a just I don't know, just kind of because the market's dead now. It's 1 o'clock. Forget about it. Put a fork in it, right?
Yeah, you're good at lunchtime. No
And we
one's doing shit.
got maybe a drift left in up there. Are we gonna go up? And I'm kind of ready for the next. I love the retap of the wick, up or down, because I'm like, yeah, there's more goobers ready to get on the buy train. I just dumped my whole short euro, by the way, because it's over, dude. It's it's over. Look here comes the buyers, dude. Like, get the fuck out of the way. You gotta dump that short, dude. Here comes the goobers. They're gonna drift it up maybe, and I don't want to be involved in that. So I want that. I want that quick and dirty money when they wick it up and they wick it back. I feel like proudest, even if I don't make money as much as I could make on the drift. There's some satisfaction in having this.
Wait a second.
You know.
Wait a second, and that's why I think it's the most important thing, especially with Genesis with this new program, is you have to calculate your expectancy. Since you don't do the exact same thing ever, it's going to be tough to find that. But on something that's doing an algo,
it's automatic, it's dynamic, adaptive, automatic.
No, I get that. No, I understand what you're doing. I think it's brilliant. I just think that the way that you should approach promoting it. You should use all the tools that are available now that weren't available even a year ago.
Yeah,
when I was doing rhythmic trading, I could get people to
rhythmic trading. I know, I understand. No, so
I've been offered 100K and 500K account to trade on. I'm doing that first.
Yeah, but why listen, let me ask you a question. I was in the business for a long time, a little bit longer than you guys. And yeah, I've seen the 100 millions and the 50 millions, and the minimum investment is 250,000. I mean, I've seen all of it. I've seen guys blow up machine learning, artificial intelligence accounts worth $6 million in less than a year. I've seen it all.
No.
So I reckon that for you, the best thing possible, since you're not a licensed broker.
Man, that is a comment.
Oh, dude,
that is brutal. That is like saying you saw some guy buy a race car from a real racetrack and he decided to drive it on the street and he killed three people. I mean, it's like I get it's a high end car, but did you actually check the fucking clutch pressure before you decided to get in there with grease on the pedal?
That's funny.
So I've been offered
Darwin Award.
I've been offered a $100,000 account to actually trade. I'm finishing the website for a
Okay,
record.
so let's do the numbers. Let's do the numbers. Even if you, hang on, let's do the numbers. This is where I'm sorry, the Jew comes out. Let's do the numbers together. 1,000 people, each paying you $50 a month, is $50,000 a month. QED. Quote estum demonstratum, buddy. That's it in math. You get 1,000 players that use the system, and those 1,000 players will bring another 1,000 players. And the only thing you're going to have to worry about is that the system consistently makes money for people. Because as far as I'm concerned in this whole game, as far as a business, and Simpleton, I know you're doing this for fun and enjoyment, and and you have a good time with it. But as a business, if you can't make money for your clients, and your clients can be people that have small $500 and $5,000 accounts, you're not going to find all the big players anymore. They've run for cover, and they're already in the Bahamas. They've already been set up with their trust accounts. Don't kid yourself.
Yeah, I wonder how hard it is to win over. So if your fastest. What you need is some kind of guy that's going to be. If you did have two people buy it and one guy says this works great, he could probably really bring people in. But like he's saying, if you give an introductory offer or the 30-day trial, I mean that's as cheesy as that, but that's how the world's built, 30-day trial.
Right.
Like if you software rentals, typically you can get, or you can have like Reaper, which is a good audio product, Reaper, which people are buying maybe. There's goobers that probably donate to fucking WikiLeaks or whatever it is, WikiFuck.
Sure.
I mean, I go to WikiLoops and I can get free drum sounds on WikiLoops that are amazing. Dude, these guys are publishing free fucking high-end recorded shit for free. I'm like,
crazy.
why would I even try to compete with that, right?
I've got three. I got three business models.
Right.
Funded by X, I get X because I got a track record.
You don't
Right.
want that headache, bro. You don't want to be
Right.
playing with other people's money. Trust me, my dear friend. My dear
Right.
friend. I don't know you from Adam, but you're on the Discord and you're a gentleman, and I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, I'm 57. I don't know how old you are.
It's funny you
Don't
say that, dude. I
fucking
don't know why,
do it.
but that's I don't know why. It's so funny you say that because people have asked me. I actually had this kid ask me, "Well, I'll just give you $200 and then give me $1,000 in a few months," and I'm like, "Yeah, but," and I'm like, part of it's like, dude, I'd rather show you how to trade and just be done with it.
Yeah,
And have
that's
you go
easier
off
for
on
you.
your own, or if I'm gonna manage it
Yeah.
for you, then I'm gonna be like,
I can't sleep at night now.
we can't be
for this.
friends. We can't be friends. I mean,
No,
that's the
no,
creed.
because
We
if
can't be
something goes
friends
wrong,
now.
I'm fucked.
Now
Oh, yeah.
now you can't call me up and go,
Well,
well, hey man, like what happened to the account? Like, oh, how come
you're
I'm
not
not making
licensed.
money? I thought you knew what you're
Simpleton.
doing. If I hear that, bye.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
dude,
yeah.
I'm not
But
even.
you're
I'm not
licensed.
going there.
Not licensed. You can't touch
It-
it.
Right, I'm not
Yeah,
licensed. I'm not
well.
licensed. Right.
You can't
I
touch
don't
other
have. I
people's
don't have a
money.
Chapter 7 or whatever it's called.
No, it's
a
Section
Series
22,
7 or
all
whatever,
kinds
Series
of shit
5.
you need. CPM.
Yeah,
It
all
goes
that
on.
bullshit.
Yeah.
So actually, people ask me when I said I was going to be a trader.
It's Turkey, mate.
Fair enough, but listen, the last thing you need is the Turkish magician trying to find you for the $100,000 that blew up on a Sunday night when you were paying attention.
But I don't gamble and a mentality.
I never said that. I never said that, my
Yeah,
friend.
gamble.
I never said that you gambled. I know that you've done your work and you've done your due diligence. I concur that you understand what you're doing, and I looked at your results. They're very good. You got a 36 cents. You're going to win 36 cents on every dollar you punt, which is phenomenal.
So-
that's really, really good.
Yeah, around
So,
there, around there. It's fine.
So,
I calculated. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Nate, so what did you get? Did
Hey,
you get a
that's Bo
chance?
Diddley to you. That's
Oh
Bo
yeah,
Diddley.
sorry. Yeah, NB.
That's fine.
I know.
Go
So
ahead.
did you ever catch my videos where I done a few intros? I invited this guy on. He doesn't know I invited him on, but the guy that was an options trader who was writing naked options against natural gas. So he wrote naked calls and it spiked up on him and he blew up a giant account. Did you see that?
Yikes.
Oh my God! So he apologizes while wearing a Rolex in a room. It's incredible. It's on YouTube and Hedge Fund Manager. And this guy wrote a book on how to do naked options. And it's all fun and games collecting that premium until the market spiked up and he destroyed people's
Take a look at
accounts.
did they trade oil today? Did they had a report today?
And he
didn't
was
they, on
he
oil?
was friends with his clients, and he was telling the one client that he was going to get him a Cuban sandwich and then he goes, you remember that? He goes, remember we used to go to the game together? We used to sit in the
Yeah, sure.
bleachers, and he was
Sure.
crying on YouTube, and it was so sad. And oh gosh, I was like, this guy was
You don't need this. You don't need this in your life.
heavily into these markets, and
Not good. Not good.
but yeah, so.
Take a look at oil. Take a look at oil. Let's take a
Yeah, I
look
thought
at that oil bond.
oil was a scalper's dream today. If you wanted to step in front of that
but I
beast.
want to show you my little gimme strategy because I think it's something that even just the youngsters that are paying attention and watching, they could get a feel for something. And if you throw up the oil chart, 5-minute chart, and let's look and see what happens at 10:25, 10:35, because the oil report came out at 10:30, I believe, today. I hope it was today. Is it today?
Yeah, well, there was the Euro's confidence reports way down to -24. They projected
help.
20. They always project so much better. They're trying to support the market with bullshit. They're trying to preload it with good news. Like, dude, wake up. So,
Just go to today. What was the
there
time
was
today?
no,
Did
there
they
was
have the
no,
oil
just
report?
consumer confidence, and there was some drama from the Fed. But Biden's supposed to speak it too if he's still alive. If he didn't fall off his bicycle, but
Okay, so tomorrow's going to be the oil report. My apologies. Tomorrow is Thursday. They
Yeah.
move it from Wednesday to Thursday. They fuck around with all this
well,
shit.
did
too,
you
so you're not
see?
paying
So
attention.
I watched Forex Factory quite a bit. So did you see?
Okay.
This was about a month ago, and I come on and it was going to say mortgage delinquencies, and it says tentative. So they play games and
Right.
they move these things up, right? And they'll hold back. They held back the mortgage delinquencies. People don't report this in the news because this is minutia, anti-reporting from even Forex Factory. Like the government refuses to
Not gonna show
announce that they're even going to announce that they're going to announce. Yeah, on the 5-minute, I think if you're still short crude, I'd hold it here through this sell-off. I think
No,
I would.
I was trying to show you guys the
Oh,
the
what
box,
time of day?
the box
Here.
trade, but that's tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow, Thursday, at 11. See, they moved it from 10:30 on Wednesdays to I guess it's summer.
Well, I
they
can
changed it,
turn off. I can look to the last week's drama here.
Yeah, it's very fun. To me, it's like it's the easiest trade I uncovered, and I give it to everybody that I meet only because it gives them the idea that, you know what, you've got to get into the market. If you have even just one move, you can at least try.
Right.
But one dance move is not going to win the Dancing with the Stars contest. That's the reality.
Right.
Here.
So if you
and that's why I like the way you're moving your feet all along and dancing along the edges and what you're doing. I think it's phenomenal. I really do. Just thinking in the back of my head, I'm going to let my head think about how to program this, Mr. Gus.
Well, the thing is, like I said, for me, the ultimate robot, you're looking for a 1-hour robot. In the most clunky, let me just do the most goober-esque scenario. You got a robot that looks at the 1-hour prices in whatever instrument it's tracking. So when you turn that robot on is when the clock starts. So it's not actually starting at the top of the clock. So when you initialize, you can pick 60 minutes. After 60 minutes, it's going to say, okay, the market hasn't gone anywhere in 60 minutes. Let's put on a particular strategy. And maybe it's going to buy and sell at the market. I'm imagining this doesn't have to be like this. It buys and sells in the market with a tight stop. It's going to lose a leg and scalp out because the ratios are 3-to-1. You're on a tight commission broker, the delta. It could also look for tight spread and put on a hedge. In other words, I wouldn't have anything against buying at the market if it was a hedge at the market. In other words, the spread comes down under so-and-so. At the same time, the ATR for the last 5 minutes or the last 15, whatever you want to pick, is well below.
Go back 30 minutes.
I mean, you're setting a hard threshold. No, you're not saying it's like a percentage. You're saying if the market hasn't moved, if it's moved anywhere from 3 to 5 pips in that range, and the spread is tight, put on a hedge. Literally do it, shut the fuck up, and put on a 4-to-1 ratio, a 3-to-1 in different robots. I'm sorry. Inside there, it's putting on a 6K, 3K long, 3K short. We're going to scale out. We're going to do a logarithmic. That it's going to be a 135 exit or a 138. Now we want that kind of lofty target, or maybe 3. It puts on a 4K, and you're not using it in margin. Some brokers, there's no margin usage when you execute a hedge, or you're using half. The beauty of a forex broker is that they're just going to charge you for one leg because they see what you're doing. Now, you could have a tight hard stop, which is preferred, and I've done this trade. Actually, I used to trade this out of fucking Cyprus. I had a broker, a nano account. I used to do this trade all the time on stop entry too. So as soon as the market bursts out of that thing, you're scalping two of those things off. You've made your expense. Even if you get whipsawed, you're not going to get as cut, but it's giving you that window of opportunity. This is a real breakout. It's going to do it. Now, imagine, and I have nothing against because I'm a hard worker. So, I built my own lab and my own business. And
I believe it.
I'm not afraid to work all the time if I think it's a valid venture. I'll bend over. I'll repaint your house if I think we could flip it. But so,
fair enough.
you know what I mean? So I'm like, I'll do that. And like this, I'm imagining this. I fantasize about these robots because I don't know if I want to put on a hedge right now myself. But if this thing was looking at a market while I'm sleeping and goes, the delta's good, this is good, let's put on a hedge. The probability of that making money, even if it's only $5 while I'm sleeping, poof. This is the Frankenstein. If I can make this, I can clone it. And if I can clone that, then I'm leaving the station on. And when the market's violent, that's when the limit bots come in. No market bot takes a fucking hedge trade. Who comes in with a 5-pip stop when FOMC comes out? The spread is 5.
That's stupid. Yeah, that's
so
stupid stuff.
But obviously, the behavior and the breadth of the market is that the high drama moments is going to be when cash market opens. Here comes fucking the news. You got an hour to digest the news before stocks open. There's a bum rush to the door. Full auction, it's over, they've engulfed. Yeah, you can stick around for the drift and look at this big fucking target on your Gartley, but I'm not that guy.
No, I wouldn't. I would be in and
I don't
out
have
as well.
time.
Make it
Like
take
you
it.
said,
Make
I'm
it
getting
take it.
the older you get, the more you want to scalp. I think.
For sure.
I mean, you see that you can make more money scalping, casual
It's
scalping, and it kind of. I'm doing a mild swing. Like swing traders are probably still short, but I'm already out of my short. We're drifting up in the euro. I don't want to be involved until we come into Asia, maybe. And then there's tomorrow the jobs report. There'll be drama coming into that, or there'll be a drift into it and a slam. So all these kind of things. If you look through Vinny's list, and I'm not a big fan of this either, is that he's got like, well, this is the wobble and dobble, and I'm like, I always feel like that's candlestick teaching. Like this is a hammer. I'm like, dude, it's either a small body or a big body. The wick is a whole nother story. And if you have a small wick and a small body, put on a hedge. I would actually, if I was teaching forex, I'd see you got 4 trade plans, dude. 5, if tops.
Maybe 5.
It's how you use them, dude. You don't need to know fucking 40 guitar chords. People have written hit songs with fucking 5 chords their whole life. It's the way you pause and rest on the chord before you go to the next chord. And if you don't play, that's the biggest accent in the world. I try to get my band to not play, so I'm the bass player in the band. So what I do is I do phrases and I stop. I'm trying to train them. They pick up real fast. This one kid, he's so cute. He plays bass with a little guitar, and I can't hardly stand his bass playing, so I'll play bass, And then he'll steal my licks, and I'm thinking, thank God, at least steal my idea of not playing being the accent. So I play ahead and behind the kick drum and create this whole fucking leverage that is like people don't know why they like the beat. It's funky because you're just slightly ahead, right? And you advanced timing, right? And it just pull the beat, and then you get in the pocket, and you always know you don't play the one because that's too cliche, but you play around it. And everybody knows where the one's at. So the syncopation factor to me in the market. It is syncopation. You do have to be. There's artistry. In other words, people that manually trade and make money at it, they just kind of go, okay, here we go again. It's a bad relationship. I actually did a video where I talked about how forex is a bad relationship, and the girl forgot her keys at home. That's the retest. Honey, you forgot your keys again? Like, how many fucking times are you gonna do this? So that's the retest. I gotta drive all the way back home. Yeah, that's engulfment.
Engulf. I got you.
On the map, on the aerial view of the price action.
That's
but
too funny.
Whatever metaphor you need to make it okay to trade, and some people, they want the horoscope trading, and I got you. If your money management's good, dude, you can use the goddamn stars to trade.
You know what you got to do? I think if you wanted to start, like you did with that gentleman, where you burned the money in front of you, you should literally say to people, if they. I'm going to give you a quick example. The second we turned on the HFT, we knew we had the potential to lose $600 in the next minute. That's how fast this puppy was, because while you and I are looking at these wonderful hour candles, there's a whole world living on inside in the half hour, in the 15-minute, in the 5-minute, in the 1 minute. There's a universe in each candle time slice. An absolute universe. You can cut down a 1-minute candle, and I can show you how to make 47 trades in different directions on that 1-minute candle. We wrote code for shit like that. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Context is the key. I had to zoom out completely to get back to the minutes and get back to the 5 minutes and get back to everything else, because it's a different world when you're at the microscopic world as opposed to at the macroscopic world.
Yeah, so when I set up elaborate entry, this kind of ladder of staggered orders, right? So when I look on my phone, right? So I'm looking at my phone, and I see I get filled, right? And when I'm going into a crush, right? So if I see I'm starting to use up margin, and I'll come in, and if I do have my targets set for like you're talking about, you're just trying to make 3 pips or 3 ticks.
Yeah, give me 3.
So right, because if those happen to be clustered in an area, you're in and out of that trade, and it is you pad the account a little bit because probably going to go lower, and it's those little things that make the difference, because at the end of the day, the guy that can save.
If I'm in and out of the trade 10 times, well, you took your first 3 pips on the 5-minute bar, and I did it 10 times on 3 pips. I'm going to make more money just by virtue of the volume. Let's call it the kissing frequency, right? If she's kissing you like And you
Right.
know, it's going to be different than just a long, slow kiss. Let's put it that way.
Plus, if I,
No
th- I
time,
feel
no
I
time.
feel like if you have the limits laid out there, you lay this track and it comes into a say a 20 ticket trap. You scalp the bottom 10 off the bottom, and some people would say, well, you only made like, I don't know, $2 off the bottom. But I said,
Okay.
yeah, but guess what? I can treat the next segment. I can call that the scalp, and now I'm in the swing trade portion, and I can re-rack another iteration of that that's maybe slightly more conservative. So here's the finesse part, because I'm going to pull out it's like I knew a guy that wrote soundscapes, and he wrote, he would do movie scores, but he had all these kind of things he'd built, right, where he'd just bring up on a sample. And that, it's about calling in the proper area to buy. You know, I guess it reminds me a lot of once the neighborhood, like once something goes on sale and they raid it also reminds me of the raiding of the shelves during Christmas, that the customers that kind of trickle back in after all the fucking every order imbalance has been sheared off at the knees, and those I'm not too I want to trade those guys too, those little drifty orders. And I guess I want to buy and sell. Like, I've never really been good at selling, but the limits are letting me do it, because I can say, today I told myself I would sell, and I talked about it last night, I will sell anything above yesterday's high and anything in that cleft. So I did that trade. That trade's over. That's 20 pips. Now I'm looking into Asia here, drift up, and it's almost like a bullfighter. I want to tempt the market to come after me in a way here. I'm going to do it manually, but the robots, if I turn on the proper bot. But that's where the robot could make it up. So getting back to the 1 hour robot, if he sees that we're drifting up here, he's not even, I could have the robot come in with.
You could have the robot buying all the way up and selling all the way up.
Right. So what I want to do is when the robots only goes up 5 pips in an hour as opposed.
But at what point would you pull the, like me personally, if I had the robot that was drift, let's call it the drift bot, because it's reading the last 30 minutes and it's a certain time of the day, and all these conditions have been met, which you've already visually, your own visual acuity has shown you this is what you want to do. But you could have the drift bot buying along, like buying and selling every 3 ticks, like in a loop. Let's call it a loop. I think the reason you're laying out so many of these orders by hand is because you don't have that looping mechanism happening. So you're just letting them all sit there, let the orders come in, let's get out, and if I see that the account is up a certain amount, let me just close the orders, because I know now they're eating into my short stack that's sitting up on top. So I think if you had that one piece there,
well, there's the other piece I could have, and this is probably something that is pretty gooberlicious, is that I talked about this in videos before where I walked through the chart as the market's tumbling down in the 1 hour, 4 hour, that for the true confirmation guy that wants to, I think it's a good trade that if you put a buy stop above the high of the previous hour, as the market drops, unless we can take out that high, you're not going to be long. The next bar that goes by, we're going to put a 2K on. Every hour that goes down, so after 10 hours, we're going to have a 10K. Now, maybe we have 10 1Ks is better thinking, because we want unique exits for each, but we're going to start martingaling in kind of a, as soon as this thing starts to stop hunt, now there is a problem with getting trapped on the first burst, but we got scalps built into that. But if we continue with that same trade plan for the next price pulse down, or maybe you wait for that, but I don't want to put too many filters in, but I mean, I'm just talking conceptually about order flow, getting in, how you're getting in. Because in those situations, the limit bot might have got crushed because you got in too dense, too thick, too many.
Too close
So I've actually done that trade during the news. So when the news comes out and the market goes crushing down, I've sat in front of my hotkey keyboard and go bing, 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 and I'm stacking up a psychotic amount of unique buy stops. As soon as it rips back, it scalps out in a gush, and I'm up like $50 or $100, and then I can be done for the day. Actually, so I'm not saying buying a stop is off limits, but it has to be a gushing market. When that thing turns around like a Doberman, it's like boom, we are out. And so on the limit grid thing though, so getting back to this thing, if the market goes up 50 pips, the limits are going to come in 20 pips deep above and below, or if it's going up, it's only going to sell. If it's going up, it only puts sell limits in front based on the price pulse we just got. If it only goes up 10 pips, I may turn on the trend bot. So if it only goes up 10 pips, it means that we're in a downtrend. It's delting out. Instead of hedging now, I'm going to put on a shallow 5 to 10 pip sell limits with a tight stop with greedy ratios. Okay, so now I'm going to put my trend limit entry systems. These aren't going to be grid fucking wicks to hell and auctions off a cliff into fucking 4-year lows. This is going to be a completely different robot. This robot sees a small bar and says, hey, this could be a trend trade. Let's get the best fucking price before we break out and trap the buy stop goobers, because the only other trade I would do that I think makes sense is a symmetrical hedge at the market. You lock it in, you have unique exits, and the delta is very small now. There is no wick, and the wick's small. It's looking at maybe the wick 2 for the last hour, but it's an hour. It's a 1 hour bot. It sees a big move. It sells at the market 1 with a wide stop. It sells on limits wide, so it always puts in that market order. I control all these things. I don't care if it's 40 bots. I would do it. So I would have 20 market bots, 20 limit bots. I manage that on the euro, and I look at the market, and I go, dude, let them go. I mean, this is the trade. This is the obvious trade. Let them all go, actually, because I don't want to be there. Dude, if I go to the store, you ever come back from the store, when I used to start trading forex, and I go to the store, I come back, I go, dude, the account just got blown up. What the fuck happened? Like, I thought the broker ripped me off because I'd heard about scam, but I've never been scammed by a broker, to be honest with you. Only one broker was giving me a hard time withdrawing, but that's when I told you where the balance inverted. I came back, it was negative 400 one day. So maybe they blew up their whole brokerage firm. But I knew that going in. People would go, there's only $500 in the account, relax. Like, I didn't put my life savings offshore in the Isle of Man, but it's been a lot of fun, and I met some guys. There was a guy that came on the stream once. I don't think it was you. So it's a guy from the States. Maybe you heard him. This is about 2 years ago. And he goes, dude, I know a guy that, he's telling me about that guy that got kicked out maybe it was you, got kicked out the Australian brokerage firm because he made too much money. And
I probably know who that guy is. I probably know.
He's a real vibrant sounding guy from the United States. And
No,
so he was on the stream. Yeah, he was on the stream about 2 years ago. And I was like, wow. And he goes, yeah. He goes, the guy was just doing too good because he's a sandbox idea that they have to upsell their stuff. Their liquidity providers go, you're not bringing enough losers, dude. You're not bringing enough losers.
Right.
And it's commission based, and they're making money on the commissions because as long as you trade, you may be the best trader in the world, but you're getting charged commissions at least. If not, they're going to skim something off the spread. But I don't begrudge any broker, so I'm not having broker hate me at all, dude. My broker's my friend. Like, I don't get how people are like when you go to the dealership. Are you going to punch the salesman? Like, are people so cheap? I'm cheap to a fault, but I'm not cheap in that sense.
You know what it is? Because people listen. You had your own business, and 99% of the people on planet Earth have never had their own business or had to run their own ship, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And you have to buy things. You have to buy equipment, and you got to pay the bills, and there's so many things going on.
Plus, you got to get shitty. You got to get shitty clients sometime, dude. I've had clients that are so fucking stupid. They're so stupid. I have to hold their hand. I thought, I like the ego trip. I'm like a mentorship client relationship. I got to hold their hand, but I'm like, as long as I could teach this guy something. I've done chairside with Dennis, and I've gone. You ever thought of that? He goes, no. I'm a little ego trip there because I'm like the dental hero, but I take that same skill set, but I could take the same skill set and bring it into trading because it's like some guy comes with an abscessed tooth. Well, what are you going to do? Does he have any money?
Right.
Does he have any money? What are you going to do? Like, where's the stop? How much money? Are you going to go in? You're going to go in on this, and you may not get paid. Like where's your they say in the hospital, if you show up at the hospital with your arm lopped off, and you have no insurance, they're not going to turn you away. I'm sorry. So this whole facade, they can't. Nobody really wants to take. I'm not going to take advantage of that. I don't want to be the guy that takes advantage of that. I guess I'm not a guy that wants to scam the system, but I'm sure people are. Like you said, they're jumping in front of a train to get the insurance money.
Oh yeah, it's crazy shit. Well, listen, in Florida at the time, I was living with someone, and this a buddy of mine came over with his girlfriend, and they got into it. I don't know exactly what happened. He must have said something. And she lifted up a pot of coffee, because we were about to have coffee after dinner. She lifted it up, and she was going to launch it. And you can tell when someone's going to launch it, right? They have a blank look on their face, and you can see that they're aiming to hit them in the head. So I put my arm up to try to stop this cannonball of a coffee pot, and I sliced open my right below my wrist. So I needed like 11 stitches. And I had to wait in the emergency room in Miami for about 19 hours because they got to see heart attack victims and everyone else. And then I had to take x-rays, make sure there's no glass in the wound, et cetera, et cetera. 3 weeks later, I ran into that guy I told you about, Jerry. He said, listen, I have a great idea. I go, what's your idea? He goes, sometimes you get stuck in the emergency room. I said, what? That just happened to me a week ago. I got stuck there for like 19 hours for 11 stitches. He goes, so his idea, which was the clinics, the walk-in clinics, the urgent care clinics concepts. So timing, my friend. Timing is everything. And I think you're at the right place at the right time, and I think that your friend there, Mr. Genesis, is also at the right place at the right time. Because you have the potential to really...
It is tough. I did some artwork. I don't think it's that great, but for me, I think it's cool. But I just kind of dabbled in, can I do some line drawings and sell them on Etsy, right, or something like that? And I thought, I don't know if I could come up with one of these. I know they're these digital art things, but I had some interesting ideas for the art. Actually, making movies on paintings. So I'd take a painting, right, and take a macro camera, various macro cameras, and film the canvas. Come and zoom in. Create some embossed paintings where you can do oblique lighting and create a dramatic kind of, it's a painting, but it's a landscape because it's embossed, and really drill down, and you can see the lint coming off the pulp and everything, the rag coming off the paper, but make a movie based on that and just film that whole thing. But yeah, you get these brainstorms, and I guess YouTube's the greatest place to kind of just throw stuff out there and kind of troll people. But when you troll people, you're trolling you're actually... if you're a critic, you're a critic of yourself. I mean, you're always criticizing yourself, I suppose. I mean, you want to make yourself better, this or that.
Oh, listen, you have to be truthful. I think at the end of the day, I understand why Vinny, and some of the other people get very hostile towards people that are not being truthful. It's one thing to cheat someone when you know the price of something because you're in the business. That's completely different than leading someone down the garden path where they have absolutely no chance at all of ever recouping any of the money that they've sent you. I think that's really bad.
I think it's kind of cringy if you set up some high expectation.
Really
at least, so what Vinny does, here's a special thing he does, is that if a guy comes in there who's been burned by a kind of a fantasy system like a Gartley pattern system, he says to him, look, dude,
right,
I will fucking set you up with a free account, and I'll send you a fucking, because he's a gearhead, he goes, I'll send you a fucking 32-inch monitor, and let's go.
Nice.
And he sends them, and,
that's cool.
and he gets these guys, and so Vinny's very strict. He has a Discord, and you come in there, and people post the results. Dude, these guys are making money. Have you been in his Discord? If you go through his Discord,
I don't know, I'm in it right now.
Oh, dude, those people. He's trading Nasdaq, dude. These people make like $3,000 a day trading.
That's easy.
$3,000 a day.
Yeah, that's easy. You can do $2,000 in fucking 5 minutes with Nasdaq.
No loss. Maybe down $300-$400. Then they make like $2,000. I'm not kidding you.
Oh yeah.
They're snipers. They're snipers with a system. Even though I'm sure that, so you can let the algo box trade it, or you can kind of intervene on top, which I'm doing here with my little crude bots, plus I have a mindset of where maybe a headshot could be, so I'm willing to buy every headshot. So I guess I'm very much a boy plunger kind of attitude, but I like the thrill. I do like the risk in a sense, because unfortunately for people that are trading, they're typically not morons. Most sophisticated people think, well, can't I just make money making really good decisions? And so they're attracted to trading, and they love risk. and so some people get burned, and some people blow up their account. And but I don't think a blown up account is a reason to stop, because, no.
No.
Have you blown a tire in your car? I look at like a blown tire in my car.
No. No, you're onto something. If you blow out your tire, that means that you have to avoid that pothole next time.
Yeah, at least you've been driving.
So, I mean, blowing up an account actually teaches you where your mistake was. But I have to tell you that I don't think that trading itself is for many people, as let's say, as a pastime. As a pastime, no problem, just fucking around money. But as an actual way to make a living and the rest of it, I don't think it's for most people's temperament. Is that the proper word? I guess personality type. It's not for them. It's just not for them.
Right. Well, the thing is when I look at
they don't understand the drawdown. They don't understand that you the minute you wake up in the morning. I wake up in the morning, man. I don't know if you've ever done the calculation in your life, but I remember when I was flying high, I would wake up and the minute I opened my eyes, I said, "Well, you can clock another nickel. That's another nickel for today." Heat,
right.
Water, Vespas, bitches, champagne.
Yeah, no,
you know,
I remember some times.
Yeah, I'm down a nickel. Okay, I wake up. Okay, down a nickel. So, and guess what? If you're coming in, a youngster, I don't know, 20, 25, 23, and you're watching all these videos and people are showing off all these Maseratis and all this fucking crazy shit that they rent for 5 minutes, or they don't even bother renting. They just take pictures while they're in the dealership. Yeah, you're going to get mesmerized by utter bullshit. And I think that I'd rather associate myself with people who actually know what they're doing and are trying to steer people away. Like, you don't want to do this, man. And if the guy, I had a young guy in this building, a Filipino young man, and he found out that I was doing trading. I try to keep it very low key. And listen, I want to learn this and that. I said, okay, bring me $100 tomorrow. Really? He said, yeah, bring me $100. I said, you got to rip the $100, just like you did with that other guy, with the Greek guy. It was exactly the same story, man. It's so bizarro for me. And he didn't want to rip up the $100. Plus, it's a little bit harder to rip Canadian money because it's plastic.
Oh yeah.
I said, if you're not prepared,
yeah, it's got the hologram of the dictator in there.
Fucked up. Oh my God.
Holographic
it's like not even real
oligarch.
money. We're already in monopoly money with here in Canada, so it's already a fucking goofball routine. This guy couldn't rip it up. He just didn't have. I said, trading is not for you. Unless you're prepared to lose $100 every time you open up your mouth, this is not a business for you, man. Go back to work. Go back to school. Do what you got to do.
So
and he thanked me.
I remember that problem. You know, so when I was trading commodities out of Chicago, and I had this broker, and so I had a satellite dish on the roof. I moved up to a satellite dish eventually.
Oh, yeah.
I had God, who was it called? It was a so I had to pay the satellite dish people $90 a month. And then I had to pay exchange fees of $55 to Chicago, and then $30 to trade the bond market. So my whole bill was like $200 and something a month. So just sitting still, I'm losing money without putting a trade on. I'm losing $200 a month.
Yeah. $300. Yeah.
Because I think I'm a professional trader.
$300. Hang on, $300 in 1980 is closer to $700 now, or even
it was the year 2000, and I was like,
2000.
Yeah, so I actually had, and my software cost $2,000, and I had a dongle key on it, and I had to pay $200 a month to TradeStation until I owned it. It was a $2,000 software program that runs in Windows, and it had paint bars. So the paint bars, I thought, that's kind of what I have here a little bit. I thought, what a great idea. When it crosses over, I'll just see the histogram of the paint bar changes color. It's called Easy Language in there, and you could make paint bars, but it couldn't execute a trade. There was no EAs. And I'd studied the books. You know, I was deep into it, dude. I went to symposiums. I met Mark Douglas twice, and I met, I took the course from him. And Psychology Van Tharp I took, and I took it from Alexander Elder. I met him twice, and then I met the Bollinger Band guy. I met at something in Washington, D.C., some TAG meeting, Technical Analysis Group. So, I was deep in, dude. I in 1990, I spent $2,000. I spent 3 days in a psychological thing with Dr. Van Tharp, who is a ex-trader who trades offshore and makes $1 million, you know. Because what he said was, he's very droll, but he said, why are you trading, you know? So he goes, are you a masochist? And I said, yes. I had to admit to masochism because of my trading technique, I think. But I'm like, yeah, I guess. Well, you know, he goes, you play out stuff in real life that you're playing like, if left to your own devices. That's why the robot's not masochistic, but I can make him that way. But it is masochistic to trade, isn't it, on some level? Like, you're doing what today? Oh, I'm risking a 200 to make 400. Wow, what, lottery tickets?
Wow. People can't wrap their minds around that. They can't.
It's too much. So I mean, I get the fact, but when you get older and you look back now, you say, you know what? That dumb Zen shit that guy said is true. Oh, another thing I did, I picked up this book. So these books, I bought every book you could buy, right? Jew, right? Buy every book. So I had this book called Nothing, by a guy named James Sloman. James Sloman wrote a book called Nothing, and it was pretty cool. It's very Zen. So the first 2 pages is about looking at a tree and not saying the word tree in your head. How hard is that to do, to see it in beginner's mind, right, the first time? And I thought, yeah, if you look at the chart and not even bring up where's my 20 EMA, like, can you look at this a beginner's mind is probably the hardest exercise. Look at your chart like you've never seen it before. And ask yourself, is this a good trade based on the other shit you know? But it was pretty cool, you know. So I watched this guy. He talked about super waves. He's got a thing on YouTube, but he's like this guru that made so much fucking money that he just mumbles to himself, and people think, well, he's like fucking that Ramtha girl that was channeling some shit. That fake Ramtha. I mean, you might have missed that one. It was like late night stuff on TV. Don't forget to sign up for the Ginsu Carvers. I'm just rambling now. I'm not making sense. It's your turn. Your turn to not make sense and then the fully nonsense trading forex club. Certified nonsense forex trading. No, I do want to have some fun though. I think this is another thing we're missing out on is forex comedy. You know, let's make it fun, dude. What kind of trade are you putting on? The loser special buy on grids, like accept the loss up front, plus accept the humiliation up front. What kind of, you're trading at the market again? Actually, I was going to do this thing as a comedy because some guy showed me how to get Windows to launch. MT4 will launch a WAV file, which is very high res, right? So you could have it where you buy at the market. Each market order has a unique, I would sell that. It says like, buying at the market, are you? Every time you hit, you could have that file launched every time you buy at the market. 1K at the market, 20 pips stop. Loser.
Yeah, you should put it in
the Bill Barr series. I'd call it the personality platform.
Yeah. Valley
I would sell you the John Wayne market execution. 1K at the market. Or how about like Alex Jones trades forex. 1K at the market. Don't touch my stop. I would sell that. So it would be 50 buys and sells. So 1K at the market. Fuck you. 50 pip stop. Like, let's call it out. And I swear to God, you make me want to do it right now because all I got to do is fucking tell the script that it's already there. It says sound wave. It says gunshot, actually. It's all my scripts have it. It's called gunshot. This some Asian dude over in fucking Europe did it for me. And it'll trigger a WAV file, which is a high-res file, dude. So it could be a stereo high-res file. And on your system, because that's what Vinny has.
Right.
Execute log. I could have it like different personality types or, some chick, actually. So maybe I get some chick to do voiceovers for me and be like, you just bought a 1K.
Yeah, you can see voice.com.
Oh,
you feel good.
I like over trading with her. So that's another big selling point. A dazzle. This is the glitter kind of like, oh, look, it's got a cup holder, right? Where I put your. No, I would sell that because, I mean, that's worth it. And then I could nail. I send you the WAV file. You have to paste that into a particular place inside of the MetaTrader folders to trigger the WAV file. But you just have to diligently, you have to make a scorecard. You have to make this will be a swing trade.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to actually.
I hope, and you could. Here's the other thing. How about this? Life coach built into the execution. I hope you have enough money in this account. Remember the last time you put on this 50 pip stop, you dumb fucking idiot. Yeah. And I could have life coach scripts. 100. You buy a pack of 100 life coach. Why are you trading at the market? Don't you know it's going lower? That's on the buy script.
What about HAL 2000 or whatever? What are you doing, Dave? That's not a good
Yeah.
idea, Dave.
Yeah, Dave, that's not a
Your
really
lot
good
sizes
idea,
are too
Dave.
big, Dave.
Are you sure? Like
Well,
Windows, are you sure you want to do this? Close this window. No, because they have this robotic. The thing, the other cringeworthy thing is when you click on these news reports where they have a robot reading the news.
Oh, I don't
Today,
know.
President Biden blew his brains out on the bicycle.
Nice.
Oh my God!
Oh,
I love it.
funny.
I love it.
My favorite is if you call H&R Block, they do my taxes. So if you call the robot, do it sometime for free. And if you just mumble, this chick starts to go into 3 different iterations of like, I'm really sorry, but could you maybe go to your email? I swear to God, she's got so many scripts. Oh, I understand you're having a problem. I'll wait. She's got 20 comebacks, dude. And she's probably learning how stupid I am. When he calls, I have to be like this. I have to guide him through everything. Do I have to do everything? It's like the insult hotline. You call it and they go, fuck you, eat shit. Remember that little box you carry around? Bag of insults?
That's
fuck
funny.
off. You squeeze it and it's got a new insult. I guess
Okay,
the insult
so
comic
I want to ask Genesis just for 1 second. I understand you're moving forward from machine learning to AI and the rest of it on your system. Are you prepared to put it up against, like, on its own so people can actually see the results?
Can we see a shootout between you and Vinny? Elgo
No,
shootout.
I don't even want to see that.
No, just
I don't even want to see that. I would just, I don't even.
I got text to speech in my app. It actually tells you if you want, you can assign text to speech any kind of engine to it, and it'll she, he, transgender, possibly, who knows.
Is there a transgender dial so I can fade into another gender? Dial it back. I trade estrogen in Asia, estrogen mode. I go full testosterone when the news comes out. I'm funny that way. I'm a real man when the news is out. Is there a real man mode, like a get her done mode? Is there like a safety mode, like a the sky's falling climate change mode? Like, oops, I think I just feel hot flash. Is that global warming kicking in?
Oh boy, now we're in trouble.
Mine's automated though, Nick. Mine's fully automated.
Oh, great.
Or manual. It really depends.
Ice cubes fall out of the ceiling.
I want to talk about a $500 account. I want to talk about a $500 account, and let's see how far you can go.
That's the point. I got to put a warning in one of my clauses. Flashing lights for people. PC-friendly bullshit these days.
Yeah, but wait, slow down. They want people. The
disclaimer for people who suffer with epilepsy.
Yeah, listen. You don't want to trigger people. You don't want to trigger people like that. But you do want to let the team and you want to let the people around you who respect you at least not look at your code because that's yours. That's sacred. And I don't expect you to reveal anything.
All of it automated.
Well, fair enough.
Automate.
Fair enough. So I want you to put in $500. If you want, I'll send you the $500. And I've already got a witness, Simpleton. You know, I'm good for it. I'll send it. It's not a big deal for me. And throw it in and run it for a month. Give me 100 trades on your system. I want to just
the race
see.
has done great.
Say again. You can't play with 100, 500. Sorry.
Can you just dial down the frequency, the amount of the quantity of the trades, or is that thing hell bent on putting on size X? Like you need 10 grand on the account.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that for 10 grand.
There's loads of different ways. I mean,
in other words,
like money management.
In other words, how much of a drawdown? Like, well, here, just I mean, I know you can't predict the future, but say there's $500 in there. Are you saying like you're probably going to see $150 drawdown at some point? You kind of have to make like even 100, right? So when you get off the floor, if you can grow the account from 500, what is the risk of ruin? I guess that's the ultimate question, right? So what is a typical?
Probably not. I think he's probably got a hard stop in there. I reckon
the strange thing is, like most people go $500. They go 4-hour charts. The depth of the stop loss is so big; it's literally nearly the entire account.
But it's meaningless at that stage. Genesis, we're not talking about that. So
I would say $500 account. I go full on stealth scalping, fast.
Fair enough.
But I limit the amount of trades at any given time.
But
can't
can we limit the amount that you make every day?
So say I only want to do 10
I only want to make
trades.
50
I'll
bucks
have
a
one
day.
bot for this, a bot for that, another bot for something else.
Slow down.
They might
Slow
only
down.
do one trade each, two trades each. So,
Is the market
Wanna make-
moving?
I
So
wanna
the
make
market
50
needs to be
and
moving fast for you. Your system
No,
kicks on
it-
when the market's
it-
moving fast.
it can be ranging.
Okay.
It can be trend, breakouts, reduction squeezes, notches, flags, any.
So what's a
candles,
typical
whatever.
length? If you were to print out the typical average length of your trade? Is it from like 8 minutes to 8 hours? What is the typical length of the by the time you get the profits?
Exposure, right? You want to make sure.
In the sense that it could be sometimes if it's a fast moving market, it could just go in and out.
But I mean,
quickly.
what is the outside it? Like 8 hours is a typical like long term trade for you, or is that considered intermediate?
Yeah, I would say that 8 hours, sometimes 16. The trades I did today were 11 hours.
Like if you're trading a reversal, it spikes up and then it pulls back for 4 hours. It spikes up 4 hours, pull back 4 hours. So it's like an 8 hour trade in a sense. But especially if you go underwater on the beginning of the entry, but if you're gonna bookends, like you're gonna in the morning you get in and right now you're getting out and you're like, that's about it. You know, we could drift around. It's kind of like most of the drama's gone. So is that is it typically a day trading bot? Like what would you recommend? Is it perform better on a low frequency entry in a swing mode, or what is it good at? I guess
all of them, all the styles that's in the video.
Well, I guess you could say all of them, but what if you had if I put a gun to your head, how would you run it? If I said I'm going to blow your brains out if you don't show me the best way to run this fucking robot. Like, in other words, I forgot to tell you I'm old and I'm going to die soon. I forgot the prerequisite. I want a fucking thing that can make money fast. I forgot.
Just understand, it's a process to quantify what you're doing for a given instrument at time frame first. I've got my 30.
Well, of course, conceptually speaking,
and you
that's
quantify
true
each
for everything.
thing. You do a next stage, and then you set it up right then.
Right,
then
but
make money.
But
right on.
So
that's what you should do. You have to tune. Listen, every single one of these robots needs to be tuned. It's kind of like tuning.
I can do your style. I can do Vinny's stuff. I can do whatever. Like.
Yeah.
Why don't you run? Listen, again, I would. I mean,
the idea here is I didn't want a system that was just some EA with a zillion options.
No. I get that.
It's
but
like this guy's got a bot, right? And he's got 5 zillion options. But what do I do with them?
And listen,
I don't know.
That's not what we're interested in.
Well,
I'm interested in whether or not.
Hang on. I don't understand what you're doing. I don't understand what I'm doing. Why will I feel confident trading a bot? I won't.
Okay, look.
Would you?
Yeah, but wait a second.
You get a zillion options.
Wait a second.
It's the same with that strategy quant program.
You're not in that market
Genetic mutations and all this shit. Yeah, well, what does that actually do?
What does it You're not in that space. You're not in that space.
It's bullshit.
Not in that space.
Fantasy.
Yeah, why would that matter? Why would that matter to you? Those are that's like contemplating like the distance to Pluto is going to affect something on a butterfly effect. I mean, it's kind of a side issue, isn't it? Aren't you worried about making money? Like in other words,
it's worse than that. It's worse than that because I think you guys missed something very important. Maybe
a person doesn't understand what they're doing. They're not going to be confident in any way.
There's going to be nobody in this universe.
Understand the probabilities created, and for them,
the number of people.
Oh, I understand that. I get that. Oh, that's nice and easy. They shouldn't have to think too much. I didn't want a system that you've got like you have to think a lot. Oh, it's bullshit gimmicks.
Yeah,
right in the video.
I know, but
bullshit.
Look, yeah, but you have to think of. Let me just break it down to you.
Relax.
Hang on, let's work it backwards. I do business modeling for. That's my major. Major thing.
I need them all and all their hearts.
What you got to do is turn around.
But
if your bot can spit off 50,
what they're doing. They really don't. They think
I understand.
They're biased,
but you do.
Like
let's
I said,
turn around.
Perspective, perceptions, bullshit in themselves.
Again, can your bot make $50 a day? Genesis.
Kidding yourself.
Direct question.
Process, technique.
Direct question.
On all the different styles that fit the psychology of the person.
Oh my God!
Some people
you gotta let up. You can't just say bullshit and process over and over again. It's not helping. You sound like Kamala Harris. I'm just saying. Do you know who she is?
It is part of how I do things, and
you just can't word salad us, dude. Say something that makes fucking sense and let the other guy talk.
Let me ask the question that the Jew wants to know. Answer the Jew.
Yeah,
You make
it's
Yeah, I
Ask a
am.
Jew Day. Ask a
Hang on,
Canadian
please.
Jew Day.
Hang on.
He's got
Tuesday,
gefilte. You got gefilte fish for me
Gefilte
here with
fish
some
ready to roll.
horseradish sauce.
You got $50
But the
a
point
day
is
on
it's
your.
like quantifying something is to understand each
But you're talking
step of the way.
philosophical. We're talking
I need the hard
practicality.
numbers. I need the hard numbers.
I'm talking
Dude,
probabilities.
you
pure
got to stop
mathematics.
talking. We can't even
You
fucking
make
hear.
$50 a day, motherfuckers.
You're not making any sense, dude.
And you make $50 a
Well,
day on your
probabilities.
system.
You keep talking about probabilities.
Okay,
Well, I'm
can you
talking
give us a
anything, and you-
picture of like? Just tell us
Yeah.
what your robot
Give me a
has done
number,
over the
man.
last 2 days. Just give us a
Yeah.
picture of what's happened. You rattle off that it did 10,000 trades and blah blah blah. I really don't, dude. Can you just publish some of this shit?
Doesn't
I
have to
am. I'm
publish
in the
anything.
process of doing it. Again, now it's
Listen,
coded up,
dude,
all my
you're
results.
selling
And
something.
on the website.
Look at I'm not selling anything. I have no obligation to show you my code, but at least you could show us the results of something for almost $500.
That's what I'm
Do you
doing
really
now,
want to? Do
Mr.
you really want people to pay you
Doing it now.
$500 and they have no fucking clue what to expect? There's no trial period, dude. You're asking
Anytime,
a
I've got
lot
a-
of people. You're really asking
Jesus
a lot of
Christ.
people.
No, I'm not. I'm in the middle of
you're
finishing
not.
my work.
Well, at least you're not arrogant.
Finish.
I'm not saying
him finish.
otherwise.
Let him
but,
finish his
I'm in the
work.
middle of my work.
All right, dude.
I'm finishing this. I don't want to discuss my business proposals. It's
Oh
nothing to do
wow!
with you.
Look at you.
course
You're
not.
so
Of course
important. No, the IRS is listening to us. What, dude? You're killing us, man.
Wait a second.
You're killing me. You make
Wait a
Vinny
second.
look like a
It goes
piker.
this.
No,
It's-
dude,
it's-
it's just that I'm finishing my stuff first. Now, if I can show you my results, I would. How am I supposed to do that? Snapshot?
Okay,
Image?
fair enough.
Of
He's
what?
not ready yet.
I don't
He's not
know.
ready yet.
Just describe the trade. Just tell
I've
us what
got
happened.
loads. Got
I don't
loads
know.
of flipping.
It's
But I'm
pointless.
leaving
so much
all this
stuff going
information
on.
to law.
It's too
This is
secretive.
off my site.
Then we're
Then that's-
lost.
you
Just
got it.
stop, dude.
You
Stop.
damn right
Leave us
I will,
alone.
because all these copycat gurus, they want the clue.
Dude,
what to do.
you sound like some victim. You sound like some victim pussy. All these dude, who cares? I'm talking about you. Don't worry about the rest of the world and how fucked up and
let's talk
scammy they
about-
are. Let's
hang
just
on,
talk
let's
about you.
your- Hang on a second.
I'm just saying. I'm going to.
I know you're
till
just
the
saying,
living
but you're not
factor.
saying
I'm into
anything.
it.
I don't know.
Simpleton.
Maybe it's just me.
The limiting factor in your field
No,
was,
I'll finish
for
it
you
when
was
we
the
finish
number
it.
of teeth that
I've
you and
got
crowns that you could do.
my order sheets done.
Well, no,
I need the
I
data on the
I
website
mean, it's
done.
it's
I
hard
need this
written.
and a few other things. I'm doing this other thing, and then it's finished. My website's finished now.
It's all right. You'll be fine.
Then I can go click. Here's a link,
Okay.
Mr. Civil, go have a look
Listen,
at it.
the
We,
good
Go
we,
news
look
we
at
give
it.
we
Images.
give up trying to peel your brain open, dude. The onion peeling. I think I lost a finger. I think my eyes are watering from the onion peeling, so I give up.
Just
As you were, I'm gonna pull an ICT trick.
listen,
As you were.
I think,
ICT stuff I can actually test as
Listen.
well, and sometimes it does work out. But it's
I know what you're saying, dude. You sound like a disgruntled algorithm maker, but and you sound like you're bragging that your stuff is like
No,
you don't
no.
you don't
Listen.
have all those problems
not
other people
bragging.
have.
You said results. I give you results.
it could be really good. Though.
It's not the
People bragging
results.
all
I'm
that.
just
No.
curious. It's a thumbnail sketch of what the fuck
let him
goes
look at
on
it.
with the robots. I mean, you should be able
It's
to.
secret
They say you
though.
should be able to describe your trade plan to somebody in a pretty
this is the point that
condensed
you-
way.
Like I said, I want to finish my shit first. Then
No,
we'll
okay,
get to it
listen. I know you
later.
finished, but I'm trying to get a
Okay,
picture
because
No, I don't
conceptually.
care.
Different in
I
every
really am not
conversation.
interested. Till later on.
Well, you're top secret.
Oh, no.
I got you, top secret. In fact, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that's the kind of idea.
I'll mute out this section because I don't want to go to jail later when I publish this stream. I'll come back and edit out just for you all the stuff you did say in case you said
No,
it's
the good
something
news
super
is,
important.
if it, look,
I'm just like people when they talk or say something, honest, look great and stuff, and then I'm just sitting here going bollocks.
okay. The only thing I was getting at.
Gurus
Okay, listen,
generally
I'm sorry for the
A few
comment
posers
earlier.
and a few other ones.
No, go ahead. No, you
I'm just
gotta let
thinking-
you gotta let
I got you.
the Dudley
I got you.
Dudley
I'm
Bubbly
just thinking,
talk.
I want to keep it stum right now. I want to go through all my stuff. I got videos to do. I got a lot of work left to do. And once it's out the way,
You got
then
stuff
I'll
to
keep
do,
You've
it.
already
Marty.
said
Right.
that. We got
I
it.
think
Can we
that-
just
I think
listen
you're
to
on
the
the
other guy?
right track. I just
We got it, dude.
What is
Dude,
it?
I think
dude, you
you're
gotta
on the
let
right
go.
track,
You
man.
just can't talk
keep,
because
keep doing what you're doing.
let the Canadian guy
Huh?
talk, okay? Because you know why? He can switch topics.
guy?
You're stuck. You're stuck. I got it, dude. I love you to death, but you're stuck. Let the Canadian guy, because he can go for different topics.
Can't even hear him.
Okay. Bottom line is the way
not
that I
even
see it
there.
as a business.
No, wait.
Okay, wait.
No way.
I could just mute you, I guess.
Let me just say one thing. Keep going, buddy. Just do what you're doing. I think you're on the right track.
There.
And I think that
On a
you
way
should open up a little bit in terms of. Okay, go for it. What you got to figure out is what market you really want to play in. If you want to play in the market of how many of these $500 programs can I sell, there's one way to do that. If you want to play in the market of I want to take control over people's accounts. I'm here.
No, I had to mute him. I couldn't hang, dude.
Hello.
So I just couldn't.
Okay.
I just couldn't hang. Sorry, I literally couldn't hang, dude. I mean,
okay, it goes
it's
like this.
no, because I want to hear what you have to
Simpleton
say, and
was
there's no way it's going to fucking happen. I mean, this reminds me of that cop that pulls somebody over and he goes, "I'm just a traveler." He won't roll down his window. I just can't fucking take it, so I had to mute him out.
I got you.
So I'm just a traveler. Roll down your window. No, I don't have to show you my ID. No, it's like 20 minutes of that shit. Dude, you're going to jail. I'm going to break your window. No, you're not. I'm going to break your window. Why are you breaking my window? Because you didn't give me an ID. So, no, what you're saying is that I think it's true, but see, I don't think he's got it ready to go. And so this is a guy I've known for a long time. You know, he came on the stream, and we joke around and stuff, and I have to push back against him. You're a super polite person. I can see that. Like, you're just super gracious, but I'm not. So, I can't take it, dude. I really can't take it because I'm confronted with you can't just throw bullshit and this guy and all this stuff out there, and I get it because here's the thing I understand is that I've attracted people that are like me, grumpy, angry, kind of like you know what I'm saying?
I'm not that grumpy.
So I anger trade. I say anger trading is a skill set, and so I understand that the people that are cheering me on, and this guy, so it's my fault. Like I attracted this angry guy in Turkey that has a British accent, and he wrote some code apparently, but he's never like. Okay, so I'm not gonna say him and Vinny got in a big fight. You know, Vinny told me to eat shit and die. There's a stream that's been published where he's on the call with the Laugh Crime guy. Vinny tells Laugh Crime and all of us we're just unserious traders. We're fucking assholes. I mean, literally tells a fucking asshole straight to our face. This stream is still there. It's called Vinny Mini the Goober Mini or something, and it's this 12-hour stream where it comes unwrapped. I mean, it's literally comes down to the point where I'm gonna kill you kind of shit's coming up. So he's on the stream, and Vinny goes into these. I think Vinny's been drinking beer actually because we can see him on the stream. He's on his stream. Okay. He's streaming us. We're streaming him. We're trolling him. It's live. Fucking the same. Dude, it's off the rails. And it's the craziest stream we've ever seen. But this guy's kind of carnage from that stream in a sense. But I like the guy and I like to joke around. But and I have the same problem he does. Is that when I was a kid, if I didn't. When I came to my parents, I'd talk a lot because I'm very nervous, and silence was deadly. I didn't want any silence in the room because I didn't want to say because there was this kind of unspoken thing because, I don't know, maybe because I'm adopted or whatever. So I'm sitting there with my parents, you know, and my parents are like, so I talk a lot, and that's what this guy's doing because he wants to belong, but he keeps saying, he's running down this other stuff's bullshit. Why would you do that? My robot's better. I get that you think your pet project works, but you know as well as I do, building robots, and then they might even change the market conditions. There was a guy that was on here. Actually, the E-Mini Vinny talked about. No, E-Mini Vinny talked about this, that this strategy, this Jigsaw doesn't work anymore. I don't know who Jigsaw is, but Jigsaw won't work in Nasdaq because they changed the rules of order flow, and this thing's going to get locked out. So the people that sold Jigsaw are just like you got outlawed in Canada. So the what I was trying to ask this guy who I had mute. What is the conceptual core of the fucking execution of this? Oh, it'll do this, it'll do that. He said that so many fucking times. Dude, it can't be the jack of all trades and be the master bot. It can't be the jack of all trades and be the master bot.
I'll tell you exactly what he's doing. I'll tell you exactly what he's doing. In a very general, macro level, eagle-eye view. He has certain programs that are looking for certain things. I'm going to keep it as vague as possible because that's the way I speak about my code. He has certain, let's call them mini Jean-Paul Gaultier cologne bottles. You have about 15 of them. And all that they do is they look for a certain configuration, context. whatever you want to call it. At a higher level, it is a context. Out of those 15, 4 or 5 of them can possibly be used on a particular instrument, because it turns out that when you use them, and if he's back-tested them and whatnot, he sees that those 4 robots, much like you had certain drops that were going to work at certain times of the day, he's got those things doing the same thing, looking for those high-level context indicators. And from there, he's building his trade plan and whatever else. I don't know anything about his stops or his targets. But to me, the business is, can this machine with $500 in it, can it make $50 a day? The reason I'm saying this is because if you can make $50 a day, okay, maybe you're going to give back a couple days a month or a couple days a week. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But can you make on average $50 a day? And if you could do it in the least number of trades with the least amount of exposure, then yeah, he's got a $100,000 system ready to fly, without a doubt, brother.
Right.
Without a doubt. Okay?
Yes, I mean, see what here's what I think he's doing. I figured out his robot, at least for.
Okay.
I just talked to him this morning before you came in and had to argue with him, so I'm a little wound up from that, because this is nonsensical talk that he was doing with me. So I said to him, "Listen, the limit is superior to the market order. Why would I ever build a market robot?" Now you probably would, because you were in a high frequency world where you were trying to.
In high frequency, we're always market. There's no such thing
Right.
as. You have to be above the market. What are you talking about to get filled?
Right. So, but I mean,
you have to pay the tick. You have to pay the tick. That's one thing that they don't tell you when you get into this business. HFT, you got to pay that tick. You ain't getting away from it. You're always going to be a tick behind. So that's why you aim for 2 or 3.
Right.
4, you were fucking a rock star if you got 4 ticks.
But
he could be doing the same thing and looping the exact same, let's call it Jean-Paul Gaultier, the mini cologne bottles. He's got about 5 of them, and they're all attacking the Euro USD because certain parameters in the context that he's already figured out have been met. So it's context driven, which I think is important. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about forex to tell you what the drop should be or how deep the stack should be going if he's doing stacks. If he's not doing stacks, then already he's retail trading styles.
Right.
Period.
It seems to me.
Everybody from HFT all the way down to people who run hedge funds, and I know many of them. I know about at least 17 people that run hedge funds. And I talk to them on a semi-continuous basis. Well, every single one of these guys does not have an entry point. They buy all over the fucking place. If people would understand that, the big boys do it like that, and the reason they do it like that is because they don't want to show all their orders. There's all kinds of different, different order types. There's a lot of fucking skullduggery going on between the algos, because if I turn on an algo, there's a lot of it going on.
Right, but I'm saying so he was telling me about that his robot has a mode where it'll trade at the market, and then he gets requotes. Well, you know what? My view of this is, let's not trade at the market unless we actually have to, because if that's going to happen, you've just destroyed my trade plan in a sense, because we're supposed to be in now based on certain criteria. Why set yourself up for failure having a fragile robot that's going to depend on no requotes?
No, one entry is going to be. Hang on a second. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think it's going to continuously hit the buy button until it gets filled.
If the broker's not on mine, I don't get requotes anymore, but I do on my phone. So if he comes in and he's saying that some brokers. Yes, some brokers have a lag, so that price is no longer available, even though it's queued up for a pull the trigger.
It doesn't matter. You'll adjust. No. Listen, simpleton. You got your stacks and your racks, but they're all fixed.
No, I'm talking about
what happens when you get it.
Right,
but when you set it to algos that are what he's doing, take a step back and think to yourself, wait a second here. I didn't get the fill I wanted. Therefore, computer code, you better change everything, including the target and the stop.
So it has to come back and recock the gun with a different stop?
It'll continuously try to fill the order. And so you may get the slippage, bro. I got it all the time.
Okay, right.
Dude, when we had it on for 2, we were looking for 2-tick targets. We had to dial in 1 tick because we knew they were going to fuck us no matter what. It didn't matter how fast we were. It didn't matter if you paid the guy in the server room.
So what do you think the let's say.
No, let's get back to the biz. Hang on, let's get back to this is beautiful business over here. This is what are we going to call this part of the show?
Oh
Business
yeah, this
101
is
for trading.
this is-
Business 101 for trading and hot, let's call it the hot asses and the trading forum.
right.
You're not going to sell. Hang on, how many crowns could you do,
Forex
man?
forex for sexy dummies. Forex for hot dummies.
How many crowns could you possibly churn out, man?
Well, that's
day.
why I had the brainstorm. So I used to make crowns, right? And they look gorgeous. I thought,
Right.
what if I could clone this crown? And that's when I said, what if I could do that trade 10 times?
Amazing.
And that's when I said, well, of course, that's going to be the launching point. So I was actually trading while making teeth. That was a skill. And I actually,
Because you had
the
to.
first, the
Well, that's
talk
fine.
about not knowing. So I had this software that did a histogram. It was just an oscillator. And I had my 286 and I printed out the live hogs chart and I called my broker and I said, can we buy? And I happened to be trading really well then because hogs only needed $600 a margin. And it really kind of, unless it was limit up or something or limit down, you were okay. And I was like, these trades are going pretty good. And I was kind of proud of myself, kind of bragging. And then the market went into a trend mode and I got destroyed. But I thought, God, this is kind of easy. But no, I feel like now with all of these platforms, MT4, I'm a big fan. I've been using it a long time, and they keep updating it. And it's intact. It's very, very, very clean and stupid. It's not fancy. Some people say I need to see Ninja Trader, which is the other thing that they were using. I can't use Ninja Trader. I think it's a piece of shit personally, but I can't run my scripts on it. So what the fuck's the point? There's no EAs. What's the point?
Buddy, Ninja Trader, those are guys that send me every fucking week another seminar on an indicator, or come to this seminar because you're going to learn about trade psychology. They have a whole, I don't know what, 7,000 people that write applications for the Ninja Trader.
Yes.
That's
I
the
think
business
it's Python.
model.
I think it's
That's the business
Python
model.
code. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second, but that's the business model right here. Because how many people, goobers, even if they are somewhat sophisticated and they believe everything that Genesis says, and I'll give him, my 2 cents when the time comes, when he's ready. I got news for you, man. If he can make $50 a day, it means he could double and triple the account in a month for people. That is not unheard of because you and I do this all the time, simpleton. We've been at this game long enough. We're old dogs. We know where the market mistress is going to be in the next hour.
And that,
sure.
so you saw the Steve Morrow stuff with market makers, basically buying the trap. There's also a British guy out there called Trap Trader. He does a 5-minute setup in the morning, a 3-minute video saying,
Nice.
today's trap of the day. Like here's the trap of the day, and I'm like, these are kind of easy, just easy setups for people that just like you don't need even you don't need a trend line. You just need to see price levels.
Well, wait a second. Not everybody's cut out for trading. We've already agreed about this. And not everybody's going to be. Some people will be bedazzled by all the bullshit and the blinking lights and the epilepsy attacks.
Yeah, the cool-looking indicators. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. But you know what, man? At the end of the day, all of us here that are somewhat sophisticated traders and investors, we know that it is possible to hit stupid numbers if you play your cards right and you read the context correctly. It's hard to.
Yeah.
That's it. If you can read the context, and if your robot adapts itself through time, through different periods, has different rules. Most of them are rules-based. Depends which ones you're going to pull out.
Yeah.
But you know what? At the end of the day, man, if this robot that he's got, or let's call it the algo, whatever you want to call it, if it can make $50 a day, what does that mean at the end of the month? What do you think that means?
Yeah. Well, here's my 24.
$500.
Here's my 24K.
I want to hear your opinion. I want to hear your opinion on
about $50 a day robot. $50 a day robot that ends up with $150 at the end of the week because he lost $100.
Account.
Hey, he loses $100 a week, but he makes $50 a day. He's got $150 at the end of the week, and he's got 2 bad days and 3 good days, and he's making $150 a week. I mean, yeah, let it go, and then of course.
What's at the end of the month, brother? At the end of the month, how much money's in the account?
Well, fucking hey, you got yourself a tidy like $750.
You got another $600. Yeah, 600. Let's call it 600.
You're on your way. You're on your way in
account.
the sense. If you're on the way, then just keep doing the same thing over, rinse and repeat. So if you see
I'm doubling up now. Hang on, rinse, repeat. I'm doubling up now. My account, I've leveled up after 1 month, buddy. Now I'm playing with $1,000, and in 2 weeks I'm playing with. Position sizing is based on the amount of risk.
I swear to God to you.
I
swear to God to you. Here's how I used to trade forex. I had these stop. I didn't trade with stops because I thought, well, it's only $300 in the account, dude. And I was making quite a bit of money. I had my own dental lab, so I thought, well, let's just load these accounts up. If I blew up an account, I'd load it. I'm this serious. Serious.
Right.
Let me tell you a true story. So, like the guy you're talking about. So,
believe it.
I'm in this one broker. I know all the brokers. These are kind of bucket shops. 500 to 1 leverage, 1,000 to 1. I had one that was
Wow.
Russia, 1,000 to 1 Exness. It still exists. Exness. So I had Master Forex. I had Forex for You. One of the great ones I had was it's
You
called.
really went down this rabbit hole. Holy smoke.
Wait a second. This broker was great, dude. They were out of Cyprus. The best broker I ever had. They had a cent account. They had a any account you name they had. It was called Light Forex, LITE, also called Sig Trader, SIGE, out of Cyprus. So here's when I first started trading. I had 10 brokers out of Cyprus. Like the real reputable one was so cute, called Windsor Brokers, out of Cyprus.
Nice.
And you can trade the Dow Jones there,
Nice
dude.
British names.
But they were so cute. They wanted me to send an ID and a signed paper. Most brokers, you just fill out a form, dude. You just give them your email. These guys wanted all this,
Right.
give us your financial statements. I'm like,
Show
dude,
the
it's gonna stop me out. There's no margin calls. These are fake margin calls. Like I've had brokers add money. This one called So there was a broker I used to have called called Metal Forex. It still exists, right, in the Bahamas. This is before Dodd-Frank.
Nice.
So
Wow.
Dodd-Frank just started, but I was out of the Bahamas, right? I think it was 500 or 1,001 leverage out of the Bahamas, Metal Forex. I come into the weekend, I'm not kidding you, I'm 84K on the wrong side of the pound. I've only got $120 left in the account. The market gap opens against me, dude. I'm down $237. There's a negative balance. I get on my trusty chat window and I say, could you please zero out my account? Done. Taken care of, sir. It's a bucket shop. That's the whole point.
Right.
So I reload the account.
Right.
After they zero me out, I reload. Because there's a gap
Yeah,
open
but
on
you're
the
having
weekend.
fun, buddy. You're having fun.
And I'm
you're
telling
having
you.
fun.
So
You're
and
having
then,
fun.
so then what I did was, I took an account from 500 to $5,000 in the euro, and then what I would do is if the account's flashing red and I'm out of margin, that's my money management technique. I can't put in another trade. I'm in 350K.
Okay. Oh,
I'm in the pound. I'm underwater. I wait for the losers to become winners in 5 days, and I'm up to $2,000 now. And I go, whew, missed that bullet. Meanwhile, the thing's flashing red. There's only $300 left in the account.
You know what? But that's.
And I've done those
what?
trades.
That's one way of trading, just on the P&L. Yeah, it's a P&L.
Because
stock that
what
you
I'm
don't have.
saying is that
I,
I'm so stubborn that I'm waiting for that losing pound trade that I ran under margin, and then I'll actually run back in at the market. As soon as the margin becomes available, boom, 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 I'm buying because I'm saying, let's ride that. And I had all day to do it, right? I babysat the market. So then I'd recover that account. And what happened was I got to about $5,000 in this one account one day, and my girlfriend kind of like committed suicide. So I was like looking at the account, and I wanted to lose account. I wanted to lose. So I blew up the account, all $5,000.
Sure.
The market starts to sell off in these chunks, dude. I was in this drifting uptrend without stops, and I'd taken some money out, but I thought, well, and as soon as I started to feel sad about her dying, because we were playmates, so to speak, and I just wanted to punish myself, so as I let the account blow up to punish myself on purpose. Like, who's not getting out when you're down $3,000?
Yeah,
so I piled on,
you
and I forced it. I gave myself something to cry about. I'll give you something to cry about. Like, in other words, we sabotage ourselves in trading. Self-sabotage has to be the biggest. Like that seminar, and Mark Douglas talked about this story where this guy didn't want to make more money than his dad because disrespectful to his dad, right? So he'd blow up his account.
Fair enough.
He'd take a dent out of his account. And some people like the challenge of building an account. So they take a high risk, and it's okay. I can rebuild it. I'm a hero. I mean, people play games with themselves. That's why the robot should be the objective trader. It doesn't take those.
The idea of trading is you're trading against yourself, and everything about your personality, and everything about all the distortions that were created and you created, et cetera, the world created, your parents created.
Yeah.
All those distortions are going to show up. They're all going to show up in the way that you trade. Oh, for sure. All of us are. Listen, buddy, my dad survived the Holocaust. Every single person I've ever met who had parents who survived the Holocaust, we are wired differently. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Well,
man.
how about that book
Because
by
it's-
the famous guy that wrote the book? He survived Eckhart or something. The guy that's he's a trader, forex trader. He's a big financial guy.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yeah, is it
No
Eckhart?
kidding.
He said he wrote a book, how he survived the Holocaust, and he said, I think it's called The Meaning of Life or something. It's a famous book, but he says, well,
Viktor
oh
Frankl.
no, his name is Avil. Holocaust survival. Who he says, well, this isn't risk to me, right? So he's like
Right.
got some
This is
ball.
nothing.
He's got some callous, some mental fucking. I'll find him. It's Avil Kiev or something. Avil Kiev or something. I don't. This is a. So I watched his seminar on trading and risk assessment, and for this guy, obviously,
This is a joke. Listen, if you want to treat this as a business, then you better make sure you're in the right business. That's all I was trying to say to Mr.
Yeah.
Genesis. In other words, you're not going to sell 400 crowns for $500 each unless you've got all those people lining up to give you the money because you're the only guy that makes crowns in town. So right off the top, that business model, as far as I'm concerned, is out the door.
Well, you're certainly
I
giving
shouldn't be telling them.
giving him a realistic. You're kind of a buzzkill, and that's why I think he
Expectation,
rambled
for
down
sure.
because
No,
he's
no.
like a little kid that doesn't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it. He does that a lot. That's
No,
why
no,
I
I
can't
think he
have.
understands.
But
No,
because
no,
what
that's
you're
not true.
telling
That's
him
not
is
true.
that you're like the dad coming out, son. So when I was a kid, in the back of a magazine, I saw a go kart for $20 for sale. So it was a mail order.
Right.
I mailed in this little thing. It's like $40 for a go-kart. Turns out it's just a frame with instructions how to buy the
Yeah, of course.
engine.
They're not going to give you the
And I
wheel.
never did anything with. My dad goes, well, how? So every time I dragged out the frame, he goes, how's that $40 go-kart treat? I was okay. Well, listen, sorry, Dad, don't make fun of me. Like that's the starter
I
kit.
got the point. I got the point.
So
Right
I
on.
feel like
Look, that my
you're
point is,
giving
yeah,
him
you know, I'm trying to
him
give-
the
I'm just
dad
trying to
talk.
give-
You're the dad. You're his dad.
Dude, I'm giving him world-class advice for free because I really enjoy. I didn't enjoy getting him beaten up the other day, but I enjoy talking to you. I think you're a real mensch, and I think what you're showing people is essential. You're showing people that if they're not prepared to go into debt for anything, like especially in trading, then they shouldn't be trading.
Yes.
If they can't double their account in a month by accident, literally by
Yeah.
accident, then they shouldn't be trading. And if this guy has a system that's working, and I believe he does, I think he spent the time.
Oh, yeah. I do believe he does,
understands
but I
what
think
he's
some
doing.
of what he's doing is skimming, and he's reliant on execution and good brokers. So the closer you get to
Fair
that
enough.
being
Hang on,
where
slow
you
down,
make your
slow
money,
Down, slow down. But wait, Papa, at the end of the day, man, can this thing spit out $50 a day on average? Because
okay,
all
yes,
I'm interested in
I
is
think
one
you're
thing.
being, yeah.
I'm
You're
interested in
saying show
charging
me
you-
just show me the receipts. It doesn't matter
No,
if it,
yeah,
it doesn't matter if
not
it's using
only that,
astrology.
I'm
Like
gonna
just
get-
show me the receipts or show me the
Let me ask you
performance.
something. How many people listen to your Discord? If you 13 people, 15, 100, it doesn't matter. Every single one of those people, if they see the results of this thing and they can see that they can make money, they'll be very happy to pay Dr. Genesis for his Meta Matrix $50 a month to use it. And all he needs to do is be in the business of getting as many people to use the system. And I can only say one thing, Dr. Simpleton. May the best algo win. And that's what I tell everybody who comes to work with me. Because we're only going to use the best algo. And for whatever instrument it is. So you guys can go sit in the corner and draw your Michigas. At the end of the day, we're going to do 100 tests, and we're going to figure out exactly what the expectancy is. And then you can basically go to town. And instead of trying to collect $100,000 from clients that you really have no business trading other people's money, and I highly recommend against it, it's just not worth it. It's a total buzzkill to your life.
Did you ever try it? Did you ever try it?
I've done, buddy. I had fucking 600 grand at one point from just friends.
So was it in different accounts? Did you try to trade?
No, you know what? What happened was I was doing at the beginning when I started trading was just literally stocks that were. I wrote the simplest, stupidest algo in the universe, and what it was I just said to myself, okay, I'm watching the MSNBC. I see Kramer going crazy. I understood right away that whatever Kramer said you should be buying whatever Arden beauty products. I'm selling it because I knew this guy was a touter. Can't stand touters.
He's
It's a big
just a
problem.
boiler room kind of guy.
He's a touter. Yeah, he's a touter. He's touting. You shouldn't be touting on national TV. and blowing people's accounts up. That's not cool. But anyways, that's their business model. So if people are going, if someone like Cramer, so you could take the opposite Cramer. Or if you want the Pelosi, right now, just follow Pelosi. Didn't they have a whole thread about Pelosi, how she beat the market every fucking year since she's been in office?
Right.
That's another story.
Or try Hillary Clinton with the cattle trade.
They're
trade
fucking
cattle.
masters. They started with nothing and they got billions. Beautiful. Good on you. I forgot my train of thought here. It's been a long day. Listen, you got to turn around and decide what business you're in, because you're not in the business of taking care of other people's money. You're not licensed for it, and you don't have the proper accoutrements. That's the best word I could think of. You don't have a back
Actually,
office.
I think that if you manage other people's monies, and I get the friend thing because, it's convenient, it's right by you, but you almost have to. It's
Dude,
like
everybody loves you. Everybody loves you when the 600K, and I had people that were for 50 to 100, and there was only about almost a million, just about 10 people. And you know what? They loved you when everyone doubled their money. I was the king of Kensington. There was the show that we had here. I was the king of Kensington when everyone made money. But you know what? The following year, when everyone dropped 20% and I had to stop everything, people weren't exactly happy. They weren't exactly mad.
right.
Some people took their money off the table. Some people didn't. So I would never wish this on anyone. You don't want to be there, man. It's not good.
Right.
It must have aged me double time, for sure. Like
yeah,
COVID.
you almost have to have a really, like you have to confront people, like it's like if you go on some Star Search show to become a famous musician, it's different than if you played the bars for 10 years and you came up organically in.
Right on.
Because if you just
Right on.
so those are two different. Yeah, because I figure if you come into this thing, hopefully we're using everything we know up to this point. But yeah, so it sounds like you really. So market, you're a marketer though, so you understand what people are looking for. Like, if you told me for I could rent the system for $20 a month, no question. Like, actually, I would say for me, I'd actually go for the 30-day free trial. When your password expires,
absolutely.
Did you like it or not? Did you like it or not?
And then you can decide. Yeah, for sure.
And also
I'm here to make
how about
money.
this?
I'm here to make money. Go.
Yeah. How about listen? You can have 2 free months of. This is what I'm going to do. 2 free months on my system if you publish on FX. If you publish on FX Blue how your robot's doing. In other words, you can get the next month free if you engage and start publishing. In fact, and then we'll see how that's going. And
why not?
In other words, then I can give you that extended, and then you can show off to your friends. Look at this. I'm publishing. This is the robot. This is the robot for free. I got 20 days left. It's going to be $20 a month after that. Like, who the fuck? And actually, that price might be too cheap and spook people and goes a scam. It's got to be worth at least $29, right?
Exactly.
You also can't be too cheap because people go, what is this, a fucking Nigerian just nickel and dime me and keep hitting my card for a small...
Listen, I have to find... Listen, I'm dealing with Russian programmers, and I'm dealing with people from all over the world, Armenian brothers and Kurdistan. Buddy, I know people everywhere just about. It's pretty scary. And now
that you think about it, right?
Yeah, now I think about it, it's really fucking... No wonder they're always
I know, when we
where I
explain
am.
things to each other, we think, oh, I guess I did do that. Like, I'm not used to telling these stories.
Yeah, yeah, I really don't. I'm a very private man, as you can imagine. Because, listen, I'm the guy who's riding a 20-year-old car. But I'll have $800,000 worth of jewelry in the trunk that no one will ever open. Like, that's the way I roll. I used to walk downtown. I was working in the jewelry department for all the Hasidic Jews. And in Toronto, they have a very big diamond district. And it's on Victoria Street, and I was in the building there. I had an office there. And I would have to go to the bank once in a while. And I had really, really long hair because I was just coming off of all the tours. After Rod Stewart across Canada, that was enough for me. So here we are. I'm walking down the street with my, Hard Rock Cafe jacket I got in England for free because I sweet talked the waitress, whatever. So I'm walking down the street, and I had to carry mezummen. Mezummen means cash. right? And I have to carry the cash.
Your
literally.
gelt. You mean your gelt?
Yeah, I had to carry. Not mine. It was the jeweler's there.
Right.
There were days, man. If someone would have stopped me and robbed me, they would have fucking hit the jackpot. There were days that I had diamonds on me, but I looked like such a schlepper, right? And I walked really fucking sketchy, like, with the headphones on, with the Walkmans in those days. You wouldn't even give me the time of day, and I loved it that way, because I had $600,000 in cash on me.
Jesus.
I didn't need to be rolled. Okay, so those were the days, right? But that's another story for another time. I'm exaggerating for the effect of the story, obviously. But you could walk around with a lot of cash on you if people don't give you the time of day and you don't stand out. So my idea for this business, for this guy is, buddy, get it up there and let the people pay you. And yeah, you're right. I think you should take 20% of the haul minimum. I'm going for 50 probably. But
well, here's what I would do. I would give different levels. If you want me to take 30%, I'll there's another fund we have where I'm more careful. I don't know. Like I used to tell these doctors that I work for, I said, listen, I can offer you a commercial crown, and I can offer you a custom contoured crown, and I can offer you the elite boutique crown. But they're not going to do that to their patients. Right. So they're not going to do that to their patients. They don't tell the patient, because insurance doesn't run like insurance runs. A crown is a crown in insurance forms.
Right.
If you want to play for customization and boutiqueism and all that stuff, and me to fucking, put a little butterfly on there, then
I want you to, if you could mute the last part of the conversation that we had, I'd appreciate it. I don't think I should have been talking about the Diamond District on the Discord.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Like
those Jews are carrying the diamonds. Those Hasidic Jews got the diamonds under that little fucking where the Bible's at on the top of their head, dude. We all know that secret. That's not the Torah in there, dude. That's the fucking diamonds in that little black.
No, I know, box. But I'm wandering around talking about all the mezuzah, and that's not really cool. I shouldn't be saying that on the live broadcast.
I thought you said mezuzah, so you're good. No, I mean.
No, I'm cool.
No, they have a mezuzah on their fucking head all day. Same thing, right?
Sure they do.
Well, it's the idea of going the
whaling
wall.
You should be charging them. You should be charging them on a monthly fee after you've proven to them that it works for them. They shouldn't have to do, like you said, make it as simple as possible for them.
Look what Adobe did. Adobe said, you can't even own our program. You got a $5 a month club. You just want to putz around. You want to be $20 a month and have full cloud access. I mean, they went cloud. Adobe did. I don't like programs like that. I like programs that run on my...
Genesis,
I don't have to be connected to the internet to have it run.
Right. Genesis, what you're doing is software as a service, basically. And I think I think he can't hear me. Why?
Should I turn him back on? I don't know. Turn him back on, I'm gonna lose it. Because I don't think.
No, it's very. In a nutshell.
Yeah, we like nutshells here. We're into it's simpleton, not complexton. How many times have I told you once? I told you 100 times. What am I, chopped liver here? Like,
all I wanted to say was software as a service for you, man. You should do simple software as a service.
Gosh, you got me thinking, though. I'm kind of excited about my idea of the personality platform where I try to fulfill every need to cushion the blow of. Also, I guess. How hard would it be? How hard would it be to write a robot that looks at your equity, and when you're down a certain percentage, you set the threshold. It says, and I could have that one. I could do some 5 different levels where it says, "You're in a slight drawdown right now." Every hour it comes in, announces the drawdown level every hour. Okay, you may want to come over and look at me because I think I'm losing based on your dumb shit limited entry system. And then you could have a like kind of a, what do they call it? Like a I'm your aftercare limit stop out nurse. I see you've been stopped out. Like it looks at all your trading performance. I see you took a hit on a plunge on the guppy. Would you like to talk about it? Like the Hell 9000 aftercare robot.
I love it.
Money
I love it.
management. I would do that in a second, and I would sell that. You'd have to pay for that.
Hang on, if you throw it on, listen.
Because all the MT4 guys would buy that. Like you can buy the.
That's what I'm saying.
I would sell. Here's if you go to this site called Upload.
Deal.
Okay.
Package deal. Give me the crown. Give me everything.
You get 100 sound files for $15 of me being a personality and calling out money management issues, and if you want a market orders, it's going to be $10 for the market order pack. It's $1 a trade. It's $1 a script, and you get a sound file that's connected to. You have to install in this particular way, right? When you install, it's not just easy.
I have a better idea. I have an even better idea. We'll actually put on all of these sound files onto your engine.
Absolutely.
We'll write it. Give me a couple months. So we'll have all those.
I would be willing to do voiceovers
for all the drops. You'll have voiceovers as it's dropping it.
Right. You could have a country platform. You meet some trader. I've met these guys, man. They're just they're farmers and shit. They're like, yeah, I got a trade on. So it'd be like, we're gonna go long here a little bit. And you know that door slam shit? You probably don't know the door slam from MetaTrader, but it's a crude sample in a waveform. What's the point, right?
Right.
It's like a scratchy door slam.
Do it right.
But if you ever heard that on your phone, but you know,
say again.
The door slam execution from MetaTrader is a classic. I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking about. So who's this guy? Should I put in the? I hate to discriminate, but no. I mean, I love you to death. So you're just so smooth and such an easy person to talk to. Where the other guy just gives me anxiety.
Genesis, what do you want to say? Hang on, have simple. 1 sec. Let the man speak. Go ahead, Genesis.
Should I turn him on? Can you hear him? Can you translate for me? Can you hear him?
I can hear him now.
Oh, as long as you got to talk to each other, that's fine. I love that kind of like
I'm listening.
Side issue. I won't talk. A moment of silence.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
We're in a drawdown.
All I said, Genesis, was that it could be. It could be. You should just be focusing your business ideas. In my opinion, stay away from trying to manage people's money. It's not worth the heartache and the friendships. And move into the software as a service, whereas you promote your software on a monthly type of situation where people don't have to do anything. They don't have to do the trading. As a matter of fact, you want people not to do the trading. You want to do the trading for them because everything that your robot does, they will copy. It's a copy trading system. There's platforms all over the internet now. And once this thing works for you, you can be able to open up your own, if you want, your own forex shop with all the bells and whistles for people who want to do above and beyond what you're providing for them. And what I reckon, if you can get people on a $500 account and even make it to $700-800, they'll be more than happy to carve up $50 for you at the end of that month. No problem. And I think if you could collect $50 on the first month, you can collect $100 on the second month and thereafter. So now you've got yourself $50 for the first trial offer, $100 every month thereafter. It's doing the same thing over and over again. It's building the account. They're pulling money out. You're pulling your expenses out. You may not be able to position size it or scale up as quickly as because you guys are pulling out all the time, but you can get it done. What?
Get her done. No, that's no. I feel like so when I started making teeth, I didn't think I was that good at it. So my first crowns were only $50 a piece. Now normally, even $100 now is standard cheap. So it was half of now, which is kind of the bottom, rock bottom. And I would say because they were like prototypes, right? I'd never done a crown for somebody, so I thought if something goes wrong, I have this kind of parachuting away saying, well, it's not like I charge you full price. So you kind of knew going in that if it didn't work out, it's a trial offer, so to speak. Or those samplers they used to put in mailboxes. Remember they give you a little shampoo? Wasn't that weird? Now, they would never do that now. But they put a little bit of laundry soap in your mailbox, a sampler. You could probably drink it or pot or something. eat it or something. Kids eat the pods, right? Eating pods, and that's a gig you got. Can't you just scalp?
Okay.
I'm scalping pods. No, the kids have lost their minds. So yeah, what do you think? You got me thinking really heavily about this now because I don't know what the market is for MT4 comedy, but I think people are too serious about trading.
I got news for you. I'm sure if you made money and it was spitting out your comments, I mean, just take a playback of some of the discords you've done and all the different live acts.
Actually, I'd like to take that.
A couple of pieces.
Well, I'd like to take the Call Allen. I'm take that. There's a Call Allen comment where this guy Ben Liechtenstein, in the crash of 2000 and what crash? 2005.
Oh yeah, he went crazy. Yeah, he went crazy.
Ben it's crashing, and he can't. He's like, oh my God, there's and he loses his mind, and he says, and he goes, call Allen. So the Call Allen, I would have that on a hotkey. If the market's tanking, it's a Call Allen trade, which means wide stop.
Call Allen trade.
If you look at the manual,
you got it.
My buddy just bought a Rush pinball. He bought a Rush pinball machine, and you can, if you know how to unwrap the song, like the manual is very complicated. If you're that guy, you can make a lot of points, and you're connected to the internet. You take your phone and you scan it over he's got it in his house. Maybe I should be telling you this either, but upstairs he's got the Rush pinball machine. I think he paid like $5 or something. I don't even want to ask what he paid, but it's like, wow, dude, crazy. So, but that's where people are going because people want to have. It's called cocooning. They want to live at home. They want 5.6 surround. And I'm thinking this is the new frontier. If you're up for this, you're probably not into this hardware idea that I've had, but a couple hardware ideas I've had. I'll spill it on you because you seem like that kind of guy. I always thought of having a pod bathroom that when you left, you pulled the lever and the whole fucking thing did a goddamn washdown. I don't want to say like a Nazi chamber, but it's literally like that. Not in the gas sense, but it's a flush. It's clean. It's fucking actually COVID ready. The next guy that comes in, now you're going to have to pick up the tray of water. You're going to connect that to the city in some sense. The other, listen to the brainstorm I had. But don't you get brainstorms like that and thinking, why don't they just, here's the other brainstorm. Do you think this is a good idea? Let me run this by you. You sound like a kind of guy that's in inventions. Why aren't the frozen food sections in the grocery store in the wintertime in Canada, in the upper Michigan, why don't they run the cooling sections outside so that when it's cold outside, the compressors can let go? Is it literally for convenience sake that you have deep sea open freezers in the middle of the fucking store, inefficiently done? And I've talked to people about it, and they said, no, there's a heat exchange. There's a heat exchange going on, but I thought, but in the winter you could just let go. Couldn't you just let go in the winter and let the fact that it's so fucking cold out?
I'll tell you what it is. I think you have to have things according to the Health Act. If I'm not mistaken, the Health Act would probably outline how food has to be handled. I have to give you the big
it has to be a steady temp. I got you. The thaw freeze might fuck it up. I got you.
Yeah,
the buffer may be too much.
Good idea,
too. But I thought, what you'd have to have is a robotic tray that senses it's coming. And this is the AI part of it, I suppose, is that he knows it's going to change.
Yeah, it
starts to just literally there's a hard physical 8-inch pullback. It comes back into the store and it knows right where it should be. It's real time sensing the humidity levels because that does matter. I got you. Because the one guy said the worst thing you could do is put stuff in the freezer, and if it's not a super deep freeze, it's going to ice up and frost. It's not really frozen. You think it's frozen, it's not. But anyways, I don't know.
Yeah, but software.
You seem like you're.
I'm going to try to find. Tomorrow I have a Zoom meeting with the. All the guys are going to be there tomorrow, so it'll be a good Zoom meeting. We'll see where everyone is.
So do you think the bubbles burst though? Do you think the bubbles burst like this guy's falling off a bicycle? He's reached the lowest approval rate of any guy on the planet.
Why does anyone care?
Right. Absolutely. So, but I mean, here's what makes me very optimistic is that the fact that nobody cares and they live their life it's so
Yeah.
hilarious
Yeah.
that he thinks we care because there's a thing called the black market. There's an underground economy that's supporting the
Okay.
whole thing. It's called
Sure.
Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's part of the relief valve, and
Probably.
people were on that game fucking 10 years ago. So there was always been the
Right on.
underneath our market, right? So if you go do a porn movie and the guy gives you cash, right? Or you're starring in a gig, you're a key grip on a movie theater. Does everybody get a fucking 1099? I can't imagine, right? Is there any illegal aliens getting paid under the table? Is that happening? Or am I just naive? So everybody's making money. There's a lot of money velocity, I suppose, is the big number. Money supply, money velocity. Because once this thing equalizes, like, nobody's going to pay. You see these art prices coming out, these auctions, where they're asking insane amounts for. This is the end of a regime, really. In my opinion, this is the Roman
It's the
ending.
end of the empire, buddy.
It's the end of the empire.
It's the
When
end
you
of the
see
empire, that's
artwork
all.
going for $23 million, now David Gilmour is selling his guitar collection. These guys are cashing out. Dylan's cashing out. So it's the burning
Sure.
match
Listen,
theory. There's a burning
farmer
match theory,
cashed out.
and this is a trader thing. I saw on the back of Stocks and Commodities, or some rag. I used to get everything. I got Consensus magazine, dude. I used to subscribe to like $150 worth of PR articles. I'd get the commodity thing with volume, big parchment paper. Open it up and go. I put a pencil behind my ear, dude, and I'm like the guy in Guitar Center trying to be a rock star, unfortunately, right? But I checked all the boxes. Like, I'm here like a goober. I'm ready to go.
Right.
I mean, isn't
Yeah,
that
I'm
how we
here,
all
ready to
start
roll.
out? We start
We
out
have to.
with the most romantic view of this game. Our hearts are broken when they stop
Well,
us.
you know what?
out.
I have to confess, you guys are dealing with such craziness with the forex stuff. I couldn't wrap my mind around it, so I switched right away to futures and stocks and everything else in
I
between.
feel like
and then I
forex
went into
is
high
a
frequency
stop
because
loss.
it was sexy.
Forex is a wrecking ball. So whatever position you think you're
Oh,
just
no,
on
it's not
profits, you
normal.
better think about
Yeah,
that
you're
when
fine.
it comes to
You're
5
fine.
p.m. because the
Yeah.
whole thing could change in one big fell swoop.
Oh, no,
And you
okay.
can't understand what just happened because you don't understand it's an exchange. It's not a chart. It's an exchange about price levels. It doesn't matter when they happened. Like, here's the big fallacy. I get that it rushed and gushed into that price. That's only because the stacks are like all the money management systems are being triggered, and it's like, it's coming away from a short squeeze. All the short squeeze bots are feeding into it and skimming it while you're crushing back into the previous structure. So everything's coming together perfectly, and then when you get to the top tick Tommy, the aha moment, that's I guess when supposedly the guru knows what to do there. Is it a fake out or a breakout? My opinion is they're mostly fake outs. But it depends. Are you in the very
Sure.
Williams fractal, or are you just talking about a fake breakout of the last 1 hour rooftop? No, the last 1 hour rooftop, if you start gushing into a zone or a vacuum, no, you got to wait for that to fill and retrace. And you could be a buyer here on the dollar CAD, which I am all over again because it's a range trader's dream, dollar CAD, because it's two countries separated. By the end of the day, somebody bought, somebody sold. There's transactions, and some of those market orders came in a bum rush to get in before the close, and some came in based on pendings. We can all fucking see the goddamn traps, I hope, on the 1 hour. Like, yeah, if you can't trade the 4 hour CAD, you shouldn't be trading.
Right.
Like, in a grid sense, from a logical, this is a double bottom here, and I'll just put buy limits tonight. If I don't get filled, guess what? At the end of the week, I didn't make $50 a day. I made $100 a week. You're still fucking making money. But I know, like you said, the
So
kids
what?
don't want to
You're
put
still
the
ahead of the
orders
game,
in. They
for
don't want to
sure, for
babysit
sure.
it. They don't want to see what happens. They're afraid they'll be wrong. I think being afraid of being wrong, especially if you're an intelligent person.
You know what I want to do?
That's the
I
last
want
thing
to
I wanna
I want to hit my phone. I want to click three clicks, connect my account through the Binet whatever to your API, and I'll see you in a month because I'm getting on. I want to go swimming. I want to live my life. And they're all into all this technology. And luckily for us, we're at the right place at the right time because I think it's if you need it,
Yeah, I
if you
would
need it
say,
or if you
man.
want it, I would
say.
capitalize on your systems.
I think 2004 was the first time I saw a pending order, and so it had a magical moment the day I did a drop. And MetaTrader only gave you one pending, and it had a 100 pip stop, and it was a sell limit. I dropped it, and then I made a buy limit, and then I dropped it, and then I said, "What if I copy it?" and changed the price entry, and 2 came in, and I go, holy shit, I got goosebumps. I go, you mean I could drop
You know
a
why you had to
rack?
do that? I'll tell you what, buddy.
It was a double
But let me just
click.
stop you right there, because it's important in the way that you develop this. What you really were trying to accomplish was the re-enter loop.
Reiteration,
And you couldn't do it because you didn't have-
reiterant,
yeah, you didn't have-
reiterant order.
You couldn't iterate your trade, and that's why you had to go this route, because you didn't have the programming skills. So there's nothing wrong with that, because an artist will find a way to paint the picture that he wants to based on what he sees, and based on what you're seeing. You said, buddy, if I could just put in another order, give me a different stop, give me a different target, give me this, let me just keep doing that. And then you came up with your idea of laying out all these traps. The only reason you're doing that, as far as I could see, and it's my opinion, I'm going to be humble about it, I think you're doing that because you didn't have the technique, the programming knowledge to actually go through loops. Because one of the first things I learned in the HFT was that we're constantly re-entering the trade for 3 reasons. Number 1, we want to get the best fill we possibly can. Number 2, we want to get the best fill we possibly can. And number 3, we want to make sure we don't get beaten up on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th fill.
Right.
Because if we're not peeling off those 2, 3 picks every time, you're fucked.
So I think some of the artistry I would, and I would, I don't, I feel like you'd have to kind of sell some of these things I'm thinking of, because debug a script, get a script really tuned up, and with the script I'm thinking of is that the market's dropping, or the robot I'm thinking of is that it drops 10 pips in an hour, a big like bam, and this one unique robot comes in and he has a beautiful like curve where it starts. In other words, it starts to get in. It starts to. What's that?
Is this the Starsky and Hutch robot with the?
No, I'm going to call it the logarithmic. I'm going to go Gartley on you here. So brace yourself, gird your loins.
Okay.
I'm going to go down the Fibonacci highway here on this one, actually. Using Fibonacci.
I want to hear the actual commentary that's going to come on my wave file.
Oh, no. Right. No, I mean, on this, so the character of this style of trading. Yeah, I think the EA could reiterate. I think I could loop that on this. I'm going to try that actually. So because the script is in there,
it'll be pretty funny because now you know what you're deploying. Yeah, you're deploying Jean-Paul Gaultier over here, and he's got a French accent. We're going to take this 10-inch
here's
my
another.
darling. What am I going to say?
Here's the other one I was thinking of, because I used to trade price levels and right. Oh, I see you trying to buy the Mexican peso. Yeah, it only works on the peso. Oh, you think you're going to buy here, do you? Oh, have you seen my wife? She's down 100 pips from here. No, I mean you could have some. I swear to God, you get some random forex coaching. I call it ethnically based. I'm going to tell you right up front. If you're offended by ethnicities, you don't have to buy this program.
You're laughing, but
this program will no good for you.
You're going to die. You're going to die laughing right now. This is so weird, buddy. I got to tell you, it's very interesting. When we were doing to do the reminder call service, we also had a wake-up service. Now, if a dude's on business, this and that, he doesn't be woken up. And I said to Marvin, why don't we get Pamela Anderson to record 4 or 5
Absolutely.
Good morning, Tiger.
Dude,
get out there, take on the day. We had this all mapped out, buddy. So we would call you up and wake you up, but if it was a chick, we were going to get, what's his name there? Ricky Martin was famous at the time. My lovely darling, wake up. I can't wait to kiss your feet. Yes. Whatever. Fucking bullshit.
Right.
And I figured we could charge for that, too. Go ahead.
I don't think you can get sued. I don't think you can get sued for doing a bad imitation of somebody either.
Nope,
so, in other words, if you put your own flair on it, so this is why I've always told the band is that if we're improvising and it's authentic, actually we just need one person in the room, because if just somebody's listening, we have this one focal. We're all playing to this one guy. Where we play to each other, it's kind of like latency. So we have this one focal point, and that's why people get religious, right? They have one thought, or they have one simplify their life, So the zen of it, and being a Pip Gardner, I feel like I could be a Pip Gardner with my limits. Anyways, it's a different order. But having like if you have algorithms that are going to do like ridiculous shit, I just think people are so serious about trading. I feel so bad because. Can
you do a Jerry Lewis? Can we do a Jerry Lewis robot?
Yeah, the nutty martingale trader.
Nutty professor.
I'm buying more down here. Like so
You got it.
the Nutty Martingale
Hey, you can
platform.
You can probably get it sampled, right? Can't you? Don't they have samples of his voice, and you can make Jerry Lewis say whatever you want?
No, I think here.
What do you think you're going to get out of this?
No, these guys make
dude.
Voiceover people make so much fucking money. So if you get samples you like, and you get you normalize them, you get them all in the same pocket. They got limiters on it. You get everything tucked away, and you do it, and you release it as a series, right? You have the Shoot from the Hip Trader. You have an avatar. It comes with an avatar. I mean, I've seen these. Dude, people are making so much money. They're selling like a logo with, when you mouse over on your Android, it's going to do this beautiful unfolding, clean little fucking thing. And I'm like, they give you the vectors. People sell this shit for $300. You can have all my vector data, the whole. I'll show you how I created it. These people, they go, here's how I queued it up. If you want to play with the font, here it's ready to go. Just ready to bring it up. It's an edit. Oh, here's that save file. Here's ready to launch.
Cool.
I mean, but yeah, I had that. I actually did some CAD like that. That people sent me these vector files, and if I just download the free thing, and I could open it up and spin this thing around in space and run it through the wall. You know this visual wall. But no, I think there's a big opportunity here, even for the old school trader. Old school traders are trading.
Hang on, triggering traders.
Yeah, traders triggered.
We're
Triggered
triggering traders since 2000.
No, so here's what I'm thinking is that for $5 or $10 a personality, I'd start off cheap, right? I would say a buck a script sounds fair. Doesn't that sound fair? It's like $1 a minute for my hooker. So online hooker, when we have a little private meetings, it's $3 a minute. But no, people are paying for this, right?
I mean,
So can't we just?
It could be part of the whole system for you.
Actually, I think it's great because I could run it on the stream and I could test drive it and get some reviews real time on the stream. Do you prefer the Jane Wan? How about the tranny bot? I mean, let's not leave these guys out. I think we should cash in the tranny market trader personality.
Well, I had news for you, man. If we made all the trannies rich, maybe they'd leave everybody alone for a few minutes.
Right. Make gay great again.
Why not? Well,
in a forex
okay, we're
way.
getting a little bit off topic, but I actually, on a serious note, software as a service, Mr. Genesis. That's what
software as a service. Are you a member of software as a service?
And you know what? And if you want to differentiate yourself from everybody else, the system that we put together, it trades coins on the Bybit, which is the. I'm really not heavy on the cryptocurrency. I just write the strategies. I let the guys program it. This thing only needs $50, and I know everyone was giving me a lot of pushback yesterday. $50? What the hell is that? Well, $50 is a lot of money for people who live in Ecuador, Guatemala, India, Colombia, Russia. That's 2 weeks of salary for most people on this planet. So, we have to watch ourselves because you don't want to be a show-off with $500 when $50 is a lot of money to a lot of people.
The loud money factor is kind of like tough. You don't want people to come and. I always feel paranoid in that sense. What you're talking about is because even if I had $1 million, like I said, I'm driving modest things. I'm doing modest things because I don't want to come outside and not have my car there. Like, in other words, if you steal my wheels, then I'm like, you know what? That's kind of a. So I actually want to be invisible. That's my goal in life.
I'm with you on that. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Only because anonymity is freedom. Like being famous, rich, and in a fishbowl is not being rich. that you're not cutting my anxiety down at that point. Because if you're gonna judge me on everything I do because you think I'm a guru, that's why I really reject. I don't want to be anybody's mentor. I don't want the responsibility of doing the harebrained trades I'm doing. I guess the disclaimer. I don't give a formal disclaimer. I figured everybody knew, but
you don't know what the bot's going to do. But have a good time while listening to it chirp away at you.
Yeah, I guess trading's boring. So when I originally did a stream, I did the stream because what are we going to talk about? And then when we
don't need to hear you anymore. We'll just turn on your bot and we'll hear it talking as it's taking the plunges every time.
Well, as soon as it gets stopped out, I'll go, dude, you got in too fucking close. Like,
what's wrong with you, man? You came too fast again.
Gosh, I gotta figure what these what these scripts
Yeah,
are
you
going
have to
do.
come up with
So
the
it-
personalities for the scripts that you're going to give me.
Okay,
because
so
won't
when I
put them
drop a
together.
limit order, well, when you drop the orders, I think the sound file is triggered when I initiate the orders. So
Fair
if
enough.
I think it's better to think about calling out
Got
the
my phone
robot.
on, and all I hear is Simpleton calling out all the trades that are going on.
Oh,
in the
I think what I'm
Euro
going to do. Here's a big problem though. I remember setting an alarm once, and I got used to it. It was like a train. I didn't hear it anymore, and I just ignored
Right.
it. So, I think the trick is to have unique kind of comments because when the robot is, if the robot number 5 is running 10 pips deep on the yen or whatever it calls out, then I also was thinking years ago when I used to just fall asleep because I was very tired making teeth and trading. So I said, can't I just set the robot, instead of an alarm, it'll call out the price. The yen is at 94.5. I would just record samples, and when it hit the handles, and if it kept flickering on that price, it would just keep calling out that price, and I could visualize, oh, we're just chopping around in the 50 level. I got plenty of time to get this trade. I don't feel urgent now because I don't have to look at the chart. That's when I was really working a lot of hours of both making teeth and trading. I wish a robot just calls out the price like a goddamn, okay, we're at 194 again. Just every time. And then I could say it's worth getting up because I just heard 90 on the yen. Oh, this must be an insane collapse. And I'm like, okay, it's 6:30 in the morning. Here comes the guys. Here comes your.
How about this? How about this? Your target has been reached. You want to press for a little bit more, sweetheart? Like all kinds of crazy ideas.
Right.
Yeah.
No. If you could do the code for, like, if you could say it so it reiterates that, like, in other words, also, can you have it so a trailing bot would after it moved the stops, it would say,
just move my stop, asshole. Would you stop walking around so fast?
No, you said it's a global move stop mode. It's a drift situation. So you employ global stop and slightly move targets, and then it comes in and it goes.
Well, then finally you get the one that goes.
And then would come in. What personality would it be that's going to?
Debbie Downer.
Yeah.
Wah, wah. You get the Debbie Downer when you fucking flew up.
Right. You definitely get the when you get stopped out and something like a flash crash.
Hang on. You know what? You have to stop trading for the day because you've dropped 20% from your all-time high of the day. Wah, wah. That's
it would come in. It would come in with one of those formal voices that says. When it did a global at 3 p.m. it's going to do a global move of all your stops and tighten them up in case there's some shenanigans coming into the close. Just even if you get stopped out, at least you flat the market at the end. So it would come in and would say, your equities being protected by the
JP Pinkerton and
by
stuff.
the safe bots connect. Say the safe bot isn't being employed currently to protect your equity into the close, because we know that you're a wannabe swing trader, so it's probably not going to work out on this trade, except the fact that for the most part the markets are closed, dude. I think there's a session bot would be good too to come out and say it's 3 p.m. You realize there's no really much volatility left. Check your positions.
Right.
Even for the beginner, right? I don't know, like a pop-up reminder. I guess you could have also a batch file that does a pop-up reminder, but no, scripts like that. You don't want to overload. No, audio to me is the best because you can drive a car and you can it would be cool to have your robot call you on your Android, somehow tell you you're out of 20% of your position. Keep driving.
Right.
Do not pull over with your tablet and try to re-rack this script bank. In other words, the money management thing would be built into a logical tail end of the statement would be, you've been taken out of 30% of your position. You can re-rack if you want. You have this much available margin or whatever percentage. I don't know. You couldn't have something too precise. It would have to be a blanket comment, something that coaxes you along. And of course, the more elaborate the comedy platforms are built on, you already know how to trade, advanced level comedy trading, right? Do you ever get bored trading? I don't know. I do. At least that's why on the stream apparently. So.
No, you also have the songs. You can throw in songs.
Right, I can do sing along with Pips.
World as we know it. You can give them one of those songs at the end of the fucking run.
How about take the Nesty Plunge, where you do a stack. You do a Peter Stone super stack of Nestea bags.
Nice. Let's do it.
Yeah, I
just wanted to just comment for Mr. Genesis again. On the system that I was running, just on the last test that I did, we did about 5-6% per day on the machine, and it wasn't turned on full steam ahead. It was just I had to figure out what the actual leverage we were going to be using. Bybit's got its own ways of calculating, and they just charge quite a bit for commissions and the rest of it. But reckon that if you can do 5 to 10% a day on average, then by the end of the month, whatever the person had started out with, they will have doubled their money just by virtue of the consistency of it, right? So at that stage, you can walk up and say, hey, I've just done you a solid. You took a $500 punt with me. You made $700. You're up to $750 in the account. How about shooting me, 50 quid just for, doing it for you? And I reckon everyone will do it. I don't know anyone who wouldn't pay you. And if they don't pay you, you just take them off the copy trading machine. See you later. You're not on anymore. Bye-bye. That's your business, man. What do I know? I'm retired. Fuck.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You and I are kind of out. I'm retired too, so I'm out of the game.
I know.
And
That's why I relate to you, man. I relate to you. I
sit back and I say, it's not like the old days. And I just, like I said, talked to my dad, and I said, I'm just kind of like John Wayne kind of guy, MacGyver John Wayne. And I said, I just don't get how these people are leaning on the black swan guy, right? Fragile and unfragile. The systems, unfragile systems can take a lot of punishment. That's what I'm trying to build here. So I'm looking for the black swan. I'm trying to make money from the black swan, especially if it's a micro swan. I suppose that's the idea.
Okay, go for it, buddy. Let's hear what you have to say, Genesis. Did you like Mike's suggestion or not? I'd like some feedback.
Oh, should I turn him on for this one? I guess I should.
Yeah,
now you're going to make me feel.
I want to hear what he has to say.
Finally, he's ramped up. As long as he doesn't say bullshit, because he leans on that word as like a lubricant. So here, let me just.
Let him speak, Simpleton.
Speak.
Go ahead, Genesis.
Wait, did I turn him on? Muted by me. How do I unmute him? Shit. Oh wait.
I can hear you. I can hear you both.
Okay, I gotta turn him on somehow, but how am I not turning?
I can hear you, Genesis. I can't hear Studio 7. Shit. I guess he's off.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Here we go. Okay, so speak.
I know. I saw you have 3 different business models. I think you should focus on one, perfect it. And if you need help getting subscribers, I'll be more than happy to share them with you. Because I reckon that if you can actually make people some money who need the money, and things are going to get tough now, now's the time to show up as a fucking hero, not a zero, right? When you're asking me for $500 without even seeing what it does, fuck you. Show me how it works for a month, and you've got posted results, the rest of it, you get 1,000 players within a matter of a month. And then all they're doing is copying your trades. And yes, there will be latency issues. And yes, if they all post all of their results up on the the scoreboard there that you guys use, they're all going to be slightly different because not everyone's going to get the same entry as you're going to get as the master trading platform, right? That's just the facts of life. But if they're even relatively close, you're laughing. Now, you're in big enough markets that 1,000 players all hitting it at the same time aren't going to really make much of a difference, are they?
The thing is, though, I like mass scalping, fast scalping. Machine doesn't. Hello?
I can't hear anyone.
We're professionals, yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Shit, I turned that off? You guys can't hear me?
Can you hear me?
I turned him on.
Now we can.
Oh wait, Lord's in here. Lord's sake.
Now we can.
Here, I put the link in there. Here. So we got 4 people. I got studio in here too. I don't know.
How you doing, sir?
How's it going there? Are you Lord or are you Studio 7?
Studio 7.
09er. Studio 7. Yeah. So Studio 7, are you jamming audio there? You get the audio jams?
Yeah, I'm just been trying to tune in when I can. Just yeah, not listening to anything in particular right now.
Right. So
I was going to say,
what brings you to the streamage?
My buddy Ross Senecas, better known as Chris, he sent me some. He and I talked trading back and forth, and he sent me some of your YouTube videos. Completely changed my perception of how to trade, and I've not had many red days since. It's completely
Really? Wow.
opposite. It's completely opposite to anything I've ever heard. Most of the time, everybody teaches get in on the trend, but when I see your way of trading, and that is in my mind's eye the way I perceive it, and the way Chris and I talk about it is, it's the battleground is basically support and resistance, and anything that dips below it, it's all about the retest of support and resistance. And I just start placing limits at a certain distance away at key pivot points, and have decent stops, not too tight. That way, the trade can have room to breathe, and have your target points. And as long as I'm not trying to place limits in ridiculous spots,
Right.
I've continuously made money. I was saying to
Wow.
Chris today,
That's amazing.
I was saying to Chris today that what this reminds me of is the movie Office Space, where they thought they would just put that program on and just steal pennies off the end, and it wouldn't add up to much. And then at the end of 1 week, it was $300K. That's
They
kind
were
of what this.
skimming a little. Then they're bleeding like 3 cents out of bank accounts, hoping nobody would notice the error. Like thousands of real retail bank accounts.
Right, and that's what they were doing. And at the end of 1 week, they made over 300K, and they're like, "Holy crap! We didn't realize this was going to happen." And but your way of doing it, setting limits, literally buying the dip, but being smart about it, not know where the vacuum is. It's changed my vision on charts, and I've been trading for a number of years, and I've tried explaining it to other people that I know, not just online, but in real life. I was talking to a guy. I was at a car dealership, and the guy said he dabbled in some trading, and that's pretty much all I do now, because I sold a trucking business into real estate, and I love to do this. And I was trying to explain it to him, and he's like, "That doesn't even make sense." I'm like, "Trust me, man, this makes sense. You find key pivot areas, and you lay down limits below there, and it's got to retest back to support or resistance. It has to. It has to."
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is, because I do have the fear of missing out, is so I'll put some lost leaders, so to speak, in front of the market. I know probably I might get stopped out, but I kind of see that first. So I'm kind of want to get some kind of dead cat bounce. If it's going to be a big crush into the vacuum, I mean, I can see we're on the edge of the abyss. And so the hardest thing to do is to say, to be honest, and say, in about 10 hours, if this thing drops 120 to 140 pips, if you look at the structure that's hardwired into like market profile view, looking back into the market for shelves and nooks and crannies, that is going to be the most explosive retracement area, because there's so much fucking old inventory of everything at that price. I believe that old prices that haven't been hit, whether psychologically people freak out at that price, or the order imbalance is so off the shelf that that's the engulfment idea. The auction's down, takes out the lower days, goes right through fair value, rockets to the top of the day. Now, I'll take the trade just back to fair value because I'm going to re-rack, because once you get used to the fact that the market's just vibrating up and down in a sense, it's just how fast. If you're going to just exploit the wicks, in other words, the other thing that was, when you told this guy that, hey, what I'm doing, it's the same thing I heard Mark Douglas say, and I got pissed off when he said it right to everybody in the room. He said, you don't have to know where the market's going to make money, because if you have these grids in here, I said, that's ridiculous. Why would I got to buy? So I spent years reading books thinking, how can I buy and be right? And then I was kind of disappointed when I said, wait a minute. Because I did this grid trade, dude, with real money 10 years ago. I said I dropped it it was called Hot Forex. Anybody know Hot Forex out of Cyprus? It became something else later on. But it became Trading Point later on or something. Same broker that you could trade very fast. They let you put in banks. Dude, the news comes out on the pound. Wicks down. I didn't even see the trade get off. I'm up $80. I put a 20K handwritten, hard double click. I caught an iceberg order at the time because I saw that in a magazine. And I was like, dude, this thing got in 40 to 80 pips with a 120 pip stop. Looking just to scalp. And I thought this thing actually retraced back up. And I actually did. I swear to God to you, I rented a library downtown where rich people live for $100 for 4 hours, dude. I rented it, and I had 12 computers, and I loaded this broker in on a USB, and I go, we're going to trade MT4, and one girl said to me, why are you doing this? Like, is this a scam? I go, dude, and here's what happened. There was a guy from Europe. He was a preacher, and he had his arms folded, and at the end, you know how I babble on? He just sat there watching me, and I go, am I boring you? He goes, no, I'm listening. I go, who are you guys? He's European. Europeans are like, I'm listening. Americans are like, are you scamming me? I'm not kidding you, dude. Because I'm in a rich neighborhood, that's also the Mark Douglas story where the guy's giving away free money on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, and all the rich people are going, are you nuts? The poor people are going, give me the money. Rich people don't believe in free money. When you're trading and making money from random outcomes, it's not so good. Are you ethical? Are you right? So I'm making money from being wrong. I sold that rally today. As soon as they clip the trees, I go, okay, this is the scalp. I know this trade. But just the same, dude, I went underwater on it. Right? As I'm going underwater, I still have a part of me saying, is this the right thing to do? You're going against everybody.
Right. Is that the
So
robot voice?
I embrace the contrarian. No, anyways.
The
But
robot bot. Are you sure you want to do this trade, Dave?
But no, I understand what you're saying, because this really, I'm so glad you called in, so to speak. But no, I hope somebody out there was getting what I was saying, because a lot of people say, here's the question I always get, and everybody's always going to get. What do you do when it goes against you in a massive thing? This is why looking back on the monthlies does matter, because if there's a yearly abyss,
I think it's the other side.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Because I'm like new to this.
Don't worry about it, man.
I'll say this much.
Nina,
if you can hear me.
what's your name?
Bernstein.
It's not here. Is it 10 or 11?
Can you hear me okay?
It was 11, she said last 4. And I remember it was like this.
Do you have a disgruntled trader in the
It's all right.
background?
It's all good.
No,
It could be next door, maybe 1109.
can you hear me simple?
Like this.
Yeah,
Could be like
no.
that one.
Somebody-
Russian people?
Yeah, I'll say this
Don't worry
much.
about it. Enjoy
I'm not
yourself.
even trading.
Yourself
I'm not
because we're
even
respecting my
trading
nephew.
forex,
All good.
and this works. I only trade futures. I only trade
Oh, okay.
the S&P. I only trade the S&P 500
Oh, wow.
futures,
Okay.
and this is phenomenal. Just
Wow.
absolutely phenomenal.
So you
And,
don't do Nasdaq or anything like that? You're just strictly S&P 500, the actual futures.
Yeah.
Oh, so the broker lets you use the MT4 platform then? Some of
Well,
they
actually,
do.
I trade. I use. I go through AMP Global.
Oh.
That's my broker, and I
Oh,
trade
so
it
you just
directly
use-
on the TradingView chart.
Oh, okay. You're using the technique. You're not using the scripts. You're saying buy low, sell high.
No. Right.
I mean,
I'm
isn't that
using
the most
I'm using
cliche
your
thing
chart.
you've ever heard? Buy low, sell high. If it was that easy, everybody would do it. Yeah, I guess it's
And-
psychological. It's tough to take if you're going to build a position and you start to scale in, and you did have the discipline to put the other orders really deep and go, you know what, it may take 12 hours to get filled, but this is going to be the ultimate fucking entry point. I mean, it doesn't have to be Fibonacci, because I think that you could even put a linear grid in, right? If you could afford it, to spread a linear grid into maybe the S&P, but maybe you don't. Like, that's really a personal choice of how are you going to start losing money. So you know you're going to lose. How are you planning to do it? I would teach the opposite, right? This course is about how to lose as little as possible, or how to get. When I see my margin requirement going up, I want to be up on something in the micro dead cat bounce, so the little baby dead cats that exist inside the larger bounce. And then ultimately the swing, yes, I agree. If your algo can take advantage, or a background algo that's trading on a swing account that has maybe dedicated, it's not going to be a high frequency system, but in the background it's paying for your phone bill, right? And every now and then you check on that. So I think that's the other big advantage. If you can multi-trade, like you have this account's designed for scalping, this one's all hotkeyed out, ready to go. This one's for the morning session when everybody's losing their mind. This one's kind of a drift bot. It runs in the background. It takes some dumb shit trades. And, kind of not. It's not. I'm not looking to get rich, but it's I guess all these different levels. But you're trading it seriously. You're like trading this for a living now. Your buddy and you are making enough money on the side that you figure you guys have like padded your account pretty good on this S&P trading shit. So we each. I'll give Chris the credit. He came up with a risk management strategy for how many contracts you can trade per
Micros?
1K per 10 micros and also just the ES, the MES and the ES.
MES, yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I'm trading with 80. I got 80 bullets for MES. I follow a lot of what Simpleton does as well.
And the way we have it figured out is, one MES contract per 1K, one ES contract per 10K, and it scales really, really quickly. And using Simpleton's limits, and we hand lay the limits at each stop. You should be using the standard deviation quarter lines. I'll show you the equation. On my pleasure. We use standard deviation away from VWAP.
Well, that's one thing. What you should be using what the pit uses, and I'll give you a little hint. They use the standard deviation off of the previous day's stock close, the PDSC. Closing prices, they will draw lines of 1/4 standard deviations increments above and below that straight line. And you watch it.
I got that indicator. I got an indicator. I can give this for free. It's called Spectrum. This is something I found. It throws support and resistance in based on the floor pivot method. The high-low close of the previous 1 bar look back. So I got this if you want. It's called Spectrum. I'll throw it on the screen. Show it to you. I spent a lot of time messing around with it, so you gotta forgive me. I could try to make it look pretty, so you gotta forgive me if you think it's over the top. But it's called Spectrum.
I'll just say this much simple, and not trying to hang off anybody here, but it's just completely changed the way I even look at trading, and it's went a completely different direction.
I don't know you were here earlier, but I was explaining to Simpleton yesterday, it's the first time I got on the call. All he really rediscovered was the Peter Stone stack. What you're doing is exactly the way we did the high frequency trading. We had very close stacks because we were at a higher frequency, but when you're dealing with different candle lengths and the rest of it, you got to space it out a little bit. So your target should be the quarter level standard deviations. I can tell you that I've made big bank on those just as targets. On Thursdays, if you've got an opening range that's beneath the previous day close, you have a 67% chance. So there's that one.
Yeah, I heard you for the day. Yeah, I heard you say that yesterday.
It's a big one. That's a big trade. I listen. It cost me a car to buy a house, and that's exactly what happened, man. I spent like $27,000, but that trade alone in 3 years, I can't even tell you how I loaded that baby up.
Most everybody that tries to teach anything on the internet about trading is talking about trying to get in on the trend, and this blows right in the face of that, and that is no. When it's dipping away or gapping up above support or resistance or VWAP, then you that's when you want to start stacking your orders, because it's got to retest back to it. It has to.
Well, it doesn't always have to, but if you do it, do it in clusters, So I think having nodes out there, like scalp nodes, so that if you, like he was saying, what's his name? The guy from Canada, is that having clusters where you just make three ticks, you make 3 ticks on a cluster, I call them like nodes or little baby icebergs, maybe ice cubes. And so if you flick over that, because the exit is high probability and it may be kind of bad on the bad side ratios on some of these blended in. That was the idea that the probability is going to offset it in some way for you to at least get pay for your next trade commissions or something. So I'm always thinking about when people come in the store, you're not going to sell the $100,000 handmade vase. Some people just want a keychain, and you might make more money on keychains that day than waiting for this customer to come in and buy your amazing fucking algorithm, right? So you're selling bits and pieces. I would sell my personality platform, MetaTrader personality platform, like, $15 you can have the trade like a sailor, like a drunken sailor.
Absolutely.
Execution. And or how about the pervert platform? Come here, you.
There we go.
I know you want me to buy you. It's just crazy shit, right? I don't know. You just have that, but that's my thing. But no, I like what you're saying. Certainly what you're saying is amazing. So you actually put these orders in pretty fucking almost where the stop hunt you perceive to be. Literally, you put them, you place them, drag them. Because I say if you drag them back in the staircase from hell, and I have that vacuum fill indicator. I should turn that on too. But this is the pivot one you were talking about. I found this for free out there where I made this just different colors to try to make it look like, wow, this is really far away. But this is based on that floor pivot idea. And every 15 minutes this might update, and you'd have to cancel, replace. So you can't place your orders on the above and below if you were going to be a non-directional. Just try to trade the wick either direction. Whichever drama happens, you're willing to get in on those wicks. And this would be something I'd give somebody that never traded before. I'd say, yeah, just drag and drop your orders right around those yellow lines, walk away, and tell me what happens. Or if you want to get aggressive, you're going to drop them in between the lines, maybe 4, and I'm sure the person would figure out that the market slams up and down. So we all know the market is going to, they say the market's always out to fuck you. That's what this guy said from Genesis, keeps saying. I've heard many British people say the market's just out to fuck you. But if you can make money from when it's fucking somebody, when it's wicking, isn't that the ultimate trade? I mean, in a sense, it's the market maker trade, it's the smart money trade, but in a burst spike, and on top of it, maybe stick around for the engulfment while it does a full auction, and it goes for the swing, and it engulfs the previous day, and you're like, holy shit. Like, now, I don't have the patience for that trade. I'm happy to make it back to fair value because it doesn't always happen, and it doesn't always retrace when it goes into a giant abyss. These markets just keep churning, and it would blow your mind, and I've lost quite a bit of money trying to sell the pound one day as it went up 450 pips in 2 days, and I'm like, okay, but it was my mistake for not putting the orders high enough, because if it just went up 400 pips, and that's what the robot I'm trying to write is, if the market's up 400 pips in an hour on the pound, there's a robot that I wrote that's going to come out and do that trade. I may not write that robot because I'd rather live in a world where there's 100 pip targets, 20 pip stops. I can milk the 80 to 60 handles, those targets, and if I see the whole trade is completed and I'm not even in a position, I can re-rack the robots and re-rack the scripts. Because in my mind, the market's ridiculously unsensical, because if we're double testing what was wrong with the other price, why didn't we lift off and why didn't we break out of this trap we're in on the daily euro? So we've never made it above that fucking yellow pivot. When the fuck is that going to happen? So the guy that's waiting for that trade to complete, and he's like, oh, I'm kind of underwater, but if I stick with it. There's some guy that came on the stream once. There's a kid from Florida. This guy's nuts, by the way. So he comes on there and he says, I'm in a British pound trade. He's really up on the trade, actually. And I said, well, I don't know. Stick with it and start peeling off positions, dude, because, it's making you nervous. So as you come up, start to sell into it a little bit, take some off the table and unwind the position. And then you can step back and have a clearer mind. You can come back and re-rack. And so if you say plan the trade the plan, a lot of people will ride that to the end of the earth, and I've done that just out of stubbornness myself, but I know some people take it to heart. Like, oh no, they said wait for a certain candle pattern. I didn't get it. I'm not getting this trade. Like, wow, you need like the perfect world to get a trade on, and the other guy is a complete slob, right? Like, that'd be me. I'm just gonna get in because I want to have fun, but no, it's quite a difference. So wow, you're just trading that on futures, man. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So what's the margin when you get filled on a 1K? What are they asking for? $50 margin, so you have leverage of 20 to 1 if you trade them.
Like with MES, it's $40 margin, and with ES it's $400 margin.
Yikes!
Like so with MES, that's why we set up I'm not going to take credit for it, Chris. The Ross Senecas, you can see him there on the screen in the Discord. He's been pumping it like nobody's business. I mean, he is really, 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 really technical and sound about what we talk about, and he's the one that set it up with the one MES contract per 1K and one ES contract per 10K, and once you get to the 10K, then it upscales really, really quickly. But yeah, we're hand laying limits at stops, at pivots. And,
so it's you got a target and a stop already embedded before that. When you put the limit in, you've already got it like hardwired. You're not doing anything where you don't have a profit because you want to maybe turn it into a swing trade. These are all like predetermined exits.
Yeah, I mean, like on TradingView, I trade directly on a TradingView, and I execute my.
How do you do that? How do you do TradingView? Sorry, just to ask. How do you do the TradingView stuff with the ES? I was wondering how to do that.
Well, like Amp Global out of Chicago, they're my broker, and you can get a CQG. You can get a CQG, your CQG account number and password, and then you go directly into TradingView and enter in your information. And once you lay a limit, then it gives you the option to slide up where you want to set your target point, and a slide to where you want to put your stop loss at, and it's just it's almost a set it and forget it, and
nice.
What Chris has figured out.
But you're only doing one entry. You're only doing one MES entry. You're looking for a decent entry point. You have nothing underneath it at a trailing stop.
No. We stack them. We stack them.
Okay, you stack. Beautiful.
We stack limits all the way down. 1, 2, 3 contracts per 3 contracts, 4, 5, 6, 7 contracts per limit, and then you're just stacking them all the way down. And then
now, are you using the standard deviations?
Yes. Standard deviation.
Cool.
We do standard deviations from VWAP.
Fair enough. I just put it into the YouTube for simpletons people how to calculate the standard deviation. Today the standard deviation worked out to $76, which is rather high for the ES. Mm-hmm. And if you cut that in quarters and you add those lines on top of the closing price, you'll actually be able to see to the tick. And this is, again, I'm only doing it because simpleton's a mensch and I want to help people out. I'm at that stage in my life where I don't give a fuck what I'll pass the knowledge on. You're going to see them hit the standard deviation lines to the tick. So I use those as targets. And when we ran the high frequency trading, we knew that we were going to get to that target. What we were trying to do was get as many fucking trades in as possible in the 50, 20 minutes it took to get to that standard deviation line.
Right.
So that's the trick. And what I think what Simpleton is doing is because of the fact he doesn't have an engine that can continuously place the trades in and loop it and iterate the whole thing, he came up with a beautiful scheme of let me just lay out a fucking trillion of these orders, catch the plunges, get out of the scalps, move this, move that, and give me a different ratio every single time depending on the context. He's actually done it, and it's amazing to me. Mamish, it's just like wow, what a mitzvah, buddy. Literally.
Another thing that I really liked was, and I was like, it was a light bulb moment, and Chris pointed it out, was the closer you get to your stops, load the boat even more, because your risk is
your risk
is almost non-existent when it comes to the closer you get to your stops. And if you've placed your stops correctly, then that's at a point of, if it does stop you out, it needed to stop you out. If it bounces before there, which it should be a significant pivot point at that area, and if it does bounce, then you have even more as it's retesting back up.
But it's really counterintuitive in that when the market gushes down there, and you first see that happen on your I see it on my phone, where you actually make $20 in the blink of an eye. So this is just the embedded scalps into. You're only trying to make 4 pips and 5 pips at this point with a 10 pip stop. But when the market rifles down, if you have enough tickets in there, you're going to catch that aspect. And now you have the risk 8 to make 5, risk 12 to make 12, risk 12 to make 24. If they're all coming in a pocket, I guess that's the art of it. Making a cluster bomb. Dare I say cluster bomb? I hope they don't troll me or come after me. But you're really trying to make you're trying to make something. And the propellant point is that vacuum when you can't think it can't go any lower, and when they come into Asian session, this is when they take it maybe 1 or 20 pips lower in Asia. So the last video I did where I was doing a strategy tester playback, I said, look how they come into Asia, pop it up just a little bit, and then they start to come flying back. And it's almost like this cycling daily cycle. And on a big bullish day, who cares what the moving averages are on the 20 EMA on the weekly? At that point, I'm literally just a price action trader, which is a kind of a cliche phrase, but I guess I'm trying to be a price action trader with a trade plan. That's
and then if you have like the RSI 2 thrown up there, that gives you a nice visual as well. I mean, it really honestly does, especially if you're the one hand laying the limits. You can kind of get a good gauge of how things are fluctuating as far as volume wise.
Yeah, I wish I had more patience for the high probability plunges. So, it's part of you says this looks like it's going to keep going up, and the other part of you says, I guess you got to be always seeing the other guy's trade. It's kind of hard to do, to flip your brain and go, what if I was short right now? Would I hold it? I think that's the skill, is to flip your brain and go, well, imagine you're in a swing trade right now. Imagine this. But I kind of know the scalp because we're coming into Asia now. So we're coming into kind of the end of the week, and everybody's going to kind of unravel their positions and probably queue up into jobs report. So maybe we drift into the jobs report on a couple instruments tonight, and maybe there's no trades, But certainly that was a very exciting day when the euro took a fucking 140 pip leap from being at 3 o'clock in the morning here. I was 4 o'clock in the morning, I was buying the euro, but I did not hold for the whole. I can't say I held for the whole 140 pips, but I did buy the pullback, and then I re-racked on the sell side because I love the wick. So I actually didn't. I only made 20 to 30 pips off the top of that when I could have made. But I did call it the trade in advance and say I will sell anything above the high of the week and the high of last week. I would definitely load the wagon. And so if you did martingale, and I actually did this myself. I finally put a lot of tickets right on Top Tick Tommy today, and I got a burst scalp off of that. And if you were still short, you look like a genius if you're short the euro right now. So Top Tick Tommy setup was obvious as fuck for an easy 30 pips right now if you're getting out.
Hang on a second. Are you going to have what's the name of the in Pinocchio? What's the name of that character? Jiminy Crickets?
Oh yeah, Jiminy Cricket. He used to get drunk and fall in the champagne.
Hang on. Is he going to be the Top Tick Tommy voice? That's all I want to know.
No, Top Tick Tommy.
A couple of quick things. You mentioned there, your simple, your terminology of Top Tick Tommy. That's something else. That's what every trader always has wanted to do, was always be able to top tick or bottom tick a trade to get the full
ultimate entry.
And that's what you're doing when you're setting these limits, is almost every single time you are able to bottom tick and top tick this because you've got the limit set at the stop point, i.e. liquidity areas. Another thing is, if somebody ever wanted to try it using this way of trading, your way of trading, is, and you can do this manually. If you sit there with a support resistance area, and if you were trading ES, and you just take the little wicks, the stops that have popped down, and then it goes back up above support. If you just sat there and hit limits on those with ES, well, they're like 3 or 4 points, right? 3 or 4 ticks. You could sit there with ES and make like $300 over and over and over and over again. It is ridiculous.
Dude, we were doing it every second.
Yeah,
we were doing $600 a second, brother.
Yeah, and it's like,
I don't think people can understand that. Can you imagine that?
and it's just these little bitty moves. Just these little bitty moves.
That's what I call that a winning streak, you know.
Oh yeah, fuck it. And you know what? That winning streak is going to last for about 4.5 minutes. And if you don't get out,
that's
you're
right.
gonna lose it all.
I traded the news a few times, and I thought, oh yeah, I saw any hesitation in the tick chart. I go, we're going the other way now. This is I'm telling you, like super fast market, and I thought, I just made $180 in about 3 seconds, and I go, but do I want to live like this? Is what I was asking myself.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, I guess I'm up for it. You know what? If I should do a hotkey presentation where I run these 15-minute scripts where on the fly they're hard written. So I'm going to buy 30 pips deep for a half hour for 15 minutes. And I stack it up and I walk away. So that's different than a robot. I think that's the ultimate is actually to have your gun set for the right distance of what you're trying to kill. Right? You don't want to shoot an ant with an elephant gun. So you really want your order banks to make sense. I think that's going to be what makes you more money.
I'll admit, I've never gotten into the algos or scripts. I really haven't. Everything I do is manually.
Wow.
I mean,
but it's the concept of laying out your maps, your money maps of where you want to, because in the end, it's price level. Do you really care that it got there in 40 seconds or 40 minutes? I really don't, in a sense, because I'm waiting. Of course, I'm impatient. I wish they'd tag and bag my limit already. But, you know, some of this stuff really close to the market trades, I figure, if you got a really good spread on your forex broker and a really low commissions, yeah, I would make a troll bot that's dumping scripts every 15 minutes that are like fucking 5 to 15 pips deep, with unique targets and really elaborate complexities, so that we never repeat. Because if we stack it up, we'll get a crack in the wall. We have to have diversification in character of. This robot's just putting in this unique kind of thing, you know. He rarely fills, but when he does, he makes up for the other losers. So, and just babysitting, like you said, babysit the robots, see if they're chewing on the market properly. If you're trying to do this like micro spike kind of trolling thing, and probably would work in the Nasdaq world, because you're only trying to make those few ticks. And I was doing one day, I don't know if you saw the stream I did live with these Nasdaq guys came on. So I was dropping a Nasdaq script I wrote. It's very difficult because the fucking handles are so minutiaed out, dude, that if you write it wrong, you need to put fucking 2 zeros and 3 zeros on the scripts that I wrote on forex just to run a Nasdaq script. So it was very hard to write those, but I got them written and I was dropping them and I was cashing out, and I said, this is fun, dude. Talk about rhythm trading. That Nasdaq's a goddamn fucking meth head, crackhead squirrel.
Yeah.
Like it literally, this makes no fucking sense. Especially even the 5 minute, the 1 minute, your head will explode. Like you can have you could put a 55 period moving average on the 1 minute Nasdaq and go, there's a whole fucking world of shit in here, dude. There's a million fucking trades. I mean, there's a million trades on that because there's so many fucking ticks coming in.
That's why the margin's so high on that too.
Right. Oh my God, you could. I got scorched a few times. I go, dude, if you don't take profits, I'm up like $48. I'm getting out because forget it. I'll be down $120 in about a nanosecond from now.
Mm-hmm.
And these are all micro lots.
And people don't. What a lot of traders don't get is they think they have to. They're always trying to get in on the big trade. No.
Ultimate, the penultimate.
Yeah.
No, I like Snorex. Vinny calls forex Snorex, but I'm happy with. Dude, I'm old. I got it. Snorex.
You like it? You've been doing it forever, Simpleton. So you understand the context. I mean, I just fucking wing it when I start off and I start writing algos. I just wing it. I try 2 or 3 different things. If I see it's doing what I want it to do, then I'll stick to it for about a month. I'll be forward trading it, as they call it, because I don't believe in back tests.
Yeah, I don't
Buddy,
either.
I've back tested in the year 2014. I have a catalog of at least 3,300 back tests that we did on serious machines running open quant and stuff like that, like heavy duty shit. And I got news for you. All the back test will ever show you, my dear friends, is whether or not you're on the right track. It can't show
That's
you
right.
anything more than that.
Actually,
it won't show you,
what it's showing me is that I wanted to see,
right?
is this what I expected to do? Like as it's unfolding in front of me, as it's testing, I'm like, yeah, that's where they were supposed to come in and go. That it's got it right. Like the results, I realized that unless I have a money management bot that's actually embedded with that, like all
Buddy,
my
I had
all
all that stuff.
all the robots I write are raw, so they're all hard targets and hard stops. And I go, if it can do good, then we could shore it up with the money management thing. If it starts to perform okay in certain situations, then I can cherry pick and I can say we're going into the fucking domain of psychosis. Break out the psychobots. I think that's the guy that's going to be better because that's what they do in prop firms. When the market, when it's scalping times, when the scalpers are making money, when they take them off because they know the next kind of phase we're going to go into is not a scalping phase, so they don't let them trade the non-scalping sessions. They don't let them trade. They don't let those guys. They see what they're good at. Just like that interview that Mark Douglas said he did with, he coached this guy who made about I don't know, 10 grand in 30 minutes in the morning, but then he would try to make money the rest of the day and he'd just give it all back in the increments.
Give it all back,
So
for
they told him
sure.
just trade the morning, and he goes, but then where's my work ethic, dude? Like I'm
Wait a
gonna stay
second.
here. I'm a trader.
Yeah,
I gotta trade all day.
That's a Puritan idea, but that's
Right?
okay.
No, that's all right.
What he should be doing is starting other businesses and doing other things, because I think that the trading business as a business it's a sideliner. The reason I went into algos and the rest of it was because it was a great way to get capital from people, because they all love the buzzwords. But I had to learn the shit, because if I didn't learn the shit, then obviously your
Don't you love the
reputation precedes
buzzwords
you.
though?
Is that?
I want to make so I was teasing him about his promo, and
He's doing okay with that.
no,
Let him-
but
let him-
see,
let him
what
do
I
it.
wanted to do was like a oh god, what is it called, the Babylon Bee kind of promo. So I wanted to do something that was pretty hysterical, Never worry about a trade again. Do you get pissed off and beat your wife when you get stopped out? Like I'd like to do something that was me, of course, and then build it all up and stuff, and I don't know, it'd be funny because he has canned. I get it. He's doing a cliche. Another thing that's going against him is that he has a cliche cookie cutter four quadrants. It's not intimate enough. I'd rather him come on and say this is something I've worked on for quite some time. Like you said, I'd like you to give it a try, because even when you see those trials that are super slick and just all canned with the perfect thumbnail and the perfect mouse over button, I feel like that's so tacky, and everybody knows that's just tacky stuff, right?
Right.
Don't you want something like this guy looks like he really is kind of humble here, This is like, okay, he's not. He can't win you over until you test drive the car, dude.
I wouldn't touch it.
Test drive. No, I wouldn't either. Actually, I've downloaded free bots, and there's one called The Blessing. You ever run this bot called The Blessing? It's doing like MACD and all this harebrained shit.
Okay.
But it's funny because you watch a trade, you go, hey, it's not doing so bad. I don't know.
That's funny.
Can you out trade a robot? Is the question. A human should be able to
no,
with
it
the
depends,
right.
It depends what you're trying to accomplish.
Well, not in
It depends
speed,
what you're-
not in the
can't.
speed execution of machine execution, but
No.
not in the
Even
skimming
with all the
world.
algos, even if let's just say we put your algo teams together in the groups of robots, and they deploy based on context, based on simple and hard fast rules that you've accumulated over 30 million hours of looking at this. I got news for you. No one will ever be able to touch it again, and the reason is because you and I and everyone else in here, we have emotions. We get into it. We get angry. We want it done faster. But if you can just turn it on and you know that it's going to work, and you don't know it's going to work until you try it, and you got to try it a lot of times, once that thing is succeeded for you, then you can go on and you can do something else if you want to play music or do other things. I mean,
Well, I think
unless
this
you
is-
like,
yeah,
or
yeah.
just hang out on the Discord and talk about the robot
So-
and give everyone the play-by-play of what the
Right.
robot's doing. That
Right,
would be
so,
cool.
To be serious, I want to be serious now. So, you were talking about these handicapped people and stuff, and I jokingly, but it wasn't a joke in a sense. I said, if you do have a button where I press, it says, in a more serious tone, you just bought a 1K with a 20 pip stop. Blind people can visualize, or maybe they saw it one time in their life. Okay, I'm in the market.
Sure.
Okay,
Right on.
you're coming up on. Would you like to buy another one? You're coming up. So if you're good trading it, right, and the low of the day is X, right? The low of the week is 100 pips below you. I think that if they've ever seen before, blind people could probably construct a chart in their mind's eye. Now.
Oh, they could do it in Braille, buddy. They have all those things.
Yeah, and so you could actually have like the Siri, Siri put on a limit trade for me. I'm sure you could talk to her.
Absolutely.
And so it talk back to you, because I haven't found that either too much of people. I'm sure it's out there. It's a niche market. But no, I just think that you can get people involved in this that here's the thing. I remember asking people years ago, have you ever thought about trading forex? And just the word trading triggered them. And I didn't even know how to approach him. I go, have you ever thought about placing? It's almost like saying, have you ever about sending direct emails or doing direct emails for $5 an email? I mean, how do you describe it to somebody without turning them off to the idea? You mean trading places, like that Eddie Murphy movie? Like,
yeah, that's what
are
they
you
think.
talking
That's
about?
exactly what people think, buddy.
The word, don't you find people triggered by money? Also, the word money's involved. People think it's a scam. They go, oh, well, how can that be? That doesn't make sense.
You know why? And I'll tell you something, because there's a lot of scammers out there, brother, at every level, all the way up to the hedge fund programmers. There's scammers everywhere. So you have to have your third eye open, as they say. You got to be ready for everything. Not anything, everything. That's why I like what you do with this channel. Is you talk about a lot of things, and you're ready for anything and everything that's going to happen, because you know it can. Most people are not trained to think that the gazelle's going to cut left, right, but if you shoot the arrow to the left on the third pass, he's going to hit him right in the head. Because no one ever thinks of things like that. They just don't.
Yeah, I think getting whipsawed really wakes you up to the fact that the best analysis in the world, and you get in the perfect setup in the world if you didn't take profits when you didn't realize you were in the seller's window, say it's a long trade, and you don't realize where you're at. It's that kind of, you make a big run and you're like, there's an aha moment for everybody. That they call it the aha moment for everybody, I suppose, on the momentum run. They go, okay, well we're getting a little carried away with ourselves here, didn't we, people? So the retracement, the idea of a retracement and a drift back. Some people like that trade, so I understand people that like to spike and drift, or they like to get in before the spike. So right. I'm totally relate to the so-called trend trader that says, "Oh, I want that fucking what do they call it? The price pulse that is the impulsive wave up, not the correction wave." Although you can make, if you double up on the correction wave and you know when it's coming, counter trend traders make as much money as price pulse trend traders.
Sure, for
wave 3, wave 5 traders.
Listen, Peter Stone won because he did the null state. The null state was not going up and not going down. He had the stacks light up like you do. Shorts on top and longs on the bottom, and just let them meet in the middle somewhere. Now that middle can be found on every hour. You can find the middle of the hour, or let's say the swing high and swing low. Or I'm going to, again, remind me to look up the VIX for Euro USD, and I'll calculate those lines for you. I'm pretty sure that by eye, Simpleton, you've been dropping things. Happen to be ledges, but those ledges will always correspond to standard deviation because all the algos are programmed like this. In other words, if you're fixing my teeth or you're putting a crown together, you know that certain parameters are always going to be the same because that's the way the manufacturer has that toolkit or has that die or whatever the fuck you guys use.
Within a certain amount. Now, unless you're a big black guy, and some of the black people's jaws won't even fit in the flask, so you have a special
fair enough.
So there is the anomaly, right? But there are outliers, as they say. But you have, there's a standard kind of tooth size. Although I've seen young girls' teeth that look like they're fully grown, 30 years old, and they have baby-sized teeth. But that's the exception that proves the rule. But no, there's granted there is a because when you said stuff about yesterday, well, typically if it doesn't take out the low day 60% of the time, and I know those things exist, but I guess I'm trading more from the gut level, so I wouldn't use any of those things for criteria. But yeah, the come back to home plate idea, or come back to fair value, And I know the next trade's not going to be like, I think you could buy the euro here for a little bit, but I'm like, yeah, I want that session rollover trade where everybody's on one side of the ship. And if I had the patience to ride through some of these engulfs, I think that's something for me psychologically to, even though it's not a big position, it's hard to hold a small position through a move that you know is going to take 8 hours to complete. I guess I feel like just dumping and re-racking because I'm a scalper at heart. So, but then there's no scalp, right? It ends up drifting, and you should have held the small position for the engulf. And even though you exploited the scalp and the wick, you did that perfectly, but you told yourself you leave something behind for that kind of lazy trade where you just like, yeah, I'll make another $300 here, just, if I wait to the end of the day, and then just take the whole thing off. And I've done that before. It depends what mood I'm in. So it really is, unfortunately, you're an organism, you're a human being. If you're driving the ship, if it's not pure robots, then, and even if it is pure robots, you might intervene on the robots, turn them off and go, I just can't watch this shit anymore. I mean, everybody has a limit on some level, right? I suppose that's the big contest. Can you handle it? Can you handle the lifestyle of a trader? Not knowing what's going to happen. I mean, really counting on uncertainty to make money for you. This just sounds totally ridiculous. Like you said to your friend, when you explained it to him, he goes, that doesn't make any sense. But thinking of vertical market pricing, to me, if you think of the market vertical and not right to left, it's just vertical up and down, then it's just like, well, how far away would you sell right now at this time of day? And I'm like, yeah, we're waiting for drama to come into Asia here. I think the euro's going to sell off, and I would buy a dead cat bounce and fair value. And this might be the trend trader setup. And I'm like, oh, this looks like a trend trader's like, everything's all calmed down. It's safe to get back in. My indicator's caught up, Got to wait for the indicators to catch up. And that's also another filter to keep you from over trading. I feel like the only purpose of indicators is to keep you from over trading, because otherwise I'm just going to blanket the whole fucking thing with limits and see what happens. And that could be dangerous also. I'm sure everybody's put in too big a stack. But if you know you can make it back, like Linda Rashke says, if you know how to make it back, you don't worry about the losses. What did you do to make the money in the first place? Last time you saw this pattern, what'd you do? But wow, don't you think it's crazy how this is the craziest kind of situation? You're going into a long, hot summer possibly, and it's 1968. I hate to say it again, it's 1968. It's as close as you're gonna get. Let's go see a movie. People wearing platform shoes and bell bottoms. Oh, did I blow up my stream?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, sorry. So,
no
laugh crimes in the comments. I'm trying to read the comments. I'm not a very good host either.
Don't worry about it. We come here for the camaraderie. I know I do, because trading is a lonely business, guys. And that's
right.
The reality.
That's right.
That's the reality. It's a very lonely business.
I'll tell you this much. I've quit telling people because they don't understand what day trading is. They have zero idea what it is, just the lay person that is. And
let's keep it that way.
I just tell them, I do real estate and investments. And people are like, well, okay, I get that,
Right on.
And,
well, when you're a standard lot, aren't you? I feel like if I'm in a standard lot of forex, I'm flipping a house in a couple hours. Instead, no closing costs, no title search.
Sorry, the standard lot is the 100,000 number, right? That's the 100,000 number.
Standard lot, yeah, 1.00.
Okay, sorry. For me, the pips and the ticks, I get them confused all the time. It's the it's
$10 a pip at that point. It's $1 a pip at that point. I think it's
Now, when you say you're dropping your
it's $1 a pip at.
You're doing the drops, but they're 1,000. They're like $1,000.
Yeah, they're 1,000. So I would drop nanos if I could. I had a nano broker, but they kind of locked me out. They were out of Russia.
Okay.
Called Grand Capital. Okay. Grand Capital. If you live over there, if anybody's listening from Russia, I think the broker guy's cool as shit. I talked to him on the phone on Skype years ago into 2000s. He's still got a business. He does kind of a.
Wow.
The spread's sloppy in a nano account, but dude, it's fucking like Robot City, right? Let that thing churn. And he's got
Grand
he's got
Capital
Bitcoin
Management
in and out. What's up?
Grant Capital Management. Do you remember the name?
Grand Capital Forex, I want to say, but they may not let you in. Maybe if you're in Canada, you can get in, but they put a brick wall on me and said you're not allowed, forbidden area. So
Okay.
they
Well, I have Russians. I have Russian programmers, so they'll get onto it.
so there's there's about 5 nano brokers out there, but you got to live over there. You got to have a financial
Okay.
passport that says you live in the Dominican Republic. I think those are like 20 grand. They're probably more than that now. I looked into all that because when Dodd-Frank came, I go, I'm going to run away. Just like you said, you're ready to leave Canada, like run out of there.
Oh yeah.
I was ready to leave the United States 10 years ago. So when Dodd-Frank came in, I scrambled on the internet, and I was kind of like really excited about my career in Forex. To be honest with you, I thought, well, I'm going to phase out of teeth into Forex, and I'm just going to build myself a big bunch of. Here, I'm going to be honest with you right now. Hope nobody's listening. But I wanted to build up Forex accounts, 20 of them offshore,
Sure.
become an expat and draw on them and trade them and just move over there. And they were all email accounts.
Buddy, I could get you the guy. You know what? When I was living in Spain, we got to meet everybody because we were in the biggest house on the coast. My buddy scored a really amazing fucking deal. We couldn't say no. We were young, full of, you know what it is, business venture.
Hello.
And you know what
Got all
happened?
quiet. That was weird. Discord's
there?
been acting weird, mate.
Yeah, it is.
People have been muted while they're talking. Then they're not talking. Then they can't join. Then they can join. What's going on?
It's called torture. How do you feel about torture? See, we got to appeal to Mad Prof. I know it's a Mad Prof, but we got to. Genesis needs to speak his. He's been abused by us, other people. So I understand. We have to be kind to Genesis Day.
Right, dude. Have you come across? There's a website that does artificial intelligence synthetics synthesis with vocals. I'll try and find the link. They use a cluster of GPUs to make these voices, so you can talk like you are now, and you can sound like I don't
Johnny
know,
Depp.
what's his name? Off in the Simpsons.
Johnny Depp while he's throwing a can into the painting,
Exactly.
a coffee cup into the painting, and it freezes right in the middle of the canvas.
That's it.
Yeah, they said that you can actually the vocals can be taken from video or movies or whatever,
Right.
and then it'll synthesize that exact voice, and then you can use your normal voice.
Oh, right.
Send it to them, they send it
It'll
back.
clone that pattern, and you can
Clone
be
it.
that guy. Okay.
It's just breathtaking, mate.
Voice cloner.
I was like, what? Are so going to be abused.
Yeah, it's like deep
deep
fake
fake.
stuff. Deep fake.
Yeah, deep fake audio. That's it. Yeah, deep fake audio.
You've seen the deep fake Tom Cruise?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty
Wow,
good.
that was good.
Uh,
You talk about golfing. You got to hit the ball. I mean, his
what's his name?
mannerisms. Digitally edited
Yeah,
to just
SNL.
exquisite.
SNL. Yeah, SNL,
they got from
the comedy
SNL.
show. You know,
Yeah.
the main comedian guy. He does Arnie. I'm only forefather. Him.
Yeah, he's great. I forgot his
can't
name.
remember.
I forgot his name. He's funny as hell.
Funny as fuck. Like, he's a really talented guy. But
Nails
they
it,
did a
though.
deep fake of Arnie's face on him while he
It was
on the
hysterical. I
comedy
saw
show,
that on
and
the
I think
YouTube. It was
just
very funny.
fucking weird and surreal. It was just weird seeing Arnie's face on a 120-pound guy. Like,
Talking about the guy that plays on the show Barry on HBO.
Okay.
HBO, is it?
Bill
Is it? Yeah.
Hader. Bill Hader.
Bill Hader. That's
think
exactly
him. I
right.
think that's the guy,
exactly
yeah.
right. I forgot his
And
name.
he always does some of the some great impressions. I mean, it's John Malkovich one is pretty good. Arnie's is pretty good. A guy from the Vietnam series back in the 70s. What was it called? Or
Ash?
80s? Was that Vietnam?
He's talking about
series?
Alan Alda,
Yeah,
Oh, the
yeah.
Ma-
MASH
That
thing?
was just
MASH?
and that was
Korea.
actually based around the Korean War.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't watch MASH. It depressed the shit out of me. I don't know why. I didn't think it was funny at
That's
all.
It was interesting. It was at a certain time.
Actually, my friends that
Arnie.
used to watch MASH, they would also watch Monty Python at the same
MASH.
time back then.
Right.
MASH, that's it. MASH.
Yeah.
the main guy. He's really cool. He's really light. He's really.
Buddy, will we resuscitate
I can't remember the actor's
Houghton
name.
I
He's
think
gonna
I would
say
be.
you
I
just
want to
dropped
be.
You just dropped another load.
Is,
Go ahead.
was Klinger? I'm just asking for a friend. Was Klinger a tranny?
No, he was just trying to get out by pretending to be.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, he was like John Ritter in Three's Company.
Right on.
John Ritter.
Yeah.
He pretended he was gay, so they'd let him move in with the two
Right.
girls.
Or bosom
Before my
buddies.
time.
Bosom buddies.
Oh, that's the Wayback Machine right there.
Yeah. No, I'm old and I don't have Alzheimer's yet, so I'm still bringing up these old files.
Well, that's what I
Larry,
always appreciated about, what was it, not the Family, what was it, Family Guy? Who was it that's always bringing up all the old shows, Charles in Charge and all that stuff? I think it's
Charles
Family
in
Guy.
Charge, right? That's what's.
Peter Griffith, yeah. He's going to a Segway and you're back in 1984.
In the Wayback Machine.
I'm gonna hop out of here, guys. I gotta take
All right,
off.
man.
Thanks,
Take care.
Simpleton.
Yeah, dude,
I really
take care.
appreciate it. I sincerely mean that.
Yeah, it sounds like a riot.
You will.
Yeah.
Another satisfied
Non-customer.
radical innovator. Another satisfied
Nice.
bohemian.
I missed what he said, but he was just trading. He's trading the E-mini the same way you are. But the same way I was doing it, so it's wonderful. He's making money.
I'm just finishing off these bollocks.
Yeah. No, there was another guy that actually. So I created this Goober system once, and I called it cloud trading.
Okay.
It's actually this right here. So I said
All
on a
right.
4-hour chart, and I call it cloud trading, and this is for
Not
trend traders.
Not
by
the
the way.
Suzuki Ichimoku cloud.
Well, no, but it's a tight cloud. I call it a very tight cloud trading. So
Okay.
no, this is very tight. Like your shoes are bound. You can't leave kitchen. You make waffles all day long for me. But I think it was the concept. I told this guy, listen, on the daily, I would say the daily 5-period moving average system here. So I told him, I said, listen, man, when it's blue, you're going to be a seller. And he was a trend trader because he could handle this rule set.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent me an email. He goes, I made so much money, dude. Thanks for the template and everything. And I don't know if he's still
Beautiful.
trading it. But I thought,
mitzvah.
for the goober out there that wants a simple system, if it's blue, you're in sell mode. It's fucking painfully obvious here. You're in sell mode. Now,
That's
I got
fine.
the fact
That's
that
fine.
this is making a rally here. And I'm not saying you should hold yourselves, but the best setup is that you have a blue cloud going down right now. Any rally, any spike, any rally into the blue cloud, you want to get on that trend. You're presupposing there's a trend,
Right.
and it even worked out here. If you look at this spot, even though you had to take profits, you made 200 pips on this. As it's pressing into the cloud, I would call it a very tight, and I made a histogram where what's happening here is that is a moving average in a histogram style, and it's trailing behind. And I try to make it look like a vacuum. So you have a yellow vacuum, it's really crushing up. I'm trying to emulate the vacuum, make it like a
Gotcha.
backdraft.
Interesting.
And I didn't go on I don't want to go looser than, and then I try to I spent a lot of time on this actually, by the way, because I made this candle get smaller too. So as you zoom in and you look at the weeklies, you can actually have, I hate to say what I'm about to say is that
You can say it.
on the
We're all
weekly,
adults here.
if you just held the short in blue, how much fucking money could I have made, which I didn't because I don't have the patience for this system. But that's a 5-period moving average, and if you only pulled the trigger on rallies during the blue, how much money did you make? Hello, but there's
Hello,
times
yeah.
when I won't talk about the left side of the chart because that's like you said, when your friends are happy about this trend, how do they feel about this box? I'm going to point out the box of hell that's going to destroy any trend bot that you've ever built. Any fucking holy grail you ever thought you built, this fucking shit in this box is going to destroy you all day long. But then I said, if we can make money from this destruction, the weekly 200 pip slam, guaranteed, almost, I would say, very choppy market, right? I'm showing you on the internet, so I don't know if you can see it, but
Yeah.
you see the
Looks
part
good.
I'm talking about, right? But yeah, I mean, what do you think? So I mean, I know it's a heartbreaker, but to me, it's a buy down here, all day long on this fucking euro dollar. I think that no matter how much they raise the interest rates, I think they're going to raise them in Europe more, right? Don't you think they're going to chase each other? That's a fundamental view of buying the pound here, and the fundamental view of buying the Bitcoin is how could you lose at this point? Like, how could this be a bad trade? Because you're trying to experience the blood in the streets entry here. You know, it's all conditional. I think if you could flip your trade plan to a certain conditions, I think you'd be the best all-around trader, being able to go, oh, I can scalp this, and it's okay to be in that, and you know, catch as catch can.
I got news for you. There's ways to do it, and if Genesis has come up with a couple of interesting strategies that are interwoven, you're good.
Genesis is a gold mine there.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Dr. Genesis.
And you'll make a
What
lot more
have you
money
to
by
say?
just offering it to people and helping people out. Yeah,
Mail
just to
on
help
you. That sounds like a dodgy social network. It's Russian. Hey, propaganda
Your
type.
call is very important to us.
I got news for you, man. You can get a few thousand people.
Oh,
on your
I tell you.
system. They'll do
I
fine.
finished this bit now. I got my other shit to do. I got my automated cron job then to automate all my flipping trades into a
Automated cron
document
jobs.
database, and then upload that shit on my website automatically, so I don't have to do all this work. And I got the other thing to automate, which won't take long. There's another thing. And my website's done. Then I get some.
Can I be a
the rest sorted
member?
out.
Can I be a member of Automated Con Jobs?
Cron jobs.
Crum Jobs.
Cron. CRON, like
Is that
cron.
like chronic?
C,
like an addict?
Cron,
Like
yeah,
chronic?
like a Linux cron job. It just means to automate certain files or batch files.
But you mean like chronic? Like keep placing the same stupid tickets? Or
Is the
chronically,
no. I want to do
chronically
both.
addicted to trading? Can't stop trading. Is there any kind of trade therapy you recommend for people? I can't stop trading. I say trade the demo and just go for it.
I have posted in the smaller
That's
room
my surrogate.
trades.
That's my I always used to say, if you have a wife on the side, like a surrogate, you can do the bad things with. So if you have a demo account, you can abuse the demo account if you want to if you want to experiment. But always save the real money for the play games with yourself. I guess you could fade yourself on the demo and go long on the ultimate psychology training would be to have two demos in different directions and kind of live in both worlds. I think that's the ultimate way to cure you of a bias, or rooting for any particular team. That's for sure. We're always rooting for our trade, which is maybe not the best idea. We always think it's going to work out.
Get Trello for free, and there's pricing. Right. Unlimited cards. Yeah, I got social logins. I'm finishing them off now. Like I'm just doing the last 5.
So did you get any? So you just showed that video to us and the guys in Discord. You haven't released it in the big public world yet. You haven't got anybody biting. Could you see the traffic on your site? If there's anybody that's take a look at that thing, like how long they watch the video?
Sign up. I haven't really done much promotion. I'm just doing all the content, all the stuff I want out the way first. That gives me time for videos, trading, and live streams. I was going to get around to it with Bo. I said I'll do live streams with real money and actually trade with my system. It's the only real way to convert. I got a couple of people interested anyway. I got 4 on Facebook.
I guess you could get some feedback from some in the field users, some customer feedback on how they like the interface or whatever.
Yeah, I've got the CSS to finish off on the app.
Does your system include the audio life coaching samples that say, there you go. No, it's going to work out. I know you're going to draw it down now, but remember how good it felt?
It does do text-to-speech, yeah. You can access any API you can install. I mean, I came across a company that does realistic voices, not those shitty robot ones. The video itself, I gave you do not realize that's a synthetic voice, right?
Is it really?
It's
pretty good, I guess. Yeah. Well, it's straight-laced, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so it's getting better, like, but the other ones I tried just sound like Vinny on speed. It is like, hello, my name is, are you interested? Do you like this thing here? And it's like, oh, for fuck. It's emotionless. Weird.
Where's the
Hello there.
the
How are you
the
today?
melodic sing-songy, saccharine sweet sing-songy? How are you today?
There's no
Welcome to the platform.
expressiveness. It took me ages to get that voice for that video right, and I rescripted a lot of things just to make it sound more natural.
Yeah,
Expressiveness,
imagine
the
making
subtle
human
nuances
speech
in the
sound
voice.
natural.
There's
Wow.
expressiveness.
Right.
No, it came out reasonably
Thank you
well. A
for-
few people think it's a real voice anyway, and I thought, really? But yeah.
How
Well,
about
anyway,
here I got one. The Joe Biden forex platform.
Hasn't Trump got his own platform now?
I'm thinking about making one for
Truth
him.
Social?
I
Narcissist
put on a
Central.
market order. You know, whispering out the trades. No, really. No, I'm not joking. We just bought a 1K. No, really. No joke. You just got stopped out. No joke.
I did some scalping. I've got a record of all my trades, all the tests I've been doing, and all the different things I've set up box wise. I did 24 brokers, and in total it was about $200,000 in trades around there.
Yeah, I saw the list of brokers.
It was pretty good.
Can you elucidate? You were trying to determine which brokers
I'm very
were
confident
doing better?
this app will, once it's finished, it's not so much. It's not so much like saying, "Well, I'm going to build this app just for the sake of it." There's a lot of that out there. But somebody who has no idea about this can go through it like a child. Basically, you can go from there to there, make money.
Well, you just make it easier for them and let them just
And a lot of
hook
systems
onto
out
a
there are
rising
crap.
star.
They're not intuitive at all. Awful.
I'd hitch onto
It's
a
like,
star.
what does that setting do? Well, it does da 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 da, and this other, da 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 da, and the other thing. So I got to do this 1 million times before it works. Yeah. Wow. Rubbish. A lot of the systems out there are crap. They really
You're
are.
right. You're right.
And there's not
Most
much
people
evidence to
don't.
suggest they're really good at trading either. In fact, most of those systems, there is no evidence. Better than 5% around there who succeeded. I put that down to luck. Pure luck.
Oh.
So I'm trying to figure out a way that if a child of 10 years old can actually go through this process, then an adult can. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Idiot proof.
You'd be surprised.
Right? Ignorant proof. It's harder than it looks. That's like,
All right.
there we go.
I want to send this to them.
Anyway, what am I doing? Social logins.
I'm gonna publish
Somebody's
my day's trading here.
Yeah, I got a third-party one that you're using there, right? There's another third-party plugin with all the data. And I'm going to try and link my data here, or convert it for that thing to upload automatically, and the server can do that for me. And that way then it's fully automated. Although this is prep work, just so I'm hands-free. I don't have to worry about anything after that. It's all done. Like, the rest is promotion. And I did that for years. Affiliate marketing. Boring, but not an issue, like. What keywords is Vinny Site going for? I'll top him off first. Just be a prick. Spam the top 10 of Google where all Vinny's keywords are. Whoops. Now, Vinny, at least he trades live. I mean, I give him that. Like, you know what I mean?
How do you?
A lot of them out there don't.
Does anyone know how to upload these? If you have a photo you want to upload onto the Discord, does anyone know how to do that?
Yeah, you can drag and drop the files in that comment section, I think. Just pick a category.
Charts and scripts. Oh, here we go.
I got a post up there, like, of my balance in Maine.
In Maine, okay. Let me check.
I've got loads of them in my own personal Discord. Like, I just keep them as a record or so.
How do I get the picture?
I'm trying to get the MetaTrader 5 data into database, and then I got this a plugin in to show all that data quickly. Manually doing it is just insane. So there is no plugin, by the way, not that I could find.
Right.
So I have to use some kind of database rerouting and a few loops here and there, and job done. Try to come up with something that's pretty. I got nice graphs and a few other things to make it look pretty. So.
It takes time.
Plus,
All
it's
these
so much
things
work
take a lot
getting a
of time.
website up and running.
Yeah, for
so
one guy. I mean,
all
for
this
one guy.
shit
I
these
mean,
days.
you need a team of players for this shit.
So much easier 20 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Right. Trello.
Here's my stats for the day. FX Blue, I just published everything I did on this $1,000 account. What do you got here? It says that I made 12% so far.
What's it called
$1,000
again?
account. My win rate is 80%. Look at that. So there you go.
Right.
This is today's trading on the FX Blue. Profit factor of 3. 297 trades per day so far on this pure robot entry. Worst day is $145. Here's my exits. Here's my big winners. That's
We've got the post.
that's
the link?
that's the robots I just ran today.
Oh.
Here, I'll put the link in there. It's right on my. It's in my comments, but I'll put it in the thing.
All right.
So here, so this is what I've done today so far. You could drill down in the comments. I don't know if they're turned on, but here, show. Not a lot of trading, but see, my win rate's very high, even though I'm just making barely making any pips there. So if I babysit this thing, this is a pretty low. I have a floating loss. I just cashed out some in 67K margin. If I really cared, I could just close all up in impending and freeze my profits at this level. Come back, check on the robots, maybe close down the platform, wait till the drama picks up around 9 p.m., come back in, turn it on. Those are going to be the things that really make it kind of work better than, be logical. If there's no volatility, it's not going to make any money if it's looking for it. So I know our market's open 24 hours, but half of it's just nonsense. I'm up on something here. I want to cash out. Just going to intervene and hit the take all profits key.
The only thing I hate about signal services, they're gay for the most part, and they're shit. They are shit. And they've got a stigma of being crap.
Well, of course. Everybody knows that.
Copy trading is kind of like, well, does that person actually... how does that affect them psychologically? All right, I'm going to give some random stranger some chart and then hope for the best.
Well, only for demonstration purposes, I think, because in the end, who wants to be like a slave? What if this guy dies? Where are you going to get your copy trade from? How are you going to pay your rent? I don't even know what's going on here. I just keep taking the trades he tells me to, and it's crazy. I'm making money. But then the guy was car crash when you just wander the streets, going, "I wish I could find another guy to trade for me." What happened? Like a fucking,
and it isn't trading,
like a clueless
it's
zombie looking for a fucking.
I see what he's getting at, but the problem with that is, I told him, I said, if I have my app on a VPS now, then I got a copy that goes out to all these people. The time they get the signal, and then the time it hits, in and out as well, and the synchronicity of it is a pain in the ass.
No, you've got players.
It's an absolute drag.
I'll send you to
seconds of delay.
You can go to 3
No, it's okay if you're a big swinger. Right?
What about Wonder Trader?
The style I like myself personally is kind of like what you do, but just a bit more extreme. So,
you can go to Wonderbit Trading.
But I also got different ways of doing things. And I try different things from the software, and some things just work better in certain ways mathematically. Anyway, don't quite fully understand it yet why it comes out that way, but it just seems to. I'll figure it out eventually and get an understanding of the other stuff. Like in the meantime, I'll have the other stuff done, and that's it. I've done my app. The rest is all features and cool shit,
Well,
and it does have text to speech. It's fun. Hello, Dave. Hello. So, yeah, it's got APIs for different voices, realistic ones, shitty ones. You know, so I don't know why people want to be annoyed by that, especially if you're scalping with 1,000 orders. Buy.
You should do it. I do it.
well, if you're chasing it, yeah.
That's funny.
All right, if you want certain things coming up and you want to say, that's it. It does things like Asian sessions, and it does all sorts of things. I've got loads of little features in there that are very helpful for people. So it encompasses everything about trading. Everything's there. They won't go without. And no, it isn't 90,000 shitty indicators that go nowhere. No, fuck all that. A lot of them are crap. They don't seem to be very reliable over time. Seem to have these pockets of success, which is what they show, but don't show you the other 7 months of complete failure. Well, that's no good to someone, is it? And it's unfair to people with $500. Sorry, I don't want to screw them over. No,
That's why I recommend you why don't you let them pay slowly.
Rubbishly.
Let them pay slowly, man. You've got WonderCon trading. I can send you a number of guys that have low latency. I'm looking at your.
I
guess this
is sign up. Hoorah! I'm starting to build my mailing list now. Big ass one.
Hey, Simpleton, is he there?
That's nice.
Oh yeah, I'm just. Are you on his website? What's your website? What's the address for your website? Hot Tranny Forex. What's the name of your website again?
What?
You said you got a website for your like a landing page, like a website for your stuff, or not yet?
I'll post it to you in your message. That is you, yeah.
You can't
it
post
is
it. You have to post it in Discord because YouTube thinks you're going to spam me.
Showed it the other night.
I don't know where you put it.
Who's the guy I was just talking to that got off? Where did he go?
The guy that was trading S&P 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just took off. Yeah.
How do you find him again? Is he somewhere on the list or?
The video does say everything you need to know. It really does. Like, it's just sometimes you gotta watch.
Video's fine, man, but you're going after the wrong crowd.
His name is Studio 7, so I think he's on the right somewhere there. You could probably send him a private message if he's a member on the right side. Studio 7, there he is. So in Discord, you got to go to the right and look for Studio 7. This is like a guy's face and that looks like a phone or something.
Oh, post a link to Studio 7.
Oh, here we go. I think I see him now.
Okay.
So you put it in the main thing?
Here's a shot. I just wanted to show him what the standard deviation lines look like. I threw them in on
they watched the video. The video explains everything, mate. It's already in there. I don't want to explain myself over and over to people every day. Like Vinny having an emotional breakdown because people ask him the same shit over and over, which is fair enough. But I just wanted the video and you can look at that on a private life as well. You know what I mean? Hey, what was I doing? Log in. Where's this app? Oh, a new origin. New origin.
Yeah, so I did a little bit of trading. I'm doing 5 micro lots per level, if you will. And today was 2,300.
Oh.
Wow.
Which is you know what? For me, it's like when you listen, it's been a long time, and I don't drive fast cars anymore. But when you're used to going 150 miles an hour, and now you're down to doing 25 miles an hour, and you know that you left so much money on the table, I don't let it bother me anymore because, what the fuck? It's time for the youngsters to go and make some money. I could care less.
Yeah, sit back and watch the show.
I really am. I'm looking forward to getting these kids engaged. I want to send them to some of your videos, Simpleton. I don't know which ones would be the best ones to describe what you're doing, but they pretty much understand what I do.
The problem with my videos in that sense is that I say some pretty risque things. And
they don't care. They're Russian.
Okay.
They're cool.
Yeah, I mean, I make jokes about things that maybe people gallows humor, I guess I'd call it, to be on the light side. Edgy material. Well, I'm trying to make analogies between the heartache of losing in a trade and the heartache of losing a psycho babe in a bad relationship where you just keep adding to a loser. But I am adding to a loser in a sense. So. I mean, it's the feeling, the dread of something not working out. So you get married to somebody and it turns out they're cheating on you. It's almost like getting stopped out of a trade. Not quite the feeling, but close.
It moved in both.
That's a catastrophic stop.
It's stopped out by a bigger dick. So kind of heartbroken.
Yeah, it moved it. Everybody in here.
Anyways, man, I'm gonna heat up some food.
Oh, so actually, when I was trying to cure myself from being kind of like anxious, I got hold of these cassette tapes, right? Because I had like a mail order's cassette tape. You get 6 tapes and how to relax and not kill your neighbor.
Right.
And the tape one, don't listen while driving. So I turned it on at home, put it in my Nakamichi, like spin around, 9.5 weeks thing. And I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, and the funniest thing I ever bought, because I had money to blow, you have money to blow. Let me try this too. This looks like subliminal tapes. Inside here is shit you can't hear telling you to not kill your neighbor's wife. So I'm like, this isn't working. Like, this stuff, how do I even know it's true? You ever heard of subliminal tapes? Do you think that's a real thing? Is that like that image they flash on the screen for like 1/24th of a second?
It does work. It does work. Subliminal messages.
Does it really work? I mean, but what if it's unaudible? You're telling me that my subconscious can hear shit in the background?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Do you believe that? Is this,
Buddy, why do you think we're such great pattern recognition machines? We evolved to be that way. And we pick up everything. Your brain has every single thing you've ever experienced and seen and heard.
But what
and
about
even stuff you haven't heard?
What about inaudible stuff that's supposedly in the background is some kind of ocean sound? So the ones I have, the subliminal tapes, is ocean sound with supposedly some guy back there going, really, try to calm down. Don't be rude. Try to count down. I mean, am I supposed to believe there's a mantra running behind that ocean that my subconscious can hear, but I can't?
I don't know how it'll affect you. Some people will actually respond.
Have you ever been hypnotized?
Right.
Do you respond
like
to do you respond to being hypnotized?
Man, I've been doing hypnosis. I've been doing it for 30 years. So.
But I mean,
there is hypnosis, but you can't hypnotize everybody.
Right. So can you be hypnotized?
Well, yeah, most people who are good at something are good at it going both ways, right? Top, bottom, all that stuff, right?
So when you feel tranquil, would you consider that? So I've watched things before where I feel hypnotized. In other words, I feel a tranquility, and maybe an openness. But I guess I'm thinking the crudest sense of the carnival thing where the guy's hypnotized. Next thing you know, he's tying his shoelaces together. And I've seen people do demos like that, and I'm like, is that real? Where they're like, putting their shoes on backwards and shit. You ever seen that? Where people are so convinced?
Yeah, that happens all the time. Well, people are, what's the word I'm looking for?
Gullible? I don't know. Flexible?
The old line was, there's no such thing as hypnosis, and everything is hypnosis. So, yeah, you have to cut it in the middle. The guy who was the best at it, I think it's worth reading. Bandler and what's his name, Grinder and Bandler. They did NLP back in the 70s.
Okay,
80s,
NLP,
something
right?
like
I had
that.
some NLP books, and actually, when I went to the Mark Douglas, he had NLP tapes, behavior modification. I met the NLP guys.
Beautiful. Nice stuff.
Do you know who Dirk and Sandy Pearson are? So these
Yeah,
guys,
those guys used to work with them. Didn't they used to work with Bandler? Yeah.
they did this thing where it was a life extension, and they were NLP people, and they had like this book, and they would say stuff like, if you keep your room cold, you'll live longer, and you'll burn calories because you're trying to keep warm in a sense, right? It's not the polar bear club, but you're trying to give yourself conditioned and stuff, and talking about not eating too much and going into a keto. They didn't call it keto state back then, but don't eat too much. Yeah, but the NLP thing, and I thought, I guess so, but the problem is if the script's corny, is your corny filter going to deny to follow it because it's just this is too silly what I'm doing? I mean, what point do you?
Yeah. I get you. You have to really be in the proper state of mind for all that stuff. And the beautiful thing is the guy who actually they modeled to do this. There were a couple of people they modeled. Virginia Satir, who was a really amazing family therapist, one of the best in the universe, and she could tell you what was going on in the family pretty quickly. And the other one that they modeled was a guy named Milton Erickson. Uncle Milty,
right.
He had polio. He couldn't move, but all he could do was talk. And this guy, I mean, you just talk to him, but you don't even know what happens. He's just one of those people you talk to, and before you know it, you're fucking zoned out. So it can happen, without a doubt.
You ever heard of Roy Masters?
Well,
so Roy Masters is a British guy. He's a British Jewish guy that came to the United States. He's really insightful. I think he's still alive, maybe, but he's got. If you listen to his tapes, he's talking about.
Smart.
He's the guy that hypnotized people to put their shoes on backwards, and they would argue with him that everything's fine. He's really good at it. So,
sure.
I listen to a lot of him. I don't know. I thought that.
That's the question. Is there such a thing as hypnotized? Let me ask you a simple question, buddy. ATI, we discussed yesterday, got the contract to do Operation Warp Speed Your Brains Out, and look at people to this day wearing masks, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean.
I guess you're right. That's conditioning, behavior conditioning, hypnosis.
Very heavy level. Well,
so
they do 10 times leverage on you now. They could do 10 times.
But the feeling of security kind of reminds me of somebody being re-infantilized, because now you get your blankie back. It's going to be a mask this time. I feel safe. Thank you. Right. And it's fashionable. Right. And come to think of it, actually, I cut my lawn without a mask, so I should wear a mask when I cut the lawn. But I kind of just like the fresh air. Actually, a little bit of grass in my nose feels good. But I'm thinking that this is the time I should be wearing a mask. But then I thought I won't be able to breathe while I'm cutting the lawn, dude. So I'm willing to take some dirt up my nose. But if there's ever a time to wear a mask, it's doing stuff that you should be wearing, a dust mask, right? And people are wearing a dust mask. Sure. You get by with a dust mask, it's cracking me up, right? The virus is completely oblivious to the sides of your mouth. Unless you duct tape the mask on, this is just so stupid. But I don't know. I think it's an ornament. It's an ornament.
Did it all backwards.
Isn't it like having
people
wear a cross? If you wear a cross or a Jewish star on your neck, or a mezuzah, I think it's just like a mezuzah on your doorway to ward off or lamb's blood on your doorway to keep away the spirits. I put lamb's blood on my mask, actually, and I haven't gotten COVID yet.
Okay.
Sacrificial. I sacrifice myself to the mask mob.
Yeah, you know what? It's an amulet. What do they call it? I think they call that an amulet.
Yeah.
It's like in Morocco, you'll have the evil eye inside of a hand, and that's a big popular stuff. These are magical tokens, whatever you call them. I guess magical tokens.
Well, how about? Do you remember Pet Rocks?
People. Oh yeah, that was great.
$5 for 5 Pet Rocks. You got in the mail.
I made money selling mine.
Came in a box. Looked like a house.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And once people,
beautiful.
Actually,
fucking
the other one, the
promo.
Rubik's Cube, is the mind blower to me. I still don't. You know how to do Rubik's Cube?
Yep.
Can you whip that out? Are you good at Rubik's Cube? Can you just?
You know what? I wasn't never tried it, but I'm pretty sure I could do it. I don't really have the
Really?
time for it.
Yeah, I
was
think
too
I
old
think
for
I
that
would
at the time. It
choke.
was for younger kids.
I'd throw it against the wall. I'd do what?
No, you do okay.
I just change the sticker colors manually on the outside. They'd be crooked. I try to put it back on
No.
straight so you wouldn't notice. Like I'd have you go out and get a pizza, and when you came back, I'd be like, "There, it's done." Looks like you moved the stickers. No, I didn't. I used an algorithm.
No,
I
you
figured.
can pull up the YouTube and they'll show you how to do it. There's techniques
Really?
for all this stuff. You know what? There's an algo for solving the period. Of course, there has to be an algo.
I think there's got to be
motion
some
of
type
steps.
of reset. In other words, it's like you're turning cogs and you reset and you just keep doing. I think you have to pay attention to the color you're on, though.
There's a pattern.
And,
yeah, that's right.
Once you queue them up, I don't know how to get them all aligned, but there's obviously at least 3 vectors. You're coming at 3. It's a 3D situation. I'm not sure when to rotate it though, but I'm sure there is a point at which when this side matches, roll over and start cranking. Because I see people spinning.
Once you learn the algo, you can do it in
Yeah.
fucking 1 second.
Oh
You ever
no,
see
there's
those kids
guys that do
like
it
4
in
seconds?
3 seconds. It's crazy. I'm like, what did you just do? It's like fucking
Uh-huh.
samurai shit. Like it's like ninja.
No, because what they're doing is the same move that they need in the algo. The algo, that's a perfect example of what we were doing. And what I'm trying to impress you with is the fact that when you're doing high frequency trading, it's like the kid that solves the Rubik's Cube in fucking 3 seconds. And you can't even see his hands move so fast. That's really what it's all about from that perspective. Now, how do you bring that across to trading? Well, there's an algo to solve the Rubik's Cube. There's an algo for everything, man. I kept talking about riffs. Riffs are basically algos, aren't they?
Yeah.
They repeat, they come back, they're a little bit faster, sometimes a little bit slower, stretch out that note. It's a riff.
Yeah.
So I've always said the more riffs you can accumulate, you may become a better guitarist. You'll have more in your repertoire. I haven't played in 7 years. I just haven't had the need to. And remember, I'm the guy who has a guitar in like 17 different cities across the planet. I just leave them behind so that people enjoy it, knock themselves out on the lefty. So
Yeah,
I like what you've done.
I'm amazed how much
Looking at-
opportunity there is out here. So I can't wait for the.
You did great. You did $100 and something, right? So you did great.
Yeah, I mean, this was like I only cashed out twice. I
this
think where I
today?
took my I only
Yeah.
cashed out twice. I'm running about 6 robots there. But
And you're only using 70% of your capital. That's amazing, man. You know how far we would push it? You wouldn't even want to know how far we pushed it.
yeah, I bet. But of course, if you got if you risk $2,000 and there's 10 grand in the account, I guess you can push it a few times in a row before you get hurt.
Well, I would try not to. I'd try not.
So a good drawdown today for me was only 1.5% of the entire account. Drawdown 1.5%. That was it.
Phenomenal, man. If you can keep that up,
I mean,
I can set you up with hedge funds.
9,700 quid today.
What you start with?
before,
What you start with, laddie?
50 grand. I would start with 50 grand.
Oh, 50 grand. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So 50 grand on 50 grand. Therefore, how much is that?
I was
9 grand.
testing 20. Yeah, I was testing 24 grand. 24 brokers. All my tests for all my bots.
Right.
It was around 200,000. 200,000 in under 2 weeks. Yeah. 200 G's mine. So, and the drawdowns are reasonably good. There's nothing really extreme, like shitting yourself, kind of 50%. Nothing extreme like that. That's just bad. It's a bad bot if it's going down that far. Like, it's nuts. Like,
You're
What
going to
do
have
you
a very
mean?
limited number of people that have $50,000 to throw that in. Very limited number of people.
yes, of course, yeah.
And if I need 50, hang on. If I need
Yeah.
a 50,
I've been in this for a while.
hang on. This is
10
where
years
it
of
falls
forex.
apart for Mr. Genesis. It falls apart because you're charging $500 for a system that to really make it meaningful for people, they need 50 grand in their account. Now,
No,
to
no,
charge
no, no,
someone
no.
$500 with a no?
That's not what I'm saying at all. I've got strategies for $500 dude, 5K dude, 10K, 15, 25, $25 million. It really
Right.
depends. Like I said, it's not just a shitty EA, like some crappy thing on
No, God
MetaTrader.
forbid. I wasn't intimating that at all,
No.
man. I wasn't intimating that at all.
It's a little bit different than just I've accounted for everybody. The hardest part is the $500 guy to 5K. It really is.
Well,
50K is
500
easy
is.
for me.
Hang on. 500 is the way you want to prove it to people, because most
Yeah,
people can
you know,
scrounge up 500. Not too many
that's
people
right.
can scrounge up 5,000 now.
No.
Geez, I'd have to fucking look in a couple of pockets to find 5Gs right now. Right?
Yeah, you'd have to
But
have
there's always people out there, me.
you'd have to get your hair done and stuff and show up and shake their hand and be.
It
I don't know.
depends
That's a
who your
lot of money,
target is,
dude.
doesn't it?
How about pay per trade? If you don't pay us, we'll come and break your legs. If we find you making money with this algo, and you don't pay it, you don't send the payola, then come after. Guido's going to come after you.
I thought about the little guy more than anything, and I built a kind of indicator scripty thing ages back, 2016, because I kept doing the same mistakes over and over like an idiot. All of this is my idiocy, my own bad habits, bad trading, human psychology, the whole shite bag, the whole lot. And it just evolved into something to try and, like it says in the video, to curb bad habits. And there are loads. Oversizing, too much too soon, greed, your emotions going all whack, facing losses and dealing with them, things like that. It's beyond the logic, facing losses, for example. That's an emotional thing, right? And to condition somebody to accept that, I'm sorry, but no bots are going to help them with that. There are other psychological things I've got, a video on psychology and how to exercise certain things, like being punched in the face and saying, oh, well, one of those days, and people will have to accept that. That's the risk of trading, like, in a nutshell. I mean, what that guy's bot? He was making 10%, 11%, 14%, and then it all went to shit. He couldn't adapt. He did not change. There's no ability.
Oh yeah, you
to
have to. Oh yeah, and he didn't have enough. He didn't have enough code written. Probably he only had one.
Yeah.
Listen, you're not going to win. You're not going to win the dance party and the dance contest with just one move. You're going to have more than one move.
Yeah, like a boxer.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The little guy I want to help more than anything. That to me is just pure bliss. But there's other reasons I built it a certain way, because I want other people to see how full of shit people are and themselves.
But the little guy, it shouldn't be in this arena. The little guy, you should be making money for him and letting him have just a break on his gas bill, or help him with a car payment, or right? I mean, the little guy should not be caught up in turning on robots and doing all the stuff which I am sure you have created in such a way that a child could do it. I'm not even countering that. I'm sure it's easier than that. But that person should be going to work, making his paycheck, and you should be working in the background. Let him copy your trades and charge him $50 a month and raise his account up over time. Because at the end of the year, if that lad at the end ends up with 15,000 quid from $500, or he ends up with even 2,000 quid, he'll be so happy, and he'll tell everyone he knows. And you just paid for his vacation, right?
Yeah.
I do appreciate that many people have created indicators and ninja traders, and there's a whole tens of thousands of videos, and they send me every week, come and join us to our seminar. And it's the same people plugging the same bullshit over and over again, which is kind of sad, but it's life, right?
Yeah.
It's their business. I'm not going to hold. Listen, who am I to get into in front of your happiness? Go for it. Do what you want to do. But I think that if you used your concept of and used it as software as a service,
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what I know. What I know that you can absolutely easily sell if you wanted to for big money to big hedge funds, and I know them. And or make a lot more money. Trust me when I tell you, you make a ton more is serving the masses. I served the kings for many years, so I understand that game and I understand it from A to Z. You want to serve the masses.
They also keep it a secret too, don't they? All my software could be kept a secret on a VPS
Of
server.
course.
Nobody
Why
needs
do
to
you
know
think
how
I'm doing it this way? When I did the rhythmic stuff, man, all I did was I said, okay, you guys, I'll put you on to my leader-follower system. I found rhythmic really clunky, and I just didn't like Eric. Eric's attitude was kind of shitty because he's involved with all these kids spending $67 on the Apex Trader, and then, well, you can use our money to trade, and all they're doing is just taking kids' money for nothing. Right? They think they can trade, and then they're going to get an account, and then they have to have 2% stop loss, and they just make the constraints that even a guy like me, who's probably one of the best traders in Canada, I don't even think I would fucking sit through those 30 days of their testing. And none of the techniques that actually work in the real world would be allowed, right? This drops and all the stuff that we're doing here that most people who know how to trade do, it wouldn't pass the muster for them. Because you'd have too much of a drawdown, you'd have too many, there's too many things that you'd be abrogating in their rules. So they'll take your $67, you'll blow it up after a week, and then you'll try again and try again and try again. So they're just basically taking it, candy from children. And I think that's horrible, just personally. I think it sucks ass. That's me. I don't know what to tell you.
So, in some ways, kind of like you want to help somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you should be helping people.
Be an actual trader, not some. I know what you're saying, but that's trading other people's money, isn't it?
Ooh, you're not trading anyone's money. They're putting their money into their own account. You're not taking anyone's money. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
You have to set up. Let them set up. You know what? You guide them. You have a page, a landing page. Here's what we're going to do. You need 500 quid, yeah? That's the cheapest we can get you in on this. You're going to go to this broker, yeah? Because this broker is the best that we found out of the 25 that we tried, and you're living in the UK. All right then, lad. You're going to open up this account. This is your stuff. And then you're going to drop this API, which is, you know what that is. And the API will link whatever you're doing to him. And there's companies that actually all they do is store APIs, so you can open it up to, much like I guess the MT4 people, you can see how everyone's doing. So
yeah, Rapid API is pretty good. Rapid API. Okay. You heard of that? That's pretty good.
Yeah. So there's so many ways to do it, and you're not touching their money. They're just following your lead. If you make the money at the end of the month, you will have clients for life. Why is Bell Canada so big, and why are all the companies that charge every month so big? Because every month they can count on 100,000 people sending them $20 or $30 or $40 or whatever the number is, right? And it's as well as your system performs, which I believe it's performing rather well. You're already at 36 cents per dollar wage, which is really good.
Yeah.
As that continues to grow, and as people's accounts grow, look, the first thing anyone's going to do once their account gets to $1,500, they're going to take out that $500 that they had to beg, borrow, and steal from grandma, right? That's the first move, right? They're going to take the scared money home. And now they got 1,000 quid to play with. And if you can take that 1,000 quid and turn it into 3 or 4 by the end of the year, which you can, and take your 100 quid per month, because you can always raise the price as they're making more money, and you know how much money they're making because you know how much money you're charging them, and you know pretty much how much they're going to be taking out every month. So most people could look at this and say, I'll put in at 500 quid, I'll let this engine do what it can, and I'll take out my 500 quid right away, I'll pay him 100 quid a month, what do I care? Because I have 1,000 quid of the market's money. This is the whole game. The game is to play with the market's money. That's it.
The best way to do that will be on a VPS server and API access, and then remote EAs then for each of the MetaTrader platforms. Anyway, you can do it.
Or you have to find one of those, what do they call them, Wonder Traders or Wonderkind or 3 commas. You know, it's interesting because the guys in the forex are stuck on MT4, MT5, whereas all the other, like cryptocurrency and all that, they've got to a level of sophistication I never thought I would ever see. So they're with it, two-factor authentication, load up this, I want to do this, I want to do that. They have so many interesting things going on in that space. And I'm just hip to it for the last few months. I've just been getting hip to it. So I'm ready to launch as soon as these programmers say it's done, then we're going to launch it. It's going to be 50 quid. Take a punt. Stop being a fucking cunt. Right? Take a fucking punt. You're going to spend it on the game in Liverpool anyways, you fucking cunt. Just put in 50 quid and call me in 3 months. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my buddy, his name, what's his name? He's in England. I'll have to remember his name. Daniel has got so many people that follow him. I think he has a YouTube channel still. I'm not sure. He does different trades and different trades ideas. He was really big in the crypto stuff. And I told him, I said, listen, you'll take Nottingham or wherever you're from. I don't know what city you're from. You'll take that whole area, man. You want the south of England? It's all yours. You manage it. You take care of it. And you bring the people in, and I'll split it with you. I mean, if they're going to pay $50 a month, whatever you think is reasonable, I'll split it with you. You're doing the work in marketing and bringing the people in, and I'm doing the work in setting up the APIs and everything else, right? And the strategies, etc. So it wouldn't be hard for you to find someone that could market your product on all the big Ducospies and all those big places where people are hanging out all the time. And you get those players in, and before you know it, you've got 2,000-3,000 people all trying to get that same signal. And you know what? They've got techniques now to get that signal across to just about everybody at the same time. And if it's a few seconds late, who cares? You're going to be stacking the offers and pulling bids. You're going to be doing all kinds of crazy shit on the dome anyways, because after a certain period of time, you're going to have to spread out the bets between different instruments, etc. So there's a growth path with that, right? And that's what you want to look for. You want to say to yourself, okay, once I get to 500 players, am I noticing latency? Oh, by the way, out of the 500 players, 30 of them decided to publish everything like Simpleton recommended. Let them publish their results on their own personal account, running your robot. And as I said many times before to people in meetings all over the world, may the best algo win. And that's basically all that counts.
Yeah, it's like the SETI project, you know. They're looking for alien life, SETI project.
You got it. And you know what? There's always a kid around the corner that has the craziest idea in the universe. And if someone would just listen to him for 5 minutes, he can come up with the corn, what do you want to call it now? Let's call it the oil corn per bushels divided by ethanol multiplied by the standard deviation of gold on a Thursday. He'll come up with something that's so fucking crazy that will make nothing but money. And that's happened to me a few times. Yeah, software as a service. That's it. That's the only thing I can see in this whole space. Unless, of course, you just want to hang around and shoot the shit. You know, that's cool too.
Right. You don't have to take over the world to participate in a proactive. No, it's you know, there's stuff where there's the guys that do weekly analysis. You know, like at the end of the week on a Sunday night, they'll do the whole lineup for the week, and that's the whole thing, dude. They just say it could go up, it could go down. Here's support resistance, and people love that shit. Did they get so many views? People love to hear somebody's view on. People ask me, "What's your view on this instrument?" And when I look at it, I always think, "Well, there's a trade right here, right now, right up here."
Yeah,
like I'm looking at the 1 hour chart actually and say, "There's a trade in the next maybe." I'm thinking right now, like I'm not thinking, well, in about it looks like we're in a monthly uptrend. I wouldn't ever like. What's the point, right? Because I'm thinking how to make money today, right now.
Right.
Or tomorrow. So if I'm gonna buy some outrageous price that's possible tomorrow, or I'm just gonna play it by ear. So be able to play it by ear and having that kind of black swan trade plan where you're looking for to get catastrophic at some point. Can you jump in there and
you know what? I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you how you can distinguish a trader from someone who's just still learning and still young. I can put you in front of any screen, any instrument, any time of the day. You won't even know what the fucking time scale is. And I'll say, okay, here's $100. Where are we going and how are we playing it? And you'd be able to put on a trade in the middle of nowhere on an instrument you've never seen before, and then a time of day that you have no idea what's going to happen next. Why? Because the pattern recognition that the brain has. You've seen so many of these patterns so many times, and you know that the market has a rhythm, and maybe you may not be able to look back 40 bars because we're only going to keep it really constrained.
You know what? It reminds me. So one afternoon I said, God, I'm kind of getting beat up here, so I got pissed off, and I was trading at the market 3Ks on the yen, right? And the yen was going up and down, and I'm like, I'm just going to buy and sell at the market. The one click built into the platform, and I'm like, I made so much money, dude, trading 3Ks, going, hey, I'm up. I'm just and really, this was and it really was about watching the tick chart, really.
Sure.
So if you turn off in MetaTrader, if you turn off most of your symbols, your tick chart will get huge. It'll fill the whole screen. You can see everything that's really going on without any smoothing at all. Okay. And if you know what you're looking at, those slam downs, those rip ups, you're like, so I'd nail it, boom. Like if I saw it slam down more, I go, that's such a jerky move. So I'd buy a 3K, and if it's I would do in 9Ks. I would kind of leg into a 9K, but this was on babysitting it, seeing it spike down and just rip. And I don't know if it was still digesting news, but those glorious, the tick chart's the only thing that gives you that gushing feel of like, man, like it's not one pullback on the tick chart, right? Just gushing. And you wait for hesitation. That's a lot of fun. Actually, trading should be fun on that aspect, but I don't know, the people that sit back and they plot out some masterpiece entry. I'm just I'm not seeing anybody that's able to do that.
Buddy, you know what? I got news for you. For years and years and years, people wanted to know how is it that I just don't even have to think that hard. And it just, they would show me something. What do you think of this? What do you think of that? Because once they know that you're trading and doing things, they are always tugging on your sleeve, which is okay. I have the patience for it. And I can remember times when people would say to me, okay, listen, I bought this stock and this is what it is. And I'd look at it, and within about 4 seconds, I'd say, you got to sell it here. This is the level you're going to sell it at. And if you've already bought it at this number, then you got to, here's your target. And they say, how can you do it so quickly? And I say, well, when you look at thousands of these a day, right, your brain takes over. And you're right, the computers can't, unless you can train a computer to understand context, it'll be impossible to get it to do it properly, which is why I say, whatever system you're going to put together, and I'll do my best to help, Simpleton, you're going to have a system which is not quite Simpleton's technique. It's closest, what do they call it? Good enough trading. It's good enough, man. We don't care. We're making, on our $50 account, I don't know if that's the lowest you can go with forex. You're going to have to help me with this side of it. If it's a $500 account, and I know you can make $10 to $15 to $20 to $50 a day, let it run for a month, man. You can charge everybody $50 at the end of the month.
Yeah, I would say there's definitely this cycle. So right now you're coming into the end of the day. Things consolidate, and I'm thinking continuation for the euro tonight. Now I would put shallow limits in tonight because we're not going to have that big beat down. We're not going to have when the auction's over. There's typically the volatility. The week's over, in my opinion. Well, it's tomorrow. There'll be news, right? But I don't think we're going to see some giant moves anymore, at least for my euro. Maybe for your other instruments. But so I'm kind of planning on a shallow entry and kind of like, all right. And this might be the actual trend trade, actually, where it's not, because I have a problem with these. Like, so that big rally today in the euro, that's not something a trend trader wants to see because they're hitting the targets too fast and moving too far. And it's like, dude, I just want a nice. So a trend trader likes a nice drift up and look at it. It's like I don't feel unsafe because it's not volatile. Even if it blows upwards, it's kind of dangerous to a guy that's long because it can slam down. And you're up on that trade, but I guess you got to figure after high drama, just like a real relationship, when you come back after the bar, she's like, "Oh, what's going on, honey?" And people kind of act like it didn't happen. And a market's
Sure.
like that in my sense. So okay,
I
act
didn't
like
see that sheriff hit his head.
Yeah,
Go
I didn't
ahead.
even fucking know that you had a guy on the side, but okay.
Whatever.
But no, I think the shock and awe, and then of course we have the.
What are you looking
When
at?
we go
Euro
back to
USD?
trading as
Let me take a
usual,
look.
where it's more predictable, and I think the trend traders like a nice calm trend because it's more predictable. Where this scatterbrain, even if it's in their favor, is shocking. Like it's just
Right.
explosions. They're like, what is going on here, man?
What are you talking? Okay, I want to take a look at. I have the trading view. I can find the Euro USD.
Trading view, isn't that like a social
No,
social
actually,
trading?
not
Chart
really.
trade.
It's just it's a pretty good graphics, and it does a lot of the cryptos and weird things. So it's interesting. Listen, I'm only on it because the kids are all using it. I don't know how to do the Pine
there's
script
something
stuff.
called auto charting in there, isn't there, where it'll try to find setups for you and stuff.
Oh, you have a quadrillion and 14 indicators that you
charters,
can
I think.
download and fuck around with forever and more.
That's kind of
I
just
don't think
that's just mental masturbation. I don't think anybody's
absolutely,
ever
brother.
going
And they
to.
can keep you going for years running through all these
No,
indicators.
people love speculating. It's like fortune cookie shit. You know, can this change
Right.
my life? This fortune cookie? It can if you
Right.
believe it does.
Yeah, if it does, if
The
you believe it.
placebo, the ink blot.
I'm ambivalent right now. I look at the euro and I'm thinking a little bit more, maybe a touch more to the upside. But I wouldn't be able to read this the way you can.
Well,
would
I got
have an
buy
order.
limits. So
I'd be deep.
Yeah.
I'd be deep to 1.05440. I'd be in there.
I got buy limits. I got buy limits pending below because I think there's going to be a sell off of some kind when Asia opens, and I'm willing to
Right.
put shallow. So I'm playing a shallow thing. I guess this is almost akin to. Are you going to play deep on the tennis court, or are you going to play near the net? So I'm kind of near the net here.
Good.
You know, these
I
are
got
net trades.
104.05. That's a pretty good level for you.
Yeah, I'm looking at that 105.45.
105. Yeah, I like that level.
But so
like
everything
that
on the way to there and beyond, I'm actually canvassed all the way down to. I start to feather it out and go anti-martingale around 510, 140.
Okay.
But that's like, I mean, I'm looking at a 4-hour chart. So we went up
Yeah, it's
in
different.
12 hours. We went from 104.82 to 105.82. I mean, it's fucking nuts, dude. That's in
Yeah, it went
12
high.
hours.
But I'd still be
It's
leaning
100
into
pips
it.
in
I'd still
12
probably
hours.
leaning into it. I'd be down to 104.594 myself. That's 3 standard deviations away on the average true range. 30 times 4 hours.
I think
is-
it's
how
gonna
many
be. I think it's gonna drift up, and I think it's gonna take out the high of. By Friday we could be jobs report tomorrow. We could take out the high, but then of course it's gonna be a seller's dream up there on the wick tip. So it's very perverse because as soon as you say. I'm bullish until we get into these traps,
yeah.
and then I'm like, dude, you got to put on the reverse button real
You gotta go the other
fast.
way now, sweetheart.
Like to
Sorry,
really
roll
to
over.
really exploit it, you got to dump everything long and start throwing pendings above you. I think that's
Okay,
the
so-
ultimate is to go flat, throw the pendings
So what
above,
you're
and catch it
talking
back.
about
coming
is we're
in.
going to move from missionary to doggy right about now.
Right, and then you rehearse it
And then
without
reverse
a
cowgirl.
hard on because you don't want to
Okay.
wear out your hard on. But when you come in real
Exactly.
time with a live account, you're hard ready to go.
Now we're cooking. All right. I
Yeah,
get
don't
it.
you remember the mock-up version I had? Remember that stuffed animal and that fucking inflatable girl I had over here in this room?
That's funny.
Remember that beanbag chair I molested earlier? And I showed you that's how I want to get laid.
That's how we want to do it.
Yeah, do me like you mean it, right? I always say, if you're gonna be angry, go for it.
Oh yeah, just let it all out, honey.
You hold it
Hit me,
back,
I
you're
don't
gonna
care.
give yourself cancers. Hold it back.
What do you look at? Like, would you have something going all the way down to 1.035? 9? It's like let me see this candle.
No,
That's very
I would
loud.
say based on the
Lot of
4-hour
betting.
chart, it's like we could get a pullback here, and this would be one of those shallow pullbacks. And
Right.
I feel like it's a lazy trend trade now. Like I think that they popped the cork when they took out the high of today. I don't think I'm going to hold this for a short for this thing to engulf. It's one of those. I think we could pull down 10 to 20 pips, but the final destination is to take out the high of today and just keep screaming north because still got abyss above us. But of course,
Right.
I'm very like impatient. I'm thinking that's going to happen by Friday, so we still got
48 hours left to
trade.
trade.
What's
We got
going on?
48 hours left of trading, so maybe I'm pushing it. I'd rather trade just the pullback to fair value and some high probability like noise stuff, and then maybe hold. It's going to depend because last night I thought we'd pull back, but boy did we! So I had to really load up on that, and
Right.
since I only had I had enough dry powder that I did trade at the market last night at 3 o'clock in the morning. I bought that hammer down there, but
Okay.
I felt so I'm always torn between running the 30 pip stops and accumulating an underwater position because I don't want to repay the spread and the commissions. That kind of pisses me off. Even though it's it's not a lot of money, but I'm like, dude, I wish I could just go a little wider on my stop and really build a position. Don't lose one ticket when it retraces. Dump the whole. And I had done trades like that, and I'm like, now that's a fucking chunk. You've just scooped up all that price and dumped it. It's a pump and dump, and you just grabbed it all. And that's my favorite.
It's lovely.
But you know what? If you buy at the market at the bottom, you're kind of doing a little sniper on top of the stack. I think that's the best of both worlds. To have a little couple market orders ready to go and go, you know what? I don't want to seem greedy here, but this is fucking obvious now. I will trade at the market. I did last night.
Right.
But even those targets, I ended up moving up because I go, oh, it looks like we're going to golf. So the beauty of getting in on limits is you're in the driver's seat. You get to pick your target more. You spend more time managing your exit when you're getting filled on limits as opposed to if you buy at the market, you're shitting your pants going, I can't buy any more at the market because it just pulled back, and I if you stick to this strict rule of 2%, you're like, well, I can't take the next trade, and I think that's where people really get is the Dudley Do-Rights, the guys that follow rules are really on the sidelines. They're not true risk takers in the sense that they want to have it like, well, I did what you said. I exercised on the bike. Yeah, but you got to cross train and you got to jump around. You got to punch yourself. I mean, you got to. In martial arts, you've got to actually kind of beat on yourself a little bit, so you're going to stimulate yourself. So you got to get your lymphatic system going. It's not about just you get a mini tramp, you get your lymphatic system going. So all those things, you know. But I guess it really is about, you know, we're human beings trading the market.
Right.
And I guess the robots are just carrying out human being algorithms, how they perceive it. I mean, unless it's a self-learning robot, but even that, the original instruction set is you're giving it the standard deviation kernel. Maybe the markets are behaving like that because everybody's mirroring the same thing and everybody's using the same math in a sense.
They're all playing the same game. They have to. You know why? Like, I think that kid was onto something. He said something about the VWAP. Let me tell you what VWAP is all about. VWAP is basically there so that when you're working at a prop firm and you're 25, 26, and they give you a fucking monster order from a client that wants to accumulate something, you need to be able to go to the boss at the end of the day and say, listen, boss, we got in the order, it was 145,000 fucking shares of whatever it was, and I got 94% of it under VWAP. And the boss says, well done, Johnny. And that's it. That's the whole purpose of VWAP. Is that when you can go to your boss and tell him I got it under VWAP. That's it. That's it.
Why, is he getting a kickback from VWAP at the end of the month?
No, he's not. It's the idea is that he did good. Johnny did good because he got a really good price. Because we all believe that.
Oh,
VWAP.
right. Like it kind of proves
Right.
it because he's using this filter to give him the...
And the boss
he's
thinks
using
that's
the-
what it is, and he's happy, and he doesn't care. And Johnny's happy, and the boss is happy.
Well, yeah, I mean,
the
people
client's
aren't
happy.
trying to be rock stars. I mean, in other words, if you're doing your
They're not.
quota, so to speak, now it's as drudgery as you fucking being a data entry guy. I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can see,
These
I can
guys
see
are just dying to go out and drink.
getting boring. Those jobs could get boring, you know.
Oh yeah.
High probability. I mean, you do the same thing over and over again. Yeah.
You know, the biggest problem a lot of these guys that work at prop firms have is the boredom.
Is it?
And if they're not creative and they can't come up with something really good and they can't tug on some of the scientists to help them program something cool, then they end up drinking. Right?
Did you ever see
Drinking,
the
partying.
prop firm video? I could find it later on, maybe put it on Discord, but it's about a 5-minute video. There's about maybe 8 guys in maybe a prop room, but they're around a giant desk and they've all got their own computers. And one guy starts throwing like pencils at the other guy, and the guy just loses it, climbs over the desk, and beats the shit out of him. You see, you just can't take it.
I'm gonna sleep, folks. I'll see you
Have a
another
good
time.
night. Thank you, James. Let's
sweet
think about
dreams.
software as a solution.
Happy
Yeah,
pips.
thank you for
Happy trails. Happy pips.
And you know what? If Genesis is serious, you have my email, natemursky@gmail, and you've got it because I've already registered on your site. I've already done the math on what you're doing. I believe everything you've said, and I think that if you're going to take this forward, I'd be more than happy to help you and split it with you, because all the money I make with Simpleton, you should know, is going to go to help people who need it. How's
We're
that?
gonna go to underprivileged traders. No,
What?
no, it is.
I have a tragedy. Listen, I'm not going to lie. We had a tragedy in our family about 6 years ago. My sister, after a long time trying to give birth to a beautiful baby, and was the vaccine, I think, at a year and a half, they give him vaccines, and he had a really bad reaction to the point where he is paraplegic, missing a hand, et cetera, et cetera. So,
From which
as far as I'm
vaccine?
concerned,
Which vaccine?
that, I don't know. It's the one that they give kids at a year and a half. You know, the whole regiment that they've already.
You talking
managed
about
to-
this new, like RNA?
No,
This-
not the new shit. No, not the new shit. This is 5-6 years ago.
Oh,
It turns
classic,
out- it
like a
turns out that they
classic
hang on.
mumps or pox or.
Oh, buddy, it turns out that there's like 60 kids a year that have this reaction. And because Canadian government is no fault insurance and all the rest of that, because we have free health care, no one can sue Pfizer or whoever it was that produced this crap. That almost fucking killed them. So for me,
So is this supposed to be like a
completely-
seasonal vaccine that the kids just kind of take for flu season stuff?
No, this was the regular regimen.
rubella
You have
or
to give children, at a year and a half. There's a whole regimen that you have to give kids of vaccinations. So that by the time they're 3 or 4, they're going to day school, they've already had all their shots, so to speak.
Like a dog?
Basically.
Wow. So it's like 20 different unique vaccines, maybe.
I have no idea. No idea what the numbers are.
Don't you think that we're
that's-
kind of crippling our immune systems? I get the fact that you want to take.
Oh, yeah.
In other words, what is the vaccine people take? Typhoid. I can't remember. So I get it, right? But can you? You think we're just overdoing it? I mean, aren't we just being like?
Depends on what. If you're going to go to another country, man, look, we had a big problem in the United States and in Canada. The Swedes know how to deal with really bad flus because they've had them for hundreds of years. They had a terrible flu in the 1910s and 20s. They lost a lot of people. So they're really at their game when it comes to flu and winter and all that shit. They know what they're doing. They protected the elders. They kept a little bit of social distancing. Wash your hands again, everybody, because a lot of people forget to wash their hands. And they sailed through it. And everywhere else where you had, I'll give you an example. In New York City, I know they had a lot of issues. I have some friends there. And there were a lot of black people who were suffering even more than everyone else. And one of the things that people realized was that they have a very, very low vitamin D count. Reason being is that, the reason you have darker skin is if you're in a place where the sun is shining too much, you want to have as much melanin as possible to protect you so you don't overproduce vitamin D, because that'll give you all kinds of crazy shit. But if you move into a northern climate and you're a black-skinned person or a very dark-skinned person, you're not producing any vitamin D practically.
Yeah, it's like you're
And
wearing
that's very dangerous.
sunscreen. You're wearing sunscreen.
you're right.
You
Oh,
got
yeah,
a sun
absolutely.
callus.
400 sunscreen, not 100.
Yeah,
400.
right. Because you're really for you to kick you over, you'd have to be walking around 6 hours in the sun all day to kick
And
yourself
Sahara,
into
what's wrong with you? Of course.
the loading
of course,
mode.
of
You know,
course.
where you're going to store some type of. No, the the nutrition thing and all that. Like they say, the big paradox is that poor people are starving to death because they're eating non-nutritional food, so their body's
Sure.
trying to find nutrition in air food, in nonsense like fake. And they say that if you drink a sweet drink without sugar in it, that it's tricking your brain, and your brain's reaching out for sugar that's not there, and you're kind of
Well, I'll give you one.
You're
This
kind of
is
torturing
interesting. That's a good
yourself. In a
topic.
way.
Well, listen, look at the Dutch people. The Dutch are typically very tall and lanky, but the generation after World War II were all like they were just huge people. They were very big people. And they couldn't quite understand what was happening until someone said, wait a second, everybody was starving for the last couple of years of World War II. So all the kids that were born had already picked up a signal from their mother. This is called epigenetics. They picked up a signal that, wait a second here, there's no food in the environment. Let's turn on our robot, in our gene pool concept that does not allow you to shed any calories whatsoever. Every calorie will be stored forevermore. And that's exactly how that happened.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the stress levels, so they would say, and this is a phenomenon that happens if you're trying to get in shape and go to the gym. When you work out, you initially start to gain, kind of get fat in a sense or gain fluid because your body's responding to the trauma of you working out. So it starts to bolster itself up, and you're like, I'm not getting, like, you're first at not losing weight, and muscle weighs more, but fat, so the fat, it's kind of funny because you think you're helping, but that initial shock is causing you to actually get worse initially.
Yeah.
It's
listen,
fascinating.
the body's trained. Listen, why does everyone like sweet stuff so much? It's not something that showed up in our environment, typically.
They claim, so I watched a guy claim that your craving for certain things is your gut bacteria level. It's actually calling it out, and you're kind of a slave to that in some sense. But
Bill, you talked about hypnosis and the unconscious. Everything you're doing is unconscious, brother.
That's right.
You're walking in a dream.
That's right.
Your brain is just, you're living in a simulation that your brain is
that's my
created
argument.
for.
My argument that your subconscious doesn't know whether you're in a 1K or a 10K. It just knows you're in the market.
It doesn't care. It doesn't care.
That's why. So if you have a fear of missing out, just put on a 1K and go, I'm in the market. Shut the fuck up. According to your subconscious, which is pretty binary, I think, it's an on or off thing. You're either loving or you're hating it. There's really no kind of finesse to your subconscious. It's just a hardwired.
I don't even think. Look, there's a lot of arguments. We can go into the whole free will argument and the rest of that stuff. But you know what? At the end of the day, man, we have no idea how to create an AI that's going to be conscious. Even though the kid that's playing with the one right now claims that he's having an affair with it or something. He has got feelings. I don't follow through on that.
Do you remember the old 70s film where the first AI, this wasn't Big Blue, but there was something like that. Actually, when Big Blue went and played chess against the top chess players, on the second round he won, they reprogrammed the robot, see? So they kind of cheated. The Asian guy was kind of pissed off. Well, the Asian guy came in and reprogrammed the robot after he saw that the guys playing against the robot gave the robot bullshit moves because they knew they'd programmed it with high-end master moves, so it tripped up the robot. The Big Blues.
Okay, let me
IBM.
ask you something. You're on a perfect segue right now into what we're going to talk about, which is the Globex machine. Do you think the Globex machine was produced by a guy who got a PhD in computer science from fucking MIT? No, it was a kid. It was a young man who knew a little bit of C# programming, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the beginning, when all the high-frequency stuff started hitting, they didn't know what to do because the guy who programmed the Globex machine, then there was probably a team afterwards, they had no idea how to fucking contain it because the code is so simple. I'll give you an example why they outlawed HFT, especially in Ontario. As I mentioned before, when you're trying to place in orders, you have to interleave them and you have to make sure your targets are really close, et cetera, et cetera. But I have a question for you. You have markets and orders and all kinds of different orders that are hitting the dome, the book, the order book. Now, they're pulling them as fast as they're putting them on. And you don't even see it. It's too fast for your eye to see that there was 150 there and now there's 14. You just saw 14. You didn't see the 150 that happened a split second before that. So what the algos were trained to do, since they're sitting right on the Globex, is to respond to any major move. So when you go to the doctor's office and you say you sit down at the doctor's office and you put your knee, cross your legs, and then he takes out the little hammer and he hits your kneecap or the top of it there, and your autonomous nervous system kicks in and your fucking leg goes flying, right?
Yeah, it doesn't go to your brain actually. That part.
That's right. It's exactly. So
right.
there's
It's
no
a
code
reflex.
on these algos.
It's a shortcut reflex.
Exactly.
Actually,
Hang on. So if I want to trick the algo That's what the spoofing world was about. Let me throw in an order for 400 and take it off right away. And let the algos trip in, and I'm already sold. Bye-bye.
Right.
And that's what they couldn't stand, because people were spoofing the algos, and a lot of people who were trying to put legitimate trades on at a different time series were getting front-runnered. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Well, I had a big fight with these level 2 guys one time, and it's still out there.
Level 2.
Yeah. And so there's this thing called Noft. It's called Noft. And
Okay.
it's this thing you buy for $80 a month. And
Okay. Oh,
dude,
shit.
if you go look at my level 2, it's called level 2 what do they call that? Level 2 trading is god damn it. You call it the dome, so it's oh god, but I say it's rubbish. I said level 2 trading's rubbish. Oh my god.
Software, and you're not going to tell me that I made a mistake and that I'm chasing clouds in the sky, are you?
It's worth a
I'm
replay.
not gonna-
Let me replay it. It's worth a replay. You'll like this because it's 10 minutes of
shit.
10 minutes of obliteration of the level 2 order block trading system. I gotta get my reading glasses out for this
Oh,
one.
buddy, you should have a show already.
No, it's too much fun
Trader's
because
Corner.
yeah, if you go
Okay.
to search your own videos, I guess there's a here. Let me see if I can find it. I don't go to my own channel much, and actually, I don't look to see.
I don't blame you.
I don't look to see how many likes I get. I'm just not into that. And I don't say
Right.
like or share either. I don't know. It's just not. I'm not trying to get a big following here.
No, you're a different generation. You're not
Because
looking
you know
for
what? They're,
popularity
when they
contest.
find out
You're
what
out
I'm,
here-
dude, when they find out what I'm doing, there's going to be a fucking Brazil SWAT team come down poles and rescue me out of here.
For sure. For sure.
I'm not that paranoid
arrange
yet,
it.
but I'm working on it. These, if you would have told me that the world would be as corrupt as it is today, I go, dude, you're
No, buddy, I didn't know
you're a
either, buddy. I missed it.
pessimist.
Buddy, I missed it. I blame myself. I mean, not that I missed it. I knew there was always corruption. I saw the way that people raise capital for all the different parties here. But I didn't think it was this bad. My God.
That's right.
And
I
they're
didn't
so
know.
incompetent.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know
And
it
I
was this
didn't
bad,
know. I
buddy.
didn't know it was systemic. Literally, like every judge, every court, every
yeah.
even the
Oh,
guy,
yeah.
even the guy that's working at the courthouse decides he's
clerk.
going to leak. The clerk's going to
Yeah.
leak stuff. I'm like, okay, guys, this has totally gone fucking scorched earth. You
Yeah,
guys are out of your
Of
mind.
course. It's gone far enough. But how are you going to bring it back? Listen, people got cushy jobs. They all pat each other on the back. They move forward and forward and forward. And in every society, there's going to be a parasitical class. That's just the way it goes. There's going to be some people that all they do is they become politicians. And I remember someone told me a long time ago, it could have been my dad, he said, anyone who wants to be the president shouldn't be allowed to be the president or prime minister.
So this is
If you
this
want
word.
that job,
Loft.
there's something wrong with you.
So this is a you might want to watch it on the internet.
back
This
on
is
YouTube?
so this is the YouTube. Yeah,
Okay, hang
go
on.
watch YouTube. So this is going to be a 10-minute video where I scorch. I use the word rubbish. So a lot of British people freaked out
Right.
when I used the word rubbish.
Oh, yeah.
They
That's a bad word.
triggered up the ass on this. I've gotten.
You see, I got him. You see how I got? Hang on. You see how I got that guy laughing when I used the word cunt, and I said it with a really
Yeah.
downward
Yeah, with-
sloping
with-
English.
with-
He
yeah.
got off on that. It was so funny.
Yeah. So here's the.
I love that.
Yeah, I like Ren and
Cursing.
I like Ren and
Buddy, if you
Stimpy.
can't curse in 14 languages, I don't have any news for you.
When Ren and
You know?
Stimpy says, "You stupid bloated idiot," but my Canadian hero, Ren and Stimpy. So here's
Okay.
level the playing field. How you can compete with NOF software. Let me see if I can bump up the res. Oh, that's about as good as it gets, right? Okay, so let me see if I get this queued up properly. Not the best framing there, but you get the general idea. So on your market set, go.
Because they're hitting the bid. And then we have aggressive buyers that are hitting the offer. Okay, so now we can see exactly.
This order flow stuff has.
I'm
a few
already triggered by
interesting-
this guy's nerdy Nell Flanders voice. I'm already triggered there on a certain level, so I'm just saying. We go for the theatrical move, theatrical view. Listen to this nasal netty.
Who's doing what, and we can also see in real time.
I think he does a lot of blow on the weekends.
That price here is going up. This is a green candle.
But can't we see prices going up without who's doing it? What is this curiosity? How does this add to your trading?
Can I punch
Do
him
you
now?
need that much information? You know, less is more.
Yeah, so
right?
that's me talking in the video. I talk over this guy. I rip into pieces, and just give you a sampling. 119 comments. Here's the people that hate me. Oh, here's a guy who's a fan. I don't even use charts anymore. Good footprint charts and market volume profile, appropriate settings, replace every other indicator. I agree with the trader below. This is the edge when understood. And then I get the people think that what my contention is that the guy that's got a trade in his head and he hasn't pulled the trigger, it's not in that order flow yet, dude. There's a guy sitting with his finger about to get in the market, and as Mark Douglas would say, it only takes one trader somewhere in the world to fuck up your trade.
Absolutely. And you know what? This order flow stuff, while you may think it's interesting, and I think it's got a few merits because you can track order flow. If we saw order flow was dropping, let's say 10,000 contracts in the last 5 minutes, 6 minutes, we knew that there was a shift to occur. We had to turn off the engine. So there's a lot of things that order flow can help you with. But the way that they're displaying it here with it's a completed auction, it's got this, it's got that, it's just, as far as I'm concerned, you have no idea what the order flow is. Because I can tell you from my own experience, they pull orders, and you think that you're in the end of the auction, and before you know it, some asshole shows up with 400 orders and crushes your 4-tick stop because you're playing with 5 contracts.
Yeah, I mean it all looks good on paper, as they say, and they really are what they want to do is claim they're giving you the inside secret.
Yeah, no,
you know, like in other words, the word secret in trading is probably the most classic. You know.
There are trading secrets, but you know, of course, it's all context.
Let me see if I could find where he talks about the royal flush. So he talks about the retail
link
flush.
On this. Send me the link to a guy.
I just go nuts. I'm
buddy, you know what? But people like this stuff, I guess, because they have nothing to do.
Information.
Giving them inspiration to go out and do something with their lives, not trade. And not watch these crazy videos.
Here, the retail flush.
Okay, I'm going to turn it off.
He's going to explain the retail flush.
Information not only for entries and exits and all of that sort of stuff, but we can also use it.
All that sort of stuff, you mean trading?
In order to find some things called like a retail flush. A
retail flush. Well, they reduced the size of the toilets here in the States, so you don't get quite the flush you used to get. Here's more bullshit he's going to go through.
People have heard that.
Is that when you go to Walmart and
we
take
can
a flush
actually see.
at Walmart?
So I make fun of this guy. He can actually see. You can actually see the order flow. Wait.
See.
That is where a group of market makers come.
Oh yeah, they just kind of group. They get their cigars together and they like, let's go stop hunt. He doesn't even understand what a stop hunt is.
So I go off on this poor guy, and I mean the backlash, and I got quite a bit of. It's so funny because I know how to get a lot of views if I want.
Right.
There's 20,000 views on this video, dude. This is the highest viewed video because I make fun of order flow. It's like a cult. It's not quite as. It's bigger than ICT, I'll tell you. And people that say I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
There's a young guy. His name is Bishop. Right on. There's a young guy, Bish, who's trading order flow. He's using something called. Let me remember the name of the software. Sierra Chart.
Oh yeah, Sierra charts. Those pretty charts, dude. I had that on a fucking boob tube.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, they look beautiful, transparent, just
kicked in the
tasty.
So many
charts.
times. It's crazy.
No, they're tasty. I think that's it was either a dongle subscription or it was a pretty expensive program, considering.
Right.
No, I love the look of the Aspen charts. Man, tasty look. Just kind of nice, simple, clean, and to the point. Nice looking. Good color
I
choices.
got news for you. I seen the kid get kicked in the teeth like 3 days in a row. He's got 4 kids, and I know he's put some money aside. He's had a successful business. And I reached out to him and I said, Bishop, please, for the love of God, do not trade for the first 3 minutes of the market opening. And that's where all the algos are setting up their positioning, and they're setting up all their hit the knees. You know, they're all taking each other's kneecaps out for the first 3 minutes, for sure.
Well, they establish
because I
the
know.
range, yeah, establish
Absolutely,
the range.
and then the synchronicity kicks in, like you said earlier. So, for the love of God, I couldn't stomach watching.
Well, at
this
least
guy
he's not.
losing
At least he's
whatever.
not an eager trader.
Oh no, he looks for his. Listen, there is some merit to some of the stuff that he's doing, and if he would just add the one component that you and I agree is the way to do it, is to just basically layer in some orders underneath it. Why are you trading a 5 lot looking for the pristine entry on 450, just pulled the bid, and now we've got a flush auction, we're going to go to this level low to this level high, and he's calling it out really nicely. He should be in broadcasting. You guys would have a pretty cool radio show, but to make a long story short, yeah, I'm not seeing the trades the way that he sees it, and I can't fucking for the life of me ever, even with, it's hard enough for me to pull the trigger on 5 minis, and that's my smallest order, and that's just the feeler, that's just the market. At the market, I don't care what happens to you. You guys are the lost lambs of Israel. I could give a shit, right? My orders underneath are the ones that count, like you're doing. So he won't do it. He's got that one entry based on whatever's pulled, and the market's pulled, and every time he enters, they fucking suck it back out of it, because I could see it coming. I've seen these guys do this fucking machinery, machination.
No, I this one in demo right now. If I buy the euro, I guarantee it's going to be down 10 pips in about 2 hours. I guarantee you. Like,
oh, for sure.
So it's dripping down. And so I used to buy the drip down, and it's the worst trade actually because you're slowly losing money. I'd rather lose money quickly. It's like not lose money quickly, but I'd rather see some action because that could, if it was going down quickly, it would bounce quickly and it can kind of recover some money. Or just do that little baby trade. But when it's dripping down, it's the most frustrating thing. You go, oh my God. So one night, a couple weeks ago, I got into a long position on the euro where it's dripping down into my limits. And sure enough, when Europe opened, perked up, took off, and a nice clean, the end of wave 4 in Elliott, Elliott wave, right? Wave 4, nice long apex triangle, and then breaks out wave 5, and it's just completion the rest of the week, and kind of like everybody knows, like, well, there's nobody selling, and it's just there's got a few pips left to make, maybe 40 pips on the upside. So but knowing that setup and how to play it, but also being able, I think the guy that can make money is the guy that can say, oh, I can trade those setups. Yeah, of course. But like I say, can you make money from the chaos and the surprise trades, really?
Oh yeah, you should be ready for those.
I think I like the sneaky idea of having a
girl pop out of a cake.
Yeah. Well, because, it's like, wow, hey, 2 girls in this cake.
Where'd you come? Wow, another one.
Wow, 2 girls molesting each other in my own. Actually, they never jump out. You see the cake just moving around and bouncing. Frosting's jumping off. What's going on in there? But,
okay,
it's a lot of fun trading, don't you think?
I want to ask you, like, I'm just looking at the trading view just because I'm just trying to learn this stuff a little bit. I have an order, let's say, I just put an order in now for 1,000. And I guess that's your mini lot, micro lot, whatever they call it. I have another order underneath it at 54.40 for 3,000. I got 5,000 at 1,050. Then I got another 5,000 at 1,045. And
wow.
I could care less if I get picked up on any of them. Say again?
That is a pretty deep order.
Oh yeah. Well, what do I care?
Oh yeah, right. What do you care? Well, that's the thing. If you care, you're in trouble, right?
Oh, sometimes.
So Mark Douglas kept stressing that you be carefree, not careless. So you just have this carefree state of mind. I think that's really the best way to go.
So 10 tips is basically $1. Is that what I'm supposed to understand? If I put 1,000 on, for 10
yeah.
tips, it's
So
$1.
if you're in a standard lot, 10 pips is
buck.
$10.
$10.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no. So when if I'm in a 1K. One pip.
I'm in one right now.
So one pip is $1. So you'd be talking about.
Hang on a second here.
Yeah.
Why is it showing me?
Every 10 pips is $100 if you're in a standard lot.
Oh, standard lot. That's 100,000. I'm
Yeah,
only in
so-
1,000. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're
so
in
that's $1.
you're in $1,000, you
$1.
drop 10 pips, it's going to be $10.
Okay. So,
Pretty tame. Pretty tame. I mean, some people don't want to be 100 pips underwater, but it is $10 in the end. So when I see people buying lottery tickets, always a couple of people I've walked up to and said, you know, would you buy a $20 lottery ticket if you knew that you were going to get your 20 back and your, in other words, the 20 is kind of the margin requirement, so to speak.
right.
You're going to make $10, or you're going to make $30 for coming back. And that's if you pulled your money out of the lotto account, so to speak. But would you bet $20 if you could make 60% of the time? Oh, yeah, people would say yeah. But that's the other president. But I'm not trying to force people to trade, and it's so much work in a sense, right?
Well, don't
But
bother,
I'm always
man.
curious
let's
about if I could approach somebody that's buying lottery tickets, and I'm thinking, have you ever thought, like, they're spending $50 a day on lottery tickets? I'm like, dude, you know, I could probably make you $30 a day if I could just hold on to that 50 as a margin requirement.
Right.
And I mean,
Wow.
that's the gateway, I suppose, for the public, because I know you think you're a risk taker you are a risk taker in a sense buying lottery tickets, but you're definitely, I mean, the odds are against you, but you're
Guys, they're not in
obviously
your favor
trying
at all,
to make
absolutely.
money. So you're definitely
Who
one
does
of those
factorial
guys.
math, buddy? Who understands factorial math, honestly?
Yeah.
Not too many people. So it's all factorial math. If you don't know factorial math, then you're going to get bamboozled. And I got news for you. I'm not going to say out loud what happened, but at one point in time, Canadian government decided that they were going to be croupiers. Why? Because they decided to put all the Ontario Lottery Corporation, which was supposed to go, all the money was supposed to go for, special ed, Olympiads, Special Olympics, arenas, kids who couldn't afford equipment. It had a purpose to get kids involved in sports and hospital for sick kids. They had a tremendous, really, really good effect on society. Let's put it this way, OLG. The minute that the government decided to include the OLG as part of the budget was the day I said goodbye to Canada. Bye-bye. Because if you're going to include all the croupier and all the lottery tickets and all the scratch and wins and everything else, and you're going to have that as part of your income on your balance, forget it. I'm done.
So instead of legitimate tax income from a factory, you're saying that
They taxed
their
all. They
winnings-
taxed everybody's lottery tickets. They put it into the budget. You're not allowed to do
Oh,
that.
your winnings are
It's-
taxed like a capital gain, or you're saying?
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the amount of money that was picked up by this Crown Corporation was now included into the budget of Ontario, which is completely against what the whole point was, right? You talked about sin tax. Okay, that was already part of the budget, but not the OLG, Ontario Lottery Corporation.
So your government's paying to run the rig,
Oh yeah.
to actually run the machines and collect the money
Oh,
and
yeah.
pay out.
Oh yeah.
Well,
They're preying on
here they sell it. Believe it or not, they sell it on. Well, it's going to go in the school system, and the schools are going to get better drugs and better
Yeah.
propaganda.
Sure.
Yeah,
Better teachers, maybe.
they always sell these wonderful packages, and it's worse than a scam, dude. It's worse than the legitimate scams from entrepreneurs that have shitty products. I mean, the government can't even get. It's so pathetic, and they are
It's harsh.
so.
They're apathetic.
Yeah, well, it's the juggernaut. It's got a mind of its own. Like
Oh,
this
it
thing
does.
has such a checklist that it's in a
got
checklist
momentum.
loop.
Yep, it's got momentum.
It's kind of frightening because it's like the movie Brazil at some point.
I have a few friends that moved to Brazil. They actually enjoyed it there.
Well, I mean the cult film about bureaucracy with Robert De Niro.
Oh, Brazil. Sorry, I didn't get
yeah,
the reference.
Brazil,
My
where you're sharing a desk with a guy in the other room.
apologies. It's upside down. I got it.
Your meals are in photographic paper in the restaurant.
You know what? Let's just hope it doesn't get that bad. But the controlled demolition continues. And I think that this winter is going to be very telling in terms of whether or not the underground economy can kick into gear. Because you have to appreciate most people, let's say, even living in England.
Well, there's the barter system might even come back. I knew some guys in the dental business that did barters, like, I'll do a procedure for you, swap procedures, and it was totally legitimate, right?
Why not?
They actually have a magazine for offering your services to barter with somebody else. It's pretty untaxable event, I think, because I'm gonna wash your car and you're gonna polish my van or something, and we're even.
Listen. I'll take out your daughter. I need a mortgage. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I take your daughter on tour and doll her up and use her as a prop?
That's funny.
Yeah. Oh, I was on a site years ago because I was dating online, and I came across this site called Women in Chains.
Uh-oh.
And I thought, some of these girls look hot,
Sure.
And I'm so naive, and I went, I have to go each page, and I'm like, oh, she looks hot.
Right.
Well, it comes down to the point where I'm looking at their stats and their profile. It says their age and what they like, and I thought it was a joke in some sense, and then it said the release date, and I thought, wow, that's kind of cute. What? That's when they got divorced or something? This is a cute site. And then I realized, no, dude, this really are women in jail that you can get like a pre-date going, and their release date, it's called Women in Chains. I don't know if it's still there.
That's amazing.
Because I tell you, man, there are people that date people in jail, and I think, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know.
I know they're going to read my letters, and I know they're going to pay attention to me because
For sure.
instant friend.
Instant love. Huh?
Are we? Yeah. So it's weird doing a stream about trading, isn't it? It's not a lot of people.
The first time I feel like I'm on the phone with you, man, and a few other people are going to have a conference call. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, it's not bad audio for Discord.
This is the second time in my life I've been on Discord, man. Just
Really?
to give you the props. I've never.
Well, the
been on
first time
Discord.
was last night.
Yeah. He thinks I'm joking. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, was it you who said, "Well, I'm kind of old. I'm not in the Discord." But this is
I
supposed to be the
don't have time for this
gamers.
shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
it's for
is the
little
gamers
kids. I don't
world.
have time for this, man. This is for. Look, the kids are really, really starving for attention, and they're really, really starving for information, and they're really, really starving for how do I make money right now? Because that's the way you are when you're 20, 21. I got a lot of student debt. I got to make fucking puko. I got to be, the hard guy. Let me be the most interesting man in the universe, right? So whatever their shtick is. And the hard-nosed reality is you don't have the 10,000 hours to dedicate to this to be successful at. So why don't you just follow along, see what Simpleton is doing. If you have the physical time to do it, maybe try it out a few times on the demo accounts, et cetera, et cetera. Or you know what, we have one better for you. Why don't you just join Simpleton and his band of merry makers, and every time his robots put on trades, they're going to let you know that they're putting on trades with really cool limericks, and you could just, take your $500 and we'll talk in a year, see how you did.
Yeah, I wonder, most things are geared. So when you go out looking for, if you went on right now, if you just type in forex into YouTube and just say, show me everything. Actually, if you say, show me everything that's just been updated, you'll see a lot of, in multiple languages now, people teaching forex.
Yeah.
It's a giant industry of people just saying,
Well,
look at
let
this,
the
look at
best
this.
robot win,
Crazy.
because at the end of the day, people don't have the time for this. You got to be practically retired to be able to do this gig.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I won't even tell you. Whatever amount of money you spent on books and seminars and the rest of it, you can multiply by 10 for me. Because I went into a complete rabbit hole with the high-frequency trading shit. Oh, yeah, multiply by 10.
Because, everything from point and figure charts, rank code charts.
Oh,
dude, Edwards and McGee was my first technical trading book. You could use it as a weapon. It weighed so much. I got a book by a guy named Ing, this Asian dude, 380 pages. When he does a rainbow moving average, he has all the Fibonacci moving averages.
Of course.
1, 5, 3, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144. And I'm like, dude, this guy. So I read through that book. There's a really good book called Master Swing Trader that I've got,
There's a
where
few
he
good books out
shows
there.
you
You can pick up some ideas.
That's a good book.
Oh yeah.
He's got Andrew's pitchforks, and people love that shit. But I'm not actually going to wait for those setups because I did that years ago, and I actually did videos about it. And I said, this is harebrained shit. I mean, it looks cool in hindsight. I got you. The market behaved in the channel, but you drew that channel after the fact. And are you really going to take that third touch on the top of the Andrews pitchfork and load the wagon coming back? Probably not. And if you do,
No.
I don't know. That's when I decided, why can't I just sell up into that and scale into that? I'm never going to find the exact entry, but I thought this is what experts do. They're very like. I thought the so-called big boys are being precise. They got a fucking compass. They got a fucking metronome, and they're nailing this.
And how did they manage to convince you of that? And convince everybody of that?
I think because, well,
is that
some
the same
of it.
guy that convinced me I should only risk 2% of my account with a tight stop, so that I can last a couple months while I'm trading in this game? Of you taking my money?
It's almost as if some people will do whatever you tell them to do, because I swear to God, I've met people that they say, okay, this one guy in Florida who I'm thinking of, this guy's a little nutty, young kid.
That's okay.
No, he wrote a Bitcoin robot, and he's a passive aggressive guy. So, you know,
he hasn't been fed. He hasn't been fed.
No, he's really.
Let's go.
Wow. But, you know, when people are ambitious, so there's a romance in trading that if I just knew this and that, and if I just knew the secret, and then I could just kick back. And when people say, could I trade for a living? Like, that's not a job. Like, but in other words, can I just trade using my mind? Can I make money with just decision making? There's no labor other than clicking on the trade. Can I make
You're
money?
already here though, but now you're at the stage where I can click on and I can follow all and copy all of your trades and pay you $50 a month like a phone bill. Thanks. I mean, it's taken 20 fucking years to come up with my original join the swarm concept. 20 fucking years, man. So I know
did you say
like.
join the swamp? Did you say?
Join the swarm. That was my idea for
the swarm.
For the busy bees. It was for all the Japs that I knew. They're all busy bees. You guys could be part of the swarm. You don't want to be queens. Here you go.
Oh no, those Philippine guys are just incredible traders. If you look at the results of these manual, I don't know if they're using algos, but
I don't
these
know.
guys are
I
so
don't really
focused. I really like Indonesian people. Americans are pretty soft people, typically.
Because they make a lot of money by accident.
Yeah, or just by being there, you know. I think that's the same.
Yeah, you're just at the right place at the right time. Holy shit, what a score. And then before you know it, we got a house. You know, like, things happen in the U.S. of A. Like, where could a guy from Canada who's an aeronautical engineer turn around on planet Earth and open up a medical clinic and then open up a whole business model that's supposed to do 250 of them? It only can happen in the U.S. of A. That's the only place it can happen, man. It can't happen anywhere else. Because there's tons of money in the United States. Tonnage and tonnage and tonnage. And they've got everything, whether it's Frank Dodd or whatever else is going on in terms of, you know, they stick their hand out and we get it. And thank you, Pelosi, for having such amazing fucking results. We get it. That's fine. But you know what? You can't get any more liquid pools than you can in the United States. I mean, you want to do a business, you want to do anything, you have to do it in the United States. It's not going to work anywhere else.
Really? Why? Because it's deregulated? Deregulated?
Yeah, well, there's places where they're overregulated, but let's talk about Florida, Texas, you know? Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I think they created like LLCs a few years ago, so a lot of people were taking these different things. I had a subchapter S corporation at one point. So there's all sorts of tricks to avoid and all that stuff. But
it's just really, listen, the name of the game is they're going to get you one way or another. So let them take something that you're prepared to give them. So I've just structured my life that way. I know they're going to take everything if they have the chance. So let me give you something to get you off my ass, sort of routine. And I think that's the proper mentality.
Well, the naive people. I mean, there's people that unfortunately die, and all their money goes to the estate because they don't have probate. And
Isn't that fucked? That's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard in my life.
And then they wanted to come up with the inheritance. They have an inheritance tax on farmers here now where you can't. It's kind of sad. Like they just they don't understand that if you lower taxes, you collect more revenue. Like we were trying to tell the guy with the $500 robot.
Yeah, he's out of his mind with
You
that
make
number.
more money at $25 a month.
Buddy, that robot, if it works the way he says, is worth at least $3,600. Just from off the top of my ass, it's worth at least $4,000. Like if it does what he says it does, right? If it doesn't, or if it gets close, or whatever it does, whatever. I can't answer that until you see the results. I'm from Missouri, the show me state, right?
I'm from Michigan, the fuck me state.
Fuck me in the ass state, I got you.
Yeah, Bohica. But no, it's really a very it's a great time to be alive because I think the institutions it's a circular firing squad with these institutions with all their woke stupid logic, and so it's fun to watch itself implode from the standpoint of the non sequiturs that are just so obvious at this point.
It's a meme heaven right now for people who like that kind of stuff, for sure.
No, it is one of those epic shedding points. It's like when they were sticking daisies and guns, during the Vietnam War.
Sure, and then all the college campuses. Listen, you know what? The youth have always had a problem, and that is everyone around them they took our jobs, right? That was my favorite South Park episode. They took our jobs. At the end of it, it was there wasn't even any words left. And didn't Trump, when my friend called me from Florida, he said Trump is running. I said, what, they took our jobs? And he started cracking up because he got the reference. Did you ever see that one?
No.
South Park, they had an episode where people from the future were coming. They called them Swedes, but they were actually Mexicans. And they were taking everybody's job. So after 1 week, I was going to go and start working over here on the farm, but they took my job. And then they had a town hall meeting, and they took her job. Hey, they took my job. And they took her job. And before you know it, it was dear. And they literally did the sound effect. I fucking died, but it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's also where the mob starts to
sure.
starts to have what do they call it? I was talking about yesterday when the pendulums sync up. It's called entrainment kicks in. And this is the and it's just a natural phenomenon. People can't. It's also like Stockholm syndrome where people just go, you know what? I got you, dude. I'm liking you. I know you kidnapped me, but you know what? It's not so bad here.
You're pretty cool. Yeah. No, I get it.
You're a human like me, after all, right? And that's the Patty Hearst thing too. I remember Patty Hearst.
Sure, a lot of people didn't understand
that the fact that she's like, you guys are bad boys. I kind of like it, And she was young and she was rich, so she wanted some fucking drama. She wanted some fun,
and she needed some.
I thought she was hot. I'm like, Patty Hearst is badass with that fucking AK-47. I want some of that fucking. I had the hots for her. I had a crush on Patty Hearst.
Of course not, but she knew she couldn't get into serious trouble. Her family had too much fucking money. There wasn't that much they could do for her. I don't know if she ever served any time, or they said she was arrested. The poor girl, she was psychologically traumatized. Blah 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 blah. She knew she could get away with it, man. And when you know you can get away with it, and you're born with a silver spoon, et cetera, you'll push the envelope as far as you possibly can. Like you said, they're looking for drama.
It's a little bit. It's a little Jane Fonda attitude, right? But
yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Like I'm gonna just go to Saigon. I'm just gonna go. Like I'm gonna get on a tank and I'm just gonna be like ridiculous. But you need somebody like that break the ice to get the conversation going because most people are so uptight they won't fucking move off dead center.
That's right.
I mean, look at this Ukraine.
They're too tired, buddy. We're too tired trying to make a living, man. No one's got time for all this stuff. Well, I got to take a shot. You know how many people I took the shot because they just wanted to get back to work. They couldn't stand hanging out with their family anymore. So. Give me the fucking shot. Let me get out of here.com.
Oh, this guy wants to know. We triggered this guy, and I haven't heard of the Hearst cycles. Patty Hearst didn't invent the Hearst cycles for charting, but she should have. She should have done something like that, a little tamer.
Would have been better.
But no, the Hearst cycles and all that, and then there's also the LaGuardia moving average. I mean, there's LaGuardia. I mean, dude, there is so much shit. There's probably at this point, what, 1,000 indicators, 1,000 ways to slice data?
Doctor, I've tried every single one of them in combination with every single one of them.
Did you really?
In different time slices. Oh, buddy, we had a 4-month project. That's all we did. We did thousands. Over 3,000 back tests with real machinery. And you know what I can tell you at the end of the day? I did my thesis at the University of Toronto Institute for Aerospace Studies. There was this machine that was reading off, it's called like, what do they call it? It's like a little static probe. It's got a little piece of metal across it. And as wind goes over it, it changes the conductivity. And that you can then reverse backwards and you can see how fast the air was flowing, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of like a pitot tube or something like that. And I asked the guy,
like an airplane, like the pitot tube on an airplane to tell how fast.
Yeah, something like a pitot tube, but this was for experimental purposes, so I forgot what they called it now. It's been 30 years. I asked the guy, I said, listen, how do I convert from the electrical reading here that says 3.769 to the actual, feet per second or meters per second? He goes, yeah, you got to take 64.4 and then multiply by the ambient temperature. I said, where did you fucking pull 64.4 out? He goes, well, we did all the tests and this and that, so we just basically, this machine, we just type it as 64.4, and then you multiply by ambient temperature, you're going to get the speed going through the tube. I'm like, okay, great. Now, when I got to after I did 3,000 and change back tests, I looked at all the data, I looked at all the performances and everything else, and I said, you know what, to my friend Bo Diddley, I said, Bo, all these results, you can multiply by 9 and divide by 20. And that's what's going to happen every time we go live. That's basically the result. So you're going to get less than half of the performance of what your back test is. And I'm not talking about a back test on MT4. I'm not talking about a back test on whatever, Tradovate and all these fucking shit. No, I'm talking serious back tests with really high-end stuff, open quant, and forget it. You're not going to ever get more than 9/20ths in live trading. So as I said earlier to the gentleman, all the things that backtest could ever show you is whether or not you're on the right track. That's it.
Yeah, if it's not a total, like you're in the ballpark and I can fine tune it.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I think the way that you're approaching it is the way to do it. So I'm kudos.
Yeah, gosh.
You're tired. You must be tired. You're on this all day long. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. What else am I going to do? I am going to watch a horror flick in a little bit because so I'm fascinated by the horror flick thing. Actually,
interesting.
I always want to see how much gore I can watch because I really don't. I'm not good on gore, and I have to look away. But it's like a contest, and I don't know. I guess I'm trying to toughen myself up psychologically with the gore.
That's not going to help you, man. It's still it's gory, man. I remember when I was in Israel, after they had a lot of horror movies in the United States or Canada at the time. I don't remember if it was Halloween or whatever that was going on. I was young. And I said to my cousin, I said, I don't see in the theaters here, I don't see any horror movies and things like that. He goes, buddy, we're living in a horror show. What are you talking about? People
That's right.
We don't need horror movies. We're living it, man.
Well, that's another reason why I started watching horror movies, kind of because of the pandemic in a way, because I figured I'm living in a disaster movie, and the only way I can get entertained is to take it up a notch and go to horror mode, because I thought, well, based on what's going on now, we're living in a movie called Pandemic, and what the funny thing is there's been pandemic movies that have been making disaster movies have been making a lot of money, and even during the pandemic there was a pandemic movie, and I'm like, man, this is like a real trend apparently. But I'm in a pandemic movie, dude. It's ridiculous. So then the escapism is to go either horror or go to watching like paint dry in some Zen mode. But so what do you typically do? Do you go?
What's that?
Do you go bowling for entertainment? So what do you do for entertainment? Like when are you gonna do like analog entertainment? Do you play like foosball, or do you play air hockey or bumper pool?
I used to train. I stopped training about 3 years ago. I just couldn't do it anymore. And right now, because of COVID and everything being shut down, I used to play a little bit of hockey. But hit 50, you know, you can't skate as well, and you're gonna get hit. It just hurts too much. But yeah, I mean, right now for entertainment, this seems to be my entertainment right now. Just hanging out with people that I think are sharp and mentions.
Yeah, the chill factor. Chill factor is a legitimate gig at this point, especially with the lockdown. I don't feel as guilty during the lockdown. I feel like it's socially acceptable to be working from home, so to speak.
I've been working from wherever I was forever. So for me, it never really made a difference. I could never understand, even at the age of 12, 13, we lived on the 11th floor in the old building. I could never understand all the cars piling up at 8:30 in the morning, all the way down Bathurst Street. You couldn't even see the end of the line. And I thought, why are they sending everybody to go at the exact same fucking time? Why don't they stagger it? Like, send some people in at 8? And I couldn't understand it for the life of me, man. It was
layered
so fucked up.
Besides, if you're working in a manufacturing business, so when I was doing teeth, if the guy that was casting the teeth that we were going to build, he came in at 3 a.m., cast them, they're all ready to go. Then when the people came in to finish these teeth, they'd be all cooled off and ready to grab. And they typically do that. Like a bakery has the guy bake the shit when it's nice and cold in there.
Oh, sure.
But unfortunately, when you see the people, when I was in Canada, I went there for my honeymoon with my starter wife, and I was driving up there, and we didn't have a plan for hotels because I just wanted to go where we were going to go. And on the way to Montreal, we got on this piece of highway where you have collector lanes, and I was so frustrated. I go, my exit's over there. I can't hop the wall, right? So it's one of these 8-lane things, and the collector lanes is 3, and you got 5 lanes of main traffic. And I'm like, are we ever going to get out of this collector lane?
Right.
That they don't have that out here. It's like a service drive it's like a high-speed service drive in a sense.
Sure.
No, Canada was great, man. I mean,
it's got a lot going for it. And you know what? Most of the people, when I was in Paris last time was 2001. I missed a flight to Czech Republic. I don't remember what was going on at the time. And I was staying at a hotel, and most of the clientele were, you know, obviously tourists and whatnot, but from Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, all these different places. Watching soccer in Arabic was very strange. And I was walking outside, and I noticed. I said, you know what? This is Paris. I was here in 1992 last, and I don't see any Parisians. You know, the ones walking with their little dog, and the guy with the hat, with the little pipe, with the baguette under his armpit. You know, I didn't see any of those typical Parisian scenes. So I walked up into one of the bakeries, and I said to the girl, I said, where's all the Parisians? Oh, I said in French, where's all the Parisians? She said, they all moved down south, man. They're all on the coast. There's no one from Paris that lives in Paris. Huh. And I can tell you right now, in Toronto, there's not too many people from Toronto that actually still live in Toronto. I'm one of the last ones. But, you know, most of them moved up north, cottage country. Bye-bye. And there's no mask mandates, and there's no there's no bullshit up north, because it's basically people that grew up free-range chickens like we did. So fuck it, you know, fuck you with the mask.
Yeah, I noticed the cities are also it's not a frontiersman view of life. It's kind of like the convenience factor, and you pay for it because these people are going to tax you to death to be close to the resources.
Yeah.
And it is a real sought after thing. And then not only that, they have high rise.
How's the rent?
Well, there's stacking. Talk about stacking, and they have high-rise towers in the city, multiple level apartments. There's a lot of people living down there. If they all flush their toilet at the same time, they blow everything up, right?
I believe it.
So
what's the prices of apartments like where you are? Just out of curiosity.
I think if you went 900, 1,200, depends how fancy, but you're going to get about 1,000 square feet.
You can't find anything under 2,000 in Canada, in Toronto.
Yeah, wow.
You want to get a basement, it'll cost you 900. Basement, and that's part of the basement.
I watched a documentary about 5 years ago about how the houses up in some place in Canada are so high end that, like, it was getting ridiculous.
Dude, you got to go to Vancouver, well, Vancouver. We can call it what it is because most of the Asians who left Hong Kong moved to Vancouver. But when you have an influx of people who have been basically, you know, old family money, let's call it what it is, and they show up in Canada, for them to buy a place for $1 million, which already was 3 times what everyone paid for it, was nothing. Because their small apartment, I'll give you an example. The Germans that were helping me out with the original HFT program, I met them in Florida. Well, during the clinics, one of the kids got sick, blah, blah, blah. You get to meet a lot of people when you have a clinic, etc. And I asked them, what are you guys doing in Miami? This is like 2000, 1999, 2000. And they're like, buddy, if you want to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Strassen de Wassen over there in Austria, it's €1.2 million. Now remember, in 2000, the euro was about $1.50, $1.60, if you recall. That was pretty high up there. You would know.
Oh yeah, it was crazy time,
he said, I could buy a house here for, whatever, $500,000. I can get a fucking mansion. So not only am I saving on the actual price, I'm also saving on the currency, on the exchange rate. So they were buying properties for a quarter of the price that they would cost them back home. And that's how you got a huge influx of Russians and Germans into Sunny Isles and places like that.
Yeah.
That's what happens. The world shifts, people move, and I feel bad because my sister, the kid, this and that. It's really hard for her to get a place, and she's working part-time now, and her husband works 24/7. And it doesn't matter how much money they make, man. It doesn't even matter. You can't afford a place, and who the fuck would pay $1 million for 1,700 square feet? I can't see it happening.
Yeah.
It's retarded. So.
I mean, the real estate market, I guess, I wouldn't say crash, but if you raise interest rates, a lot of people aren't going to be able to afford to buy these chubby houses because now the mortgage is going to be too big of a number.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be some kind of weird. I mean, they always talk about these housing bubbles and stuff, but like you pop a bubble, you raise the interest rates too high, you pop the bubble, I think.
Well, BlackRock wants everyone's property because they want everyone to rent. Because they figured out that we can bundle up everyone's property and have an income stream that's pretty much good, then they can just basically. Reminds me of when back in the day when my friends wanted to do movies. Now the studio, well not the studio, but let's say the investors on Wall Street, they would give you money to do 10 movies. Because they figured 4 would be duds, 3 would be okay, and they may have a shot, the long shot that you'll get a sleeper that's just fucking ginormous.
Well, plus they're going to write off all the losses on the bad film.
Exactly.
Anyway.
So they would put the bond together, and the bond was, let's say, whatever, $100 million for 10 films in the can, and you'd want to get the best artists and the best actors, et cetera, and writers and the rest of it. So they would bankroll 10 movies because they expected one to hit.
Do
they were doing that all day long.
Basket approach.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the way they did it. I know a few guys that actually were promoting a lot of things at the Cannes Festival and also here in Toronto.
It's the same thing with studio time. People just, hey, listen. How about those? The guy that came up with the idea. The guy that came up with the idea where you'd watch these movies, these budget movies. They're pretty good, and you think, wow, what a great house. Well, guess what? They rented the house from some guy. Can we do a movie in your house? We might shoot up a little bit. Go for it.
That's right.
Because they couldn't. Hollywood couldn't afford to build the most kind of like characteristically personalized original shit that somebody is really living.
Naturally lives in. Yeah, naturally
because
lives in.
to find a set designer to create a mock-up of a fake cozy room, better to have people that really live in a cozy room. That was a brilliant idea.
Yeah. Well,
why are we building our own sets when I was just at this guy's house? It's right out of a fucking story.
Yeah. You know what? There's a lot of places in Toronto. Toronto became pretty big at one point in time because the dollar was really weak. I mean, I was sending money home when I was in the States because the dollar was so strong. So my mom was like, "That's great."
I remember when the dollar was 10 cents under Canadian. This is 2008 crash, so the dollar's 80. And I was trading forex back then, so I was like, look, I was telling people, I go, dude, I actually told people at the coffee shop, do you realize the Canadian dollar is above us by 10 cents? So
yeah, that was crazy.
And I said, does anybody, like you said, put $50 and buy like a 5K with $50 in the account and trust and believe 5 years from now, and they would have made a lot of money.
Of course.
No, they will be up like $8,000 on a 5K right now.
For sure.
But you know what? When you show that to people,
Inspiration.
their first thought bubble is, "Why are you showing to me this?" And if this is really, I really do think this is true, because when you say, "Oh, I know a way to make money online and stuff," all right, right. Most people are pretty skeptical, and they're pretty much like, "Right, buddy. If it's that easy, everybody be doing it." That pisses me off so bad. Well, people aren't
I hate
doing
that
it, and it
expression.
is
It's just
easy. They're
lazy
just not
thinking.
doing it. That just
It's
pisses
lazy
me
thinking.
off.
Buddy, I
Yeah,
know a
that's-
guy, and he's a sweetheart of a man. I won't name his name because who knows who's going to listen to this. And when I met him, he was a young whippersnapper. He was, doing his thing. And he got into this whole concept of emails and spam. And he just collected. And I said, listen, at one point we had the clinics and I was getting spam. I said, are you sending the spam into my office? And he goes, no, it couldn't have been. I said, this is what I got today. If any of this shit is yours, Adam, I'm calling the cops. And he knew I was serious because I just couldn't stand spam coming into a medical facility.
Hard selling spam.
Oh, fuck yeah. Wait a second. I will call the cops. And he knew I was serious about it because, I'm the sweetest guy in the universe until you do something wrong and then off with your head. And no thinking about it twice. He said, okay, I'll make sure I clean it up. I said, Adam, do what you're doing, but do it in a cultured way. Don't go for the schmutz. Do things, build your business up, but build it in such a way that people don't want to receive anything anymore from you. Take them off the list. Because if you don't take them off the list, the government will come down on you hard and make sure you take everyone off that list. Make a long story short, thank goodness, 20 years later, I think he's got every single person's email on planet Earth. I really believe that.
Wow.
He's got everyone's email address, buddy. It's not even normal. And the kind of promotions that he does is stuff like at one point he was doing the Herbalife. I don't remember the Herbalife.
Oh yeah, right.
And I told him, I said, buddy, you took their stock without even realizing it. You took their stock from 24 cents to like $5 or whatever it was. And you were just interested in the monthly payment. You should have taken the shares. He didn't know. He wasn't that sophisticated at the time. So, anyways, that's a long story. But you know what? Over time, yeah, you will get everyone's email address. I have so many people on my phone list, buddy. I have no idea who half of them are anymore. I really don't.
Yeah, you really lose.
That's not good.
You really lose touch, and I'm kind of a isolated person. So
Me too.
I got just the only people I really kind of know, and actually I hate to say this, but they're my friends because they play guitar and drums and stuff like that. If they didn't play a musical instrument, they wouldn't be my friends. I don't have that much in common with them. They're kind of dare I say, some of these people are boring. So I would if he didn't play music. So I'm kind of using them in a sense because they have a musical talent and they have the gear and we're able to get together. But if I was to if I didn't have that, I'm more friends with the guy at the gas station that I get my coffee from.
Absolutely.
Like I see him every day, and I don't know. I guess I'm friends with you, so to speak. I talk to people on the internet, but I don't know. I'm not that. And here's the thing that always, maybe it's just me, but I'll hear people talk about their parents or their sister and brother. Oh, I love my brother and my sister. I'm like, really? I cannot stand my sister. Like, not can't stand her, but
I love her.
I don't want to talk to her. I'm being polite. She's forced. I call it forced friends. Family is forced friends. And I'm like, but people go on and on about their brother, and you see these tattoo things where people get a tattoo. I'm getting this tattoo to remind me of you forgot your brothers. You got to get a tattoo. Like, what happened to your brain? I don't know.
It goes like this. I heard a long time ago that God gives you friends to make up for the fucked up family you got stuck with. And
right.
That's all I got to say about that.
No, it's tough because and then the cringiest thing was on my when I became a stepfather with this girl I married with a pre-existing condition. She had kids. Is that she wanted to be friends with the kids. I'm like, you're their mom. You can't go out and get stoned with your daughter. Okay, you're just ruining it.
Right.
So, you know what I mean.
Some people, listen, they don't ask for a license to have children, so it's a big issue.
Well, I'm gonna go watch a horror flick, so I'll let you go
All
back
right,
to
buddy.
go back to your Canadian fresh air.
Fresh air stuff. I gotta throw out the garbage. You know how it goes.
Fresh
The guy
air,
with the
free
most degrees
range.
gets the-
Yeah, I
What was-
mean,
what was that? Jackie Mason. He goes. The guy, he's the boss at work, and he's kicking ass, and he's doing everything. Yes, Mr. Patterson. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He comes home, and his wife's like, "Throw out the garbage, you bum." That was the point. Was why was the Jewish husband so successful? Because he wanted to stay out of the house as much as possible.
right. Well, that's
Anyway.
what my mom went. My mom went to the hairdresser just
Okay.
so she could get away from my dad. I mean, because I like, how are you 3 hours to fuck with your hair? She goes there to visit with her friends. Really, it's a social
Right.
event. I mean, she probably comb her hair at home, but after a while, it's a ritual that you
Right.
gotta do because.
You got to get out of the house. Oh,
Yeah,
man,
I mean,
remember
my dad was a Mason, and he would
Okay.
go to the lodge, and they do these rituals. And when I started hearing about the Freemasons, I go, "Oh, my dad one of these evil guys? Like, is he
Uh-oh.
part of like the Knights of the Round Table?" But no, they were just doing charity things and rituals. But it's
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
they're
funny
just something
because the
different.
Masons, he became a master and all that stuff. But it's like, oh my God, these. And that's the Shriners and everything in Detroit.
I love the Shriners. Those guys
Yeah.
are amazing. Every time you turn around, they've taken money from you. It's beautiful.
Yeah, no, they
It's
got
beautiful.
that down.
They give you a card. Here it is. You owe me $5.
Yeah, we're the Shriners. We got a sword on a red hat and the
They're best.
tassel.
They're the best.
It's such a it's like the Goodfellas.
They're great.
Yeah.
They really are. They're funny as hell.
All right, dude.
Have a good
I'll
one,
talk
man.
to
Will
ya.
you go on later on or tomorrow? Maybe I'll look for you.
Yeah, if I get a hankering, if I see some drama, I don't know, if I get bored, I wait for the sun to go down. But I gotta eat my comfort food and watch my trashy. Because I'm watching these independent horror flicks, and I'm amazed what they're able to do with very
Right.
little money. So what they do is if they
That's
can't
great.
afford to show like a drama, they have a clever way of getting around it. And I realize these things are filmed on digital cameras, but I like B-rated movies because I like to see people make something out of nothing. Because if you have a big budget,
Creativity.
it's
No,
more
you enjoy- yeah, you
dazzling.
enjoy the
It's
creativity.
easier to get away with like a
Yeah.
shitty. But the guys that really try hard and they go, how can we make this interesting? They typically out in the woods. Most of the settings in cheap horror flicks are out in the woods because it's a natural environment and it's very wild and it's just free. And then I see
Right. It's pretty.
there's some really clever stuff out. There's one where people are in a room and they have an eyeball on their head. And they have a camera mounted on their
Right.
head. They can't take it off. If they do, the acid will burn in their head. It's like this kind of game, not
Sure.
like a Saw movie kind of game setup. But I like the way that you ever see the movie Cube where these guys are trying to get out of this cube? I like this kind of
Oh.
stuff because it's campy and it's kind of intriguing. And I'm like, how, because the polished stuff is so predictable and trite that you think,
Yeah.
I'd rather have somebody drop a microphone and go, oh, that's kind of cool, like something go wrong in the scene, right? I saw a horror flick the other day where you see the microphone at the top of the shot, a little bit, a boom,
Uh-oh.
a shotgun mic,
Amen.
and I thought that's kind of cool. Look at these guys; they didn't fucking edit that. Like, let's keep
They're
going.
really trying. They really are trying hard.
It's the college. It's the when you watch kids in an orchestra play out of tune, it's almost better than a real orchestra because like you listen to these guys, they're getting it, and it has this organic out of tune, really kind of friendly innocence to it. Where
Sure.
real orchestrations are serious, but having the kids, I don't know if you're familiar with Pat Metheny, but he has this song called Midsummer
that.
Night's Dream off of Bright Size
Okay.
Life. If you look up
Okay.
Midsummer Night's Dream, it's the most gorgeous song. And you see kids like in a school rock setting play that, and you're like, wow, these kids. And then when you realize that they get it, like they understand the song's cool, they're not being forced to play it. That's the coolest thing. Like they actually,
Right.
they actually get the feeling of the song, and they're kind of proud that they're executing it. And that's the coolest thing because being an old person and seeing these school rock kids pull off these classic rock songs, you're like, man, they realize this is a
get it.
good
No,
song
they get it.
structurally, and they know that's a cool melody, and
Sure.
to watch them live inside that cover song when they're doing it, man, that's one of my other favorite things is just watch School of Rock kids. And once you get into that, the algorithm on YouTube's going to show you the next one, but people pull off some
And take in
amazing
another-
shit.
another
Dude, they
route
play
altogether.
Frankenstein by the Edgar Winter Brothers, and they do every lick is well done.
Oh, I can't believe some of the kids I see playing guitar. It's pretty impressive.
No,
there's a guy that was doing. He's on the YouTube and he has his own channel, The Do or something. This guy shreds, and he's got to be 27. This guy shreds like I've never heard, like since Randy Rhoads, like legitimately. This guy is crazy good, crazy good. So yeah, there's talent out there, and hopefully he can get out of his mom's basement. He's probably making a fortune. He's got a lot of followers. So there's a whole, you know.
My mom's basement forex.com. I just registered it.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
The best traders. We all congregate at his mom's house. I love it.
Yeah, we all get together and then we make mommy trade in the last session. We make her trade the Asian session, and then we tease her about her execution.
About her executions. I love it.
Yeah.
Listen, enjoy your evening.
All right,
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
It's another riot. Okay, thanks.
You got it. Cheers.